to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Got him. Slider ends the game. Brian Abreu pumps his chest on his first save of the year. And the Astros take 2 out of 3 against the Red Sox, winning 4-1 tonight. That is a good series win against a team that swept you on the previous road trip.
Yeah, I think we're working towards that every day. I think it's a good problem to have in the sense that it's a highly competitive group, and they've shown progress across the board. So Cole and Zach have done an outstanding job with those guys. The players have worked their asses off, and I think that it's a testament to them. So we're going to continue to see who the 5 most consistent guys are, and when we see a clear separation in that, we'll make a decision on that at the appropriate time.
Nick Kelly in that last cut. The previous cut, of course, the final call on last night's game between the Red Sox and the Astros. A 4-1 win for the Astros last night. That was good to see.
Good to see. Cora, get yourself ejected.
Good to see. Seth's
get out.
Seth's fired up today.
Get out.
We're both fired up today.
We are in the NRG Stadium press box where the radio broadcast does their play-by-play.
You are sitting in Andre Ware's seat.
Yes.
I am sitting in Mark Vandermeer's seat.
Neither of us have binoculars because right now the field is dark except for a subtle glow about the field.
From the play clocks.
Yeah. I'm going to need the Astros media team where they do those really cool cinematic type, not the Astros, the Texans, cinematic type things where it shows this is where it all begins.
It's like a haunted house, man.
Everybody knew the 2025 season was going to be special that day when Seth Payne, Pendergast, and Aaron the engineer showed up at 5:30 in the morning to do a broadcast to an empty stadium.
Hey, Aaron, are those Vandy's binoculars right there? Those are your binoculars? Okay.
Aaron Raybald. I don't know why, but I was blanking on your last name for a microsecond there. Because you know why? Just like I sometimes struggle with names, I love this. Yeah. I love whenever I see that, even Major League Baseball managers don't understand the balk rules completely.
That felt good.
I was so happy. I get so happy. I'm so happy whenever I hear, you know what, and both Blum and Sparks are both good about this too. Sometimes there'll be a little nuance in the rule book, and they'll be like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, they're in every man.
Some of the stuff that should be simple, like exactly with a home run ball, and whether it touches the lines off everything. Sometimes those guys will admit that I'm not 100% clear on. I'm like, oh, thank God. Yeah. And thank God, Cora, get yourself ejected during a TV break because you don't understand the balk rules well enough.
Who would be most likely at the station to get ejected from a baseball game or any sporting event for not knowing the rules?
And then getting angry and adamant about it.
Yeah.
Lopez will argue. And I know this because Lopez used to get in arguments with Nick Wright about words that were in the dictionary and had accurate. Remember, Lopez and Nick Wright were arguing about the pronunciation of biopic.
Oh, yeah.
Because Lopez was insisting that it could be pronounced biopic.
Biopic,
which I honestly used to, I never really thought about it before. And so I think it was Nick. Nick, opened up the dictionary or pulled it up online. It's like, no, it's biopic. Yeah. And Lopez would not relinquish it.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, well, that was, I was always on Team Lopez on that. Well, there was never a team. I always just said, biopic.
That's how I always said it.
Yeah, and then I heard that segment, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I fact-checked Nick, and I said it is biopic. And then 10 minutes later, I'm like, why are they still talking about
Lopez would have brought a shovel out and dug a hole on the pitcher's mound last night, insisting that it was a balk. If you were Alex Cora.
Oh, my God. That is the best.
So, that was fun last night.
Big win, man.
That was a lot of fun.
Big win.
A lot of fun.
Needed that.
Hunter Brown, angry and nasty and frustrated at the beginning, which is when I get really excited. That's when I first knew that Hunter Brown was the real deal. Was his rookie? He pitches with a lot of aggression.
He's fiery, yeah.
But sometimes that blows up in guys' faces. But just like a Roger Clemens, It's Hunter Brown's a guy
Channel
that's
it.
what he can. Yeah, he can channel it, and it fuels him. So I like seeing Hunter Brown angry.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the Astros in the next segment. But that was I mean, they're all big now. There's 41 games left in the season. Josh Hader seeking his second opinion on his shoulder, which, if I'm being honest, if I were any injured Astros player, even if you feel good about the first opinion, I would still go get a second opinion.
Well, that's part of my argument I have to try to infuse some hope into the situation, Sean.
Which is?
I'm going to give you a pep talk there.
Oh.
Well, you brought it up. It's usually I saw you on Twitter yesterday, or formerly known as Twitter, as saying about it's never good when somebody seeks a second opinion.
I did say that, yep.
This is the Astros where multiple times they've said, yeah, it looks to be no big deal. He should be fine. Yeah. So I could see if Josh Hader thinks, all right, I'm going to get away from your Soviet-era MRI machine or whatever you use, whichever witch doctor they use to diagnose these things, and actually go seek out somebody with modern medical technology.
When I tweeted that, I was still living in a world in my brain where we didn't even need to bring up the words benefit of the doubt when it came to a medical staff.
I will tell you, too, as an athlete, there were times where I just wanted to get a second opinion based on what the treatment options were.
Oh, okay.
You go and see somebody else that might have just a different, and it's not an insult to the team doctors. It's, all right, I want to go see if maybe this guy feels that it could be handled differently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see what it is with Josh Hader. Now, Joe Espada did say it's going to be longer than the 2 week, so that's not a great sign.
That's an awful sign.
That's not.
Truth be told, he's dead in my mind.
But Brian Abreu, man, you heard in that highlight bumping in there. Brian Abreu with the save last night.
Yeah.
It's on our TV right here in the booth. So
they got a TV right on the desk.
Right here. And you know what? I think we can actually change the channels on it.
Fancy lads.
Yeah. So Seth and I are in the booth at NRG Stadium, and you may be asking yourselves, why are you in the booth at NRG Stadium? It's basically so that we can bring you the information that we need to from today's joint practice and not miss 30 minutes of it going to our cars and driving down Kirby and getting here at 10:30 instead of being able to run across the street and be over there by 10:05.
Yeah, they're going to start starting up at 9:30.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Yeah, so we want to be sure we get out there.
The good stuff doesn't start till like 9:45 or 10.
Yeah, when they start getting into one-on-one pass rush and some of the 7-on-7s and whatnot.
Yeah.
So we should be able to see it all. A bunch of fans lined up already at 5 a.m. when we showed up.
It was cool.
I would say not a boatload of fans, but some real truly diehard ones.
Yeah. No, it's and by 6 or 7 o'clock the lines are going to be long.
Now this is what you have to look forward to, I hope. And to set aside whether you feel like starters should or should not play in the preseason or what have you, after the first preseason game where the Panthers got really beat up on by the Browns and Shedeur Sanders, they said that Bryce Young would probably play 3 series
in the
this
game on Saturday. Yeah.
And I think the defensive starters likewise are probably going to play 3 series plan. So, maybe D'Amico has a talk with Canales, the coach of the Panthers, and figures, okay, we'll send our guys out there for 3, get some good work in the games.
What do you want to see?
Okay. These are the things that can be learned, perhaps, is, 1, I want to see C.J. Stroud versus a Panthers defense that's been bolstered by some free agency acquisitions, but you have to remember, this Panthers defense last year, this was not your father's Panthers defense. This was one of the worst scoring defenses in the history of the NFL. It was really, really bad. They went out and got a bunch of free agents. They should be at least a little bit better. They've got the same defensive coordinator as Ejiro, the guy, former Texans former Texans head coaching interviewee.
Former interviewee of everybody, remember?
Yeah.
He was a hot candidate back in the day.
Yeah, so look, if one of the excuses or explanations that we've been telling ourselves is, all right, the starting offense, they're installing, it's new, and they're going against these psychotic maniacs on the Texans' defense, there's going to be some hiccups. It's going to be difficult. This Panthers defense is a horrible defense until they prove otherwise. And that's where I hope to see a different version of this offense. We've seen the offense in that scrimmage situation Thursday before the first preseason game look a lot better than they had before when they kind of game planned a little bit for how to attack the defense. So I just want to see a better offense, obviously. And then along the offensive line, too, there are lots of questions to be had. Bobby Brown is the nose tackle that the Panthers signed, like a 3-year, $27 million. And they run a 3-4 front, the Panthers do. So that interior offensive line, hopefully he'll get some good challenges versus the starters by the Panthers. Ariante Ursary hopefully does some good things. They continue to build on what he did. But the defense for the Panthers, again, until proven otherwise, it's not the stoutest bunch.
Yeah.
And now this is something really side note. Shedeur Sanders versus this, I've just told you how bad the Panthers defense is.
Yeah.
Shedeur Sanders didn't do anything versus the starters.
Right, he did all that damage against the backups.
And then he went up to the backups to the worst scoring defense in the history of the NFL. So I don't want to look. If Shedeur Sanders can shred this defense, by all means, I need to see Davis Mills and C.J. Stroud and everybody else shred this defense.
Do you see Shedeur is injured now? Did you see that bit of news?
Is every single Browns quarterback injured now?
No,
other than Flacco?
Ironically, I said that to Amy last night. I said the only healthy Browns quarterback is 40-year-old Joe Flacco. The one guy who's the age where he should be probably tough to get out of bed.
The other thing I want to see is I just want to see the Texans defense make Bryce Young look really bad.
Yeah, me too.
That's all I want.
Me too.
And it's hard because you have to acknowledge that. Wow, I'm kind of a jerk because Bryce Young seems like he's innocent and pure and does all the right things except grow tall enough and maybe fill out a little bit. He could probably
grow facial hair that looks fake.
Yeah,
it doesn't look real on him.
Yeah, because he looks like one of the kids standing outside a convenience store. That's right.
Hey,
mister, would you go buy a 12-pack of Heinekens
can I get some wine coolers?
Yeah, wine coolers. Yeah, that's what it would
be
back
for
sure.
In the day.
You guys, do you know? Hey, sir, do you know what Zima is?
Yeah, Zima.
I'd like some Zimas, please.
Zima had its day in the sun.
So that's his only fault is that he didn't keep growing tall enough.
Yep.
Nobody told him. He didn't have the guidance to say, hey, grow another few inches.
That's right.
But look, there's not much of a raging debate right now, but people would point out, hey, Bryce Young, when he came back from being benched last year, played better, had better numbers than CJ in a lot of regards. So that's still a battle that I don't think Bryce Young or CJ Stroud actually care about themselves, but that I'm invested in.
Yeah, I've been invested in it since the day they drafted CJ Stroud. And, having watched Bryce Young for most of the last 2 years kind of floundering around out there.
I kind of read a bunch of Panthers stuff yesterday, listened to a couple of Panthers podcasts.
Oh, yeah?
I think, I love to gauge how a player's doing I think the sum total of the fan and media give a pretty good picture of quarterbacks especially, I think. And you usually expect them to be a little bit biased towards no, he's actually really good. Man, I heard a few different people who sounded like they were smart enough say, hey, Bryce, I don't, he's never going to be one of those top-tier guys, but maybe he could work his way into Mike Sando's tier 2 if everything else around him is just right.
Boy.
So it seems to be the goal and the ceiling for Bryce Young is that, hey, maybe he can actually not botch the whole operation.
Then they are going to have decisions to make after this season.
Bolster the offensive line, and that's another thing I'd like to see. That I'm not concerned about the Texans defense, but they've got some good offensive linemen.
Yep.
And it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be fun to watch those guys battle versus the Texans.
All right, we're off and running on a Thursday. We're live in the broadcast booth at NRG Stadium. Joint practice starts at 9 a.m. today between the Carolina Panthers and the Houston Texans. We'll talk more about that as we roll on this morning. We'll do some headlines later on this hour. Let's circle back to the Astros, though. Knowing what we know now about the Josh Hader situation, knowing what we know and maybe what we don't know about some of the other injuries here, I think last night gave us the template, and I'll explain. We'll do that coming up next. But first, hey, early in the morning here, it's never too early to start putting your prize picks.
Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yiner, the difference in the game with his RBI single in the first inning. As he drills one high and deep to left field, all the way back and gone. Yiner Diaz, a 2-run home run with 2 outs in the 6th. And the Astros now up 4-1.
Oh, out here with the folks. I need me a Yiner bomb, and I got it.
Sorry, Blummer. Didn't mean to step on the metaphor.
Trademark Yiner bomb.
That's right. That was Todd Callis and Jeff Blum, Space City Home Network last night. The Astros get a win, 4-1 over the Boston Red Sox. And Seth, look, this is a team that still has half their starting rotation kind of coming back off the IL. They've lost their closer, at least for the foreseeable future. We're waiting on Yordan Alvarez to come back. We're waiting on Jake Myers to come back. And they're in a dogfight for their division right now. Now, the Orioles did the Astros a favor last night. The red-hot Seattle Mariners lost to the Orioles 4-3 on a walk-off in the bottom of the 9th. Amy and I were driving home last night from our fantasy football draft, and we're listening to the Astros post-game broadcast. And Ross was on there, and he's following along with the Seattle-Baltimore game while doing the Astros postgame. The Astros had already won, and the Orioles are running, and next thing you know, the Mariners have 2 guys on with nobody out. Yeah. It's like, and they end up tying up the game 3-3, and the Orioles walk it off in the bottom of the 9th. So that was good to see. The Orioles are not a good baseball team, so any favors you can get from them like that, and hopefully they revert back to their crappy selves this weekend, because the Astros, and really for the next couple of weeks, because the Astros play them twice over the next couple of weeks. The way they won this game last night, though, I thought it had a lot of the elements for what I think, if they're going to stay in this thing while they're still trying to get guys back here, and even the guys they've gotten back in the rotation, get them back to where they're in peak form. Because I think we're still watching Spencer Arrighetti and Christian Javier shake off some MLB rust at least.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so I think like last night's game, Yiner is starting to hit again. He gives you a big 2-run home run to give you a little bit of margin between you and the Red Sox. Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez being themselves is non-negotiable over the next month. Yes. They have to be themselves, and Brian Abreu has to do what he did last night, which was, even with a bit of a tightrope, put a couple guys on, close the game out.
It is, as you're talking there, as you've sat both of those starting pitchers down in a room to give them a chat about how important it is that they be themselves.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez.
Yes.
It's one of those things where you're yelling at both of them, but you're really talking to Framber. Okay, hey, Framber, hey, Hunter's sitting there like, all right, I'm just going to be a good teammate. I'm going to point out that I've allowed 2 runs in the last total in the last 2 games versus the Red Sox.
Definitely feels like a situation you've been in as a player.
I'm going to yell at both these guys so the one guy that really needs to be yelled at doesn't feel singled out.
Yelling at you, Gary Walker, just so you know.
Pulls Hunter Brown off to the side before him. Like, hey, listen, man, I'm just going to tear you. I got to,
play along.
Yeah.
Play along with it, yeah.
But I say something like, okay, Skip.
Yeah. Yes, they would. They'd call him Skip. But I think last night in watching that game, I'm like, this is how it needs to be. Like those 2 guys are going to take the ball, each of them every 5 or 6 days. They've got whatever the best version of them has been. I think in June, Hunter was literally the best pitcher in the American League in June. He was named as such by the media. He was pitcher of the month. I think it was June.
He's still got the second lowest ERA in the AL.
Yeah, that shows you how good he was to start the year, because he went through about a 2 or 3 week period there where it wasn't all that great right around the All-Star break. So. And then Framber, that stretch where they won 13 in a row with him starting all those games, and he himself won 10 of those games. That's the version they have to get. If they had a 6-game lead, I wouldn't be saying that. But you got a 1-game lead. Seattle is I feel like this is the best version of the Mariners that the Astros have had to battle against over these last few years, where the Mariners have risen up into being at least somewhat relevant. The Rangers are fading a little bit. Philip Maton did us a favor last night. I guess he's on the Rangers these days. Gave up 4 runs last night late in the game. So it's the Astros and the Mariners here, and let's go. And they're up by a game, and they got a day off today.
And look, the other day you had a bullpen meltdown. Mm-hmm. The other day, 2 days ago, you had a bullpen meltdown where you have 2 relievers allow 10 runs.
Yep.
That's going to happen. By and large, the Astros, at times, it's how good is your starting pitcher? Mm-hmm. And that just to overly simplify it, they're good enough. They're good enough offensively. I think they've been bolstered at the trade deadline. I mean, Urias, for one, is just he's a Red Sox killer, which was a nice thing to learn after you trade for him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Correa, there's really something to the potential that him moving to third is going to be an infusion of energy into his offensive performance. Because Chandler Rome had a really good article with him the other day talking about the difference in exertion and how beat up his body is at playing shortstop versus at third base.
Yeah.
And he wasn't good defensively this year as a shortstop.
No.
Like, it was really age and size and everything else was really starting to take its
Minus
toll.
11 defensive runs saved.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
I mean, it wasn't anything like that old best defensive player in the league stuff that you expect out of Correa. Third base is a lot less physically taxing.
And he's looked good over
he's
there.
looked good, and he's still learning it.
Yeah.
You know? This is where, in that article with Chandler, it's something that I've told you about pass rushing in the NFL and sports in general. YouTube has changed everything. Because when Correa realized he was going to play third base, he said he went to YouTube and he started watching
Chapman, Machado, and there was a third one. I can't remember who it is, but it was None of them were Bregman. I was a little surprised. I was kind of like, this is your former teammate there, Gold Glover. You know,
shade right there.
Gold Glove third base, maybe Bregman.
I'm guessing that has something to do with. I mean, everything's going to be a little. And that was the one point that he made was that. Bregman being so short, maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he just figured a lot of it wouldn't apply.
Yeah. Trying to find who the other third baseman was. It's going to bother me. Anyways,
probably something.
Yeah. I'll find it during the break. It's the audience may not care. Here was Joe Espada talking about the back end of the bullpen last night, because it wasn't just Brian Abreu who gave up a couple of hits, but eventually shut things down. I would imagine it's probably like he's coming in a true, not just a true save situation, because he's come in those before, but a true save situation where you're like, okay, I'm the guy now. I'm going to be the guy for at least a period that is longer than 2 weeks. That's all we know right now. All we know is Josh Hader is getting a second opinion on his shoulder. Here was Joe Espada on Bennett Sousa and Brian Abreu last night.
Bennett Sousa's slider today was lights out. He got Brady, who is a really good hitter, right, and Trevor Story, and creating swing and miss on those sliders. You can tell they looked like fastballs out of his hands and then finishing down under. And then Abreu, gave up those two singles, and then he got really pissed off. And then you start seeing 100 and 101, and he got angry.
Yeah. Nolan Arenado was the other third baseman Correa's been watching on YouTube.
I'm not allowed to say his name because it too quickly turns into Areola for me. So and then we go down a path and we get listeners complaining about
I love that the word just said,
No, I'm just I don't want to end up getting veered off course too much.
I got you.
But I love saying Nolan Areola.
Yeah.
Which is not a dirty, like, men have them, women have them. Like, all right, listen, everybody I'm sorry if you have to give your kids an anatomy lesson about something on their own body,
That's
all right?
That's right.
You're the weird one if you think there's something weird about it.
Yep.
But let's talk about areolas for a while. See, this is why I didn't want to say it, Sean.
I know. Well, you're the one who said it.
Nolan Arenado. But as far as Correa goes, it is super interesting to me how much kids learn. I say kids, but like Correa is doing the same thing that high school kids do with pitchers, with pass rushing, with everything else.
He's closer to that generation than our generation.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Yeah. No, remember him and his wife putting that when he had the massage issue. That's how he clarified it. They put out a YouTube video, and it's funny too.
One of the most awkward videos I've ever watched.
Talk about a generation gap, though. I remember having a discussion with somebody who'd gone to Syracuse Broadcasting School about just the jump cuts and everything, and how it just wasn't edited well and everything. I'm like, man, that's how they do it on YouTube. That's how they don't care about it.
Yeah, people like
you don't
the
try to
jump
disguise the cuts.
People like the jump cuts.
But yeah, so Correa still learning how to play third base, and he's made some great plays, but he's also had a couple little flubs where you see it's still a work in progress.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown getting angry at himself and then fueling. Using it to fuel like a 101-mile-per-hour fastball and everything. That's exactly what I think. It's not just what the fans want to see. It's good for the team.
Yeah.
You remember back when in 2017, one of the turning points really to where oh my God, it was the Yankees, right? Yeah, it was when Hinch got into it with the manager of the Yankees, and there was kind of a turning point to where almost it felt like, all right, we're not boys
Joe
anymore.
Girardi at
it
the
was
time,
Girardi and
yeah.
Hinch, and Girardi afterwards was like, I don't know why he was yelling at me.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's every now and then you got to remember that, like, all right, this is testosterone. This is anger. This is some gut emotion.
You're talking about it with Hunter, but I think just to circle back to Carlos, I think that's a big reason why. Maybe like if another team were to trade for Carlos, I don't know that. I'm trying to word this properly. Like, I think there's something about Carlos in an Astros uniform, and I think there's something about what this team needed in terms of an edge, that the value of Carlos Correa to the Astros is just more than it would have been to some other team out there.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota kind of found that out. Like, I think there's something about this Astros uniform and Carlos Correa that brings out the best version of him, and I think that's a big reason why Jim Crane was ready to say, okay, we'll plunk down the $67 million or whatever it is to have him for the next 3 years, because we are almost positive that him being back in our ecosystem is going to yield a better version of him than whatever was going on in Minnesota.
Sean, I'll go one further than that, though, too. Correa had said that in Minnesota they'd been having discussions about him moving to third base, but they just couldn't find an adequate replacement.
Yeah.
If I'm in Minnesota right now and still paying attention to baseball, I'm going to look at what's going on with Correa. And if he continues after apparently the organization, remember, trading for a guy that had some injury signing a guy who had some injury questions and was a bigger guy at shortstop. And from the very time Correa came up, we were having discussions about, all right, he's probably not going to finish his career at shortstop. Mm-hmm. That is a big dude to be playing shortstop. Yeah. And I remember talking to Lance McCullers had said that, he might, one day want to move to the outfield or something. So this is something Minnesota should have anticipated and been ahead of. If Correa ends up being more of the offensive player that's peak Correa, and all it took was a
move to third base.
The easy thing is to say, oh, well, yeah, he's back in Houston. He likes that. Yeah. It makes more actual sense to say, oh, no, you gave his body a break by moving him to third, and look at what you have.
Yeah.
Like, and then they're still paying part of his salary.
Yep.
They could have, they might have squandered this version of Correa simply because they couldn't figure out a way to make the move to third base.
Well, this is what you get when, and this is not me throwing my WWE heel Minnesota shade. It's just factual. Minnesota is a tier of a team where they're just happy to get a guy like Carlos Correa in the building.
Yeah.
They're happy that he said yes twice. And they were so happy for him to say yes the second time that they completely ignored the fact that he had tried to sign with two other teams before going back to Minnesota.
Yeah.
He tried to sign with the Giants. They looked at the MRIs and said no thanks. And the Mets did the same exact thing. And they said, sure, here's $200 million to come back. I think that's the fact of the matter. That's not me being a jerk to Minnesota.
No.
They are on a tier of team superstars to come play there.
The Minnesota was like if a married couple said, you know what, maybe we need to take some time and just think about it, just take some time apart. And then immediately the first day, the woman's got like 7 dates set up with 7 guys that she's been platonic friends with for a while. Yeah, yeah. And she's like, okay, off I go. And then it doesn't work out with those guys. So she comes back like, honey, I've thought about it and I love you so much. Okay. Can I have
That's
the keys
Minnesota.
to my car back now?
Okay, come on back. I turned down the sheets to the bed. Your space is still right there.
Correa, since he's been with Houston, the 364 batting average, 974 OPS.
He's under 1,000 now?
Yeah, he's 974.
He's trash. He's under 1,000 since he was 1098 a couple days ago. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Here live. We're in NRG Stadium. We're up in the Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, Robert Hensley, and Aaron Raybold broadcast booth. That's the squad that's in here on game days. So we're here. We're here so we can just sprint across the street to joint practice and bring you guys our observations later on today.
I like this. It feels like back in my playing day, I was usually one of the first guys in the building, and it was dark, it was nice,
There's a peacefulness to it.
Yeah. Dan Riley and I would do a 5 a.m. workout. And
would you do it out here on the field? Or?
No, in the weight room. But there was Dan Riley loved it because he's that guy.
He had some company.
Dan Riley would be here at 3:30 a.m. if I wanted him to be. Dan Riley, the strength coach, has some great stories about John Riggins and how Riggins would back in the day, had the plane.
Yeah,
John
Riggins is like
John
lifting with
Riggins
a
was a
cigarette.
man's man. Yeah, no, he would come in. He'd like there were times he said
Reeking of
Riggins
smoke.
would be working out in nothing but a jock strap at 1 a.m. after they got back from a road trip.
Yep. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you as we roll on here on a Thursday. All right, let's get to some headlines. D'Amico Ryans sets up what's going to be going on out here today at joint practice. We will circle back to the Astros. We got some NFL injury news as well that we will get to. We'll do all that in headlines coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic tomorrow.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Houston Texans. We'll get to the Astros in a moment. Texans have a joint practice today with the Carolina Panthers. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the protocols that they have put in place. That's what the cut reads. It's protocols for today's practice.
There's more to this. Yes,
for today's practice with the Carolina Panthers.
When you have a joint practice, the main protocol is just keeping each other safe, understanding that we're here to work together and make each other better. We're not here to get in shoving contests or fights or anything like that. That's unproductive. So, my message to Dave and his team is just we want to come out and get good work in and make sure we're getting productive work, making sure we're staying up just like we practice. So, and I think when we got teams and coaches that have the similar mindset, then you can get productive work. We've done it for the past 2 years with the Dolphins, with the Rams, and I thought we got really productive work out of that, so I expect it to be the same.
You gotta listen.
What got you all fired up there? Right?
Xavier Legette getting kicked out of the preseason game with Rayshon Jenkins,
and he was swinging with UFC fighter form on that fight too.
They kept. Now this is something to remember. They're really working on those guys blocking everybody, receivers, everybody else. So for those of you who remember, Xavier Legette, incredibly charming and likable, full speed patterns. To everybody on the Panthers except for apparently Adam Thielen. Nobody can understand him. He's so country that nobody can understand him except, oddly enough, Adam Thielen.
Adam Thielen, the whitest guy on the team.
One of the biggest surprises of the
fluent ligatese.
Nobody can understand him in the wide receivers room because it's just he's so country and it's so endearing and so charming.
Yeah.
He got into it because he was blocking until the echo of the whistle in the preseason game, and Rayshon Jenkins kept it. They stayed tied up, and they ended up. Yeah.
Well, they were swinging.
Xavier Legette just started swinging at a guy that was wearing a helmet on his head, so he landed the punches, but whatever. And we'll play the audio of him explaining that or apologizing for that later.
I
sent it to
you did. You sent it to me during my fantasy draft last night.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. No. I apologize.
You and I we both had challenges last night.
We did.
So, is there going to be chippiness? I think there will be. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson not being available.
Yeah.
It increases the odds of this practice going to its completion by about 75%.
No, now that you bring that up, that bums me out. I'm really bummed out we're not going to get, I would assume, C.J. Gardner-Johnson for the the Lions practices next week.
Oh,
because that's his former team.
His former team.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
And he's
he used to get kicked out of those practices when he was on the team.
He's gotten kicked out of his own team's practices for playing too physical. So, Sean and I are at the stadium. The sun is coming up, so we're starting to. It was completely dark when we got here.
I miss the peacefulness of the complete darkness that we walked into.
I know that with my
dusk now.
I'm kind of freaked out because I know with my voice and the way that it carries.
Oh yeah!
Right now, whether cleaning bleachers or not, can hear me through this open window of the press box.
For sure. Yeah. But it's nice being out here, man. We'll be over there across the street a little later on this morning. And if you're heading out this way, know that if you're heading out this way, Seth and I got here at 5:30 this morning. There are people lined up outside the practice facility. So people.
I yelled at him for standing in my way. It's like, I'm Seth Payne.
Yeah, damn it.
Clear out.
Mm-hmm. Move.
I didn't do that. I did almost hit one of them, but it wasn't intentional. Yeah.
So we got the walkthrough, or not the walkthrough, but we have the joint practice today. Game on Saturday, noon kick. You got me and Seth at 9 a.m. for Texans Countdown. It'll be a live one out here at the stadium.
Seth and me.
Seth and me, whatever. Hey, one other quick Texans, though. The Chronicle, or no, it wasn't the Chronicle. I think it was Aaron Wilson, KPRC 2. Andre Johnson, among the things that were burgled from his house was his Hall of Fame ring. Oh, so remember that video dropped of Lil Kiki talking about, "Hey Houston, we gotta rally for Andre Johnson," and he didn't specify what the things that were stolen were, but said these are things that are beyond money, and his Hall of Fame ring was one of the things that was stolen.
Whenever they recover this, at some point they will. Remember, Mike Vrabel was burgled back in the day, and
they
end up recovering them somehow. Yeah. It'll come through. It's hard to, because usually the guy that's dumb enough to pull off the heist then goes and does something stupid or tries to sell it on eBay or something.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a unique item.
Yeah.
So I think part of the punishment should be kind of like at the end of Inglourious Bastards, where the one villain there gets. Brad Pitt says, "All right, you might not be in jail, but I'm gonna carve a swastika into your head." so people know.
Yeah.
I think that Andre Johnson should be allowed to put on the Hall of Fame ring, punch the dude in the forehead, and then have that tattooed on the guy's head for the rest of his life.
I love that. That is a great – boy, you are good. That is a – Commissioner, that is a great punishment right there.
Sociopathic, like some would say, but whatever.
Yeah, no, I like it. I'm with you on that. All right, the Astros, they win 4-1 last night. This was, I think – this was, to me, as kind of cookie-cutter as it's going to need to look for the Astros for the foreseeable future with no Josh Hader. Brian Abreu comes in and gets a save. With this team kind of still piecing together the rotation with guys that are coming off of IL, shaking off rust. You get Hunter Brown, your all-star, giving you 6 2/3 really, really good innings last night. And you get some big swings from guys. You know, Jeremy Pena, Yainer Diaz gives you a big 2-run home run. It really feels like Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz, they were the two guys, I feel like, of the regulars. Because it's hard to blame the Cooper Hummels and the Taylor Trammels of the world for having a 650 OPS.
Right.
That's why they're in the minor leagues. But throughout the first 3 months of the season, it's like, okay, you're not supposed to have a 600 OPS. And you, sir, Mr. Diaz and Mr. Walker, you guys are not supposed to. They are both starting to hit.
Yes.
And if this is just them getting back to what they're supposed to be, man, if you can just get a good version of Yordan Alvarez to plunk in the middle of this lineup, and now you've got connective tissue going on in spots almost like 1 through 7 right now in terms of just having not just violent hitters in this lineup.
Well, and you know, Yainer's been in a spot where he's been relatively, consistently not as bad as he was in the first season. The whole season long, it's just it was never enough to really lift him up out of his season totals.
Yeah.
May he was a 795 OPS. June he was a 658 OPS, but wasn't nearly like he was early on in the season. Then July he picked it back up again. It was above average hitter. So it's Yainer. It's been more. You don't quite trust it necessarily, and he goes through these little droughts, but.
His power numbers are still decent.
Right,
He's on pace to hit like 20-something home runs.
Right, and that's the thing. I think it's the first month of the season was so bad that some of the good things that he's done and some of the consistency has kind of been lost in the wash.
Yeah.
I mean, as a catcher, there's things that I wish he did better. But
that's just how it's going to be.
Look, for me right now, the biggest variable that I'm most concerned about is, all right, with Fromber, hopefully this is just a little bit of a blip on the radar. We've seen him pull himself out of funks like this before, and he'll be just fine. Because, you get into a series, especially a 3-game series, if you're going to have 2 awesome starting pitching performances, you got enough on the rest of this team to make up the difference for anything else.
Yeah, I mean, Fromber and Hunter be the hammers they are, and if the other 4 guys in the rotation, if 2 of them are good, and 2 of them you're gonna have to go score 6 runs that day, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
that might be good enough. So we'll see. So the Astros win. They're off today, and then they got the Orioles this weekend. Shedeur Sanders held out of team drills yesterday, and that is one of the. We have ESPN on the TV here in the broadcast booth. Seth and I are inside NRG Stadium doing the show this morning. And I don't know that there's been a 5th-round pick that's been the lead story in training camp more than Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, yeah, that's
you brought up Tim Tebow, and I was this morning. Yeah, that's a great. There's a definite Tim Tebow.
So there's a Tim Tebow element here where it's a little bit of a crossover hit, and that a lot of people are kind of entrenched and ingrained in their opinions. Yeah. No matter what happens, that's what they're gonna be stuck with. They're
bummed in Cleveland right now.
I would love to watch.
That.
When we talked to James Palmer the other day, I thought it was interesting and probably the way the Browns should be feeling. James Palmer said that the Browns organization probably doesn't feel the same way about Shedeur Sanders that the fan base does right now.
Yeah.
And there's a Houston angle to this in that Shedeur did that versus the backups of the Panthers defense. He didn't do much against the starters. And I'm not saying that. Look, I don't expect any rookie quarterback or anybody necessarily. But the Panthers defense last year was the worst scoring defense in the history of football. And versus the backups for the Panthers, he did some really good things. But it's the preseason, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I would like for it to work out for Shedeur. And yet at the same time, I'm dreading the people that are going to act like Shedeur is getting a raw deal no matter what happens, because he's still in a pretty bad situation just because of the team and organization he's on. And then also he's still a rookie quarterback that needs to develop in advance in a lot of ways. There's a reason. The reason Dylan Gabriel is ahead of him on the depth chart, it's not because because Dylan Gabriel was drafted higher.
I was listening to Cleveland radio on the way in because I wanted to see what they were saying about Shedeur, and Ross Tucker is at their training camp because they're joint practicing with the Eagles.
Yeah.
And our friend Ross Tucker does the preseason games for the Eagles. So they had him on their afternoon show yesterday, and they were playing cuts of it in the morning show today. And the ones about Dylan Gabriel were hysterical because he's like, they're running these play actions with Dylan Gabriel, these rollouts, and just nobody's open. And he was having a hard time fathoming why Dylan Gabriel was ahead of Shedeur Sanders in the first place.
Right. And that might not be the right decision, but I think that a lot of the good stuff that Shedeur has done in camp up there has been when he's running with the twos, and Dylan Gabriel's gotten a lot more time with the ones.
Yeah.
So there's at least one reason that it hasn't looked as good statistically or what have you.
Okay, we got a busy 7 o'clock hour. I interviewed Laken Tomlinson yesterday.
Yes.
We're going to play that at 7:20-ish on the show.
He's a delightful man.
He is awesome. He was so cool, man. Texans left guard, Laken Tomlinson.
I know that's exactly what the fans want to hear. Hey, tell me about this new offensive guard.
He's so cool.
He's delightful.
He was so pleasant. He talked to me for 15 minutes afterwards. Yeah. But he was delightful. He was great. You'll enjoy the interview. I promise that. I asked my Jamaica questions to him, so we'll get to that. Best case and worst case. ESPN did ceiling and floor for all 32 NFL teams. Are we buying these as the ceiling and floor for the Texans? And are we buying the ones inside the division as well that they have? This is a head scratcher yesterday. We'll get to that coming up next at night. And to do that, I get you in touch with Dr.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are live. We are inside NRG Stadium. Seth and I doing the show today live from the broadcast booth where Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware call all of your home Houston Texan games so we can scurry across the street afterwards and catch every minute possible of joint practice today between the Carolina Panthers and the Houston Texans.
Yes, this is the joint practices in a lot of ways are probably way more important than the preseason games, and because you just get more reps. You're going to see the starters in specific situations get
you
work
can do what you want to
do. Yeah. Okay, I'd like CJ to get 8 to 12 red zone snaps. That's and right. you can work with the head coach. Canales and D'Amico get together or will have already gotten together and talked about which situations they want to see.
Yep.
So, and then when it comes to evaluating the other guys too, there's a lot of young guys, receivers especially, I think. You get into a preseason game, and you're only going to get so many reps, and depending on what the other team's defense is doing and which backup quarterback you're playing with, it can be sometimes hard to judge exactly just how far along a guy is. So in a combined practice, you get to get a lot of reps of the younger receivers and getting, in situations and get just more film on them than you're going to be able to get in 3 preseason games.
Yeah. So we'll be out there today and noon kick out here on Saturday between the two teams. And we haven't heard anything yet about what to anticipate, and we'll probably talk more about this tomorrow because I'm guessing D'Amico's going to get one more crack with the media today where he'll get asked who's going to play and who's not going to play.
I was jealous because Dave Canales, the coach of the Panthers, after their game against the Browns, just flat out said we'll probably play Bryce Young about 3 series.
Yeah.
Depending on, if they go 3 and out, then he'll definitely get 3 series. If they have a long first series, maybe they'll change it.
Yeah.
But
they got some clarity, I guess.
Yeah, so if the Panthers for sure are going to be playing their starters for at least a couple of series, I would enjoy watching the Texans starters versus their starters.
I would too. There's certain starters I don't need to see. I don't need to see Will Anderson, Daniil, the first defensive series in Los Angeles on September 7th.
I do. I think Dave Canales needs to see those guys to see if some of these improvements they made to their offensive line can actually keep their diminutive quarterback safe.
You've got enough. I don't know if vengeance is the right word, but I
want blood, Sean. I want blood. I want this to be a bludgeoning. Okay.
You're willing to risk the injury to see a massacre.
Yeah.
Out there.
I spell bludgeoning with 2 O's. Okay. That's what I want this to be.
Okay.
I don't want there to be any daylight when it comes to the discussion about Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud or anybody else. And a lot of people say, hey,
this
Seth,
preseason game is going to be the determining factor.
Even if the Texans do bludgeon the Panthers, what does it really mean?
Okay.
I say you shut your dirty mouth.
Okay.
I want to see blood.
Yep.
I want to see violence.
You're talking me into it.
Yeah.
I think I want to see blood too.
Let's treat the first quarter of this preseason game like it's the Super Bowl.
Oh, let's.
All right.
Let's treat the pregame show on Saturday like it's the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's be intense.
I want people from other cities.
Let's be intense.
I want people from Carolina to be listening in and be like, these guys are clowns.
Yeah.
Have they ever even watched the NFL before?
No, we got to
understand this is a preseason
We need
game?
to bring postseason intensity to the pregame show on Saturday. That's my goal.
I'm going to have so much coffee coursing through my veins.
Yes.
Possibly other things.
All right, yeah, for sure. Okay, ceilings and floors for all 32 NFL teams. I'm a big best case, worst case guy. I like to look at it through that lens.
Yeah.
Have you looked at this article?
I have not.
I'd love for you to guess, or give you even more so. I'd love to get your opinion of DJ Bieneme on ESPN.com.
Okay, what they'll always tell you is that for the most part, there's dumb luck can play the part in at least 3 or 4 games in any given year. So you take a 500 football team. With a few bounces of the ball, they could have been an 11-win team and vice versa.
Yep.
A lot of times turnovers are those literal bounces of the balls that dictate that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that right now people respect the Texans' defense.
Do they ever? I was in a fantasy draft last night. They're number 1 in all the fantasy rankings.
For fantasy stuff especially. Because
interceptions,
it's the big plays.
sacks.
They're really good at the big plays. It's some of the big plays they allow that hurts them. But, in terms of
those
sacks.
Those don't damage you in fantasy.
Right. So, but aside from all that, the turnovers are the thing that's kind of flukish. Yeah. And I think they look at the Texans' offense and on paper have very real and understandable and justifiable questions about them.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people look at the Texans as like, okay, when you balance out the offense and the defense, probably a 500 team, except that the defense makes up for some of that
Could
because
be elite.
of the big plays. So I bet the over-under is what, 9.5?
9.5.
9.5.
Yeah.
I'm guessing worst-case scenario for them is about 6.5 games. 6.5 wins.
So they do a record.
Wins.
So they do a record. So you're saying like 6-11.
Yeah.
6-11.
Because even if the defense is going to be good regardless, and because they tend to create a lot of big plays, that's going to, even if the offense continues to struggle, they'll still win some games with defensive performance.
Okay, so you feel 6, and you're saying that's what they have in ESPN, or you feel that way too? You feel? But like the worst case
scenario, I would probably say 7.5.
Okay,
but I think they said 6.5.
They said 6-11. They do a record for the season. So
6-11.
6-11. Give the man a ding.
Okay.
Give the man a ding, Ben. He got it. 6-11 is what DJ Bieneme has. All right, so ceiling for this team. What is your best case, and what do you think DJ's best case?
Okay, my best case scenario. They play a difficult schedule this year, at least as it looks right now.
They play an easier schedule though from this standpoint. There's not there's not the 3 primetime games in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
There's not that Christmas stretch where I think
ran
part
the
of them
gauntlet of playoff contending
Well,
teams.
and they played 3 games in 11 days against the Dolphins, Chiefs. They went to Kansas City and then 4 days later came back home to play on Christmas against the Ravens. And I get it, like, hey, man, there were 2 teams on that field, and one of them won 31-2.
Yeah.
You got to play with the hand that you're dealt. But this is a team that had been playing noon Sunday schedules for 3 years before that.
Part of it, though, too, is that some of their more difficult games they play on the road.
Yeah.
They play
This
in
year.
Baltimore. They play in Kansas City.
They play in L.A. to start the season.
Right. They did. I mean, they played in Kansas City last year. Right.
Yeah.
But, at this point, who knows? I don't know how to take the Rams right this moment
Yeah,
until I
that's
hear
fair.
about Stafford.
Yep.
Okay, so best case scenario, by the same token, I'm more optimistic about the offense than maybe I have a right to be.
Yeah.
But by the same token, the turnovers giveth and the turnovers taketh away. If the defense continues to be a huge takeaway defense, then I'd say 13 wins.
13 is your ceiling DJ had.
I think DJ said 12.
DJ said 11, so I'll give you, if you're within 1, I think, give the man a ding, Ben. I'm in a good mood this morning.
Yeah, I know. Ceiling on an NFL team, there's just so many weird years where some teams that are kind of mediocre end up being a 12 or 13 win.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't think they're accounting for the far margin stuff.
Yeah.
I think the ceiling for this team, I'm more of a 12-win. I'm just more optimistic like you do. As far as the ceiling, I think 6-11 is an appropriate floor, though. I think there's a big window for this team right now because of so many unknowns with the offense.
Yeah.
Because they are very reliant on turnovers right now. And here's the other thing, too. And I was asked this question. I went on the BetQL network the other day, and they said, what's it going to take for the Texans to they asked me, what's it going to take for the Texans to finally break through and get to at least a conference title game?
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty simple. Like, I don't know that – like it's an element of the team like X's and O's or a position group. I mean, it always is. It's the play on the field. But I think just in general, like from 30,000 feet, they need to stop losing these games to these bad teams that they have since D'Amico got here.
The Titans, per se.
They lose at least 2 games each of these. The last 2 seasons, they've lost a couple of games in each of those seasons that they had no business losing. They have you like the first season D'Amico was here. They gave up 350 yards passing to Desmond Ridder,
right,
and lost on in the last second on a field goal. They lost to Zach Wilson in New York. Like those are inexcusable losses. And then last year, they lose to the Jets again on Thursday night. The only good game Aaron really put up numbers last year, but that was the only
and it was
stats
really,
and good half of football.
And it was one half of football.
One half
really.
of
It was
football.
the second half that he was the classic Aaron Rodgers.
And the Titans game that you brought up, inexcusable. They had and the host Kate said to me, "How about winning games where you intercept the ball five times?" And I said, "Kate, you're a genius because that's the other thing. We cannot have 3 losses this year where afterwards we go to Twitter and said, prior to this game between the Texans and so-and-so, the record for teams that sustained 8 sacks and a pick 6 and only got 4 yards per attempt, blah, blah, blah. Previously to this, they were 0-115.
Yeah, this is the first time. We don't need any of these losses. This is the first time in history.
There were like
the
three
losing
of those
team did a bunch of good things
last year.
The Titans game, you watch it. You want to watch it. It's a miracle that Will Levis even made it out of that game alive.
8 sacks.
Yeah.
7 in the first half.
You turned him. This defense's ability to turn subpar quarterbacks into the best version of themselves is the weirdest thing. And I almost wonder if it is if they get too. If they just get a little too greedy on defense. That there are, because some of those big plays that did them in have been with lapses in the secondary or poor leverage or whatever, to where they might just be a little bit too interception. They've got interception fever. They've got sack fever. They've got all of those things. I can live with a bad performance versus the Kansas City Chiefs, or like not playing up to your best. I can't live with not playing up to your best against the Tennessee Titans at home.
Correct. And I think that's the key. To me, ultimately the key. We can sit here and go, well, the offensive line needs to be this, and CJ needs to do that, and on defense this or that. Just need to win these games against bad teams that they haven't been winning. If they do that, Seth, and they just do the other things they've been doing, just be average offensively. You don't have to be great, and the defense I think does need to be great. But if you by and large do the things that you've done over the last couple of years, but just instead of losing to the Falcons and the Jets, or instead of losing to the Titans and the Jets, win those games, I think you're the 2 seed in the AFC, and that's the key. I think the key is having a home game in the second round of the playoffs. If I could point to how ludicrous the offense was, though, last year. I mean, that part of the reason, many of you remember this, obviously, but the Texans lose to the Lions despite intercepting Jared Goff 5 times. Yeah.
The second half started off like this. Texans interception, Lions interception. This is the drive chart. Texans 3 and out.
Yeah.
Lions touchdown, but then Texans interception. Okay. Oh, but then the Texans defense gets an interception. Yep. And then the Texans offense 3 and out, and then the dam kind of broke on the defense.
The second half offense. That's a great point. It's the second half offense.
And they just traded back and forth turnovers to where the offense couldn't do anything with the gifts that the defense was providing.
That's something we haven't talked about that a lot with Nick Caley, because I think we're so hyper-focused on installing the system and figuring out who's going to play on this offensive line, that if I had to throw something else in there that Nick Caley needs to be way better than Bobby Slowick at, it's scoring points in the second half of football games.
Yeah.
We haven't really talked about that.
Not to get overly technical.
Minor
but, yeah,
well, I know.
My second half of team.
My analysis for the season just was they need to win more games against bad teams, but I think that's simplifying it. But if you just beat the bad teams on your schedule and split against the good teams on your schedule, that might be enough to be the 2 seed in the AFC.
And I think sometimes, we talk about second half adjustments, and usually what football coaches just say, they'll act like second half adjustments are just a big fallacy and nonsense. There are times where they do figure some things out, and there's like a dramatic second half adjustment. Yeah. But really, I think what you're concerned about is more – it's the decisions you make on the fly throughout the course of the game. The halftime is almost an arbitrary time to make an adjustment.
Yeah.
It's that Bobby Slowick felt so much that he was paint by numbers and had a plan for how he wanted it to go, but he had no sense or feel for how to adapt to what was working, what wasn't working. It's not the specific halftime adjustments. It's the series-to-series adjustments of just changing and going with how the game is flowing that day. You just hope that Nick Caley's a lot better at that than what's his face?
Than Slowick was. Yeah, than Slowick. Yeah, Caley's going to be down on the sideline for this game.
Yeah, he's experimenting with it.
Yeah,
he's always been. He's been on the sideline his entire career, he said, and he wanted to get that perspective of being up in the booth, and now he's going to try from the sideline.
The one thing he did say yesterday about being up here, and you're wondering why I'm saying up here, you're just tuning in. Seth and I are actually in the broadcast booth at NRG Stadium today. The Texans coaching staff is in the booth right next door on game day. He just
this moment.
This maybe this is I can relate to.
You got room for your notes and everything. It's a better workspace, and you can see. It's interesting. You can see a lot more from up here. And he talked yesterday about how he tries to stand behind the play a little bit, which is you just get a better view from the end zone. So when he's down on the field, he tries to stand behind the play.
Yep.
I pointed, and that's bad for radio.
It's good for the people watching on the camera right there. Shout out YouTube and Twitch.
I like coordinators being up in the booth. I
would like to be up in the booth.
I get the appeal of being able to look in a guy's eyes and have that communication and everything. But there's some things that you just look. You might have the smartest people in the world up in the booth, but there's still a telephone game going on a little bit, a literal telephone game, because they got to get down to you on the headset about certain things and what they're seeing, and you might not understand it exactly the way they're seeing it, or you might have a different opinion about it. I like coordinators being up in the booth.
Well, I think some of it is a function of being up in the booth. I would imagine, I'm not a football person, but I'm just trying to think commonsensically on this, is how much trust you have in your position coaches down there.
Yeah.
Because you are going to need some bedside situations down there with hands in the clay, talking to a guy on the bench.
A 2-minute break and everything, but there's times where the discussions have to be had on the field. The quarterback can't always go and get on the phone or on the headset.
Trust in Gerard Johnson.
Yeah.
Trust, in some.
Well, but he can be on the headset with Kaylee in the booth. So
I think sometimes there is something about talking face-to-face that you trust your assistant coaches, your position coaches, Bill Lazor, Shaplinski. I don't know where he's going to be, if he's going to be next to Kaylee. I think some of it, too, is, how much more is DeMeco Ryans going to be a CEO type coach? How much more is he down there on the sidelines talking to CJ or talking to the offensive line and whatnot?
And Burke talked about that, too, because Burke's going to be kind of messing around with it, I believe, right?
Yep.
So which I wonder if Matt Burke is more – I think that this year, it might be much more Matt Burke's defense. That, obviously DeMeco's always going to have a huge influence on the defense. But between DeMeco talking about delegating and getting better at delegating and the issues they had on offense last year, I wonder – I'm guessing – they certainly discussed it at some point in the offseason, because every team does every year. Okay, how can we do things differently? What should we have done better? And I got to think that there was a part of DeMeco that wishes he had gotten more in elbow deep with the offense last year to figure out some of what was wrong and how he could handle it. But meanwhile, he's so heavily involved in the defense that you can only do so much.
I think, too, with the defense, Seth, is that when DeMeco got here, this was not a great defense. And so I think if you're DeMeco, and who had a lot of success as a defensive coordinator, he was the guy in San Francisco because it was Kyle Shanahan, the head coach. He delegated that to DeMeco. You get here and you have a defense that maybe is not as maybe nearly as talented as the one he has this season, and you feel like, okay, I'm the one who's going to push the buttons because I'm the one who needs to come up with the little wrinkles and things like that that are going to close the gap.
Yeah,
this is probably a little easier for him to delegate now.
Yeah, and I think the other side of that too is the culture side of it, and just that I need to be sure that these guys are operating the way that I want them to operate. Yeah. And we saw Sheldon Rankins when he came back and did his appearance after practice this training camp. Sheldon Rankins had been here in 2023. He was gone in 2024. He comes back and they asked him what's the difference, and he said the culture is set.
It's set.
It's just DeMeco doesn't have to explain anything. So I think the veteran leadership and the guys' knowledge of not just the X's and O's, but the way DeMeco wants them to operate, DeMeco doesn't have to be as hands-on with that anymore.
Right.
But this is what I suggest they do, though. Just, how the head coaches have the get-back guy sometimes.
Yeah.
The guy that's supposed to keep the coach from stepping on the field and getting a penalty.
Yes.
And as well as everybody else. McVay's got that one guy that has to, lasso him around the waist and
following
pull
him around with a rope practically.
I think they need a guy to keep DeMeco away from the defense.
Ooh.
They need a guy to, if defense starts walking over to the defensive bench, he has to be like, hey, DeMeco, are you sure this is what you need to do right now? And DeMeco says, you know what, you're exactly right.
Or let's, you know what, if we're going to be edgy here, let's get real edgy. Let's put an electric fence around the defense and put a shock collar on DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
He starts to get near that defense. Yeah. All right. Do you want to hear from Laken Tomlinson, Seth?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So you talk Laken Tomlinson, who's the most freakish thing about Laken Tomlinson is he's been in the league over a decade.
Yep.
And he's only missed one regular season game.
It's crazy. I didn't ask him about that. Damn.
Yeah.
Why are you so durable? Why? I should have asked him that. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, drafted by the Lions. He was a first-round pick back in the day out of Duke. Drafted by the Lions, traded to the Niners. He's played for the Jets and the Seahawks. So the Texans now the fifth team that he's played on. I caught up with Texans left guard Laken Tomlinson after practice yesterday. Sean Pendergast here in the bowels of NRG Stadium right after the walkthrough, getting ready for Carolina on Saturday, and I'm here with Texans guard Laken Tomlinson. Laken, first, welcome to Houston. This is the first chance you and I have had to chat. How's Houston treating you so far?
Man, it's been awesome so far. Obviously, linking up with DeMeco and some fellow teammates I've had Aziz. It's been great. Everyone's been super welcoming. It's been a smooth transition.
Okay, so that's a good segue right there. I was going to ask you about the O-line room, and I'm going to, and how things are going on the field, but you brought up D'Amico's name. So when you came into the league, D'Amico, I don't know if D'Amico, did you get to San Francisco first, or did D'Amico get there first?
So I think I got there.
What year were you drafted?
I was drafted in 15. So my first team was Detroit Lions. I got drafted there, and then I got traded to San Francisco when Shanahan got there.
Okay.
Then D'Amico came on board, the defensive linebackers coach.
Yeah.
And then I've been with him there like 4 or 5 years. And so it's been awesome getting to see him again and just working with him. It's been super cool.
Take us back to that. So back the D'Amico Ryans that you remember from back in 2017 when he got there in 2018. At that time, you were on the offensive side of the ball, so it's not like you were in the rooms with him all the time or anything like that, but did you see the makings of what he's become here as a head coach?
100%. I mean, you can see that through the players that he coached as well. Obviously Aziz being one of those guys, the young guys that he came in and drafted, Fred Warner, some guys like that, and, to see the passion that those guys play with, and it's a testament to the coach that they had at the time. And D'Amico.
About this offensive line room, as long as we're talking about coaches, how's it been playing for Cole Popovich so far? What's it like?
Man, it's been amazing. Cole Popovich, man, he's an offensive line coach through and through. I love the way he coaches the guys, the way he teaches the guys just the in and outs of the scheme, and the kind of grit that he expects from us and the standard that he's setting for us right now. It's been awesome, and every day we're coming out, we're working, we're trying to get better as a group and building that chemistry. So far it's been great working with him.
How would you describe that room as in totality?
Man, it's been super cohesive. Everyone is just super eager to learn, super eager to work with each other. The young guys talk a lot and ask a lot of questions, which is amazing from a young rookie group, especially from Tay. And so far, the guys have been just coming to work every day with a grinder's mentality and open ears to coaching and just putting our head down and work, man. And when you have that as an offensive line room, it's awesome.
How's the installation been so far of the offense?
Oh, it's been great. Every day we're knocking out installs. Obviously, guys, one great thing with guys here is that we've been here since OTAs. Like everyone's been here. So we've had a chance to take a deep dive into that, build chemistry on offensive line front as well. And just going through the installs together, everyone there, it's been great.
So in the last several days, you've been lined up, you've been at left guard, and you've got Tay next to you, Ariante Ursery next to you. Let's just fast forward a little bit. If it's week one and the two of you, if you're playing next to each other out there, take us through your vet. You just mentioned it, 2015, you've been doing this a decade now. He's going to be playing in his first NFL game. Talk about the uniqueness of that situation, and are there things that you need to do as the guy playing to maybe help him more than you might need to a veteran left tackle?
Right. I mean, my advice, just to any young guy, have the extreme pleasure of playing, their rookie season. I had the extreme pleasure of playing my rookie season, and just come in, and lean on your brothers. You have a lot of guys that can support you. Either it's me, Trent, Cam, all those guys, Titus, obviously. Just lean on your vets. And, no matter what, the team always has your back. And especially with a young guy like Tay with so amazing talent and the mindset that he has about his work, man, sky's the limit for him. He's just continuing on that trajectory.
How has it been playing with C.J. Stroud?
It's been fantastic. Obviously, coming in and seeing his leadership from OTAs and how he connects with the guys in the locker room, it's been amazing. And the way he commands the huddle as well, and the way he executes the schemes out there in practice so far, it's been fantastic. I love his approach to the game. I can't wait to see him out there just dominating out there on Sundays. Okay,
now the flip side, how has it been going against guys like, I know they're on the edge, but Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, I'm sure, wind up in your lap from time to time. And even the guys on the interior, Settle and Mario Edwards, and that defense as a whole, how's that been?
Man, we have an amazing defense here. And going against those guys every day in training camp, it's an amazing opportunity for both sides to get better. And for us as offensive line, the standard we want for our room, going against that type of defense every day is fantastic. And Coach Miko has a saying, iron sharpens iron, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, when we have those opponent against every day, man, it makes for a great opportunity for both of us to grow.
Okay, a couple non-football questions for you. You're a Duke grad. So I got to ask you, I'm not going to ask you about basketball or, how much everybody hates Duke and stuff like that. I'm not going to do that. I am curious, if you weren't playing football, what would you be doing?
If I wasn't playing football, I'd probably still be in school.
Really?
Still be in school.
Just learning, huh?
Yeah, I've always been interested in medicine.
Yeah.
So I'll probably go to med school, be in that realm for sure.
Yeah. What did you major in at Duke?
So I double majored in psychology and evolution anthropology.
Okay.
And I also did the whole pre-med track there as well. So that kind of was like my. Well, that was, if football obviously didn't work out, that was going to be my segue.
Interesting. Okay, now my last thing I got for you. My wife and I went to Jamaica last month.
Yeah, man.
Okay?
Yeah, man.
So you moved here to the United States when you were 13 years old, right?
I was 11, yeah.
11 years old, okay. And you played high school ball up in Chicago, I know that. Do you get back to Jamaica?
Yes.
Okay.
When we broke minicamp, I took my family there. I have 2 young kids.
Okay.
And my daughter Taylor and my son Leon, 5 and 2.
Yeah.
I took my family to Jamaica. Their first time, my kids' first time back to Jamaica.
Okay.
And it was for me, being a proud Jamaican, my heritage is like extremely important to me.
Yeah.
It was very important for me to give them that experience, show them where I grew up, and just being able to have them see a piece of my culture.
Yep.
So yeah, I love going to Jamaica. I try to go back every year.
Okay, we're gonna try to go back. It was our first time. We're gonna.
Go.
Yeah. The one of the big all-inclusives there.
Oh my God, fantastic!
Royalton, Hideaway at Royalton to Grill.
That's my mom's favorite place.
It
Royalton,
is?
yes.
Okay.
I swear, she stays there every time she goes back.
We absolutely loved it. I had at least one thing I needed to confirm with you, because so our limo driver back to the airport, our last day there. So we were talking to him, and we were talking our ears off. It was a 2-hour drive. It's one road from the grill.
Yeah, going around
all the way to
cliffs.
Montego Bay. Okay, so he told me something. I said, I can't believe I'm hearing this is true. He said in Jamaica, when you don't know somebody and you walk up to them, you want to greet them, you just greet them with whatever their physical features are. He's like, watch this, and he rolls down the window to a woman, and he says, "Yo, fatty." And I'm like, what? And she turned around and said, "What do you want, man?" He rolled the window down for another guy. He's a big dude like you. Yo, Biggs. Yo, Biggs. Yo, big man.
Big man.
He was calling he called the pool guy at our resort was probably 5'2". He's like, "That's little man, right? That's small man." So is that accurate? Like, would I get in trouble if I started walking up to people saying, "Yo, fatty"?
Yo, we got the thing in Jamaica. Everything's Irie in Jamaica.
Yeah.
So everything's super chill, and everyone said zero stress, keep everything one love. And when you talk to someone, especially with that culture, everything's just a vibe. You know what I'm saying? So when you go back, as long as you match that vibe, you have a great time there.
They called him Greg in the skinny jeans. That's what they called him. And the bartender called me Pretty Eyes. And I was I'll take it.
You see?
I'll take it.
There you go. Matching the vibe, man.
Irie vibe,
Yeah,
man. Hey, Texans guard Lakin Tomlinson. Lakin, appreciate camera right there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
That was great, Sean. Is he talking about everything being Irie? You imagine being 12 years old going from a place where everything is Irie to Chicago.
In the winter.
Yeah, no, did they move in the winter?
I don't know, but he lived in some winters. I can tell you, it never gets to be 11 degrees in Jamaica.
Chicago's not like a city like New York or something where people are, or Boston where
it
people
ain't
are
Irie. I live there. I can tell you that.
Yeah. That's a shock to the system,
dude. Yeah.
He needs to work for the Tourism Board of Jamaica.
Oh, he was great. Well, we talked.
People aren't aware of the tourism appeal of Jamaica.
We talked for a while after that interview. We talked for like another 15 minutes. A lot of it was about Jamaica, and he had talked about his grandmother had passed away, and he hadn't been back to Jamaica since she had passed away. So it was a chance for his. Not only was it his kids, ages 5 and 2, I think he said, their first trip there, but they got to kind of memorialize his grandmother there. Like, he still has deep roots in Jamaica. He's a very interesting guy, man. His wife is a PhD. His family's still back in San Francisco, his wife and kids. She's a PhD at UCSF, University of California at San Fran. He's just a really interesting guy.
Sometimes when people say, like, well, if I hadn't done this, I would be in medical school, you're kind of like, yeah, that's easy to say. I say that.
Yeah. I believe him.
Yeah, I 100% believe it with Lakin Thomas.
believe him.
Depending on what he went into, he would still be in college.
He would be, probably.
Or he'd be in a residency or something, you know? He would still be training.
My immediate reaction in my head, I didn't say this on the interview. It probably would have been funny if I did, but when he said, he's a 10-year vet, he's been out of school for 10 years, I'd probably still be in school, and I'm thinking to myself, you're like one of those kids that just doesn't feel like going into the real world.
Yeah.
Just going to keep staying in school
I'm working
forever.
on my 7th PhD.
Exactly.
Mommy said I can get one more PhD.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like that guy.
He put me in a good mood, man. That guy, I really enjoyed talking to him.
I think the part
about the football stuff.
When it comes to, I'm glad that he mentioned cohesiveness, because that's what we've talked about, is that it's an offensive line is greater than the sum of its parts. A good offensive line is greater than the sum of its parts. And there are plenty of examples every year of offensive lines that play above what they look like on paper. Last year, I would say Tampa and the Ravens were a couple of good examples, because I remember preparing for the Ravens game and looking at some of the offensive linemen and watching some of the film and thinking, all right, individually there's not a lot of guys on here that are all that impressive, but they work really well. Now it also helps to have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry behind you.
Yes.
That tends to make you a better offensive lineman.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that Tampa's a good example, where Tampa has a couple of studs, but then also 3 guys that were kind of journeyman types, but because they were well coached and because they were a cohesive unit, they ended up operating at a high level as an offensive line. And that's where I'm encouraged so far with some of the things out at camp. Even when things aren't going well, this is a weird. I'm actually happy when it's a physical breakdown or a loss. When a guy gets beat individually, I can say, all right, that's going to happen. What you can't have are so many examples like they had last year of guys being unblocked simply because nobody was even attempting to block them because there were 2 guys. How many times have we seen the last couple of years, Sean? Guys, like 3 guys on 1 defensive player with 2 defensive players completely unblocked.
Runners right there.
Yeah, like, okay, look, don't worry. We got this defensive tackle locked down, coach. Meanwhile, the best pass rusher on the team is completely unblocked.
Yep.
Or plays where you don't even have to have a trained eye to see, well, okay, 4 of these guys are blocking 1 play, and 1 guy is just off on his own doing something completely different. The cohesiveness, you can become just at the very least a credible, acceptable offensive line just by working together as a unit. I think that so far I've seen a lot more evidence of that. I thought that's what they looked like in that first drive where you didn't have all the offensive line starters out there, but they were executing the play the way it was supposed to be executed. There were some physical breakdowns at times. Some of the good 5-yard runs could have been 15-yard runs if guys had been better physically. But I'm happy to see them losing against the guy they're supposed to be losing against.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
It's a hat on a hat. It's a body on a body. So that's encouraging. Now, what's their ceiling? I don't know. There is a limit to how much you can get done with cohesiveness. But offense, just having a credible, just a competent offensive line can make you a much better offense than
be
last
average.
year. Yeah.
That honestly, like that. If I will settle for an average offensive line.
If you've got an average offensive line, what happens is if your skill position players play above average, then all of a sudden that offensive line is, lo and behold, above average.
Yes,
because their challenges aren't as great.
I saw a stat on social media in the last couple days, and I'm going to generalize here because I don't remember the exact numbers or if CJ was first in this stat. But CJ was, if not first, among the leaders in amount of yards thrown outside of the pocket. Having and that to me, he should never be near the top of the league in that stat. Lamar Jackson should be near the league in the top of that stat because you're going to move Lamar Jackson around. Josh Allen, you're going to move around. They're going to scramble. C.J. Stroud is much more of a pocket passer. Now, he showed some athleticism in the playoffs last year that maybe, he pulled that club out of his bag.
But it doesn't need to be a steady diet of that. That needs to be the rhythm
He
changer.
shouldn't lead the league in it, is my point. He's capable of it, and that's great, and it's not going to be perfect every snap. But C.J. Stroud has no business leading the league in amount of yards thrown outside of the pocket.
Steve Young would probably be the great example of, you don't need to be Steve Young.
Yeah.
Steve Young very much made a living with his athleticism.
Yeah.
That doesn't need to be C.J. Stroud.
That's
but,
right.
Steve Young was still great from the pocket, obviously.
For sure.
C.J. Stroud is a pure pocket passer who has the ability to run.
Yep.
But I want him to major in what he is, which is a pure pocket passer.
A texter points out, we were talking earlier about what the Texans need to do to get deeper into the playoffs, and I said they got to start through the last couple of years. I completely forgot one of the bad teams they lost to, the Carolina Panthers in CJ's rookie year.
And again,
I had forgotten. They lost to the Falcons with Desmond Ridder, the Panthers with rookie Bryce Young, and the Jets with Zach Wilson.
The only thing
still finished 10-7.
The only way that one was a little bit different was that at the very least, Bryce Young didn't have a good game. At least
16-14 or something like that.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, that was the year where that was the Desmond Ridder game. That was like all these games where Zach Wilson had the best game of his career against the Texans that year.
Yep.
It's been one of the oddest things about this defense is how good they are, and yet some of their breakdowns are really curious. That's the part where you look at last year. Some of the breakdowns in the secondary are some of that is washed away theoretically just by the fact that you don't have two rookies in the secondary.
Yeah.
And that those guys, Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock were much smarter players by the end of the season simply because they weren't rookies anymore.
That's right.
And now they've had a full offseason to work on the things they need to work on.
All right. My request to Jerry Jones is the same today as it's been really for the last several years, but certainly the last several days. Please never stop talking.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever stop talking, Jerry Jones.
Right. And based on something he said in this interview, for sure you don't have to worry about it.
No. Yeah, for sure. So we'll hear from Jerry Jones.
Someday I'll stop talking. But
It's
happens all of us.
It
We all
happens all
stop
of
talking
us.
someday.
Yep. We'll get to Jerry Jones coming up next.
Hey, never stop being ready for hurricane season because that's.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are live inside NRG Stadium up in the broadcast booth. Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast getting you ready for joint practice today. If you're on your way out here, there's a nice long line of Texan fans outside. This is going to be a fun practice out there today. The Carolina Panthers in town. Noon kickoff on Saturday, 9 o'clock. We got Texans countdown going.
Yeah.
So we're excited about that as well. Every time Jerry Jones gets in front of a microphone, this was Jerry Jones. This was Jerry Jones. I believe this was at the premiere of the Cowboys documentary.
So this isn't from the documentary. This is him doing an
It's from
interview
the red
at
carpet.
the premiere where the Cowboys are doing what Jerry Jones has made. It seems like 75% of the time he's talking these days, he's talking about how awesome the team was back in the 90s. So they just went ahead and did a full Netflix documentary about how awesome they were 30 years ago.
Are you going to watch it?
I will.
I think I will too.
It's one of those things.
It's an interesting team.
Yeah, and it's always one of the. You watch those, and a lot of times it's stuff you already know. Something that's made for the masses, but if you're in the sports world all the time, you already know all this stuff, except there's a few little tidbits that come out that maybe you didn't know at the time, or it is new news. So.
I like the new tidbits. I don't care that I know this stuff. I like hearing people's opinions or their own view on it. You know?
Well, a lot of this is, Michael Irvin has been very open about how Jerry Jones is too much of a distraction. Like, Michael Irvin will just flat out come out and say it, and you're about to hear exactly what he's talking about.
Okay, this is a good segue right here because Jerry Jones is exactly right. We're about to hear exactly what Michael Irvin is talking about. This is Jerry Jones on the red carpet for the Netflix premiere of their documentary, basically saying that they kind of seek out controversy.
Yeah. Well, I do believe if we're not being looked at, then I'll do my part to get us looked at. The beautiful thing for networks or streaming companies is that the NFL is a 365-day-a-year interest factor. A lot of programming, you have to spend as much to make it, to promote it, as you do to make it. The Cowboys are a soap opera 365 days.
The stream will begin.
When it gets slow, I'll stir it up.
Please take your seats.
And so it's wonderful to have the great athletes, have the great players. But there's something more there. There's sizzle, there's emotion. And if you will, there's controversy. That controversy is good stuff in terms of keeping and having people's attention.
Cowboys fans and they already know this. Cowboys fans already know this. This is known. You know, Landry's from Dallas, and he's from up there, and he covered Landry would say this all the time. Like, he wants there to be controversy.
Yeah.
He embraces it. I don't think this was a revelation to Cowboys fans.
No.
I saw a lot of people. Ari Myrov said, well, Jerry Jones is saying the quiet part out loud. He said a lot of stuff like this before.
Sure.
The part that was kind of jarring was he said, when it's kind of quiet, I'll turn it up.
Turn it up or stir it up.
Because it is. Look, I think a lot of times the worries about distraction are probably a little bit overblown a lot of the time, but it is a very real thing. And Jerry just takes it and turns it into the exact thing you need to worry about all the time. And a lot of times, coaches don't want a player that's too much of a distraction, because it does. It compounds and grows and turns small issues into big issues, and it just turns into a runaway freight train a lot of times when you've got too much. And this is the owner of the team. You can't trade him away. You can't make him a backup.
You can't
trade
him.
Anything.
Well, he's not just the owner; he's the GM too.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. It'd be one thing if he was just some owner out there stirring things up. He's the guy making actual decisions about the roster.
If he was a wackadoodle owner, but who also let his GM and his head football coach do their jobs, that would be one thing. But he is the GM. His GM is totally cool with the way Jerry Jones, the owner, operates.
And vice versa.
Kind of like how Bill O'Brien was totally cool with the way the general manager was operating.
That's exactly
when he
right.
was the general manager.
That's exactly right. It is wild to hear him say that in the in a red carpet situation like that. With Jerry Jones, and it makes me think, like, okay, let's bring it to the present here, because he's talking about historically. This Netflix documentary is about the 90s. To take it back to the current day Cowboys, like, how much does Micah Parsons feel like he's playing a role in a drama right now, as opposed to being the the linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys.
That's the part of it.
How much is this Jerry stirring it up in this contract negotiation?
Jimmy Johnson hated that Jerry Jones was always bringing the cameras around and just wanted to let the cameras into the locker room. All these things where Jimmy Johnson really wanted to maintain tight control over things. He was fighting Jerry Jones every step of the way. So that affects your football coach. But Jerry Jones as the general manager, almost, I think, he has such an appetite for drama and clicks that he lets these contract situations play out to the point where Jerry Jones, as the general manager, is hurting his team's salary cap situation by waiting $50 million more on deals that could have been done long ago because he wants the eyeballs and the clicks so much.
He is empirically decreasing the chances of his team winning football games.
Yeah.
If you have less cap money to spend, history tells us you'll lose more games. There's a correlation to that sort of thing.
It's like he's producing a drama about some guy trying to get insulin to a village in Alaska. And he's out on the tundra just being like, let's just camp out here for a couple days. It'll be those kids will make it. We'll get there just in time.
Yeah.
That'll be a better finale.
Oh my God.
We'll get those kids their insulin just at the very, very end of it.
He's wild, man. Hey, speaking of controversy, I had a fantasy football draft last night. Amy and I share a team in a league that we were invited to play. This is our third year. We were invited by Perry and Jen.
Two of our diehard listeners.
Who have become very good friends of ours, and we love them. And they invited us to be in this league, and we've been in it a couple years. Amy and I have done pretty well. So last night we have our draft, and there's times, very rarely, but there's times that people in the room will ask me something about the Texans, because I'm out of camp every day and things like that. So you tell me if what I did in this draft last night is out of bounds, okay? It's about the fourth or fifth round, probably about fifth round of the draft. There's 12 teams in this league. And it is at about the time where Joe Mixon would have been picked already if he weren't injured right now. So he would have been probably like a third-round pick. Joe Mixon's one of the top 10 running backs in football, and he's a really good fantasy guy last year. Scored all the touchdowns for the Texans in the run game. So at one point, somebody in the league, I forget who, turns to me and says, "Hey, Sean, you're out there. What's going on with Joe Mixon?"
Yeah.
And this is what I said. I said, it looks like he's going to miss all of training camp.
Right.
I think that's fair to say, right?
It looks like it at this point.
At this point,
he's not even out there practicing right now. He's certainly not going to be in a preseason
That's
game.
all I said. Was it looks like he is going to miss all of training camp. Okay. That person clearly backed off of Joe Mixon, didn't pick them, as did about 8 or 9 more people.
Yeah.
Until the pick came to me and Amy. The explosive Pendergasm is the name of our team.
Yes.
And I said to Amy, I whispered to her, I said, you know what? He's banged up, but it's a pretty good risk right now. Look, we're getting a second-round pick in the 5th round. Send in the pick.
Yeah.
And we picked Joe Mixon, and people freaked out.
Yeah.
They freaked out. They said, you told us that he was injured and he wasn't going to play. And I said he is going to miss all of training camp in all likelihood, which you can Google and find that.
Right.
I didn't give you any inside information because I don't have any inside information on Joe Mixon.
You're a short seller in their eyes. That's what you are.
Well, and I manipulated the market.
That's right, yeah. Whatever the opposite of a pump and dump is. You dumped and pumped.
I did. I pooped and scooped.
Yeah.
I scooped up Joe Mixon. Yeah. So was that out of bounds? Was I I don't think I said anything that affected. I mean, clearly they backed off. They backed off of Joe Mixon.
That's on them. That's on them. All you said was it looked like which you still believe. You could say
I still believe that now.
I believe he's going to miss all of training camp.
Right.
Yeah. You guys could have been about it further.
Oh,
they can all go die.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope.
Except for Perry and Jen.
No.
Them too?
They were mad?
They were amongst the crowd there that was a little tad askew.
Perry and Jen are going to be worried about me again like they were last year at training camp. Because remember last year my training camp injury was that I got hit in the head by a parking garage gate.
Oh yeah.
And my nose was all bloody and everything.
Yeah.
And they're gonna see I've got this bruise on my nose.
Oh, it's healed
like
since
I
yesterday,
punched in the noggin. I punched myself in the face trying to swat away a bee. I hit myself with the inside of my wrist, right on the bridge of my nose.
You know how dumb that sounds?
Yes, I do. You know how dumb it feels?
No,
dumb?
thank God.
Dumb in general that for the second year in a row I've got a training camp injury.
Thank God.
As a sports radio host.
They're listening right now, I'm sure. They're out here today. They're in that line out there.
Sean, I told you I was doing everything that I tell kids not to do. Like, don't freak out. It's just one bee. They're not going to attack you unless you freak out. Tim, in my defense, this bee was actually attacking me. I've never been in a situation like it. It kept hitting me in the head. Like it was it was dive bombing me and not stinging me.
Yeah.
So it was like trying to scare me or something. I don't know what it was doing.
Yeah.
So I just kind of started flailing around.
Yeah.
I was doing it casually, but then it landed on my face, and that's where I freaked out.
Yeah.
I don't want to get stung in the eyeball.
No, I get that. You think that all bees are like that little cartoon bee on the Honey Nut Cheerios commercial.
They are
That's your problem.
largely a bee is no big deal. And even if it stings, it's no my face, and I freaked out a bit, okay?
I was trying to kill a bee, and I hit myself in the face.
But I definitely got the bee.
Did you kill it?
It did sting me.
Oh, that's good. At least you took him down with you.
It stung me, so it died, right?
Yeah.
That's still how it works?
Oh, is it? Yeah.
That's how I was always told. Once they sting you, they die.
It's like a kamikaze mission.
They sacrifice themselves for the life of the queen.
So they can sting a human being.
Yep.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. Was last night's win what it needs to look like in order for them to maintain their one-game lead, baby, in the American League West? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Oh, don't get bludgeoned with your finances by flailing about like an idiot like I was doing with that bee on my
Loyalty FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Geiner, the difference in the game with his RBI single in the first inning. As he drills one high and deep to left field, all the way back and gone. Geiner, Diaz, a two-run home run with 2 outs in the 6th. And the Astros now up 4-1.
Oh, out here with the folks. I need me a yonder bomb, and I got it. Got him. Slider
ends the game. Brian Abreu pumps his chest on his first save of the year. And the Astros take 2 out of 3 against the Red Sox, winning 4-1 tonight. That is a good series win against a team that swept you on the previous road trip.
There you go. Brian Abreu's his first save of the year. That's a little surprising. Usually guys in that bullpen, Hader's resting. You get a save by accident a few times. But I think Abreu and Hader are so paired together in that 8-9 thing that their rest probably coincides as well.
Save stats seem to be the flukiest of stats. There was always some kind of – remember the who they faced in the last series that was the Rookie of the Year in the COVID year who didn't have any saves on that season. He was anyway.
Yeah.
The last night was fun for a lot of ways. Alex Cora got ejected during a commercial break because he was arguing that Hunter Brown was I don't even want to explain it because I'll screw it up.
Alex Cora didn't know the rule.
Alex Cora didn't know the rule about
it was balk
notifying
related.
whether you're going from the
full
windup or
yeah.
Regardless, Alex Cora gets ejected for incorrectly arguing that Hunter Brown was breaking the rules, and they were complaining about the whole damn game.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown's up there dealing, and classic Hunter Brown, angry at himself because he walks a couple guys early on, and he's battling the Red Sox dugout at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
That one just felt good. That one just felt good last night.
Yeah, for sure.
And I've always liked Alex Cora, and now I hate him with the fire of 1,000 suns.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
You got to turn that on, man. Well, and no Correa last night in the lineup. Boy, when that lineup came out, I mean, because it's been one thing after another with the Astros. We know all the injuries in the rotation. Now you got Josh Hader. Jordan Alvarez has been out for most of the year. We missed Jeremy Pena for about 6 weeks. All these things. I don't need to list them, even though I just did. But when the lineup comes out yesterday and there's no Correa, I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you like something's up? And it turns out it was just a planned day off for him.
Yeah.
He played all 10 games since he's been here, which I'm fine with them giving him a planned day off. I'm cool with that.
You're dealing with at the same time finding out that Josh Hader is seeking a second
opinion. Yeah. So,
real quick, we should have explained the first time we peyed that clip of Blum and the Yeiner home run is that they were out in the Crawford boxes last night.
That's right. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's got to be fun to kind of change things up a little bit,
Yeah.
I like we're doing the show right here in the broadcast booth at NRG Stadium. It's kind of spices things up, you know.
Well, it's empty, but they're it looks like they're testing out all the lights and everything. So
Yeah.
at 8:06 a.m., there's it's completely lit up. It's kind of cool.
They're doing the paint of the end zones. The North, they got the dark blue with the red letters says Houston. It's got the Bull logo, and it's got the new kind of semi-Gothic H logo.
Yeah.
They're in the process of painting the other end zone. Have you ever watched that process before?
Yeah.
I've never seen – these are like – this is some wild stuff going on out here.
I talked to the grounds crew last year during training camp, and I can't remember one of the guys was telling me how many miles he walks in a day when they have to paint all the lines and everything. It was a lot. It was a lot of miles to be walking around in. I don't care what time of day it is in August in
You're
Houston.
talking outdoors across the street.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. And it's 3 fields.
Yeah. So they got the stencils out for the one end zone, which is still all green.
Stencils. That's the word I was looking for.
Looks like the unifying message that the NFL is trying to use this year, one of them in the end zone, that somehow always inevitably people find a way to get angry about.
Yeah.
It says it takes all of us.
All of us.
Do with that what you will. Turn that into a political statement or something, but somehow that's going to get – somehow people are going to be angry about this thing that says it takes all of us.
That's right. Your turn, text page. Let's do this. It takes all of us. It takes all of us. Do something with that. Oh, my God. All right, so the Astros get their win last night over the Boston Red Sox. and Alex Bregman. Now, day off, and you got the Orioles this weekend. You got to take advantage of this opportunity, man. The Orioles are a bad team that did you a favor last night.
That's right.
By beating the Mariners.
I feel
thank them by sweeping them this weekend.
Without Correa out there last night, it gave me time to sit and reflect on Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
And everything that it means to this team. Where I've been very hesitant to just dive nostalgia and the sentimental aspect of it, because that's when you get in trouble, especially in pro sports. You get too sentimental, and typically it rarely ends well. And yet with Correa, there's some real substantial parts to this trading for Correa that make a lot of sense just strictly from a baseball standpoint, and it's that it's a lot less physically taxing playing third base than it is playing shortstop.
Yep.
And that he said that after, he has felt physically better after these games and after playing on turf especially than he has at all in the last few years while playing shortstop. And that there's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for him. He had a couple nights ago, he had that error and one mishandled ball. But I have no doubt that he's going to end up being just fine as a third baseman. But also that offensively so far, he's been really good.
He's been good.
It's a very small sample size.
Yeah.
But typically guys get traded for, and more times than not, it feels like it takes a while for them to Christian Walker their way into a new circumstance.
Right.
Correa, it's been the exact opposite.
Yeah.
And obviously he's played plenty of games in that ballpark and on this team. I think you're going to get the very best version of Alex Correa that you've seen in the last couple of years.
How do you think it feels to be Isaac Paredes right now? I mean, Isaac Paredes is out of sight, out of mind, completely forgotten, and everybody is loving on the guy that they brought in to replace you after you put together a good enough body of work in 4 months to make the AL All-Star team.
If they hadn't traded for Correa, does Paredes just miss the rest of the season and get the surgery?
That's a good point. Yeah. For those who don't know, he's doing PRP instead of the surgery. Would have for sure ended his season. He's doing PRP right now with injections, with the hope of maybe coming back this year. We'll see.
I think if I'm looking at it, I don't think it's as much of a selfish move per se, or him feeling threatened because they brought Carlos Correa in. It might be that he reads the writing on the wall. You look at the Astros infield now, and they got good defensive players all over the place.
Yeah.
Second and third.
They got literally gold glovers at all four positions.
And I think, like the cynical side of me might say, well, he doesn't want to play second base, so he just wants to get back and try to. I think the more realistic thing might be he figures, all right, there's a good chance I get traded next year or in the offseason, and this might be. And who knows who I get traded to.
Yeah.
And this is a shot that for a team that, is a proven playoff, whatever they look like in the regular season, they overperform in the playoffs.
Yeah.
These last couple of years, some of making the ALCS 2 years ago, on paper, that
should
team
not have happened.
They shouldn't have made the ALCS a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But there's their ability to thrive in the playoffs. He might just figure like, man, this might be my. Who knows? This might be one of the few chances I have in my career to really do something in the postseason.
Still hasn't gotten paid yet. He's still in these arbitration years. And maybe the guy's just a competitor, too. Maybe it's like, I just want to play baseball. I want to get back.
Yeah, I like it. It's a classic.
I like it either way.
I applaud it.
Yeah,
I applaud
100%.
it. And yet at the same time, there's almost a parental vibe where you're like,
yep.
I like, boy, kid, I love that you're showing this moxie, but the smart thing to do here might be to just go ahead and get the surgery and as much time.
Message. I can't stand Bregman. I feel like he's the next Jim Edmonds Astros killer. He had the home run in that first game, and everybody killed them in the second game. I don't know that I get the sense he's an Astro killer yet.
Yeah, plus be careful. He might end up back here next year.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. At this point, you can tell me that Bregman and Springer are going to be on the team next year. I'm like, it's okay. I could see it happening.
Oh, you know
somehow.
what? You know what happened? I can't believe I haven't told you about this. What happened last night that was funny while I was drafting fantasy players and watching the Astros game out of the corner of my eye, I got hit with the clown emoji by Chandler Rome.
Oh. Chandler gave you the clown
Chandler hit
emoji.
me a clown emoji. Yeah.
Whoa.
I know. I forgot to tell you about that. Yeah.
Regarding what?
Okay, I'm going to read you the text string. So Chandler tweets, I really have missed watching Alex Bregman make that charging barehanded play.
Yeah.
To which a person on Twitter named Jacob replies to Chandler, says, at Sean Pendergast, going to flip the F out on this one. Chandler replies with a question mark. Jacob posts a screen grab of my tweet with my rules of cheering Alex Bregman the other day.
Yeah.
And for those who missed it, I tweeted this after the game on on Monday, Bregman's first game back. Amy and I were at the game.
Yeah.
We took part in the standing ovation during the tribute video. Minutes later, literally 5 minutes later, Alex Bregman's up at the plate, and there's people, a few, sparsely, standing again and cheering him. And my take on it was, we just stood up 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You don't get 2 standing ovations in a 5-minute span.
Yeah.
So I tweeted this: Bregman got a standing ovation during this pre-game, acceptable. Some fans stood again during his first at-bat. I should have said 5 minutes later, but I said during his first at-bat, unacceptable.
Yeah.
Many fans booed during his second and third at-bat, acceptable.
Yeah.
Once that tribute, this is me talking, once that tribute video is over, he's the enemy. If you stood and cheered in his first at-bat, you're a putz.
yeah.
So,
and I disagree with that take.
You disagree. A lot of people did, and I'm fine with that,
Right,
obviously, or I wouldn't have tweeted it. But I think Jacob's insinuation was that I'm implying that Chandler, for giving Bregman props on his barehanded play, I'm implying Chandler is a putz. Chandler replies to the screen grab of my tweet with a clown emoji.
Oh, boy, he's calling you a clown.
Call me
right
a clown,
there. Boy.
man. Yeah,
he went ad hominem on you. I feel like that's beneath Chandler.
He did.
Chandler is a very, very good writer. We compliment Chandler a lot on this show, which I think Chandler
almost daily. I look forward to his work every day.
We've cited his article about Carlos Correa.
We cited it an hour ago.
Twice this show.
Yes.
And I've often said that, hey, that's probably your best bang for your buck as somebody who enjoys reading sports writing, is in a subscription to The Athletic. And yet, Chandler, I think, is Chandler is a person who is immune to compliments. He's immune to a lot of things in terms of the way.
Pretty sure he hates us.
In the way normal people operate. Yeah, we're almost positive that Chandler Rome hates us.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Chandler did that thing when Adam Spillane was let go. Chandler did that thing where he wanted to say something nice about Adam Spillane, but he couldn't do it without insulting a bunch of other people.
All the radio hosts in town that don't go to press conferences.
It's a smart tactic because it's like I wanted to reply to his tweet, but I'm like, but that's kind of a BS move by me. I don't want to somehow throw shade on Adam or something, or bring. I was upset that Adam isn't with the station anymore.
Of course, he's good at his job.
Yeah, so I just kind of let it go. But Chandler's an interesting dude.
So I
but he's an awesome writer, and we cite him all the time.
Oh no, I look forward to
I pay his salary.
He is one of the elements that makes subscribing to The Athletic, exorbitant as the price may be, very much worth it. I am happily scratch that check every year.
And then we say all that despite being pretty sure that he hates us.
Oh, I think he definitely hates us. I think for sure he hates me.
It's fun having him hate us, though.
Oh, I enjoy it.
He's a guy that I think things gnaw at him.
Yeah.
He'll never be happy. He's never. He's just wired that way. He's just never going to be happy. So he's an awesome writer.
So I replied to both Jacob and Chandler.
Oh, good.
Okay,
yes,
so my reply to Jacob's tweet that I am going to flip the F out that Chandler actually likes something about Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
I said, no, I'm good. I'm sure Chandler wasn't giving him a standing ovation either. And even so, I think Chandler does a good job.
Yeah.
Okay, I replied to Chandler's clown emoji with, I don't even need to look it up. I just, all caps, totally. Just true. I am a bit of a clown.
Chandler didn't participate in
No, not yet. He might not be up yet, though. Like a lot of these beat writers, they have these late nights that they.
Well, Chandler's fond of pointing out who is where at what time or anything, and talk radio guys don't tend to go to press conferences or anything, which is interesting because it's like because you get paid to go to press conferences.
Here's the thing.
Tends to be we tend to be up at 3:30 a.m. and have a different time.
Let me give a little inside baseball on that one. Okay. And this is necessarily directed at Chandler.
Yeah.
But if I had to guess that most beat writers that go to all the press conferences and get priority to ask the questions that I have zero problem with. I go to a lot of press conferences, and I just lay back for this very reason.
Yeah.
Is that if we were to go there and start asking the questions, a lot of them get angry that hey, we've got articles to write.
Yes.
I'm doing a column on so-and-so.
Yeah.
Why is this interloper coming in here and asking questions of such and such manager or coach?
Yeah, you and I always wait till the end of the press conference to ask our questions.
Yeah. Make sure everybody's good. That would be my thing, is that I think that a majority of the people who are like, boy, these radio hosts don't go to press conferences, would get very bent out of shape if we started usurping some of the real estate at those press conferences.
There's problems there, too. Listen, I know writing 500 words a day is a grueling chore, but we do tend to talk for 4 hours a day, which involves actually a lot of prep work for talking for 4 hours a day. Yeah.
We just chose violence. I like it.
Not really.
Yeah.
I stand by what I say. When I awoke this morning, I thought Chandler Rome was a guy who would never go ad hominem against what are you, a colleague or a whatever?
I view myself as a colleague. I mean, we're all in that same ecosystem.
I don't know the words so good. I ain't no highfalutin writer, you see.
That's right.
I don't write for the New York Times owned Athletic.
I thought the same thing when I awoke.
When I awoke this morning, there were 17 writers ahead of Chandler Rome in the power rankings of who I thought would go ad hominem.
I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So joint practice today. The Texans have joint practice with the Lions next week.
Yeah.
The Lions are practicing with the Dolphins today.
Yeah.
There is joint practice petty going on right now between the Lions and the Dolphins.
Right this moment?
Between the two in the last 24 hours that I think plays into the Texans joint practice next week. We'll get to that. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
It's just
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
How much fireworks are you hoping to see out here at this joint practice? And by fireworks, I mean fisticuffs.
I took you literally for a minute.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh.
That would be fun. During the day.
Well,
yeah.
In keeping consistent
Yeah.
with my thoughts, which are that I am treating this preseason game, Roman numerals 2, like it's the Super Bowl.
We're bringing
the 3 series of this game, if the Texans choose to play their starters, is going to determine the trajectory of this team, not just for this season, but for the entirety of time.
That's how you know a game is super meaningful, when the phrase, if they choose to use their starters, is attached to it. That's how you know.
This is where things will get meted out.
That's how you know. If you're standing in line for that practice out there, that's how you know you're about to watch history.
It's still real to me, Sean.
Yep.
The C.J. Stroud versus Bryce Young dynamic, it's still real to me. And it can be settled tomorrow. 2 days from today.
Yeah, and today at the joint practice.
52 hours from now.
So the Texans play, or they practice with the Panthers today. They play the Panthers on Saturday. Next week they go to Detroit, and they same thing, same agenda. Joint practice Thursday with the Lions, game on Saturday at noon, whole thing. The Lions this week are practicing with the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And we know the Dolphins, if we're putting teams in the NFL in certain buckets, I would say the Dolphins are a team that had a lot of high hopes the last few years, had parlayed all that Tunsil draft capital into a bunch of players that we were all supposed to be gaga over. Yeah. And the fact of the matter is, it may just be that Mike McDaniel is meant to be an X's and O's dorky coordinator.
There are a lot of questions within the fan base down there in Miami about whether the team is too soft.
Yes.
And when your head coach seems like a fun and giggly GA at Yale, that it feels like that there might be something to do with the head coach.
This thing is undoubtedly on a downward trajectory. Yeah. Maybe they surprise us. Who knows? Jalen Ramsey wanted the hell out of there. I know that. And Tyreek Hill has at various times implied that he's wanted out of there. I don't know where he's at these days as far as him wanting to be there or not. They practice with the Lions, who we know is culture-wise probably the polar opposite of what we spent the last 45 seconds talking about.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell does the Oklahoma drill at practice. Dan Campbell is the opposite in every way, it seems like, of Mike McDaniel. And as a result, that culture in Detroit, in addition to them being a very talented football team, has catapulted them to a team that is on the short list of teams that NFL fans, not just in Detroit, but around the league, believe could win a Super Bowl this year. I think that's fair to say. Grant Stewart is a linebacker for the Detroit Lions, and he said this earlier this week about the Dolphins. I don't know if they're ready. I'm going to keep it a stack. Is that what, by the way, is that what we're saying now for keep it 100?
I guess
keep it a stack.
Like a stack of 100. Yeah. You better adopt it, Sean.
I know.
If you want to be a cringy guy that's trying like hell to resonate with the youth.
I'm going to keep it a stack. So we're done with a buck now? We're not keeping it a buck anymore. We're keeping it a stack now.
I completely missed that.
You missed that era? Yeah, they kept it a buck for a while too. That'll suck.
So we're going to keep it a stack.
We're going to keep okay, so I'm going to start over. I don't know if they're ready, they being the Dolphins. I'm going to keep it a stack. I played at other places and played against that team last year and joint practiced against that team twice when I was in Tampa. I don't know if they practice how we practice. To see our guys for sure, and I'm excited to get out there and do something against somebody else who doesn't know every in and out of what it is we're doing.
Yeah.
So the eyeball capturing.
This is the way that
I don't know if they practice how we practice. Is basically what they're saying. I don't know if they're the two things. I don't know if they're ready. I don't know if they practice how we practice.
See, that is the attitude I want. He's treating this preseason joint practice, Roman numeral 1, like it's the Super Bowl.
That's right.
I want the Texans to treat this preseason joint practice. Yes. It's like joint practice, Roman numeral 1 against the Panthers like it's a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Yes.
And the thing with the Texans, we're going to play Mike McDaniel's reaction here in just a second. The thing that intrigued me about this is, the Texans are practicing against them next week. What does Grant Stewart have to say about the Texans?
Oh, yeah. I think –
let's get to that in a second. Let's play McDaniel real quick. and we'll put that on the back burner.
So McDaniel responds to this quote?
Classic McDaniel fashion. Yeah, here he is. He was asked about Grant Stewart's comments that seem to imply that the Dolphins practice a little bit soft.
Any reaction to Grant Stewart essentially putting into question the practice habits of this team?
No, I don't. I mean, literally does not affect me whatsoever. I hope we get the absolute best practice from Grant and everybody else between the whistles like that, and that makes us better. So, I think there's a lot of noise, and I would file that into the noise category.
The fact that he doesn't take exception to it is, I feel like, correlated to the culture of the Miami Dolphins.
This is the thing. Look, you don't want your head coach to be a guy that all of a sudden gets bent out of shape over a quote from another player.
Sniping with a backup linebacker or something.
But if you had to choose, there's McDaniel comes off a little bit there like a WWE wrestler that's constantly begging the referee for help or something. Yeah. Those are non-sanctioned gloves.
My foot was on the rope.
Right. Yeah. Can't we conduct ourselves like gentlemen?
Yeah. That's kind of exactly what I expected from Mike McDaniel.
But also if he had, if he had tried to act like a hard ass, you would have called him out as a fraud.
I probably would have. Yeah, I probably would have. You know me all too well.
Now, Mike McDaniel he's in that class. He's in that category of guys who get a head coaching job because they have a lot of promise as offensive minds, and this is where I think sometimes owners do themselves in. On paper or in theory, it makes perfect and total sense that, yes, the ideal situation is that you have a head coach who's like Andy Reid.
Yeah.
And he's an awesome offensive coordinator, but he's also a good head football coach. And then you can have stability forever and ever and ever. Yeah. But I think sometimes people, they've got their eyes set on that lofty prize so much that they forget that first and foremost, you got to hire a competent head football coach.
Yep.
And they're hiring offensive coordinators instead of hiring head football coaches. Mike McDaniel is the embodiment of a guy that just does not look, sound, or seem or feel like an actual head football coach. He seems like an offensive a few years down the line after you hire him, people are questioning your team's toughness.
This is the danger, too, of when you draft a quarterback and it's not drafted one high. They drafted Tua with the 5th pick back in 2020. And it's not working, but it's not failing to the extent that you just flush the quarterback out.
Yeah.
I think Mike McDaniel was hired to repair Tua Tagovailoa.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't repair that guy to the point where he can carry you to great success, and you're left with this whiteboard chalk nerd who doesn't really have head coaching qualities, the lack of development in Tua kind of caused that as well. If I had to guess, I would guess that was the priority in hiring Mike McDaniels. We use his 5th overall pick. Hell, we tanked for Tua back in the day. We've got to make this thing work. And so you bring in an offensive coordinator that if he were just the offensive coordinator would make it work. But the problem is he's got to do all the other CEO stuff. He's got to face the media 3 times a week and sound like a stoned junior in high school.
Yeah.
There's nothing presidential about Mike McDaniel. It's interesting. I mean, you and I talked to Cal and Hannah.
I might go full Colin Cowherd on this one.
I think there's something
the podium presence.
All he needs is a backwards visor.
Yeah, but I'll take the backwards visor any day over a guy that just seems like he does. He seems like a stoned 6th-year senior in college.
Yes,
yeah.
And it's fun. You and I had this conversation with Cal and Hannah on the air last week in our last day in West Virginia, and you asked Cal, do you watch the press when you're looking at coaching candidates? And they looked at do you watch these press conferences? And he said, absolutely.
Yeah.
He said that's how they handle themselves is part of the evaluation. They're the most front-facing person in the organization.
And Hannah was like holding back a laugh and not wanting to say it, but I think she was thinking about David Culley. Yeah. And they learned their lesson.
Neither confirmed nor denied.
About that. Wow. I mean, Culley, in one of the iconic moments in Texans history, when asked, why did you choose this job, he basically said, because
I took this job simply because there's 32 of these in this league.
That was 5 minutes into him being the Texans head coach.
What did I say about that? That'd be like asking if you're. No,
she has
asking
all the holes.
Why did you marry your wife? Because she has all the holes. I like it. Classic. That is a head football coach quote right there.
Sethers.
You want Seth Payne up at the podium as your football coach?
Classic Sethers.
Yes.
Oh my God. Payne and Pendergast. Hey, anytime we're talking
Stick that in your inkwell and write about it, Chandler Rome.
And that's why you hate us. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Xavier Legette, who will always be on the short list of things that if any content related to Xavier Legette pops up, we will play it. What team were they practicing against when this happened? He got into a fight.
He got into a fight in the Browns game.
Oh, it was
he
the
got
Browns.
Ejected from the Browns game.
That was a game that happened.
Yes, Xavier Legette. I sent you. Oh, you didn't watch it.
No,
Xavier Legette got in a fight with Rayshon Jenkins in the Brown game. They both got ejected.
They got ejected.
So
this
is Xavier Legette discussing it afterwards.
Oh man, it was just something that I should supposed to have in a football game. So I felt like I owed the fans an apology.
Were you kind of in disbelief that it was even happening in the moment?
No, I wasn't in disbelief. I knew what was going on. But hey, they ain't supposed to have. He ain't say nothing. We ain't have no exchange of words. It was just, how?
Okay, two things.
I love him so much.
I love him
so much. Oh, my God.
Do we play that cut every segment for the rest of the show?
Yes.
And two, how many first-round picks should Nick Caserio trade to get Xavier Legette?
I want to hug him today. Oh, I love that kid, man.
Oh my God.
He's out there. He's obviously with the Panthers. Xavier Legette and Tet McMillan is the first-round pick.
Yeah.
Is the other receiver. Those are probably the 1 and 2 receiver this year for the Panthers. Adam Thielen, the other. And not to mention Hunter Renfro's out there.
Yeah.
We could ask him some Deshaun Watson
from Clemson.
Questions or something. So Xavier Legette, the best part about that was, man, you couldn't get a better image of just a delightful guy from the country, yet at the same time, badass as hell. Like, I'd be like, no, I wasn't surprised I was in this situation.
He was swinging, dude.
He does. He threw like a 4-punch combo.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is a guy. This is a guy who's got horses, so he spends a ton of time with his horses. But he's obviously worked a speed bag or two in the day. What? What's so funny? He's got horses.
He's got horses.
I'm saying he's got a lot of stuff on his plate. He finds time to look like Mike Tyson out there.
What am I supposed to? As soon as you said he's got horses.
Was he's got a lot of stuff that he does. You know, he's got time to breed horses, and he's got time to look like Mike Tyson back in 1990 and be an NFL football player.
Not just I don't think he's just some guy that decided to get into horse racing or anything. I think he sounds like, as country as he is, that he probably grew up riding horses and everything. I think of like a cowboy. Like you know who else has horses and knows how to punch a guy cold.
You're thinking too much into this. I'm just saying he has a lot of stuff that he does. He spends a lot of time doing a lot of things. I'm impressed that he's got that good a punch combo, given how much time he spends becoming an NFL player.
Listen, man,
and with all those horses.
I'll tell you what, man. Dudes from the rural South. It's like some of these guys, I watch them like kind of slap box and stuff in practice.
It's in them already.
You grow up in an environment where it's still old school, kind of back in the day when fist fights were more.
Solve things
like
with
it
your
used
fist.
to be, like fist fights at school and everything. Used to before the zero tolerance policies and everything.
Yeah.
Kids grew up knowing how to really fight.
Yeah,
and like
true.
in the country where you don't have to worry as much about guns and everything. I think guys still. I bet he knows how to use his fists. Yeah.
That guy's from the country that we just heard.
Yeah.
Okay,
he's not from Chicago.
Noticed. All right. Sean Pendergast, that's Payne with you. We're live at NRG Stadium. We're inside the broadcast booth, headed across the street after we're done here at 10 o'clock to go check out the Texans and the Dolphins in joint practice today.
Brandy said, driving right now, but I just wanted to stop being mean to Sean.
He wasn't being mean. That was funny.
He's got horses. She wanted to be sure. I think she wanted to be sure in case I read that text later that I knew what she was referencing.
They mean to me about the show? That's funny. That's hilarious. That's not. Hey, Brandy, it's all good. It's all good.
He's got horses. That's my new. Is he on stilts?
He's on stilts? No, that wasn't nearly as dumb as he's on stilts. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. Tom Brady was on Joel Klatt's podcast and talked about the things you need to do to be great at quarterback. Do we think C.J. Stroud has these things in him.
And also, I'm gonna tell Brandy what's up after this.
Yeah.
Tell me how to do my job.
That's right. No,
Were you Chandler Rome?
Be meaner to her than you are to me.
Yeah.
Chandler Rome. All right, we'll talk about that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys seeing 2020 at Berkeley.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne.
All right, Tom Brady was on Joel Klatt's podcast. Joel Klatt, former Colorado quarterback, who's now the lead college football analyst for Fox. And Tom Brady had this to say: the things that were just normal for him to do, common sense for Brady to do in becoming the great quarterback that he is. Does C.J. Stroud, take a listen, does C.J. Stroud have these things in him?
So I just don't think as a quarterback you go and you punch the clock. I did my job. You know, I threw for 40 touchdowns. Why are we not winning?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing in the offseason to help your defense? What are you doing to push the personnel department to get people doing the right thing? Are you involved in game planning? I mean, I used to do game plans.
Sure.
I used to walk in there and say, these are the things we're doing. Okay, I used to do my own walkthroughs. I used to, all right, guys, I don't give a if the coaches want to come. We're doing our walkthrough.
Right.
We're going to come up with our own signals because this is what I need to be on the field to be successful.
Okay. This is really interesting because, for one, I've enjoyed it. Brady's been kind of a grumpy old man since he retired.
Yes.
He does. He talks a lot about the kids these days and the way they operate and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a couple things. For one, I think sometimes Brady frames it almost as quarterbacks these days don't do the things that I did, where I don't think he realizes, like, no, you were above and beyond compared to your peers as well. You don't have to.
Yeah,
make
how
it
many people were doing any of these?
You don't have to make it a generational thing. Yeah. But the other thing there too is everything that he said right there. It's all about whether you're actually winning or whether you're losing. Because in a different context, a quarterback. Think about how quarterback pushing the personnel people to get the people that you want.
I jotted down the four things.
Yeah.
Okay, one of them, the first one he mentioned was helping the defense in the offseason. I think that's a normal thing.
Well, I think this team operates that way.
I do too. I think the three that really jumped out there, pushing the personnel department to do things, game planning, like walking in and saying this is going to be the game plan, and then doing your own walkthroughs, like, hey guys, especially in the way he framed it. Doing your own walkthroughs, I think, is cool. It's extra work you're doing. The way he framed it, where he said, I don't care what the coaches want us to be walking through. We're going to come up with our own signals.
This is what we need to do, right.
We're going to come up with our own signals, he said.
That's been used against Aaron Rodgers and his hand signals and everything.
The whole article about it.
Yeah, so a lot of it just flat out comes down to,
are you winning rings?
The other thing with Tom Brady, too, is
you have 6 rings.
Now, doing your own walkthroughs, like Brady was doing that with the backup wide receivers when he was a rookie. He was going in and coming in on the off day and working with guys and everything.
Yeah.
Everything that he said right there, I think that CJ, as well as many other quarterbacks in the league, are kind of wired that way. I don't think that everything that Tom Brady described right there is the way that Tom Brady was operating in his second or third year in the NFL.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the personnel side of everything, too, or telling the coaches, no, this is what my game plan is going to be, that's something I'm guessing he transitioned into. We've talked to Caserio about this, about how Tom Brady in year 12 was a much different guy than Tom Brady when he won his first Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of what he says there, 100% I agree with, but there's also a matter of and then especially actually knowing what you're talking about.
Yeah.
When it comes time to, wanting to put your own tweaks into the offense and everything, the difference between Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers is that Tom Brady did all the extra stuff that made Tom Brady qualified to do that.
Sure.
Where with Brady, like with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy, it almost seemed like Aaron Rodgers is going to do what he wanted to do, but not necessarily with the same amount of back-breaking work behind it.
Yep.
So that's, from the outside looking in based on anonymous reports and everything. So I 100% agree with him, but I also think sometimes Hall of Famers don't quite understand how special they are. Like, they don't understand necessarily that the way they operated wasn't the normal. It might not be the normal way guys operate now, but it also wasn't the normal way guys operated then.
Yeah. Of the three things that we just listed, because the helping the defense part is whatever.
Well, that's part of it. D'Amico's instilled that culture in these guys. D'Amico was like that as a player, really swapping notes with the other side of the ball to really learn and help each other and also help yourself by learning about the other side of the ball.
That's why there's zero polarizing about that. Of the other three things, pushing the personnel department, walking in and saying, here's the game plan, guys, or conducting your own walkthroughs to the extent that you now have your own set of signals for each other
We're
that's
not doing
independent of the coach.
It's saying we're not doing what the coaches say we're doing.
What's the one you most need to be Tom Brady in order to pull off?
I think the last part, like being dismissive of the coaches.
Yeah. Pushing the personnel department can be something like you run into them in the hallway and you're just talking about church. Or some personnel departments, once you get to be the level of player Brady is, they might consult with Brady about certain things.
That's where I wonder too.
I mean, it might be more collaborative.
And he's speaking extemporaneously there. Maybe pushing might not have been the best word, but like working with the personnel department to say this is the kind of guy I need and what I like, and we need this on the team to help the offense be better. I think I 100% think all of that is awesome. As long as you got the right guy doing it. If Zach Wilson's doing all that crap, no, I don't want Zach Wilson doing that crap. But it's also something you have to grow into. And I think that CJ now it's interesting because CJ, it's almost you get a sense sometimes from the veteran players talking about CJ, like it's like CJ almost doesn't understand like how impressive he is in some regards, and where CJ tries to be respectful and be a guy that understands that he's a younger guy, where some of the veterans will say, like, no, man, you can be that guy right now in terms of being the hard-handed ruler or whatever it might be. We've seen that the last couple of years. CJ really, he gets on guys when practice isn't going well.
Yeah.
He'll call them up in a huddle when things aren't going well. I don't have any worries about that at all. But I kind of respect that he also understands there's a dynamic of the real credibility as a quarterback leader comes when you accomplish great things.
Yes.
And it's not an either or type of situation. You kind of got to grow into that role.
Yep. All right, Dan Orlovsky put out his top 10 quarterbacks in each of the categories. He does this every year. Arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision-making with the football, pocket presence, rushing ability, second reaction ability, he calls it, is the seventh category. C.J. Stroud finished in the top 10 in two of these. Two of these seven categories.
Orlovsky's a Stroud lover.
He loves Stroud. He does.
Yeah.
He finished in the top 10 in two, didn't finish in the top 10 in any of the five others. The two he finished in the top 10, mechanics he was sixth, and pocket presence he was fourth. Of the other, this is my question to you, Seth. Of the other five, and I'll read them again, which are you most surprised C.J. Stroud is not considered by Dan Orlovsky a top 10 quarterback? Arm strength, ball placement, decision-making with the ball, pocket presence, second reaction ability.
I think ball placement's the one that I'm probably most surprised by. But
He's
I
a
think,
BPS.
Yeah, ball placement specialist. But I think part of that might be, as everybody else in the national media is doing right now, they've kind of hit the pause button on evaluating C.J. Stroud because it was such a murky situation last year and especially C.J., by and large, still had some really impressive throws in terms of ball placement, but he had more errant throws than you're expecting, and some wildly errant throws, and some of them came in late in the season in the more high-profile games.
Yep.
So I think that might have affected him. But I would still put him in the top 10 for ball placement. Geno Smith got 10th in ball placement over
weird, right?
C.J. Stroud.
Isn't that weird? Yeah. I mean, that's that. And not that I've watched every snap of Geno Smith. But I've watched every snap of C.J. Stroud. Just reputation alone, I thought he would be, at the back end of the top 10 at least.
I think pocket presence is an interesting one with Jaden Daniels because he actually did a really good job against the blitz and everything.
Yeah.
Maybe Orlovsky's giving Cliff Kingsbury's offense more credit for that than Jaden Daniels himself.
He's 10th in that, yeah.
Orlovsky's good at really getting people angry about his QB rankings and everything, and he did a master class in this.
He did.
Because you have 7 different categories. Every single fan base is going to be upset about one of these things.
It's funny because I was about to ask you if you wanted to see C.J. Stroud move into the top 10 in one of the ones he's not top 10 in.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them that, like, if you're not in them now, you won't. Like arm strength. If you're not there now, I don't think his arm's going to get stronger.
Right, and it's also
ninth in arm strength.
And arm strength usually isn't that. Like, arm strength is cool, But more times than not, the guys with the really big arms also have wild issues elsewhere, like with accuracy or whatever. Josh Allen's an exception in that. Now, Josh Allen had to work at it. Yeah. But most people know that, okay, having a strong arm is probably about like 10th or 11th on the list of things that you care about when it comes to a quarterback. You got to have an arm that's strong enough.
To wit, the 8, 9, and 10 in arm strength are Caleb Williams, Michael Penix Jr., and Jordan Love. I'd rather have C.J. Stroud than all three of those guys. You know? So,
I think the one that I'd like him to see improve the most in this around is the pocket presence. Because the pocket presence last year, it's harder and harder. It becomes a vicious circle of not trusting your protection, and then how over time and within the course of games you could kind of see CJ's willingness to stand there degrade as he got hit about all of his internal organs, throughout the first 3 quarters. So there's it takes 2 to tango on that one. So I would say pocket presence. I'd like him to be very highly rated in that because they figure out everything else around him. I think he has it in him, and he's capable of doing it. It's just that last year it's like trying to be a sharpshooter on a raft in the ocean. It's just too much instability there.
Nick Caley met with the media yesterday. Let's hear from Nick Caley in the next segment on the. He called plays up in the booth for the first game. He's going to do it on the sidelines for this game. Where are we with the offensive line? And what are the expectations for one particular Houston Texan at a key position that just returned to practice this week? We'll have that for you coming up next.
Despite the loss, our guy Cliff. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We are live at NRG Stadium. We're inside NRG Stadium. The team is across the street. We're live inside NRG Stadium. We'll be over there.
We're the earliest arriving fans that C.J. Stroud has always wanted and desired.
Yeah,
yes, we're up here ready to go.
That's us.
And then somebody comes in and tells us, hey, guys, practice is outside. Oh.
Okay.
In the wrong spot.
Can you give us some binoculars,
it's
maybe?
Like the multiple times that I've showed up at the airport on the wrong day. That's
it happens.
It's the life of Seth.
When you do that, is it typically the day before you're supposed to show up or the day after?
I haven't done it in a long time. But
I would imagine if it was a day.
It was the day before. No, it's
always
the day before.
A day before.
Yeah.
You'd know if
you
it
show
was
up a day late. You've gotten phone calls.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, I only check my voicemail about once a month too. So yeah, this was. I'll tell you what. By and large, this was before the days of texting. This was back when. Honestly, I was probably walking around with a concussion most of the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
An undiagnosed concussion.
Yep.
And my wife would wake up in the morning after I'd left for the stadium already, and the cereal would be in the refrigerator, and. And my underwear would be in the garbage. It was only one of those
flying as a flag.
Only one of those three things was appropriate. Because I pooped my pants at night because I had an undiagnosed concussion.
Yeah. It's all tied together. Yes. All right, let's get to Nick Caley, offensive coordinator for the Texans. The coordinators met with the media yesterday. Nick Caley spent the first game up in the booth calling the plays. This is his first time as an offensive coordinator, so he's still kind of figuring out exactly what he wants to do on game day. He's going to be down on the field for this game on Saturday. Here's Nick Caley on the pros and cons of each approach for him trying to call plays.
Yeah, well, I've done both as a position coach, as a non-coordinator, obviously. The last 8, I've been on the field. So starting back, when I was coaching on defense, most of my time was probably split, but I think this is the time to do it. I think there's advantages, to both, and I think this is the time to, to experiment and get a flow for it, and the communication through the staff and everything else. So I'm going to do it this week and make an assessment after that. I'm comfortable in either situation. Just want to see what works best for us.
I think the big thing with Caley is he spent time doing both, and from being up in the booth, I mean, the biggest thing is that you see so much more, and especially when it comes to what they're doing in the secondary, how they're aligned pre-snap, where they are with all the markings on the field. There's just only so much you can tell at ground level. Yeah. I mean, there's times when you're watching from the ground level, you go to a college game or something, and you
don't realize how chaotic it is.
You end up watching the board a lot, trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
That I prefer my coordinators to be up in the booth. I understand the ability to speak face to face really matters, and sometimes you can communicate that much better that way. I tend to prefer guys being in the booth. I get why some guys feel like they're more effective on the ground, but I think I'm a booth guy.
Well, and I think I think CJ's going to have Gerard. I would assume Gerard Johnson will be down there if Nick Caley's up in the booth. So you got that. I would 100% prefer being up where we are. And the fact that you and I are talking about this topic while sitting on the 50-yard line in the booth next to where the coaches call the plays probably contributes a bit to my opinion right now.
I think there's sometimes it depends on how fiery is a guy's personality, and sometimes I think the guys with the fieriest personalities,
being upstairs.
I think they were like Bill O'Brien might have been a better head football coach if he had done it from the yes.
From
I'm
his house.
serious. There's times where you get so wrapped up in emotion and then you want to tear into Tom Brady for whatever. Like it's sometimes you might actually be better off. That fiery personality, more times than not, is actually doing you more harm in the middle of a game.
Yes.
All these coaches, Sean, I was thinking about this the other day. They've got these fantasies. They're military officers and commanders. But the problem is they've never advanced in their education about the way the military operates.
Right.
They've never advanced beyond knowing what a drill sergeant is. They don't know the difference between a drill sergeant and an actual commander in a battle situation.
Right.
They operate very differently. Okay.
Yes.
The drill sergeant is there to do one specific thing. and it stains the ego and everything else, tear everything down. Like most military commanders talk about the importance of keeping your heart rate low and staying calm, cool, and collected. Man. You have to be very, very, very careful about how often you lose your temper.
Yep.
But these guys, these wannabe generals think that flipping out all the time is what makes a good leader in the military.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Nick Caley.
During game day especially.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, your personality on the practice field is whatever.
No, but you gotta keep even keeled. So they're trying to put together, not sure if you've heard, they're trying to put together an offensive line here in Houston.
It'll all work out.
It'll be fine. Yeah. It'll be fine.
What's the worst that could happen?
Nick Caley, obviously, as the offensive coordinator, that's part of his task. Cole Popovich coaching that group. They've got to figure out who the starting five is going to be. How close are we to getting a starting five on the offensive line?
Yeah, I think we're working towards that every day. I think it's a good problem to have in the sense that it's a highly competitive group, and they've shown progress across the board. So Cole and Zach have done an outstanding job with those guys. The players have worked their asses off, and I think that it's a testament to them. So we're going to continue to see who the five most consistent guys are, and when we see a clear separation in that, we'll make a decision on that at the appropriate time.
The biggest wrinkle in this right now is the Cam Robinson injury.
Yeah.
Because he's out there in street clothes. I haven't noticed whether or not he's working out off to the side. I would assume he is, but the behavior of the team, and it seems to be that this is not a serious injury, but it is something that's keeping him from getting prepared for the upcoming season. And it's the group they've had out there with Ariante Ursery at left tackle and Titus Howard at right tackle might be their best group. That might be the best five that they have.
I think that when they drafted Ariante Ursery, you look at it and, you think you might be tempted to think, okay, you got a good situation here because you don't know how Ariante Ursery is going to develop as a rookie or if he's ever, at the time when you draft him. You never know if a guy's going to be good at all, but you've got a veteran that can be there at left tackle while you allow Ariante Ursery time to develop. I think Ariante Ursery may have, I think he might be further along than maybe the average offensive tackle, second-round offensive tackle right now.
Yeah.
And they're waiting to see exactly how he fares over these next couple of weeks. These joint practice, they're not facing great pass rushers today, but they want to see how he can develop. So I think it's more about Ariante Ursery right now than it is Cam Robinson. Yeah. And that if Ariante Ursery continues to develop and they feel pretty good about him, they wouldn't mind starting him at left tackle. Ed Ingram is the other guy that might have all the other dominoes fall a certain way. So Ed Ingram, the right guard, has been a starter before, but he got benched last year midway through the season in Minnesota. If they feel, and Ed Ingram played well the other night, if they feel good and solid about Ed Ingram, then it becomes really easy to just say, okay, we put Titus Howard at right tackle, and then we have Ariante Ursery start at left tackle, or maybe Ariante Ursery doesn't start off the season as the starter, but there's a real good chance that he works his way into it.
I have a lot of people ask me, okay, who are the favorites right now to start on the offensive line? And if I had to, this is just totally my opinion, and based on combinations they put, because you pointed out on social media, don't read a ton into who's playing here and who's playing there
or just don't overreact to day-by-day changes. Yeah, I think there's a lot of monitoring who's with the ones and who's with the twos over the course of training camp does tell you some things, but they do. They try different combinations out. They want to see different things on a day-by-day basis. It doesn't always mean that a guy's been downgraded because one day he's working with the twos instead of the ones.
Yeah, so I'm factoring all that in when I say this, which is if I had to handicap this thing right now, just observing, I think it's a lock that Titus Howard and Ariante Ursery are starting somewhere on this offensive line.
Okay.
Cam Robinson's health may dictate if it's Ursery at right tackle, Robinson at left tackle, and Titus Howard at right guard, which I think would be the combination if Robinson were healthy and were deemed deserving of playing at left tackle. So I think it's a lock that those two start. The question is what position. So the other positions out there, I guess, would be left guard. Left guard and center are the only two positions that aren't impacted by that ripple effect I just illustrated right there. I would say right now that I would handicap it Jake Andrews with a 65% chance of starting at center for this team, based on how often he's been with the first string, including the game last week against the Vikings. And I would put Laken Tomlinson at probably 85% for left guard right now.
Oh, just only 85%?
Well, they had Ed Ingram playing a little bit of left guard with the ones.
So if they had Titus at right guard.
They have mixed other guys in there with the ones a little bit.
I think that part of that might be that Laken Tomlinson is an 11-year vet, too.
And they may have been resting him that day.
Yeah. I'm putting Lakin Tomlinson at 95% left guard.
Okay. I asked him off the air yesterday. Like I said, hey, off the record, do you know if you're going to be?
Are you going to be
what's going to be going on Saturday? He wouldn't give it up.
I think probably a good move by Lakin Tomlinson.
Yeah. Can you imagine if I said off the record? I asked him, and here's what he said.
And I probably, when I was mentioning the Panthers pass rushers earlier, a bunch of Aggies probably got mad because Nick Scorton, the second rounder, outside linebacker, he had a good game in their first preseason game. So he's somebody to watch today when you look at Ariante Ursary going. Yeah, the Panthers. Sorry, the Panthers have their second round outside linebacker. He had a good game, and I think they like him. They're high on him, so you'll probably see some Ursary versus Scorton.
That's
battles.
fun. Yeah, that is fun. Here's one more from Kaylee. Where have you seen progress on the offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all starts up front, and I've said that. It's not cliche. It's what I believe in. I think you got to be physical. You have to establish the line of scrimmage, and that's in the run game. That's being coordinated in protections. That's not having free runners at the quarterback. That's knowing where we're working to. That's getting a hat on a hat in the run game, whether that's zone schemes or gap double teams. And I think as long as you can start there and you're tough and physical, you can stay on schedule and you can move forward. And not to oversimplify things, but if you do it the other way, I don't believe that that's the right way to go about things. So we're far from where we need to be, but we're making progress and we're seeing improvement, and we just have to keep continuing to do that every single day here.
There's value in sometimes just being a speed bump as an offensive lineman or a tight end, especially. George Kittle called the pass blocking as a tight end is the art of getting your butt kicked slowly. Instead of getting your butt kicked quickly, get your butt kicked slowly and be a speed bump. And
an extra second makes the difference sometimes.
I got weirdly encouraged in the preseason game the other night when I would see breakdowns in the pass protection. I would get encouraged by the fact that usually it was because one guy was getting his butt kicked.
Yeah.
Which is you can work with that, especially because a lot of those are guys that might not make the team or are backups or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You can work with that. What you can't work with is when you've got an all-pro left tackle who is blocking a defensive tackle at the same time as a running back who's blocking a defensive tackle, and the edge rusher is running free to the quarterback.
Yeah.
That's what we saw at times last year. And I'm not even saying that doesn't mean that was a mental error by Laramie Tunsil, but it was certainly a miscommunication or some kind of confusion between the running back and Laramie Tunsil. We just had too much evidence of that last year, and you can't compete that way because it's a tackle for a loss, it's a sack, it's whatever it might be. One of the things I was encouraged about as well in the game on a very positive side was with that first unit when defensive linemen were slanting into gaps. Last year, that's where the offensive linemen in the run game especially looked completely at a loss for answers as to how to handle it. They handled it pretty well. And Ariante Ursary was one of them. The guy slants in front of me, just washes him down the line. That was the kind of simple stuff that really put here. So far, it feels like a cleaner operation.
Yep. Last one here from Nick Cayley, who met with the media yesterday. And this will be one of the more interesting players, I think, both out here at the joint practice and on Saturday, because he has not gotten a lot of runs so far in training camp. He was on the PUP list. But he is getting mixed back in now with the team, is Dameon Pierce. And he's in a room where it's a crowded room right now, a running back room. Here is Nick Cayley on what are you looking for in Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, the expectation is just to be the best version of himself. He's a physical, violent runner on contact. I've had an appreciation for him since he came out of college. So, not to press, not to do anything outside of just being the best that you can be, taking care of the football, pressing your tracks, knowing who you have in blitz pickup, and starting from there because, he's shown what he can do when he gets opportunities to go out there and compete. So I'm excited to get him back out there.
Maybe I'm misremembering this, but I seem to remember at one point, if there had been talk of moving Dameon over the last couple of years, that one of the teams that really liked him coming out of Florida was the Rams. I seem to remember. I don't know if I'm misremembering that. I thought I read that somewhere.
You might have had a conversation with me about somebody.
Okay.
That's So I think that there's there's a lot.
I walk around concussed all the time.
There's a lot of teams that like Dameon Pierce still, and they're intrigued by him.
Yeah.
I think the thing that makes me uncomfortable, even if you told me, hey, Dameon Pierce is going to look just like rookie year Dameon Pierce till his last few games that rookie year and he got injured. The thing that makes me nervous about the entire running back situation right now is that you're going to put Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, we've got serious injury concerns with all those guys because Dameon Pierce has been injured so far in training camp. And he's had injuries every single year he's been in the NFL. He's missed games without getting nearly as heavy a workload, these last couple years than he did in the first year. So with Joe Mixon's injury and all the mystery surrounding that, Nick Chubb, and we're not exactly sure who he is or what he is athletically as a running back right now, and then Dameon Pierce's injury, it doesn't. Even if all of a sudden those guys are 100% healthy today, I'm still kind of nervous about what it looks like during the season.
I have no idea what's going to happen with the wide receiver room and the running back room. There's too many guys in both of those rooms right now. Like somebody who's done some things for this team or done some things in the league is going to get cut.
This is where that super special IR might come in handy a little bit because this year the wide receivers room is jam-packed again already where it's really hard to predict who the final guys are going to be. But I think the running back room feels that same way almost out of necessity. And it's that you got guys that you like and you feel good about. Agumbawale, they just absolutely love because he'll do whatever you ask him to do, and he knows what he's doing. He's a jack of all trades that can actually competently perform the tasks. Yeah. As opposed to the Bill O'Brien version of jack of all trades, which is, I'm going to have this carpenter perform brain surgery today. We'll just give him some notes, and we'll see what can happen. Yeah. But that's in your running backs room. They love British Brooks, yet at the same time, you've got Jakob Johnson, who can be a tight end / fullback. And, British Brooks is probably more of a running back / fullback, but there's only so many numbers and places to put these guys.
Well, and your tight end room took a hit, too.
That's where Jakob Johnson can, if you're looking at him as a part-time tight end.
Yeah. Slides into Bregman.
I love, and I very much, I hate it when teams think that they can just take a tight end and make him a fullback because it's just the body type usually isn't right. The actual the mindset, everything. It makes it hard for tight ends to be adequate fullbacks.
Yep.
I like fullbacks who can play tight end more than I like tight ends who can be, especially when it's your third tight end.
Sure.
It's one thing if you had told me I'm going to take this fullback and make him a tight end and he's your number one tight end, I get nervous. But when it's your third tight end, that gives you a lot of versatility.
Yep. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We're live at NRG Stadium. Practice underway across the street. Over at the Methodist Training Center. We will be over there at 10 o'clock today when we hand things off to In the Loop. Hey, I had a conversation with Texans guard, speaking of the offensive line, Laken Tomlinson after practice yesterday. Talked to him about where things are at in that room. How's he acclimating to Houston? He confirmed a few things about Jamaica for me as well. We'll have that all for you.
He was like your almanac.
He was a little bit. He's my Google. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They can be your almanac when it comes.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to Laken Tomlinson here in just a second. I spent some time with the Texans left guard after practice yesterday. A few texts before we do that. 713-572-4610. This goes back to C.J. Stroud talking about the different traits that Orlovsky was talking about in his top 10, 7 aspects of a quarterback article. C.J. Stroud is not the average third year, 24 years old. Geno Smith is nowhere near C.J. Dan is, okay, I'm not going to say that.
He made a Polish slur. Oh, it felt like the 80s.
I thought you were making a very coherent, intelligent point. And then you got to drop
and he hit us with the Pollock joke.
An ethnic slur in the middle of it. What the hell, man? You guys
There's no place for that.
There's no place for that.
Society.
All right, so CJ goes on to say, possibly racist person, CJ don't have a cannon, but he's very accurate and throws a good catchable ball. Yeah, that's true. I'm not upset over C.J. Stroud not being named top 10 in arm strength or anything like that. I've watched C.J. throw. I'm fine with how he throws a football.
It's the fact that he was rated so, and it was odd out of Orlovsky because Orlovsky's very much in C.J. Stroud's corner in a lot of ways. That's where I more look at it as I've kind of appreciated and enjoyed, for the most part, the national media has really just hit the pause button on evaluating C.J. Stroud after his second year because it was such a quagmire around him. And I genuinely expected there to be more hot takes this offseason about how C.J. was overrated or C.J. was, this, that, or the other thing.
Shows you how bad it was last year.
Yeah, that's true. I think even the people who major in clickbait have kind of said, all right, well, we got to wait and see here. We'll wait and see what it looks like this year.
Yep. One of those guys that's going to be protecting C.J. Stroud this year, it would appear, who was signed here as a free agent. He's been, by and large, the number one left guard, first-string left guard for the Texans throughout camp. I caught up with him after practice yesterday. Sean Pendergast here in the bowels of NRG Stadium right after the walkthrough, getting ready for Carolina on Saturday, and I'm here with Texans guard Laken Tomlinson. Laken, first, welcome to Houston. This is the first chance you and I have had to chat. How's Houston treating you so far?
Man, it's been awesome so far. Obviously, linking up with D'Amico and some fellow teammates I've had, Aziz. It's been great. Everyone's been super welcoming. It's been a smooth transition.
Okay, so that's a good segue right there. I was going to ask you about the O-line room, and I'm going to, and how things are going on the field, but you brought up D'Amico's name. So when you came into the league, D'Amico, I don't know if D'Amico, did you get to San Francisco first, or did D'Amico get there first?
So I think I got there.
What year were you drafted?
I was drafted in 15. So my first team was Detroit Lions. I got drafted there, and then I got traded to San Francisco when Shanahan got there.
Okay.
Then D'Amico came on board, the defensive linebackers coach.
Yeah.
And then I've been with him there 4 or 5 years. And so it's been awesome getting to see him again and just working with him. It's been super cool.
Take us back to that. So back the D'Amico Ryans that you remember from back in 2017 when he got there in 2018. At that time, you were on the offensive side of the ball, so it's not like you were in the rooms with him all the time or anything like that, but did you see the makings of what he's become here as a head coach?
100%. I mean, you can see that through the players that he coached as well. Obviously Aziz being one of those guys, the young guys that he came in and drafted, Fred Warner, some guys like that, and, to see the passion that those guys play with, and it's a testament to the coach that they had at the time, and D'Amico Ryan.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about this offensive line room, as long as we're talking about coaches. How's it been?
Cole Popovich, man, he's an offensive line coach through and through. I love the way he coaches the guys, the way he teaches the guys just the in and outs of the scheme, and the kind of grit that he expects from us, and the standard that he's setting for us right now. It's been awesome, and every day we're coming out, we're working, we're trying to get better as a group and building that chemistry. So far it's been great working with him.
How would you describe that room as in totality?
Man, it's been super cohesive. Everyone's just super eager to learn, super eager to work with each other. The young guys talk a lot and ask a lot of questions, which is amazing from a young rookie group, especially from Tay. And so far, the guys have been just coming to work every day with a grinder's mentality, and open ears to coaching, and just putting our head down and work, man. And when you have that as an offensive line room, it's awesome.
How's the installation been so far of the offense?
Oh, it's been great. Every day we're knocking out installs. Obviously, guys, one great thing with guys here is that we've been here since OTAs. Like everyone's been here. So we've had a chance to take a deep dive into that, build chemistry and offensive line front as well. And just going through the installs together, everyone there, it's been great.
So in the last several days, you've been lined up. You've been at left guard, and you've got Tay next to you, Ariante Ursery next to you. Let's just fast forward a little bit. If it's week one and the two of you, if you're playing next to each other out there, take us through your vet. You just mentioned it, 2015. You've been doing this a decade now. He's going to be playing in his first NFL game. Talk about the uniqueness of that situation, and are there things that you need to do as the guy playing left guard next to a rookie left tackle to maybe help him more than you might need to a veteran left tackle?
My advice, just to any young guy, have the extreme pleasure of playing, their rookie season. I had the extreme pleasure of playing my rookie season, and just come in, and lean on your brothers. You have a lot of guys that can support you. Either it's me, Trent, Cam, all those guys, Titus, obviously. Just lean on your vets, and no matter what, the team always has your back. And especially with a young guy like Tay with so amazing talent and the mindset that he has about his work, man, sky's the limit for him. He's just continuing on that trajectory.
How has it been playing with C.J. Stroud?
It's been fantastic. Obviously, coming in and seeing his leadership from OTAs and how he connects with the guys in the locker room, it's been amazing. And the way he commands the huddle as well, and the way he executes the schemes out there in practice so far, it's been fantastic. I love his approach to the game. I can't wait to see him out there just dominating out there on Sundays.
Okay, now the flip side, how has it been going against guys like, I know they're on the edge, but Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, I'm sure, wind up in your lap from time to time. And even the guys on the interior, Settle and Mario Edwards, and that defense as a whole, how's that been?
Man, we have an amazing defense here. And going against those guys every day in training camp, it's an amazing opportunity for both sides to get better. And for us as offensive line, the standard we want for our room, going against that type of defense every day is fantastic. And Coach Miko has a saying, iron sharpens iron, right? Oh, yeah. So, when we have those opponents like our defense going against every day, man, it makes for a great opportunity for both.
I'll question for you. You're a Duke grad. So I got to ask you, I'm not going to ask you about basketball or, how much everybody hates Duke and stuff like that. I'm not going to do that. I am curious, if you weren't playing football, what would you be doing?
If I wasn't playing football, I'd probably still be in school.
Really?
Still be in school.
Just learning, huh?
I've always been interested in medicine.
Yeah.
So I'll probably go to med school, be in that realm for sure.
Yeah. What did you major in at Duke?
So I double majored in psychology and evolution anthropology.
Okay.
And I also did the whole pre-med track there as well. So that kind of was like my. Well, that was, if football obviously didn't work out, that was going to be my segue.
Interesting. Okay, now my last thing I've got for you. My wife and I went to Jamaica last month.
Yeah, man.
Okay?
Yeah, man.
So you moved here to the United States when you were 13 years old, right?
I was 11, yeah.
11 years old, okay. And you played high school ball up in Chicago. I know that. Do you get back to Jamaica?
Yes.
Okay.
When we broke minicamp, I took my family there. I have 2 young kids.
Okay.
And my daughter Taylor and my son Leon, 5 and 2.
Yeah.
I took my family to Jamaica. Their first time, my kids' first time back to Jamaica.
Okay.
And it was for me, being a proud Jamaican, my heritage is like extremely important to me.
Yeah.
It was very important for me to give them that experience, show them where I grew up, and just being able to have them see a piece of my culture.
Yep.
So I love going to Jamaica. I try to go back every year.
Okay, we're going to try to go back. It was our first time. We're going
Where'd you guys go?
We went to Negril.
Negril, yeah.
The one of the big all-inclusives there. And Hideaway at Royalton Negril.
That's my mom's favorite place.
It
Royalton,
is?
yes.
Okay.
I swear she stays there every time she goes back.
We absolutely loved it. I had at least one thing I needed to confirm with you, because our limo driver back to the airport, our last day there. So we were talking to him, and we were talking our ears off. It was a 2-hour drive. It's one road from Negril.
Yeah, you go around
all the way to
cliffs.
Montego Bay. Okay, so he told me something. I said, I can't believe I'm hearing this is true. He said in Jamaica, when you don't know somebody and you walk up to them, you want to greet them, you just greet them with whatever their physical features are. He's like, watch this, and he rolls down the window to a woman, and he says, "Yo, fatty." And I'm like, what? And she turned around and said, what do you want, man? He rolled the window down for another guy. He's a big dude like you. Yo, Biggs. Yo, Biggs. Yo, big man. He was calling he called the pool guy at our resort was probably 5'2". He's like, that's little man, right?
Yeah.
That's small man. So is that accurate? Like, would I get in trouble if I started walking up to people saying, yo, fatty?
Yo, we got the thing in Jamaica. Everything's Irie in Jamaica.
Yeah.
So everything's super chill.
Yeah.
And everyone said zero stress, keep everything one love. And, when you talk to someone, especially with that culture, everything's just a vibe. You know what I'm saying? So when you go back, as long as you match that vibe, you have a great time there.
They called him Greg in the skinny jeans. That's what they called him. And the bartender called me Pretty Eyes. And I was I'll take it.
You see?
I'll take it.
There you go. Matching the vibe, man.
Irie vibe,
Yeah,
man. Yeah, man. Hey, Texans guard Laken Tomlinson. Laken, appreciate you, man. Flash those H's up for the camera right there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Laken Tomlinson, Seth.
Yeah,
he is
hard to dislike.
He's my Jamaican friend.
Hard to dislike that guy.
Yeah,
we talked earlier
Irie.
about how what a shock it must have been to go from living in Jamaica the first 12 years of his life to being plopped down in Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah, dude.
That's a challenge right there. That's what he should have said.
I've been to
at the
both
combine.
places.
At the combine, well, tell us about a time you've overcome adversity. It was like I lived in Jamaica, and I went to Chicago.
And then he just drops the mic and walks
Yeah,
out, even though there's no mic in those meeting rooms.
Yeah. No, I think the biggest thing about him is his extreme durability. Yeah. He's not – I get a little bit nervous because in Shaq Mason was a little bit like the previous version of Laken Tomlinson, I think, which is where you take a guard that, is past his prime, not as good as he used to be.
We know him.
But you know him, and you know how he's going to operate and everything. And with Shaq, I think a lot of it with Shaq was just his injuries. And maybe it was – I don't want to overly simplify it, but if you want some veteran guys that you can trust on the offensive line, you also want to be sure that they're not banged up and injured all the time because they're old. So you take a guy in Laken Tomlinson that is he's played a decade and missed one game the entire time. And I don't know if that was even because of injury. That might have been the last game of a season or something before the playoffs.
Yep.
So he's been very, very durable. Now, I'm not that. Age will take its toll at some point, but he's still relatively young by offensive line standards. So for stability, having guys that they'll simply execute the offense the way it's supposed to execute, all of those things are a huge step forward compared to what they had. And I wonder sometimes if I'm coming off sounding too meager or something and just wanting to. My goal, my aspiration for the offensive line is first just get to be an average offensive line. You can do a lot with an average offensive line. And then if everybody else starts to play better at the skill positions, or because you have an offensive line that's at the very least average, then all of a sudden the offensive line becomes that much better because their job is easier. So there's a cumulative effect there, a synergistic effect.
Yep.
But he's I get bringing him in. I'm optimistic that he'll be a good fit. But I also, you have to be aware that he's not the perfect offseason acquisition at guard most likely, but he could be a very valuable one.
Well put. All right. So that was Laken Tomlinson. If you missed the interview, you can obviously follow the Payne and Pendergast podcast and download it. Use the Odyssey Rewind feature if you'd like, and you can go back and listen to that conversation or anything that we've said on the show today. All right, up next, we're about to head outside. After this segment, hand things off to In the Loop. We'll find out what they've got going on today. We're going to walk across the street and check out the joint practice. Sam Warren of the Chronicle has 5 things to look for in these joint practices. So are these things that we should be looking for today and things that we will be reporting back to all of you tomorrow when we get in here on Friday? What are the biggest things we're watching for today? That's coming up next. But first, big thing you should be watching for is if you need a new
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A few things on the Texans practice. We are live at NRG Stadium. Seth and I are up in the broadcast booth in the stadium. Across the street, the joint practices have begun. They've already started in on team sessions. A few reports on guys participating and not participating. And I will credit Sam Warren of the Chronicle, the best Twitter timelines if you're looking to follow practice. He does every play. He lists the play-by-play of the team drills, and he's got some good video on there. No Cam Robinson. He's there in workout clothes. No Christian Harris today. They continue to ease him back in, Sam says. No Damian Pierce today either. So you got now Nick Chubb is practicing today. He's out of concussion protocol. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is out there observing joint practice with a compression sleeve on his right leg. That's his first appearance at a practice since the injury that you and I both witnessed at the Greenbrier a week ago today.
So there's still a percentage chance that C.J. Gardner-Johnson gets in a fight in this joint practice.
He's out there. Yeah, that's a good point.
He might very well enter the fray if there's any kind of a scuffle.
God, can you imagine? He doesn't tear his knee season ending that way, but he runs out there to get into a fight and something happens. Yeah, I hope not. Nick Chubb, I mentioned, is participating. Damian Pierce is not. Will Anderson and Henry To'oTo'o dap up Bryce Young ahead of the first team session. I don't like that one bit. He's the enemy, Bryce Young. I know they were teammates at Alabama and everything.
Yeah. I need them to be – I need Bryce Young to be dead to them.
Dead to them.
This is joint practice Roman numeral 1 of this offseason. It's for everything. Everything.
I'm not going to go play-by-play on all the things going on because on one field, we were able to see it from up here across the street. One field, you've got the Texans offense going against the Panthers defense, and on the other field, you have vice versa, Panthers offense versus Texans defense. The Texans in the first team had a catch over the middle for a medium gain on M.J. Stewart. There were some run plays here, scramble from Bryce Young. Xavier Legette catch on a hitch. Lassiter tackle for short gain. Xavier Legette false start.
Yeah.
Xavier Legette go ball touchdown on Jalen Smith, and Smith was holding him as well. So Xavier Legette already has a touchdown.
Xavier Legette, after being ejected from the first preseason game for getting into a fight, seems to be a machine right now.
He's a machine out there
right now.
Who's
that touchdown on?
Jalen Smith, the rookie out of USC.
What are the 5 things we're looking for here?
Well, can we play Xavier Legette one more time?
Oh, yeah. So this is Xavier Legette after he got into it with Rayshon Jenkins in the preseason game against the Browns. Xavier Legette landed about a good 3 or 4 punches before they went to the ground. They both got ejected. Here's Xavier Legette afterwards.
Oh, man, it was just something that I shouldn't have did, and that ain't supposed to happen in a football game. So I feel like I owe the fans an apology.
Were you kind of in disbelief that it was even happening in the moment?
No, I wasn't in disbelief. I knew what was going on. But they ain't supposed to have. He ain't say nothing. We ain't had no exchange of words. It was just, how? Yeah.
I think
I like that.
Companies need to hire him for PR after disasters.
Yeah,
like the PR cleanup. Like after Exxon Valdez, I think people would have been a lot cooler to Exxon if Xavier Legette had gotten up there.
It's just like oil in the ocean.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have done that.
But
iceberg ran into it.
Oh man.
surprised it happened?
I mean, I'm almost willing to, put down the swords and stop demanding blood out of this preseason joint practice.
He's just the best.
So far, this is a big thing. By the time this practice is over, the biggest thing that I'm really concerned about is just physicality. I just want to see. You can only tell so much in a non-tackle practice and what have you, but it's a different opponent. You got more of your starters out there. I just want to hear reports that the Texans' offensive line was physical, or I want to go see it with my own eyes 10 minutes from now.
All right, here are the 5 things from Sam Warren of the Chronicle. How does Seth Payne feel about these things heading? These are the 5 things that he's looking for at practice today. Starting offense, seeing a different scheme.
Yeah, and look, last week they faced a 3-4 defense, but not all the starters were out there, including your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. And the quarterback is one thing. CJ, they want him to take a step forward this year, is being really involved in the run game and being direct in traffic with your run checks, your mic points, all that stuff. That it's different when you face a 3-4 compared to the Texans who are running a 4-3 all the time. So that's a little bit of a challenge. And then the other side of it is the Panthers' defense last year was one of the worst defenses in league history. They've made some improvements via free agency and through the draft. They would hope, but as far as we know right now, it's not a very good defense. So I want to see that the Texans offense just flat out looks better versus a lesser defense than they've been facing the first few weeks.
Did I hear Aaron Raybald, our producer out here, say that CJ threw a touchdown to Nico Collins out? Yeah, I bet he's out watching it right now. Second thing, Ariante Ursary continuing his momentum.
Yeah. And again, he's not facing Julius Peppers out there. They don't. It's not a ferocious defense.
Not even Brian Burns anymore.
Right, but he is facing Nick Scorton, the 2nd-round pick out of Texas A&M, who had a good preseason game last week. And last week, Ariante Ursary did some really good things against rookies and backup defensive ends. This is he going to start to do the same thing versus a starting offense, and can he look as good last week as he did this week?
Yep.
Or this week as he did last week.
Defensive line remaining dominant.
Yeah.
Yes, that is what I want to see.
And that is the one area where the Panthers did right by bolstering the offensive line. And this is a good offensive line, or at least on paper, it looks like a good offensive line.
They've spent a lot of money on it.
Yeah,
sure.
This is a good challenge for them.
Mm-hmm.
And, unfortunately, probably a better challenge than what they're facing on a one-on-one basis against the Texans right now. So the work that the Texans D-line gets versus these guys will be hopefully really good.
I see what you're saying. This is an upgrade for guys like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. This is a tougher offensive line.
This is a little bit of this is a tougher challenge.
Yeah. Secondary depth holding up. I recite that one just 2 minutes after saying Jalen Smith got beat by Xavier Legette for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of their depth right now. Rookie from USC. But C.J. Gardner, this is a good one. I like this one, actually, because C.J. Gardner-Johnson going out in that practice was a real eye-opener as far as what they have, or more appropriately, don't have at safety right now. No Jimmy Ward. No didn't play Kalen Bullock in that first game against Minnesota, that first preseason game. Russ Yeast and M.J. Stewart played practically the whole game. They just don't – I mean, they signed Jalen Mills now. They got Jalen Mills, so we'll get a look at him against some competition. But he's been in the league 10 years. We know about Jalen Mills. But, yeah, the secondary depth holding up is a big one.
Well, and that's where Jalen Mills might factor in, and just that if you can feel confident that he's a veteran player that's going to, first and foremost, don't screw us up. Versus some of the younger guys or some of the more unproven guys, they might end up just feeling better about Jalen Mills if they don't have Jimmy Ward or C.J. Gardner-Johnson available.
Was yesterday August the 13th? It was.
Yeah.
I think that was supposed to. I got to Google. I think that was his court date. Yeah. I haven't seen anything that's come out of that. So I apologize for even bringing it up. The audience is probably like, well, that's your job, is to go find these things. And But the reason I thought about that was because what I was going to ask you, do you think Jimmy Ward ends up playing another snap for the Houston Texans?
Oh, boy. Oh.
I'm putting you on the spot here
yes
a little
or
bit.
No.
Yeah.
I'm going to say if I had to bet, I guess I'd bet on no.
I'd bet on no just because there's two things going on with Jimmy Ward, the legal situation and the injury situation.
Yeah.
And to me, if it were just one thing, then, like the injury situation, depending on how this legal thing plays out, obviously, and what they've determined, the league is investigating into it too. I mean, depending on what they've unearthed in investigating it, the injury thing may end up being way more damaging to the legal situation.
And like in these situations, no matter how the legal stuff plays out, the NFL has a precedent of suspending guys when they're in domestic violence situations, even if they don't get found guilty, or even if there's no legal repercussions. The NFL still has a tendency to, they do their own investigation, and I'm expecting a suspension of some sort.
Staying out of scuffles.
I would guess there's going to be a suspension. Staying out of scuffles.
Staying out of scuffles is the fifth thing on Sam Warren's list.
I don't want him to stay completely out of scuffles. I just don't want it to be a practice-ending scuffle.
I don't need. Right. I don't need a practice ending. I don't need any Texans swinging fists like Xavier Legette was. The dumbest thing you can do is punch somebody with a helmet.
The biggest thing is that you gotta almost be realistic and tell your guys, listen, we're just gonna play football, and it's gonna be between the snap and the whistle. That's the only thing that matters. But you got to really be sure that you've got to have a zero tolerance policy for guys rushing onto the field from the sideline.
Yeah.
Because that's when it boils over out of control. It's because everybody runs onto the field.
Yeah.
And then that's when you have to cancel the
clear.
Practice, and it's just a big waste of time.
Oh, Derek Stingley just had a pick off Bryce Young.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bryce.
Mid-season form.
Yeah.
You little worm.
He's so likable, though. He's so likable, and everything that makes him likable also makes me fear for his safety while he's on a football field.
Yeah.
He's so tiny. I don't think you guys understand how small he is.
He's tiny.
It was like the first time I saw Doug Flutie in person. On a football, right?
No, you're not a quarterback. Yeah.
We lost. He got a last-second touchdown. Yeah.
He's magic, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast. I believe the fellas are in the studio. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Boys, how we doing?
Doing pretty well, man. Doing well. It's, probably the most important day of one of two of the most important days of training camp, right?
In Texans history, most likely.
Yeah. My bad. I didn't take it
No,
far
but
enough.
as far as coaches, getting a look at your guys in extensive action versus an opposing
more important than the games,
first string defense or offense. Yeah. They just get so many more snaps against good competition than you see in the games.
Yep. Who do you guys follow while you're doing the show there? Who are you following? Because Sam Warren does some
Oh,
great
my God. Sam Warren and DJ Bieneme.
DJ's got good
They
ones,
both
too.
do kind of good play-by-plays of each drive.
Are you guys distracted by that when you're following all the stuff going on over at camp with the 11-on-11s?
Oh, all the time. Sam Warren, look, we can all type real fast. I don't know how fast he types it, but it must be pushing 1150 words a minute.
He's a college athlete. He played football at Syracuse.
He's a receiver at Syracuse.
Yeah.
He can.
I don't know how
type,
that correlates.
baby. His
to typing,
play-by-play is amazing.
It's amazing. Yeah. Apparently, Aziz forced a fumble earlier too. All right, the defense is doing some.
We are
things.
winning this Super Bowl of joint practices.
I got major FOMO going on right now. Yeah, major.
We're gonna speed walk over there so fast.
Oh.
We just decided. We laid out our route.
Just parachute out of the window.
We realized that we can't take the hypotenuse because of the security situation.
Yeah.
We're going to have 3 and the 4 instead of the 5.
Yeah.
That's
right. They're just nodding their heads in the
Yeah,
studio.
I thought you were going to ask something. I thought you were going to ask something.
I don't even need to look. Yeah.
Too much Pythagoras for this time of day.
A little too much Pythagoras. I'm like, that's why I like talking to Reggie and John. They both know what a hypotenuse is.
That is true. Don't ask me to calculate it because, I have since put that portion of my life behind me.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Question of the day.
That's
question
right.
Of the
That's
day.
right.
I don't know how I came up with this question of the day.
No, I know exactly how this question of the day was surmised, and it was in part because of the start of You Fine Fellas show. Where you guys,
what's something you're right about and everyone else is wrong?
Yeah.
Because, we all have that, that you're right and everyone else is wrong.
We put Lopez at the top of the power rankings for guys that, what was it even about?
I forget.
It was
guys
who
who
would
get
argue
thrown out of
death.
get thrown out of a sporting event.
Even if they knew they were wrong.
My favorite part was take a shovel and dig a hole in the pitcher's mouth.
Oh, okay. So
that's right. It was the Alex Cora stuff. Alex Cora got thrown out while being wrong about what he was arguing about.
I love the quickness with which Seth said your name, John. That was my favorite part of the whole thing. That was my favorite part. So the question is, what is an I'm right and everybody's wrong?
No. You know it. It's not even a question.
I'm right and everybody's
right.
Like, you know for sure you're right.
Right.
And
You know for
else
sure
is
you're
wrong.
right and everyone else is wrong.
Okay, I'd have to really sit and think. The one that I'm dealing with most imminently is how the Alex Bregman standing ovation situation should have been handled by people. Because Chandler Rome slapped a clown emoji on me last night with that opinion. Yeah. So that's the one I'm dealing with right now, because I have a lot of Astro fans coming at me saying that I'm flat out wrong over that, because Alex Bregman was a hero here.
Well, I told you that.
A baseball hero.
Not in those words.
Yeah. People like John Lopez, exactly. So you think I'm wrong about that. I think I'm right about that. There's a lot of people who have told me I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, and I'm blanking because I know I can be obstinate in a lot of ways, and so I know there's many examples. I'm having a hard time coming up with something that that wouldn't turn into political or religious, and I just don't feel like it. I just don't feel like it right now.
Yeah. Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah.
I love this from the 713. Everything. Fair enough.
That's good. That text can be about anything, but I love that it's about this topic.
That's right.
All right, boys. Well, it's 10 o'clock.
I was like,
I know you want to get going.
I hear the antsiness in your voice. We would like to release you to go watch practice.
Thank you for the release. I appreciate it.
All right.
Time to hit the old dusty trail.
Thank you for delivering me from what was about to be a 15-minute diatribe about the Second Amendment.
Thank you. Yes. All right, hey Reggie, watch this. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Mm-hmm.
All right? You're listening to KLT AM KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Oh, did I mention that Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M. John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. We're off to practice. They start now.
That's right. Happy Thursday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Sean live from NRG Stadium. That is John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atula. Figgy Fig hanging out with you. And it is one of the most important days of training camp. It is joint practice day, baby. They are already out there doing that joint practicing with the Carolina Panthers. Those fine fellas.
They're putting that belt to ass is what they're doing.
It does seem as though that is the case. We'll try and keep up with all of it as best we can, give you some updates. And when all of it wraps up, you will hear again from Seth Payne and give you the lay of the land of what happened with that. We'll do that. I appreciate you guys rocking with us and getting involved with the program as you always do. 713-572-4610.
We're getting a bunch of them already.
That is the number.
We'll get
text.
to 1040 people.
Right, 1040, where we will get into those opinions that you know you're right about and everybody else is wrong about, including from the 936. The plural of octopus is octopuses, not octopi. I appreciate you coming in with that strong effort. But man, this is a super important day of practice, and this is probably going to be the most telling day that we've had thus far of football activities on this headed into this 2025 season.
Oh, it will. It absolutely will be. The joint practices, they're better than anything. They're better than preseason games. They may not be, as popular, as entertaining. You can't tailgate. Well, I guess you can, but you don't see a lot of tailgating.
I mean, there was effectively tailgating with the way that line wraps around.
Yeah.
Obviously, we had talked about it for all the open practices, like a different piece today.
No, it was. But just in terms of football, what our listeners are largely interested in, this is big. This is big, and I think you're going to get some answers. Maybe not, is that your final answer? But you're going to get some answers on a lot of things. Specifically, we're going to be looking at offensive line, and we're already getting some reports. We'll keep you up to date on that. But I think it goes well beyond that. I think there are a lot of places, especially with the injuries, with people sitting out, where you're going to get some real answers. Because the best thing about, and I've said this, so I don't want to be redundant too much, but for those who haven't heard, the best thing to me about joint practices is if there's a rep, if there's a play where the defense maybe just takes something, as the Texans have, an interception or something, you can go back and run it again. The coaches will talk and say, hey, let's do that again. Show me this look. And it's also true ones versus ones. Even in the preseason game, it's everybody, unless they're not participating in practice. Even in preseason games, there are going to be guys that just don't sit out because you don't want some crazy, fall or somebody hitting you, on the blind side, some, undrafted free agent trying to be an All-American, hurting a veteran and all that. There are going to be guys that sit out. So this is true ones versus ones. It's, absolute, as close to full contact as you can get. And you can see the exactly what you want to see on the field. It's not like the down and distance dictates it,
Yeah, I mean, you can create the specialized situations that you wish to see outside of hoping that they come up in a preseason game, and then on top top of that, as you mentioned, it's not that it's ones versus ones. It's an extended amount of ones versus ones. It is not, hey, we get one series out here with ones just to kind of see operation and then get back to allowing these twos and threes to continue to do their job, jockeying for position on the depth chart, or if they are going to make the depth chart at all. No, we get to do the thing where we fully lay out, hey, let's get these ones a lot of opportunity, a lot of reps, and with the things that we want to work on, which is cool. You mentioned the offensive line. Clearly, this is the biggest focus. I won't say the singular focus by any means. And again, the offensive line looks similar with no Cam Robinson out there practicing. Makes sense as he did not go through walkthroughs yesterday. Left to right, you're used to this. Ariante Ursary on the left, Laken Tomlinson left guard, Jake Andrews again starting at center. Right guard is Ed Ingram still, and then Titus Howard still kicked out at right tackle. And it seems like they've done pretty well, through the, I believe, first team period, and I believe also the second team period, although I'm trying to
that's what I saw.
Double check. Solid pass protection. I didn't see like super glowing terms, but it didn't seem like they were faltering against a Panthers 3-4 front, especially with Derek Brown in the middle that could be a havoc causer. And I thought this is going to continue over the day, obviously being a big point of emphasis. But one of the things you absolutely cannot have with this team is pressure on the interior. And Derek Brown is going to be a good stress test for that. Thus far, it seems like they've handled that well.
Yeah, same line, and it does seem to be solid. Although I did see Jonathan Alexander called the protection on one pass pristine, which is an interesting way to call protection. So they're kind of holding up early as well. So the offensive line, back to my first point, it might not be this is your final answer, but do you feel like you have an answer on the offensive line?
An answer, possibly. I think, you have a line that you could probably throw out there and expect decent play from. And that's not bad. That is not bad at all, especially where you're coming from with last year, the ways that people have probably rightfully denigrated the way that offensive line played up and down last year for a number of reasons, coaching, all of these, and probably a decent amount of schematics. We can get to all of those things, but passable is the bare minimum of what we've asked for from this team. And having one iteration of this offensive line that you believe to be passable is a good thing. Yeah. Now, of course, we still have to figure out what is the permutation that they actually want to throw out there when you have more of these guys healthy, and what's the best iteration, what's the best five that you could throw out there. That's still to be seen. However, it's starting to really feel like you can roll out with the offensive line that we just laid up and maybe be able to actually go out and execute an offense that complements your defense and allows you to go and win football.
I agree, but the offensive line is, I guess, stealing headlines, for lack of a better way to put it, from other big things. I mean, there are three places today that, and we're going to talk to Seth Payne about it when they come off the field. But the other places where I think you're going to get some real close to answers, at least in terms of moving into the final weeks of final days of training camp. Running back, safety, and tight end. Running back is going to be something that we don't know about Joe Mixon. Nick Chubb has been out. You would expect him to come back, but it's time for the opportunities to take for these guys to take advantage of the opportunities. Damian Pierce and Woody Marks particularly.
Yeah, Damian Pierce not practicing today.
Oh, that's right. He's not out today.
Which that one hurts. I mean, to be fair, we kind of this could be seen because neither he nor Christian Harris are out there. Both of those suck because this feels like would have been a really cool opportunity to see those guys who could be pivotal in various ways to what you're doing. And obviously, it matters a lot to Damian Pierce, we think, in finding his place and if he has a place continued with this team. But yeah, man, it seems like Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan have both kind of continued with what they've been doing in this preseason, this training camp experience for the Texans. As I saw that Jawar Jordan broke a big run at one point, which is something that we've seen him do earlier on. So continuing that is a good thing. Woody Marks having nice sustainable runs, again, following in line with what it feels like we've seen. And probably that also speaks again to the offensive line and their ability to go and create lanes and and get some push on the front. But yeah, those guys, it seems like they are continuing what they've done, which I imagine I'm just going to view as just net positive, right? Like, again, if they're just going to continue what they do, that's probably really good for Jawar. For Woody, the sustainability of that is there, but obviously you would hope that they stand out in a way, which I don't know how much I can say as of right now, but I mean, I will plus Mark.
And then the other one that, the other two, but I want to talk about safety, because safety position right now, listening to Matt Burke yesterday and knowing that, they are shorthanded, obviously with C.J. Gardner-Johnson out. By the way, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is out there right now, walking a little slowly and has a sleeve on his right leg, but he is out there watching the joint practice. And then Jimmy Ward as well. But
as is Jalen Reed. Jalen Reed
as
is also
Jalen
out
Reed
there.
too. The safety position, I mean, that's crucial right now. We're going to see, how they perform today.
Yeah, and I'll be completely honest. I'm trying to go back and see if any of the kind of safeties have shown up in some of the updates we're getting from practice just yet. But I mean, this is going to be the likes of Stewart and maybe Miles Bryant if he gets some run there, and of course Russ Yeast. Can they show and demonstrate themselves as handling up with what you expect from them, and maybe also being prepared for the possibility of being picked on as a potential weak link comparatively with the defense in the secondary, because Derek Stingley is already showing his class as he's been tested and had an interception. So that teams are going to, after the season that both cornerbacks put up, and with the understanding that Kalen Bullock is a even further developing player, if you're looking for a weak spot and you go, hey, C.J. Gardner-Johnson should be there, except now we have whichever backup, with all due respect to those guys, is out there, are they capable of handling the test that I imagine is going to come?
Yes, and then also tight end. That's going to be a big one. Apparently, Kate Stover has a good start to the bid. But here's where I ultimately wanted to go, and I think this is important. It's one thing for C.J. Stroud, 2 weeks plus of watching the same defense, kind of knowing what the Texans defense is doing here and there, to sort of gain his, get his feet under him a little bit, handling the offense. He's seen something completely different today. This is a big test for C.J. Stroud. 3-man front, odd man front, and then also different looks, different, players coming from different places on the field, reading those, making those reads, blocking assignments, etc. C.J. Stroud, right out of the chute, took the team down the field and threw a touchdown pass to Nico Collins. So early returns are good, but this is a big day for C.J. Stroud and the development of him controlling the offense.
Especially because this is not going to be a day where you're looking at install or like that portion of this. This is a day where it's get out and play football to some degree. Obviously, you're going to be trying to refine whatever you're doing as a team. But remind me when we have an opportunity to chat with Seth later in the program, I need to ask just how smooth it looks for C.J. Stroud at this juncture, right? Because we've talked about it historically or in the past last few weeks about how at times it looks, you can see the wheels turning, you can see him kind of processing in a way that wouldn't make sense at this time period as he has a lot on his plate. In an instance where it's, hey, just go out there and play football, how does it look for him at this point? Is there a distinction? Is there a difference when, okay, this is a day that clearly you're putting things in and you're reflecting on it? And does it look a little bit more free even as he has that addition, at the helm, like a Matt Stafford, like a Tom Brady? How does it look for him as of right now? I think that'll be an interesting look versus the Panthers out there today as well.
Yes, and not just running the offense, but exactly what you said. The comfort level is it starting to click in, because he clearly got more comfortable seeing the Texans defense. Well, now he's looking at the Panthers defense. The other part of that is, does it reflect in his passing, in his throws? I'm curious. I'll be curious to see how accurate he is today. If he's the same old C.J. Stroud. It certainly looked like it on the first drive, especially with that last touchdown pass to Nico Collins. But that translating to his game and the comfort level and the old, it's slowing down thing, that could be huge, especially going, at this point in the preseason.
A couple of personnel notes that are out there that kind of caught my attention is we're still kind of talking through the early parts of what we're getting out of the joint practice number 1 on the season, this time versus the Carolina Panthers ahead of these teams meeting up noon on Saturday. A lot of 12 personnel I'm seeing, including Jakob Johnson, fullback.
There we go.
Makes sense. Xavier Hutchinson.
Okay, we can talk about this.
Let's do it.
We can talk about
this. I mentioned this a couple of times, right?
And a couple times off air.
I've seen Hutchinson in there with the ones. Now, of course, Higgins has gotten some one time, but he seems like they're if not grooming him, or at least seeing how does this work with him alongside the likes of Christian Kirk and Nico Collins in that bunch of, I guess, 3 or starting kind of wide receivers, so to say.
Yeah, look, Bregman, nobody saw it coming. It could be one of those things. We talked about it yesterday. How these wideouts, these receivers, tight ends included, can play anywhere on the field. Xavier Johnson has a level of trust because he has done more than John Mechie and others that are deeper on the depth chart than others. He's a big guy as well. Xavier Hutchinson, and it's not, for goodness sakes, don't think that this is like, oh, Jaden Higgins is, whatever, behind or not, not what we thought he was. No. He's a rookie. Xavier Hutchinson has a lot on him. Xavier Hutchinson might be able to fit into that role just a little smoother and with a little better, confidence from the coaches.
Yeah, so that will then also shape the conversation of the 53-man, specifically that wide receiver room a little bit more. Some more things I'm seeing. I know that, and we didn't mention it, but shout out to Cade Stover. I don't know if we're going to go crazy on pet cat points today or whatever. Apparently, he had a hell of a wham block on Derek Brown, that big defensive tackle in the middle of that 3-4 defense for Ejiro Evero. And that is notable. We know that physicality for him, that tough guy, that Ohio farm boy strength showing up there. But that's the thing that he has. That's clearly something they want to utilize. I also want to hear how he does in his pass catching opportunities as well.
The blocking is why they drafted him. The blocking is what he did well last year.
This fits in with the profile of a converted linebacker. Go up and hit somebody. Oh yeah, baby,
I can do that. I can do that. No, this is exactly what you would expect from Cade Stover. I'm with you. Expanding his game, tight end. That's what we've been hoping for. That's what we've been looking to see. But this part, hey, you still need that. You still need Cade Stover to be able to knock those guys on those runs.
How does this affect Mechie if Hutchinson is up there? I imagine this makes it even more difficult because, again, we've talked about it. There's 4 guys on this wide receiver room that I feel like are untouchable. The rookies, Nico, Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
And then if Hutchinson is in this place where he is pretty locked in, that is 5 wide receivers in what is typically 6 or 7 spots for wide receiver. And so you start doing that math. Braxton Berrios as a return man has a pretty good shot at these types of things. And then now you're having the conversation. Is it Mechie? Is it maybe Berrios? Is it Watson? That's not an easy conversation to have to play musical chairs for maybe 1 or 2 spots in that space. A couple more things. It seems like there's been some pressure situations with the offensive line. So obviously early on, offensive line kind of good, but maybe there's still some instances where now games are coming in that they ratchet it up as you continue to go through teams, seeing how that handles, especially for Tay, who it seems like one of the conversations is, can you maintain that same caliber of play as you get fatigued? I don't know if that's a demerit on him or just like, hey, a thing that they're focusing on, point of emphasis. But also worth remembering, Nick Chubb is out there actually practicing. Like, what does the Nick Chubb experience look like? Because we know they went right to Dare in preseason game number 1. This is an opportunity to see Nick Chubb, and how does he hold up? What does he look like? And I guess, what does the also offensive system look like in a different way? Like, what are they able to get? How does it a small taste of that preseason game 1? I imagine it looks a little bit different today as well.
I imagine it will as well. The other thing, and we haven't even mentioned this, but this Texans defense, so everything they did against the offense, and maybe the offense is really, which they were, behind, etc. Well, they're not making life much easier on the Panthers either.
Yeah, and this is a sad thing, and the biggest thing probably that you want out of all of this, we talk about all the football stuff. Stay upright, because shout out to Sheena Quick, who covers the Panthers. We were able to talk to her at Super Bowl. Nick Scorton, who was a second-round pick out of A&M, was put on the cart. They said it's heat-related, though, but, still.
It's heat-related. There's a lot of heat-related.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get a feel for that, those Panthers coming into town. But that, again, a reminder, hey, when that cart comes out, injuries come up into mind. So keep everybody healthy out there. Obviously, you don't want too many scuffles, but keep everybody upright as well. We'll talk to Seth Payne a little bit later on the program, see from his experience what he was able to see through the joint practice that is happening today and happening really as we speak there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk more about these Astros. Is there something like an unorthodox way of going about these final 41 games that Joe Espada might try? We'll tell you what we mean next.
It's just making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
Dumb
That's
and
not
Dumber?
awkward at all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is, too.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. Texans out there on the field with the Carolina Panthers getting some joint practice in, ladies and gentlemen, from the 832. They're like, I have an idea. Have Mechie link back up with his college teammate, catch passes from Bryce Young. Go ahead and figure it out.
Are they both like that?
Are they standing trying to talk, doing a LeBron,
the NBA special?
Yeah.
The only thing about that is I look at the Panthers depth chart at wide receiver. It's not bad. Like obviously they just drafted Ted McMillan. They also still have Xavier Legette. Adam Thielen is, I think, being the
OG.
Yeah, he's the OG, but I think being decent, like, you know, his role being kind of pared back will help him be
Robert
a little bit
Woods.
better. Plus, you got Jimmy. You did add Jimmy Horn. They, still have David Moore out there, which I mean, at that point, I'm starting to stretch the conversation. But yeah, no, I think they've got a solid offensive wide receiver core.
Yeah.
But I guess if you can get a deal, then get a deal, man. I ain't mad at it. Especially because
that's Nick Caserio's MO.
You keep 7 wide receivers, and we did kind of open up around. I don't want to say it like we created the opportunity or the thought of this, but we started thinking about, hey, if they want Tank to come back, he would have to be on that 53-man as well, unless you're like going to try and find 8 wide receiver spots on your initial 53 before. Like that feels like a lot.
Yeah.
So no, okay, that conversation at wide receiver gets really interesting. Conversation for the Astros for the time being, a little bit of sigh of relief, and I already can tell I'm going to give myself loads of anxiety. I'm going to raise my blood pressure in a way that I don't need to. Remember, I got 3 TVs. Every night, you can guarantee that if there is a Astros game or a Mariners game or both, those games will be on those TVs.
Yeah.
And I'm not well.
early anymore.
I'm not well because I had the Astros game on. I had the Mariners game on. Thankfully, both of them went the ways that you would want to. Orioles win in a walk-off fashion. The Astros get a 4-1 victory on a Hunter Brown night, which wasn't the
interesting Hunter Brown night, wasn't it? He seemed to get rattled a couple times with his own control, and then the umpiring and the balk and all that stuff. He's like pointing, hey, man, get in the box. Sorry, balk. I'm like, wait, what?
What is happening?
Alex Cora got ejected, and he just seemed to be rattled a little bit, but composed himself and went into the 7th inning, didn't he?
He did. Yeah. 6 2/3 for him. He just couldn't get that final out. I think a couple of base runners ended up on the paths, and Joe Espada saw 93 pitches and was like, I think we can go ahead and turn this over to the pen. You've done admirably on the night. But I think the bullpen usage ends up being even more interesting, not just because of what's happening, there, right, and with the starting pitching and getting that together, but, Josh Hader on the 15-day IL, and it's very clear that it's not going to be 15 days.
Oh, they said it yesterday, which is about as candid as the Astros will get. And it's also interesting because he said, how did he put it? This is going to take a little longer than 2 weeks. Well, there's 6 weeks left in the season.
Not only that, I'm surprised that you mentioned a little longer than 2 weeks as opposed to Josh Hader is getting a second opinion.
Oh, yeah,
that's your favorite.
Yeah,
that is the John Lopez special. What that mean when you get a second opinion,
that
Lopez?
Means you didn't like the first one. Like if Figgy has a shoulder issue and I say, well, go get an opinion. And he says it's good. Are you going to get a second one?
I want to see if it's good or not.
I want to make sure it's good.
You might. If you're looking at a car, you like the car, you might get a second opinion on another car.
Not your shoulder. You're like, okay, cool. I ain't going to the doctor again. Second opinion, which is never good. And then, Espada says this is going to take a little longer than you think.
Okay. It's always a problem when you start thinking,
it really is. It's the story of my life.
Especially if you start thinking too much.
Yeah, well, that never happens, except every day. And this is what got me thinking. So remember, they've always named a closer for obvious reasons because they've had an obvious one. But even when Presley was here and Josh Hader came in, what did Joe Espada say? Very directly, in training camp, Josh Hader is going to take the 9th inning. And that's with a closer that won World Series, in uniform.
Yeah.
He's been very direct about the closer.
And it makes sense. It's deeply comforting for players and for pitchers to know their role, to be able to build their routine, to know mentally, because it's such a mental game. Being baseball in general, but also being a pitcher, that the essence of baseball being that battle between your pitcher and your batter, and being able to contextualize that properly hours before the game, knowing what's going to happen matters.
You are 100% right. But you know what he said when Josh Hader went out right after talking about a little more than 2 weeks? He said, I'm not going to say who has the ninth inning. I'm paraphrasing, but he did say this. I'm not going to say who has the ninth inning or who has the eighth inning. And that got me thinking. We just assume it's Brian Abreu. I think it should be Brian Abreu by and large. It probably will be Brian Abreu for the most part. But I don't think it's going to be Brian Abreu closing out games all the time. He's very adamant about this is our closer. And they've done this in the past, not with Espada as the manager, where they didn't necessarily have like a, true to form, they've mixed and matched at the back end. And to me, that's what's going to be the most interesting thing about these last 41 games. How much is Abreu going to close? Is Bennett Sousa going to close some? Which, by the way, his slider last night.
I knew you were going to bring up the slider.
Baby, that was a professional slider.
Okay, thank you.
It was a professional slider. He had guys just flailing at air, man. So I think, I'm not so sure I hate that idea, because here's a manager that has been able to be like a chameleon in terms of his roster.
This year in particular?
Yes. How they turn runs, how they try to score runs, small ball versus getting the right guy with the big bat in there, and et cetera. If he's a chameleon manager, he might just and boy, this would lock up manager of the year if he pulls it off. He might just mix and match at the back depending on who's feeling the best, batter versus pitcher matchups. Bennett Sousa has more than proved himself. I think he could close out some games. Maybe someone else could close out some games. I could see Joe Espada sort of changing things around at the back end. I really could.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be – I don't hate the idea just generally, right? Like I understand, especially for different circumstances. Like I don't know that Brian Abreu is your all circumstances. All right, just put him in the ninth. The tough thing about that, though, is considering that your bullpen is thinner than it was prior, when you start kind of doing and mixing and matching, and not just for usage, enough pitch over the last few days where he's off tonight, right? But when you're actually just, okay, this circumstance calls a little bit better for this pitcher, I think it makes it even more difficult to manage, your pitcher selection. Who are you going to throw out there at various points in the sixth or the seventh, right? Because someone like Bennett Sousa, when you know that you have Abreu, like you can kind of schedule that out. You can see that out. But if you're like looking at the day, and maybe this is coming into the day, you have that understanding of, okay, every day we have to reorder, the priorities of which we would use these pitchers. But that, I think the more and more that you deviate, or the more and more that you change things up, the more opportunities you have to have a little bit of a misstep. And it feels like in a race that is so tight, or feels like it will be so tight with the Mariners, that opens up the opportunity of a wrong step, which maybe that's unfair for me to even bring that up, considering how well Joe Espada has handled the multitude of instances where he had to be unorthodox, forced into these various places. It's just a little uncomfortable for me.
I think it's more than fair, and I, like a lot of people, just assumed Brian Abreu throws a lot. He throws damn near every day, so he would fit the profile of just stepping into the closer's role. He has the stuff, of a closer. He showed it last night, got the save, etc. But it also fits Joe Espada's profile to say, not so fast. And I'll go back to this. He's a guy that has normally very much defined the role. Didn't do it this time, and so I'm wondering more into some of maybe the analytics, the matchups, etc. But not just that. Keep in mind, after today, they have 10 games in 10 days. So he's going to have to maybe manipulate some of these guys. And then the final thing that got me wondering about this, you might be getting some more arms in the bullpen as you get starters back.
Sure.
So I could see where.
And we're probably not too far from the likes of France,
Luis Garcia,
and Garcia, bringing themselves back up to the major leagues as well.
It's a roll of the dice, but it would definitely lock up, if he hasn't already, Manager of the Year if he can pull it off.
Yeah. I feel like he's got to be there's kind of a meme that flies around of like just, I'm tired of you speaking to a deity, just like I'm tired of you. I don't want to be your strongest soldier or something to that effect.
No.
Right? Like it feels like Joe Espada has been the baseball deity's strongest soldier of we just gonna throw all of our toughest challenges at you. And he's handled them admirably. This is another one clearly that pops up. But the first iteration of it handled pretty well by the manager of the Astros in a 4-1 victory. Shout out to Bennett Sousa with the snap of his slider, and then, of course, Brian Abreu finishing this one out. And, of course, off day today before they get back in action on Friday. I will still be watching baseball in the middle of the show, mind you, because there's a getaway game for the Mariners in Baltimore to see whether they are down even like more than one game or whether they can bring this back to a half game lead only for your Astros. So we'll keep you up to date with that as we go as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The day continues to roll on. We'll check back in on this training center with the joint practice between your Texans and the Carolina Panthers. But coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. What is your I'm right and everybody else is wrong about opinion? 713-572-4610, because my partner here, I'm pretty sure he's made exclusively of them. We'll talk about it next.
Ready?
Tear Exit Information Kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We are looking all over social media and checking for updates from Texans, Panthers joint practice that's happening at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And what was the thing that you saw, Lopez, or the kind of realization that you seem to have?
Jalen Noel?
No, just in general about practice. You were like, hey, they getting
no, yeah, they're getting after it.
Yeah.
You know, by and large, when they first started having these joint practices, they would kind of be on two different fields, doing their own thing, their little drills, maybe even some 7-on-7. Nah, man, they warmed up. Let's go. They went at it. They're still going at it. 11-on-11 ones, and then twos, and then mixing in some others, and back to ones. This is why I love it. This is why I love these more than preseason games.
Yeah, so I've seen a Mechie touchdown happen with the twos. So Mechie continues his hot play when it comes to training camp. Thankfully, saw a little bit of red zone for the Texans offense where 7-12 happened. Nico catching a touchdown pass. That's one of the things that you like to see. I've seen that there's kind of been an up and down nature for the offense today, seemingly. There's good, there's bad, there's in the middle happening all over out there. So, I mean, that seems to track with everything that we've kind of gotten a feel for. And at one point, it seemed like, supposedly, according to someone in the stands there, the CJ was getting a little frustrated that they were not able to run the ball a little bit. So, yeah, man. And there's also movement, but we're still catching a lot of stuff that's happening out there at camp. But let's get to our question of the day now. What is a I'm right and everybody is wrong opinion that you hold? 713-572-4610. This comes up because of one of my partner here's many of those types of opinions that came to the fore again today, courtesy of Payne and Pendergast.
Mostly Seth. Seth came at me a little bit because I guess the question came up. Alex Cora got ejected.
That's right, for not adequately knowing what a balk is.
Yeah, or the interpretation of that rule. Whatever.
I said what I said.
Well, I get whatever. It's about going from the stretch to the wind-up, vice versa, etc. Anyway, and he was adamant about being right. He was wrong, but he was adamant about being right on that. So the question. So Seth decided to give me, throw me to the ground and step on me and wipe his feet.
I mean, he's not wrong, though. When Sean asked Seth, who of the Sports Radio 610 personalities would be the most likely to end up in the spot similar to Alex Cora, where you're just fighting on this and ultimately get yourself ejected behind it, it is John Lopez. It is John P. Lopez, as evidenced. I saw this yesterday, and I intentionally did not get into it, where John and Figgy in the group chat, and you guys heard the conversation, and I'm afraid to bring it back up again for fear that you guys will jump back into the conversation about who was bigger, Michael Jackson or Taylor Swift. This conversation, my phone was lighting up.
You guys know this. Some others that I get into it with don't. I have fun doing that. Like, to me, that's fun. And by the way, the difference between me and Alex Cora is I would be right.
See?
If I was standing on that rule, I would be right. But no. And we all have those moments like, I know I'm right, and everyone else is wrong.
So what are those for you? 713-572-4610. I appreciate the texts that have already came in. I mean, that's crazy.
The obvious one is the Taylor Swift and Michael Jackson thing. I am right.
Don't do that.
You saw the text.
I'm putting the kibosh on that. We're not doing that.
Where was I wrong?
We're not doing that.
On any of the points
I refuse to do that. I'm not allowing that.
You was wrong on the first point of it.
Hey!
You should read it. Anyway, irregardless is not a word. Irregardless is not.
That is in the dictionary, right?
Okay, and I tweeted about this just specifically at you guys and Seth and Sean. Any linguist will tell you. Merriam-Webster will tell you. Dictionaries do not define language, they reflect it. Do you honestly think, like at some point, the brain trust at Merriam-Webster decided, you know what, we forgot that irregardless is a word. Let's put it in this year. No, They know what the words are. They didn't just forget. Well, they put it in because it reflects that people are misusing this word as a real word, so we might as well put it in because they're misusing it.
But do you feel like it's possible to create new words going forward, or are we just sticking with the same words?
Have been created as a result of like the world and the culture changing.
Like irregardless.
No, not like irregardless. That they just put that in to reflect that people are misusing it. Like a good word like GIF. Like GIF, because the world has changed and this is a new thing. That is a new word. It's not being misused and they put it in. It's a new word. Irregardless is being misused, so they put it in.
There's a number of words that you will also acknowledge are words that the generation of them was what you would deem misuse. I think the issue here for you, Lopez, is that you view the authority on whether or not things are words as the official the official gatekeepers. And the fact of the matter is words exist because we use them. And if there's communication and we have a expression of our meaning, then that is a word. That's how this thing happens, brother. Like that's just irregardless is a word because that's how people use it. And people
Lopez just stuck on regardless as the
regardless
word.
Is the word.
But now you got irregardless.
No,
in the
irregardless
dictionary.
has been misused. They've been misusing it so many times. Like ain't. Ain't is not a word. It's in the dictionary because it's been misused so much.
My man is Don Quixote right now, fighting the mission to civilize.
I feel like I'm in first grade arguing with the teacher.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Yeah,
you're not allowed to use ain't. Ain't is not a word.
Well, regardless. See what word I used there? Regardless, I'm right, and anybody who thinks otherwise is wrong.
That's right. All right. So
what about you guys?
You very much get the game here from on the text line. Now work and not words. That's not exactly where I wanted this to go, but I do appreciate the people that have come in on the text line. I mentioned earlier from the 936, the plural of octopus is octopuses and not octopi.
I don't know about that.
I appreciate that. But I do love this one from the 832 because I very much believe it. It's not I don't know if it's unpopular, actually, now that I think about it. The Rockets would have won those championships regardless of whether or not Jordan retired. They said nobody can win 8 straight.
That's a good one.
I won't say necessarily nobody can, but the reason why Michael Jordan retired at that point was fatigue. Like look, we can get into the conspiracies about gambling debts or what have you.
Why was he fatigued?
I'm not going to take that away from y'all. Y'all can have that because obviously it's not going to be easy to extract that from people's feelings. But he was fatigued. Like there was a wearing down within that. I don't believe that they would have beaten that Rockets team, that operated like a team of destiny of sorts.
Yeah.
And we also forget, and I know it's not the same thing, but Jordan came back. What was that, 95?
Yeah,
at the end of that season?
Little gray area.
No, but I'm saying, the point being, you see what happens with, and it's not like Michael Jordan wasn't playing basketball. No, he wasn't playing professional basketball in that same way.
Yeah.
But it's not like you did not see a team that had some sort of that worn down Michael Jordan in that time period and see what that would have done.
Right.
Clearly, it was a different team, and I think that the Rockets team would have still handled business.
The bigger point being, that's a good one where I'm right and you are all wrong. What about you guys?
The one that come to my mind, this is sports related. I feel like the Astros still would have won without and go through with the cheating scandal and all that stuff. Maybe they would have lost a little more games, but I think they still could have won the World Series.
That's a good one. The Dodgers say otherwise, and you can tell them they're wrong, that they're all wrong.
Yeah.
What about you?
The Rockets one is a big one for me. I stand on that one. Somebody said Rockets would have won if Chris Paul had a healthy hamstring. Yeah. That one feels pretty clear as well. That one would have been the way that it went. Do you view that one to be as unpopular?
Yeah. Do you have any others in terms of just
I'm certain that there are other ones, but of course,
I think it is what it is. It's the perfect way to sum up something. And look, I'm not even just poking at you, Lopez, but sometimes you know what it is, and ain't no point of going down that road. So it is what it is, right there.
Well, another way to say it is what it is anywho, because it doesn't mean anything. But that's regardless. See what I did it again?
You just keep bringing it back to this. We're just going to have pedantic conversations here.
What about the one that I got into it and Seth referenced it for damn near an entire segment with Nick Wright back in the day?
Biopic?
Biopic is what he calls it. and biopic is more than acceptable, and he refused to accept that point. You can say biopic.
Okay, so you was on board with biopic. You were saying biopic, and they were saying biopic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Biopic, right word.
Oh no, I had it the other way.
Yeah,
I was saying bio.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, you're switching sides here, aren't you?
I was saying biopic. Yeah,
you're switching sides.
And he was saying biopic. I just had that backwards.
Somebody said Oilers would have beaten the Bills if there was no second half. Well, yeah, I think that's a great point as well.
That's easy to stand on because they went to halftime with a 30-point lead.
I think that is probably the easiest one. Yes, to get to that space.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Let me see. I'm trying to probe the depths of my sports ones because I feel like we've had enough of the pedantic nature of some of these conversations.
Yeah. Although I do like Ocho's.
What did Ocho come with?
He goes, for all intensive purposes is correct because it rolls off the tongue better.
832 Shipley Donuts is better than Krispy Kreme. Yes, I said it. I think that's a good one. Texas would have won a Super Bowl if Matt Schaub wouldn't have gotten hurt on the sneak.
Oh, I like that one. I like that
now
one.
we're getting to the place.
Yes.
I think that there's a take. Mm-hmm. I don't even know if I agree with that one, but there is absolutely a take.
I kind of do.
All right, lay out your case here.
Well, I mean, they were 7-1 in Tampa. They ran a quarterback sneak for Lord knows what reason. What did he break? His foot? I think it was his foot. And then everything. They were just killing people, just killing them. 7-1 or 8-1, something like that. When he hurt his foot, and they were the defense was obviously outstanding. They still came back and damn near got to the AFC Championship, or was it divisional? Anyway, they won a playoff game. I'm with you on that one.
All right, I'm interested in how you feel about this one because I've had long conversations about it. Kyle Shanahan, who seems to be, huge and loom large when it comes to offense in the NFL in this modern era. From the 832, Kyle Shanahan is not the great coach everyone thinks he is when you consider the number of, poor high picks and, choking in the Super Bowl and so on and so forth. How do you view that? Because I am hard-pressed to get there.
I am too, to be honest. You're saying that he's not?
That's what the texter says, that he's not that great of a coach. The tough part about it is I understand those are some of the metrics that we look at coaching behind. Like, are you able to get to these places where you're able to get the results? Like, it's a results-oriented business, even though process, I think, is how you get there in theory. And on top of that, there is something to be said for he is the top of that organization. I think that was it John Lynch there as the general manager kind of serves at his behest with all due respect to him. And they have made a number of kind of ill-advised picks, including, and probably like the biggest one, is giving up ample capital in order to go get Trey Lance, and ultimately he does not work out at all. But at the same time, I still look at the ways in which he continues to make a little something out of nothing in some degrees, which of course is his fault to some place when it comes to personnel. But he's still very good at calling plays and drawing up offense and having pretty sustained success, just not at the super highest level.
I'll tell you another sports one that I know I'm right on. If you put any list of the top 3, top 5 NBA players of all time and you don't include Wilt, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Who's your top 5 now?
I would say probably, depending on what side of the argument you want to take,
Taylor Swift,
LeBron and MJ, then who else would be up there? I put Wilt top 3, top 5. I personally would put Wilt 3. And he played against a bunch of 5'8" white guys. No, he did not. That argument frustrates me.
He played against the plumbers, man.
Dude,
and
there you go. You're one of them. You go back and look at the players he played against. Why am I going on this tangent?
Do it
anyway. I'm right.
Do it. Commit.
Hall of Famers.
Did he really have a 100-point game?
Oh, absolutely.
Where's the proof at? I feel like we got proof of everything but that damn game.
I've told you that story about the manager on that Sixers team. Ended up being a friend of mine years later. He was the ball boy manager, whatever you want to call. He was at the game in
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
In Hershey, yeah.
Let's take his word for it.
There's some players that have played in it that were interviewed about the game. And what's funny, I think it might have been Pablo Torre who did a podcast episode on it. The thing that they actually contest is not whether he actually did it, but whether or not some of the ways in which the game was called were as up and up as they would like. So, I mean, there's conspiracies if you want to get there outside of just it didn't happen. But yes, it's definitely, and that's part of why we did not have film of it, is that it happened. It was like not an exhibition, but it happened in a non-standard place of, they didn't play in Philadelphia, they played in Hershey.
Yeah, they used to do that kind of barnstorming.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Backstab it's become a little bit more now. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. We'll check back in on what's happening out there at joint practice, but then also the NFL being handed multiple losses now this week when it comes to legal matters. We'll talk about that more next.
Despite the In the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're about to go around the NFL. Let's, question of the day. I do appreciate this, and I wanted to put this in. This is one of those I'm right, everybody else is wrong takes that comes in on the YouTube page. RC Cola is better than Coke and Pepsi. Fight me. I don't remember the last time my lips touched some RC Cola. So I can't even.
Been a while.
It used to be strong, though, man.
I used to like Fanta.
Oh, yeah.
A little flavored.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely do some Fanta.
No, Fanta is strong,
Yeah.
man. They still going strong.
Especially if you get it in the glass bottle with
Yeah.
that pure cane sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in a good space. Let's get to some football, just to check in on what's happening out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. A name that continues to pop up over and over and over again. John Mechie.
What to do? What to do?
He is really
what to do.
He is really trying to make this.
He's
issue,
making
isn't he?
people jobs tough.
Yeah, I mean that's when they say it's a competition. Sometimes it really is, and sometimes you do have to. There are guys that sort of make a statement in the preseason.
Yeah. Good thing is that the offense finding a little bit of their groove here lately, but it's been an up and down day, and it seems like, according to Texans Cap, shout out to the man, Schultz was getting in Morig's face after a big hit on Hutchinson.
Go figure.
Hey,
Dalton Schultz.
he is number one on the might actually start the brawl at the joint practice.
He's the thug on the team.
No,
Wow.
he's the
He's
guy.
the thug.
He's the guy that in your group that says, "Do you hear what he just said to you? Did you hear what he just said?"
You think he's an I don't think he's that kind of instigator. I don't think he's. Bet you won't hit him. No, I don't think he's that guy. I think he's just the guy that's like, I will go and I will start it if I need to.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, he's the guy that get off of me. Get off of me, bro.
Yeah. Oh, the guy that you kind of accidentally bump into at the club. And all of a
You want to
sudden-
go?
Yeah.
You want to go outside? You want to go?
Step on the shoe by mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. Get off of me, bro.
He seemed very nice and introspective when we've had the opportunity to talk to him.
Yeah.
Yes.
These are caricatures.
Yes.
Let's go around the NFL now. And I mentioned the NFL has kind of racked up a couple of L's that are interesting legally. We mentioned John Gruden earlier in the week. He was granted an opportunity to continue his lawsuit versus the NFL for wrongful termination, and he'll have the opportunity to have discovery. So the number of email and outside of just the probably handful that were released that obviously led to John Gruden no longer being the head coach with the Raiders. You imagine that there's going to be some real digging into some NFL emails that could be really problematic. Now, there's another lawsuit that the NFL was operating with against a former NFL head coach, now defense coordinator Brian Flores of the Vikings. His lawsuit that he had against the NFL and three of the teams, including the Miami Dolphins, who he was coaching for at that time, and I believe the New York Giants, and don't forget the Houston Texans.
They interviewed him.
Right? Though a Manhattan judge in a court of appeals there ruled that Flores can proceed with his claims against the league. So this will also continue to go. The NFL obviously was hoping that wouldn't be the case and they could kind of tamp this down. This is kind of wild. The NFL is losing on multiple fronts in this, and I don't know how much this will hurt them existentially, but I know that they're not happy about it.
Well, they've got plenty of good lawyers, so we'll see how this particular case
not good enough to kill these yet
plays out. This is true. But what I'm interested in is just the fact that it's this case. We've kind of spoken for years now about, the Rooney Rule. That guy's a Rooney Rule guy. This guy's a Rooney Rule guy. Nobody ever really, follows up with it legally until Brian Flores. And I'm interested to see just the effect of the lawsuit by itself.
That's a great point because I'm obviously just talking about it from the NFL's perspective of this. But yeah, and Brian started gaining some traction as like a class action, if memory serves, where he was trying to get other coaches
That's right, it was,
on board with this. And clearly this is not the type of action you take just to get some money or what have you. I mean, he's still coaching in the league right now. This is one of those where you believe yourself to be trying to make a difference and a change. And I do wonder, like, what tangibly can be brought from this kind of thing. And, of course, the idea that the NFL was trying to do was trying to force this into arbitration, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is trying to say that this was under the jurisprudence of, well, we'll handle this with an arbitrator where we can kind of control the permutations. No, this is going to court, big court. These conversations will be had publicly, and it'll be had in a space where, I mean, societally, we're never really good when we start talking about race.
Yeah.
So that is going to be very interesting. But you're right, like seeing how this is handled.
Just the fact that it's happening.
Yes,
You know.
seeing how it's handled. And honestly, if Brian Flores wins, and my brain is not expansive enough to get to the idea of what does it look like? Like what are the changes that ultimately can be put into effect for the NFL to make hiring practices more equitable or whatever, what have you, of what I imagine Brian Flores is looking for here.
Well, and you talked about discovery yesterday. Ooh, baby. The discovery on this one, if there's any semblance of, well, I got to interview this guy. Ooh, man. Oh, boy, that's going to get interesting. Because, I mean, we've all kind of, like, felt that. Like, oh, well, they're going to hire so-and-so, but they have to interview this guy.
Right.
We've all felt that. And if there's any discovery in which there's some text, so let's hold off on that because I need to interview this guy. Then we're talking about a hornet's nest.
Yeah, but the reason why I brought up the idea of I'm interested in what actionable can be done is I think that the NFL itself has been invested in more diverse hiring. You can kind of evidence that by looking at who actually works in the league offices, and it's a fairly diverse group of people. The tough part about it is it's owner's discretion, right? When you talk about hiring, and you can put different kind of rules to help them and, look at and consider more people and hope that when you put more talented people in front of them, that maybe they will make decisions that end up ultimately looking more, I don't know what the right word is, diverse, equitable, so on and so forth. But ultimately, they're still, as the owner of the team, they're going to make that decision.
It's their call.
And I don't know how you forcibly change the hearts and minds of the people who are ultimately making those decisions if they are not actually going to consider these things, right? So I think that's the thing that I've racked my brain over every time these conversations come up. And
you should.
And I don't know how you actually get those.
It's 32 individuals or 31 individuals, and it's up to them to make that call. So,
speaking of those individuals, one of them loves showing his ass to get attention, and I think you know which one I'm talking about.
Who's that?
Gerald Wayne Jones, who owns the Dallas Cowboys. Earlier this week, out there in California, they had a red carpet event for the Netflix documentary that's, I think it's like a 10-part series, which thanks a lot, Michael Jordan. Part documentary. It makes me so mad.
Could have done it in 2.
I hate it so much. On the 90s Cowboys and that dynasty, the last time the Cowboys were effectively good on a large scale. And on the red carpet, as Jerry does talk, and you have this quote here, don't you, Fig? This was Jerry Jones talking about, just the way that he comports himself and handles his business when it comes to the drama of it all.
Well, I do believe if we're not being looked at, then I'll do my part to get us looked at. The beautiful thing for networks or, if you will, streaming companies is that the NFL is a 365-day-a-year interest factor. A lot of programming, you have to spend as much to make it, to promote it, as you do to make it. The Cowboys are a soap opera 365 days.
The stream will begin
when it gets low, I'll start it.
Please take your seats.
And so it's wonderful to have the great athletes, have the great players. But there's something more there. There's sizzle, there's emotion, and if you will, there's controversy. That controversy is good stuff in terms of keeping and having people's attention.
This man is hamstringing his team so that he can keep the drama alive, ain't he?
Don't be late, by the way. It's time to take a seat.
They was blasting that Destiny's Child, too. Jalen Green probably like, who is this?
And I saw, I just caught that. and I saw Wyatt put out loud. No, he said the loud part out loud. He always does this stuff.
That's the thing is that quote of and if it's I'll stir it up or whatever.
Yeah.
He's made that exact quote a number of times. The
yeah.
thing about that gets me is he has progressively gotten it's gotten bigger and bigger,
more brazen
and more brazen. Like this is what like the fourth or fifth time in the last decade that he's taken to task in negotiation his best player for seemingly no good reason. And if you were to extrapolate it, maybe just to have the Cowboys in the news, dog, this doesn't help you.
Yeah.
This ultimately, you know what gets you in the news? Winning football games, dog. Like being a good football team keeps people's attention on you. It is the stupidest thing in the world.
But when you're not winning and you are disappointing, I totally get it because they are the Dallas Cowboys.
But the problem is...
No, they need to win, and that'll do it easier.
But you also hurt your ability to win by doing this.
That's true.
Legitimately losing all of these negotiations with these players because he's ultimately going to pay them. He's done it every single time.
Yeah.
When you ultimately pay the players, you are hurting your ability to actually get things done. And not only do they do that, right? Because this is the funny subsection of it. We mentioned this when Jake Ferguson got paid, and I don't think that one will hurt them, is they end up paying other dudes to try and entice the player.
Yeah.
I harken back to 2019 when Ezekiel Elliott was in this situation. They paid a linebacker named Jalen Smith, who had an injury in the bowl game in Notre Dame and clearly was not the same player as a pro. They gave that guy an extension, a costly extension that you probably would not have wanted to pay that player, but you did that, giving out money to, entice Zeke. They did the same thing to the tight end this year in order to try and, I'm like, this is all so stupid. It just operates so stupid, which gives me such pride in the Houston Texans. And you are not doing anything of that caliber.
No, they're not. But yeah, look, he can't. He really can't win in this case because when he's talking, it is affecting him, like you said, affecting the product on the field, relationships, etc. But people also realize that him talking has now just become. It's almost become clownish.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
and yeah, that's where they are. So laugh at the clown, I guess, in that instance as he continues to stir stuff up. Do you believe this at all? Roger Goodell, who is the commissioner of the NFL, apparently in a report told ESPN employees who they're now in bed with, obviously with ESPN having, or with the NFL, no, ESPN having a 10% ownership stake. No, other way, NFL having a 10% ownership stake of ESPN. There we go. He told ESPN employees that the NFL will not get involved in journalism, saying the report said, quote, Goodell emphasized that ESPN employees that the league won't get involved in the network's journalism, close quote. Journalism, man. Believe it? Very good. I will take that as the entirety of your answer, which was a very slight chuckle.
That was a chuckle. Come on, man. Teams that don't have interest. The NFL, when they don't have interest, have gotten involved in journalism at other places and made threats and tried to angle and leverage, etc. Of course they are.
Yeah, I think the daily reporting is not going to be where it is.
Sure.
I think it's when you get to the heavy stuff,
the big stuff.
Do they lean?
Yeah.
Do they lean? Do they create the hierarchy that happens and has happened, to be honest, like at a newspaper for a long time.
Yeah.
And I don't even talk about it in the sports sense,
Yeah.
where you have an owner who is invested in some level of interest outside of the newspaper that they own,
Yeah.
and they tell their editor-in-chief, hey,
Yeah.
not really fond of this, and then you get a level of hierarchy all the way down the ladder, leaning on and pressuring on to the point where either the story doesn't run or a story ends up being kind of changed in its tone and tenor in order to appease. Like, I think that it's inherent with that conflict.
The
of
leaning
interest.
and the pressuring is exactly what it's going to be. Some editor, some program director is going to say, hey, I'm not going to tell you what to do in this instance, but blah, 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 blah. So that's the pressure. And all of a sudden you're affecting the journalism.
Yeah. Real quick, top 100. As voted by players. The latest ones who have come out. Arizona Cardinals safety at 34, Budda Baker, he's had a huge jump. Budda Baker is really interesting because he had started to get to a point where I think people were looking at him as maybe being a lesser version of himself, and he had not made a Pro Bowl in the 6 prior seasons. He's jumped up 55 spots in this one.
Oh, wow.
Like, Budda looks like that dude again, where early on in his career, you were like, oh, this dude could be a transformational type safety. And so, yeah, I thought that was really cool. And then at 33, running back for the Green Bay Packers, Josh Jacobs.
I'm a big fan of that guy. Drop?
No, I mean he actually did not. I don't think he made the ranking last year, so this is a huge jump for him.
Yeah, and the reason I asked was a drop because remember he started kind of slow last year, right? I want to say like his first 4 or 5 games, people were like, "Oh, okay," and then he came on again.
I mean, 15 touchdowns, 1,300 yards on the season. He had a good one all the way around. So that's what's happening with the top 100. Look at you finding your confidence to have some takes and some thoughts on the top 100 as we give you a little bit. And someone said journalism has been dead for years. Lopez, care to comment?
I'm not going to disagree too much.
Okay, very good. All right, you're in the
little bit, not too much.
That's around the NFL, and I want to remind you the Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right. Coming up next, I do want to talk about the Texans. I tried to bring up this conversation, but there was a podcast I was listening to yesterday that brought it back up to me. We've talked a lot about the possibilities of progression, of progress for this team, where that could happen. We haven't talked a lot about what are the possible points of regression on this team. Not that I think that will happen, but let's talk about the possibilities next.
Ready? Texans football is 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, joint practice between your Houston Texans and the Carolina Panthers. Seems like it is wrapped up out there, ladies and gentlemen. A pretty up and down day for the offense. Clearly been some good things in there. I wonder how you feel about this. Willie Anderson said that he wasn't pleased with the defense today. Said we got to get better. Was one of the quotes that I saw. Of course, we'll dig a little bit more into some of the things that were actually said out there. Shout out to Sam Warren of the Houston Chronicle. He seemed to be watching a lot of the defense versus the offense. Had some big turnovers, sacks, and stops, but also gave up multiple TDs and big plays in the pass game. Lots of jumping off sides and coverage penalties as well. And that kind of leads very nicely into this conversation that I want to have with you here, Lopez, and you, listener, 713-572-4610, because I was having a conversation weeks ago, in fact, where I was really defending the Houston Texans and the stronghold that I believe that they have at the top of the AFC South this year. And I stopped and I was like, am I just being too place where regression could happen?
Yeah,
with this team. And so
I had that thought. I mean, because we're so close.
I kind of want to let's have the conversation. What are the places of possible regression this year? And it doesn't mean that you have to believe that those are the places that it will happen. But what are the places that it could happen? Because we've talked about places where clearly progress can and hopefully will happen for this team. Let's be holistic. Let's look at all the areas of this. And what comes to mind for you immediately, Lopez? Because one of the things that jarred this conversation back into my mind yesterday was actually a conversation that was being had by Nate Tice on a podcast.
Yeah, and just as a quick programming note, digging deeper in everything that happened on the field today and some of the details that you just related, Seth Payne will be joining us at noon.
Hey,
right out of the probably still on the field. To be honest, because he's probably talking to some guys right now. So we'll get you that. Regression, though, is an interesting and very important point. This was a team that made the playoffs again, won 10 games again, but you kind of felt like you were shorted a little bit. Like you were not completely fulfilled. Well, if they regress in certain places, we could be back in this situation again. I'm going to stay away from offensive line. It's certainly one that we can talk about.
Do you feel like it's possible to regress from last year's offensive line?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain that to me?
And that is
because they were bad.
They were awful,
terrible.
But talent, man, talent.
I was even thinking Laramie Tunsil. Like I feel like that side could be worse.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Blind side for CJ.
Yeah,
you could say everything you want, but top 3, top 5 pass protector. Your franchise quarterback, he protected his ass, literally from the backside, and so there's that aspect of it. But I also just like overall talent. Ursery has looked really good. I kind of expect him to be the left tackle. Is he going to be Laramie Tunsil protecting? But he might be better in other aspects. We'll see. He's also a rookie. Let's go across the line. Then you go to left guard, Laken Tomlinson. Kind of bounced around the league. He's been, okay. He's been penciled in from day one.
Yeah.
Is he going to be better? I don't know. Center, Jared Patterson had to step in. Juice Scruggs did a little bit. Now you have kind of an undersized Jake Andrews, stepping in. He knows the system, but is he better? They're battling it out right now. Right guard. It ain't going to be Titus Howard, it looks like. It looks like Titus Howard's going to be right tackle. So right guard. Ed Ingram?
Yeah, and obviously the tough part about that is right guard last year was just Shaq Mason that, maybe was dealing with some injuries, but very clearly was over the hill, too far over the hill at this point in his career, especially considering the other failures that were happening on offensive line with system and with coaching. One thing that with the offensive line where I don't know how much I lean, and I guess in theory it could be a point of regression, but it would have to be total failure because it was total failure last year. I do wonder how much help is going to be garnered from, even though there is less talent, and I would like offensive line. If there are failures in consistent ways, and maybe not consistent as in it happens all the time, but in a way that is understandable, in a way to kind of a way that C.J. Stroud can then kind of mitigate, because I know this is the way that if failure happens, it's going to happen like this. It's like with a car, the way that we make our automobiles. there's a crunch zone. If failure happens, it is going to happen in this portion of the car, as opposed to if you don't have a crunch zone, if failure happens, you don't know where, you don't know how to mitigate it. I think that's kind of something that with the new Cole Popovich at offensive line head coach, and then obviously at all, your offensive coordinator with the rules and schemes that it seems like they're bringing in, I imagine that if failure happens on the line, it happens in a way that you know how to mitigate. So I think even then, I am less concerned about regression on the offense.
Well, to be clear, I am too. The question is, where might there be regression? I do have confidence in Cole Popovich. For no other reason, I feel like they're all on the same page now, and they clearly were not on the same page last year. Between Slowick and Strasser and Popovich. So let's be very clear. I have confidence in them. I think they're on the same page. I like what we're seeing in Ursery and others, including Laken Tomlinson, who, like I said, who's locked it up from day one. All I'm saying is it's a valid question. Just in general, are they better? Is there more talent? I don't know.
That's fair. I think, honestly, running back could be an interesting place.
That's my other
here.
one. Go ahead.
I mean, we had Joe Mixon that was to make a little something out of nothing, and the offensive line job of creating room. But that's a Joe Mixon that's getting older. You have a Nick Chubb who's coming off a couple of injuries who's also getting older. You have a rookie in that running back room. You have a Jawar Jordan that's in year 2, but I don't know how well or how much he'll be utilized. You have a Dare Ogunbowale, which, that is Dare. It is fine, but I don't think it's anything more than fine. What happens if you're already dealing with an injury with Joe Mixon now? Are you dealing with more injuries? What happens if you are reaching the cliff for him and or Nick Chubb? What happens in that case, especially if you don't have guys that can make more of what you have, especially as you've talked about the talent level being what it is on this offensive line?
Right. They go together. My big thing, I can just funnel it down to one thing. If Joe Mixon isn't available in himself, that's a possible regression. And I'm a big fan of Nick Chubb. I have been since day one that he arrived here. I think he's going to be good, and not just passive. I think he's going to be good. But nevertheless, Joe Mixon was ridiculous at times with what he could do. So if he is not what he was last year, that's an area that could be regression.
Would that be the reason? Because I'm starting to wonder if that's some of why. Obviously, they love the dude, but some of why there's still such a big push for Dameon Pierce. Because I think that if you look at outside of Joe Mixon in this running back room, who has the highest ceiling of potential to give you something maybe not even like that, it's probably unfair, but something of the caliber of number one running back at this point, if Joe Mixon isn't that. It's Dameon Pierce, is it not?
I think the other thing that is helping him is this is a system that fits his game, presumably. Give me the ball, I'm going to run straight ahead. Tell me where to run, I'll run there, as opposed to, the cutbacks and all that stuff. So, I think Dameon Pierce, he's got a lot to prove, and wasn't on the field today, so that could absolutely be an area of regression. Let me ask you about this one. Because it's been making a lot of news lately. They were not great at safety last year. If there was a weak spot on the defense, they were attacked. Tight ends after the catch, deep seam routes. They were beaten at the safety position, and now they're just looking for bodies. I mentioned earlier I was listening to Matt Burke talk yesterday.
Delight.
He's a delight. Yeah, I love the guy.
We'll hear from him again later.
Yeah, we'll hear from him later. But he was basically saying, and I don't think it was like an act or being, sort of coy about it. He was just like, I don't know, we'll see. That's kind of if I had to funnel it down to one sentence, he was like, I don't know. We're trying to find out ourselves.
As it pertains to kind of who mans
safety
that safety position.
Yeah, so that could be a spot right there.
I guess so. The one thing I would say is that probably you're opening up your space to, do they still have some of those explosive plays that can happen like was happening last year? And I think that the text line, I think, adequately pointed to this from the 8-2. Honestly, doesn't sound like regression on the defense if that's the way that they're playing. It sounds similar to the last couple of seasons, and I think that's fair. When we talk about the possibilities for this defense of being the best and elite with the takeaways, I think that part of it is, hopefully they cut down on those explosives that happen over the top as Kalen Bullock gets another year more experienced, and you add in a good running mate with him in that defensive secondary. Well, if you don't have the good running mate and the explosive plays, I think you still have a very good defense. But that, I don't know if that's regression, but that definitely hurts the ceiling of what you can get to. But that did bring up for me, though, something that I heard from Nate Tice, Football 301 podcast, as he was doing their AFC South preview. He was talking about this Texans defense, and he was talking about linebacker and the importance of Azeez Al-Shaair. Now, with anything and you're playing football, one of the easiest answers of parts of regression is injury. Is it possible that Azeez Al-Shaair himself and the possibility of if you get injured or if you lose him for a significant amount of time could be a problem? Because listen to this stat that Nate gives about Azeez and how he relates to the defense at large.
When he was on the field last year, which was a majority of the season, this was the Texans ranks. Here we go. First in EPA per play, 0.15, or I should say negative 0.15 EPA per play. The Broncos last year were first at negative 0.1. So that's significantly better. 0.12 EPA per pass, easily first. Triple the Broncos rate, essentially. Suplex rate, success rate plus explosive play rate, first. Eagles, they would have been first, slightly above the Eagles. They would have been second in yards per play allowed. They would have been ninth in explosive plays allowed. But this is where it gets really interesting with Al-Shaair off the field and why he is so important. They cannot go through a whole season with Henry Toto the field. They ranked 20th in EPA per play, so they went from first to 20th. They ranked 30th in EPA per pass allowed, so they went from first to 30th. First with Al-Shaair on the field, 30th with him off the field. I just want to emphasize that.
Look, man, I saw this, and it actually surprised me that it was that drastic.
I did not realize it was that drastic either. Now, to be fair, part of what made it drastic last year was the next man up in that situation was Neville Hewitt, was Jake Hansen, obviously with Toto in that kind of tandem and somewhere in there. This year, you would imagine that along with Henry Toto, or maybe it would be EJ Speed and possibly Christian Harris if you get him out there. And mind you, he did not practice today in the joint practice. So maybe that drop-off isn't the same. But is there still a drop-off that happens if he is not playing games for the Texans?
Well, I think at this point you just have to kind of say, yeah, maybe. Simply because Christian Harris isn't out there. We all liked what EJ Speed showed in the first preseason game, but the more important part of it is you got to keep Azeez Al-Shaair on the field. Yeah, you got to figure it out.
I mean, we've talked about him being the emotional core. I've not thought about him as like the Fred Warner of this to the D'Amico Ryans, the San Francisco-based kind of defense. But it does very much feel like that when you look at numbers in that space. So I was like, oh, wow, I did not prioritize Azeez in the way that I probably should have. And hopefully that is mitigated if you get, that you've seen before, like you've seen in that Browns game, who was really the best player in that game for you. So maybe that is mitigated somewhat, but I think that there are still critical points, just like with any football team, to be fair, where if you get an injury, it really gets difficult. And one of those apparently is linebacker in a way that I had not considered as much. So there's probably some other potential areas. Let me know. 713
deep snapper
517. You're like Tugger Addington. Not sure quite how that looks, but no, I think that there probably are some other ones. And we probably haven't considered all of them, but some of the things that I was immediately thinking about, what are the places where you could actually see regression? The thing that is nice for me about it is I think any of the places that you could see regression, I think I feel comfortable with the ways in which you could answer that, except maybe like turnovers, if somehow they weren't getting the same level of turnover football that they were last year.
Expecting that, aren't we?
I feel confident in it because it feels like they're still capable of doing that, but if they don't, somehow, some way, then you get to a dicey proposition because you're talking about a complementary offense. You would need to lean more on an offense if you're not able to generate the turnovers in the way this defense did last year. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 832, Christian Harris Alvarez. All right, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate this. And I understand your point. Your point is well taken, right? Like you're still waiting on the health to display for Christian Harris for you in this linebacker room. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, and we will do that next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans lost. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I was just showing Fig one of the videos that's come out of the particular joint practice that's happened out here at Houston Methodist Training Center earlier. If you were out there, by the way, let us know. Let us know how you felt. 713-572-4610.
Hey, salute to all the fans out there with the video content.
Well,
selfishly, man.
Yeah. Selfishly, much about because I'm not sure everybody.
Hey, man, what they gonna do? Put their phone in the pouch?
That's the thing. They can't do anything about the fans.
They might start doing like you say that the pouch for comedy shows.
Yeah, what's
schools.
What they gonna see? Dave Chappelle?
It's happening more and more. I think there's more and more places that are doing like the Yonder pouches or whatever, where they actually have you.
They can't do that at training camp. Though,
you say
man.
that. They could.
Hey, that's a lot of work to be trying to do all of that.
They can't
for the
like
phones,
it,
man.
They can't like it because they have their moments where they make it clear to the media, okay, cameras down, and then the fans are
They in the front row.
You telling me the NFL ain't got enough money to go ahead or like to create a partnership deal with one of those pouches companies?
No, I'm talking about specifically the Houston Texans, like all the drama. You got to get security to watch and see who got their phone. If somebody got a phone and arguing with folks who don't want to give up their phone and all.
That's when they don't get let in. Like, I'm not advocating for this, mind you, but I'm saying they could easily put that thing together.
That's way too much drama, man.
But it'll be like before a comedy show or something. If you are, the announcer, big voice guy comes on. If you are seen videotaping any part of this show, you will be removed and your phone
be asked to leave.
That's just way too much drama.
I mean, not with the seriousness that we take football with.
Just let people record, man.
Yeah.
They there. They want to see their favorite players. They want to take pictures.
Yeah.
How you gonna do all that?
Well, there is the PR aspect of it.
No, it wouldn't be the easiest thing, but I do think that is something that is worth noting. Shout out to the 832 apparently out there. Was good. Definitely up and down day. Team a lot. That is a note that was made. Yeah, no, I'm very intrigued by the possibility of maybe Xavier Hutchinson getting kind of that nod. We talk about we talk about possible regression. I mean, Christian Kirk and who as the pairing with Nico Collins? Like, is that anything that pops through your mind?
Yeah, absolutely. And Xavier Hutchinson, not even quietly, but having a good enough camp to get in the mix in there. It definitely is something to keep an eye on. And by the way, I said like this is more important than a preseason game. I still think in the preseason game they're going to try to run out, go through sort of their dress rehearsal.
Sure. Agreed. No, agreed as well. And then we didn't talk much about the defense. I mentioned coming in that Will Anderson Jr. said that they need to be better. I was showing Fig a video of that. I'm sure the Panthers kind of put out. Ted McMillan getting a nice ball from Bryce Young, and following behind, maybe about a half step to a step, is Derek Stingley. I'm like, hey.
Oh, wow.
Hey. I think that the secondary maybe had gotten very used to, and the defense in general had gotten very used to working up against the offense. I'm not saying that I believe that the defense will be bad, but it was like, oh, that's interesting to see the defense have a down day in a way that I don't think that we've seen them have.
Yeah, delete that video, man. We can't have that video out there on these Twitter streets. You gotta delete that, man.
These Twitter streets.
All right, some other things that are popping. How about Yainer Diaz continuing his streak of only going yard when he is playing catcher, but he did go yard and he gave you the runs that you absolutely needed in this one.
Game with his RBI single in the first inning. As he drills one high and deep to left field, all the way back and gone. Yainer Diaz, a two-run home run with 2 outs in the 6th. And the Astros now up 4-1.
Oh, out here with the folks. I need me a Yainer bomb, and I got it.
I know you love it when Blum comes through like that. Yeah, Todd Callis broadcasted from the Crawford boxes. You heard him. All 3 of the 4 runs, because 4-1 was ultimately the final score. 3 of the 4 runs accounted for by Yainer Diaz in this one.
Yeah, and that one they did not have a chance to get. It was well over their heads. Hit the big wall right by the railroad tracks. We spoke earlier about the Astros and just how Joe Espada might be changing things up at the back end of the bullpen. The game itself, for a long time, it just seemed like, ooh, this one doesn't feel right. I don't know how you guys felt about it. Like, it didn't feel like this was going to end well. Hunter Brown was kind of he wasn't struggling, but he had moments of frustration because he missed the zone or didn't get a call or got the balk call. Then, the offense was out hit 8-4. They were doubled up. They only got 4 hits. But Yainer Diaz came up with the big hits. It was one of those where like, whew, that was a lucky one right there.
Yeah. But shout out to the Astros getting a victory. They back up to a 1-game lead. Thankfully, the Mariners lost to the Orioles, and they'll have the day off, which much needed ahead of, what'd you say, 10 games, 10 days?
10 games, 10 days after today.
Yeah, so definitely want to make sure they hope everybody's getting off their feet because they need to be on their P's and Q's in this run. It's very tight. It used to be a 7-game lead, not anymore. Only one between the Astros and Mariners. And shout out to Bennett Sousa, shout out to Brian Abreu getting that one done. They're going to be guys that you have to focus on quite a bit.
Abreu was hitting 100. 4 or 5 times he hit 100. So he's embracing that role. It's a different world when you're pitching that 9th inning, man.
It is. It is indeed. It is indeed. Did you do the same thing I did early on when Altuve damn near messed up play at second base?
Oh, God. I meant to text you guys.
I knew you would.
I was in the midst of...
See, I thought... I don't know if you heard that split second where I was thinking about it. I was like, should I bring it up?
Twice. First of all, it was a pop... Was it a pop-up? It was a grounder. It was a pop-up that landed in right field. And how he got halfway down the line when it's right in front of him from between first and second, I have no idea. And then they almost picked him off on the very next pitch. I'm like, oh, Altuve and his base running. It's just one of the most...
How could you be that bad at base running, man?
It's one of the weirdest things in the world.
Like such a good player. I would say a smart player, too.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yes.
How could you be so bad with this?
They almost got him twice in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Now... Obviously, that's base running. He's just going to be base running because he's going to need to be offensively. I will say that is one of the upsides for me personally of Yordan not being there is having the opportunity for Altuve to just DH. So, because I love seeing Urias in the field. Like he makes me happy every time I see him, make a trap or make a play. Yeah. I was reminded yesterday, I personally don't love seeing the Altuve second. I understand the movement in left field has been, quite a weird experiment, but I understand. I'm not saying that it's 100% right one way or the other. I do understand.
I think that was an inning where they scored their first run, too, so had he gotten picked off, Altuve I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it would have been real interesting.
Yeah.
All
right, so like I said, day off for the Astros. Hope the boys enjoy before they get going on the weekend series. Some other things that are popping. This has been of interest to me, and I think of interest to all the folks who enjoyed Comets basketball back in the day. We mentioned Tillman Fertitta, at the helm of a charge to bring back, or to get an expansion franchise in the WNBA back into Houston. Well, that expansion franchise was ultimately awarded elsewhere. I believe it was Philadelphia got the opportunity to have, and it's like, all right, well, damn. I don't know that they're going to keep expanding past 16 anytime soon. Well, the sale of the Connecticut Sun has opened up for the WNBA the possibility that team moves out of Connecticut. And according to the commissioner of the league, Kathy Engelbert, Houston, Boston, and Hartford are all in the mix for the Sun. A relocation fee could end up determining the franchise future. And look, if there's one thing I know about Tillman Fertitta, if it's put your money where your mouth is to get what you want, he's that type of guy.
Yeah, and that's why Houston seems to be gaining traction as the destination for that expansion. But Tillman, it's funny because he at once and the WNBA. So
I don't know if he's at the lead of the hockey team because I know the Friedkin was one of the big ones when it comes to the hockey team. But he's been part of it.
He's on the record that hockey is up there. So we'll see how that plays.
Which one would y'all rather have, hockey or WNBA team?
I think the best thing for the city would be hockey.
No, which one would you want?
Probably hockey.
Hockey?
And that's not a slight because I think it'd be awesome to get the WNBA back, name them the Comets again, etc. But if I had to pick one, it'd probably be hockey.
I selfishly love the WNBA, but I actually really wouldn't want hockey. Like, I don't want to have to choose. I want both.
Yeah.
Because I really want to get into. I mean,
Good question.
You guys knew this about me before I came down. Like, I did enjoy watching some hockey, man, and so. Getting a chance to just go, like, as a fan. Now, of course, covering hockey is a whole different beast.
Yeah.
But, like, just being able to go to hockey games as a fan, it's one of the better fan experiences when you talk about
100%.
sporting events live.
Yeah. As a Xavier Leggett. That brother having a good time at that hocky game.
On the glass and everything.
That is my... That is my favorite subset of like athlete content is when they take the football player and take them to the hockey game and mic them up.
Yeah.
And just let them talk about what's happening on the ice.
Yeah.
It is so incredibly fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other subset of content that I love is just Xavier Legette talking.
Yeah.
He can talk about anything.
He can. In fact, I will be going and hearing what he said about the joint practice today for no other reason than let's hear Xavier Legette talk.
He was talking about the fight that happened in that preseason game.
He was.
I think it was the first play of the game or something.
Actually, are we going to get that later today?
I got it right now.
All right, you know what? Let's hear Xavier Legette talk about the Patriots in their first preseason game.
No, it was the Browns.
It was the Browns.
Oh, man, it was just something that I shouldn't have did. And that ain't supposed to happen in a football game. So I feel like I owe the fans an apology.
Were you kind of in disbelief that it was even happening in the moment?
No, I wasn't in disbelief. I knew what was going on. But hey, they ain't supposed to have. He ain't say nothing. We ain't had no exchange of words. It was just, well, how? Yeah.
Love it. I love it. Both, obviously, the way he sounds, which, to be fair, I understand, is just him being country, and I love it. I got some audio in the tuck from Randy Moss, and it really is just him being country. I have an affinity for it. But also, I love that he was like, he ain't say nothing. I just decided, hey, we got to throw hands.
It felt right.
So we threw hands.
He didn't even sound angry.
No. Like, well, I guess I got to fight now.
I guess I got to fight now. Just don't know.
I guess I got to fight.
And he's just like, all right, we fighting. I'm sorry, there's not enough time for you to get to your Taylor Swift breakdown.
Thank God, man.
You'll hear it during confessions.
Hey, we are up against it.
You'll hear it during confessions.
I tried, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think I didn't notice you put WNBA ahead.
That's
of
right. Well, that happened today. That is literally popping.
10 million views happened today.
So you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio.
I saw him working, Figgy, but you can't keep a good man down.
I tried, ladies and gentlemen. I did. All right, coming up next, something that you don't have to try about. We'll get some insight as to what happened out there at joint practice with the Panthers from none other than the former Texan himself, Seth.
It's just 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice man, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. And we got to take it to the phone line because we also want to get a feel for what's happening at the Houston Methodist Training Center with none other than the man whose name goes first on the marquee on the morning show.
That's right.
It is,
don't you forget
it is a former Houston Texan himself, Seth Payne. What's happening, man?
It's nothing. Yeah, we're hung up in contract negotiations over that. Sean's trying to get first, and I'm saying no. Nothing. It was look. It wasn't the all-out black bloody bruising, just old school smash mouth football scene that I wanted out here, which is probably for the better. It was pretty controlled practice, and I think as it's been for much of training camp, the Texans did some good things on offense, and then they did some questionable things on offense. But all in all, in a combined practice where it's hard to keep track of both units operating at the same time, a lot of the things that you're concerned about, a lot of things you're excited about, I think you can be excited about. The offensive line did not. I didn't come away from this thinking, oh boy, they're doomed and they'll never do anything. But you can see that it is still a work in progress. I think the Texans' offensive line sprang as many runs in the run game. There were some glitches in pass protection, sacks or at least simulated sacks that I would have preferred a cleaner look. But they did have some good drives. The final 2-minute drive, the Texans drove down against the Panthers defense, and CJ had some nice connections with Xavier Hutchinson, and I believe is that Barrios or Kirk for the that was Kirk for the touchdown on that one, if I remember correctly. So the biggest and most encouraging thing I saw today was probably that, just like in the scrimmage in West Virginia, the scheme sprung some guys wide open at times, whereas at the early part of camp, it didn't seem like many guys were ever wide open. The scheme got some guys open. It's the preseason. Take it with a grain of salt, all of that stuff. But you could see them start to maybe execute a little bit of whatever Nick Caley's vision is for this offense.
It's deeply interesting. We're talking to Seth Payne, who was out there at the joint practice today between the Texans and the Panthers. I kind of wanted to you started in very, very well here. I want to step back a second, though. CJ Stroud.
I gave you every note, so that's pretty much anything I have left.
Very good, very good. No, I think there's some more. CJ Stroud, we mentioned this, that, at times it seems like you can see the wheels turning in his head. And obviously there's, instances where they're doing install and he's really working on things. In a joint practice setting where it's like, how did he look? Did it seem like they was still in that same place, or did he look more fluid?
No, I thought, and we've seen this, the quick game has been, I think, better than it was last year. I think a lot of the stuff when it's coming out rapid fire, he looks really, really comfortable with it. It's harder to evaluate when the pass protection breaks down, whether CJ's kind of hanging on longer than he actually would be able to in an actual real world simulation. But he hit some of the deeper stuff on things that took longer to develop, where I think he's just genuinely, waiting for the right time to throw the ball. So yeah, if I had come out and hadn't watched or seen or read anything about Texans training camp, I don't think I would have thought, oh, there's a quarterback who's struggling there. I think it looked like a good back and forth with the Texans offense having a couple good series, the Panthers defense having a series and at least one interception. But it looked, for where he is right now in learning this system and trying to get comfortable in it, it didn't look like anything that I would be worried about. I'm getting to the point where I'm greedy, and this is a Panthers defense that, remember, was one of the worst all-time scoring defenses in the history of the NFL last year. And they added some players. They went out and got half their new starters in free agency. They drafted on defense. So maybe it's not going to be as bad a defense. I was just kind of hoping I was being greedy, and I wanted a little bit of a bloodletting, and I wouldn't call this a bloodletting.
I'm curious about how they're adapting with life after Brevin Jordan. Not just, in fact, maybe more so, blocking, fullbacks, tight ends blocking. What are you seeing there, or what did you see?
Cade Stover had one really nice block today on a wham that was really impressive. I think I'm going to say something that's going to sound like the most homerish thing you've ever heard, or a glass half full. And I said it to Paul Gallant out there today, and he laughed because, he assumed I was joking, but I kind of actually half meant it. Was we were watching a play. It was 2nd and 9, and after a run, play went for probably might have been 1 or 2 yards if there'd actually been, if there had been a whistle and tackling and everything. And I said, for whatever it's worth, last year it would have been 2nd and 12. There's the amount of guys on run plays, the amount of defenders that are running through unblocked on run plays, that's been vastly improved. And yes, obviously the standard isn't that you just want to run for 2 or 3 yards, but it is a big part of playing good offensive football is first and foremost, don't hurt yourself. Don't make mental errors. Don't have just inept blocking where guys are blocking different run plays on the same play. That part of it does look better. It's just it was kind of hard to judge with Nick Chubb or Woody Marks or whomever else was running, just exactly how much of this is okay. Is this 4 yards in a cloud of dust or is this 2 yards in a cloud of dust? But it looks like it's a cleaner operation. I'm not sold that they're going to be able to physically do everything that they need to do, but they don't seem like a team that's just going to be stabbing themselves in the foot on first down so often.
Well, that's actually one of the things we talked about this week. I'm going to be as explosive as, or try to be as explosive even as previous offenses. That's part of their game plan. They just don't want to lose yardage. What about the explosiveness that comes on the back end of that?
Well, that's where I think that you do. Nico Collins had a couple of nice receptions today where he was wide open. And if you go back to some of Bill O'Brien's offenses, the one thing you learn over time is that you can spring play action. You can be effective with play action without being the best rushing team in the league. You just have to be a team that forces defenses to at least respect the run. And ideally, you've got like the 49ers have been in recent years when they've had a really potent offense. You want to have both the lethal rushing offense and the explosive passing game. But I think that they show more potential for that right now just by virtue of regardless of how well they run the ball, I think you're going to have to respect the run. Mm-hmm. And I think there's going to be opportunities for some of the play action and some of those other things. On 3rd and long, it's really comes down to at this point, all right, who are your tackles and is Ariante Ursary going to be ready for that challenge? And I saw both Blake Fisher and Ariante Ursary would have let up at least one sack that I saw today, which isn't, not that, don't raise the alarm flags over just those specific instances, but we've seen Blake Fisher especially really struggle. That was when Blake Fisher was when he was working with the ones at times today. That's still probably my biggest concern is if you want big plays, you're going to have to be able to protect. I'm not 100% sold or comfortable with the guys that might be out there doing it.
We're talking to Seth Payne of Payne and Pendergast right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And Seth, I know that it's really tough to watch both fields where you have Texans O versus Panthers D and Panthers offense versus Texans defense, but how much did you get to see of the defense? Because it sounds like the defense didn't get a chance to be entirely the same smothering defense that it feels like we've seen all training camp long.
You know what? If anything, I'm still, I would have loved to see more fireworks. Azeez Al-Shaair had a nice caused fumble to end one drive after the Panthers had a couple good plays or a few good plays. The two things that I would say is, one, I think Ted McMillan and Xavier Legette looked pretty good for the Panthers. And some of the deep receptions were on well thrown balls by Bryce Young. I think Bryce Young, because they helped them out on the offensive line in the offseason. They drafted Ted McMillan, the first round wide receiver. I think he's got more options. So I think Bryce Young did look a lot better at the end of last season than he did at the beginning after he got benched. But those guys were pretty good. The thing that really probably sticks out is Jalen Smith got beat once, I believe it was by Xavier Legette. And some of those instances where it's the backup cornerbacks or, somebody that's playing with the ones who's not a starter, some of those plays remind you that, man, you feel really good about Kamari Lassiter. You feel really good about Derek Stingley, but the cornerback depth probably isn't ideal right now. Jay plays in the slot, but he's not a slot corner. They got if at some point one of these young guys like Jalen Smith, I mean, he's still very young. I don't think that one or two bad snaps in a combined practice means that he can't be a good NFL player. But some of those young guys got to come along.
Back on the offense, one thing that we've been talking about a lot seems to be making some noise and seems to be, I guess, climbing the depth chart, for lack of a better way to put it, Seth, is Xavier Hutchinson. Xavier Hutchinson seems like, did you see what we've been seeing, that, seems to be gaining momentum in that role?
Yeah, I mean, he had a really nice reception on that 2-minute touchdown drive. And it was also nice because there was a scuffle immediately afterwards because there was kind of a hard thump. And, of course, Dalton Schultz was in the middle of all of it. So whatever zest or verve he brings to some of these training camp skirmishes, I hope it plays out on the football field. The three guys that I had written down as far as the guys that really stuck out while I was watching the offense today that continue to scrap for either playing time or a roster spot: Hutchinson, Mechie, and Berrios. Mm-hmm. And Berrios had some really nice plays. Mechie had a nice one in one of the final 2-minute drills. And I think, kind of like we were talking about last year, but maybe more so this year, I think there's going to be some guys that aren't cut, but perhaps traded at the end of training camp. Mm-hmm. Mechie might be one of those guys. Hutchinson just keeps showing up so consistently that I think he's done very well for himself. And then Berrios is just fun to watch. Mm-hmm. I don't want to make a direct comparison to Tank Dell, but there's that guy that moves differently than most other dudes on a football field, and he keeps showing up in these practices, and he's hyper competitive. Had a touchdown catch today, and then punted the ball. I give him credit for his accuracy on his punt. He punted it, but it didn't go all the way into the stands. It landed right on the Panthers sideline, which is about – I was kind of waiting to see, I don't know what the protocol is for that. It was almost kind of like making a catch and then throwing it in a defender's face, but he did it to their entire sideline. But they didn't seem to take offense to it, which tells me the only thing I needed to know about whether the Panthers are tough enough or not. They didn't respond. So they just sat there and they took it. They took a punt in the face.
We're talking to Seth Payne here. It's interesting that you mentioned Berrios in comparison to Tank Dell, and we were just making that conversation off air of Tank Dell somewhat comparison to Jalen Noel in the ways that he just continues to show up early on in his rookie year. How did Jalen Noel show for you?
Jalen Noel, I saw at least one nice play. I was kind of obscured by some of the players on the sideline. Agumbawale had a touchdown reception as well. I couldn't really see that one as easily either. I think that with Jalen Noel, you know how it is watching slot receivers during training camp. It's so much fun because they're playing against more vanilla defenses, and you can really see how they just slide into the soft spots in a zone. He looks like he has that knack. And I think Christian Kirk is a really good mentor for him because you see the same thing out of Christian Kirk. I think the difference with Jalen Noel is he's got a different movement style to him. It's just a little stuff. Everybody out there is fast, but he's one of those little guys that you watch and you're like, oh, okay, that is a powder keg right there. Yeah. Moving really quickly and zigzagging across. So for him, I think they're going to use him. Christian Kirk will start, but I think I'll be surprised if Jalen Noel isn't used a lot very early in the season. And right now we saw that one broken tackle first down on the first drive last week. If the Texans don't play a bunch of their starters a lot of reps, I hope that Jalen Noel still gets a bunch of reps because he's formed a good connection with Davis Mills. Jaden Higgins probably gets more reps with the ones than Jalen Noel does, and it's easier to see where Jaden Higgins fits in. But I think Jalen Noel, it's hard to watch that speed and think they're not going to figure out a way to get him on the field.
And again, I'm not sure how much you saw of this, but the safety position has made a lot of news lately, obviously with C.J. Gardner-Johnson and what they're going to do with Jimmy Ward. And I was listening to you guys earlier about, maybe you don't feel as confident about Jimmy Ward even playing with the Texans this year. What did the safety position look like from what you could see?
I'm really glad you brought it up because it wasn't like I was dialed in on the safeties, but I had that thought where there were too many receptions of uncovered guys at times today than I was comfortable with from the first and second string defense. So a guy gets beaten coverage, whatever. It's going to happen. You're going to lose your individual matchups at times. There were either whether it was a blown coverage or somebody falling down or whatever it might be, feels like there's been a safety out of place, which can be a big deal, as you know. If you don't have safeties in position, if there were a panic meter item that might be a little bit undersold right now, it's that, man, the Texans defense, the one area that they weren't really good at last year was that for a defense that it was as good as they were, they let up a lot of big plays. And sometimes it was because of missed assignments or misalignments in the defensive backfield. Right now, you know, maybe Jalen Mills ends up being the guy just by virtue of veteran experience that can kind of reel things in there. I will point, as we're talking about safeties, Kalen Bullock had a very, very nice pass breakup where he just showed his classic range, just came out of nowhere, and it almost it looked like a basketball play, almost like where it was just sort of goaltending, but he swatted the ball away before it got to be goaltending. So like he showed up in a positive way when I was watching, but there were just some deep, wide open voids at time, more than I was comfortable with from the defense as a whole.
All right, before I ask you for just the winners of the joint practice, I do need to get your particular eyes on the ground there. We have intel that your partner Sean Pendergast was on the grill, except not quite on the grill. Like, well, what kind of performance did he deliver in helping Cal with the cookout?
Oh, I totally forgot about the cookout. There wasn't a chance in hell I was going to get anywhere near another source of heat today. If I know Sean, it's that Sean's value, physical task or chore, is in providing entertainment and good company to the people who are actually performing the physical tasks.
Yeah,
that's his role. You know, he's a guy. He presents positive vibes, and that's how he's almost like a pleasant mafia guy who's got a no-show job. You know, he just sit around and crack some jokes.
He would very much appreciate that comparison as well. All right, real quick. Can you give us a handful of winners for you on the day for Pet Cat Points here on the program?
Okay, that's a good question. I'm going to say winners, the three receivers I mentioned, Braxton Berrios, John Mechie, and Xavier Hutchinson. I think Nico Collins, too, just because Nico Collins had some, Nico, it's almost like you're expecting fireworks and nothing less. So like, I want 7 85-yard touchdown receptions. But I think the connection between C.J. Stroud and Nico, I feel really good about that. I mean, there's just so many times where it looks like, okay, CJ's dropping back, he's hitting Nico in full stride, the ball placement is right, and that's going to generate some big plays, even whether you're tackling or not tackling. I feel good about that. I think defensively, Darrell Taylor, I don't know how many simulated sacks he ended up having or not, but I think Darrell Taylor is going to make some plays for the Texans defense this year. The defensive end that they signed as a free agent, he's a little bit like a defensive line version of Jalen Noel, where he's a little undersized, but he just moves differently and more explosively than the other guys out there. The other one, I would say big winner, D'Amico Ryans, who's talked about Delegation. As I think he spent pretty much the whole practice with the offense. That might have been just when I noticed him, but every time I noticed D'Amico, he was working with the offense. So I think that, and then by trickle-down effect, that would mean Matt Burke is probably taking over more total ownership and control of the defense. So D'Amico and being able to be a complete head coach more so than a defensive-minded head coach, I like seeing that.
Oh, man, okay, that's a great point. That's great eyes from you, Seth Payne. I look forward to hearing even more of your breakdown of training camp tomorrow, 6 a.m. On Payne and Pendergast, man.
All right, thanks, guys. Have fun.
All right, we'll do our best. You too. That's Seth Payne of Payne and Pendergast, as I mentioned, 6 to 10 a.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Incredible breakdown, including D'Amico Ryans being more of the CEO, walk-around coach. Love to see it. All right, coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions, as we often do at this time, and we'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? Texans football is back. Grammy-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Figgy, I know you noticed. Reggie thought he was being so cool. He thought he was being so cool, so coy,
I didn't know he was this anti-Taylor Swift.
No, he's anti the discussion. He's anti the discussion.
Yes, I'm anti the discussion, and there's been enough people who have balked at the idea of talking about Taylor Swift that I'm like, all right, I will give them a reprieve, but no reprieve is coming, ladies and gentlemen. I tried. I did my best.
We were going to talk about it earlier.
That is John P. Lopez. If you would like to voice your complaints, don't bring that to me. I ain't do it.
I'm not even going to talk about that. But you know, we had it early on the document, kind of skimmed over it, talked about the WNBA instead. That's cool. But my confession was that.
Just because you put it at the top, doesn't mean that's what you want to talk about.
And so Taylor Swift was on the New Heights. By the way, you know, you talk about something that's popping. On the New Heights podcast last night, we're talking about her popularity. Forget comparisons for a second.
No, very popular. Did it really?
It crashed YouTube for a few minutes.
Wow.
Like YouTube, they have resources.
The Astros game went pretty well.
They very rarely crash. Yeah, the Astros game did go well. So here are the numbers for those that are interested. And I have another part of this confession as well. The number of people viewing on YouTube live it peaked at 1.4 million people watching live, which would have ranked like 5th, I saw this morning, on network TV of all the shows that aired last night. Think about that. On just a YouTube stream podcast would have been like a popular show, top 5 on network TV.
This is why live sports still rates, because network, like just live TV.
Yeah.
It's not it unless you got live sports on it.
Yeah. And then this is my other confession. Well, I don't know if it's so much a confession as just an acknowledgement, but I didn't know it. I didn't know Andy Reid was a romantic. Did you see that?
Wait, what do you mean?
They were telling the story about how they met. Remember, he talked about it on this podcast, like, hey, I'd like to date her or whatever. Maybe she'll go out. Whatever he said, Travis Kelce. Apparently, Andy Reid knew the family, knew Taylor Swift's dad. And
from being an Eagles head coach, because she's a purportedly Eagles fan. From the clips I saw, she seemed like she ain't know football.
She's learning. She knows a lot of football now.
I thought she would have known more.
Yeah.
She used to be supposedly an Eagles fan. She said she didn't realize that the quarterbacks weren't on the field at the same time.
Right.
I was like,
from the part. Yeah, she said she thought everybody was on the field at the same time.
Yeah.
So she thought Travis was on the field, like at the same.
But later on,
time.
she was breaking down cover 0 versus cover 2, so she's learned a lot.
That's right.
In this short time. But the dad was a big Eagles fan. They knew the family, etc. And Andy Reid called the dad and said, "Hey, I want to vouch for Travis Kelce. He's a good dude. He's an interesting guy. You know, it's almost like saying, look." She should date him, like Andy Reid. So they were both calling Andy Reid Cupid last night on this podcast. That was quite surprising to me.
Shout out to Andy.
Old Andy Reid, Cupid, as they call him.
Andy Reid did this to you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and take your.
By the way,
upset with him.
As of today, 12 million views, 1.4 million live, 12 million views as of about 10 minutes ago.
That's not surprising.
Glad people
Crazy.
enjoyed themselves.
Pretty popular, isn't it, Figgy?
I never said she was.
No.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I got to
Pretty popular.
When did I say she wasn't popular?
When did I say I liked her more than Michael Jackson?
Guys,
you said it yesterday.
I did not.
If you don't hit that,
those words have never come out of my mouth.
If you was a real Michael Jackson fan, you won't say such a thing.
Help! I need an adult.
Never come
Lopez was born in 1990. At this point, man.
These are my confessions.
Am I a jerk for this?
Yes.
So probably. That's fair. So shout out to the Black Cinema Club of Houston. You guys know that Denzel out here working still has a new movie that he's doing with Spike Lee, Jeffrey Wright, some other folks in it that's coming out on Friday. So the Black Cinema watch. And our guy Leroy obviously works here with us. He's part of that. And so still needed to get my ticket as of yesterday. And he's like, look, I'm sitting over here. Get this seat. this seat right here that's next to me is open. Go ahead and get it. And I'm not going to lie. I went to go look at the seats, and I was like, there's one in that same row, closer to the middle.
Oh, Lord.
It's better landscape. And with how eager Leroy was for me to sit next to him, I was like, he seemed like he gonna talk during the movie. And I want to sit and watch this movie. I don't want to talk during the movie.
Does he?
So I got.
Have you been to a movie with him?
So
I've never been to a movie with him.
I got the central seat. I didn't get the seat next to Leroy.
I don't think you're a jerk.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
don't think you're a jerk.
I'm good here.
I think you good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't tell him that, though.
Well,
I would just be like, man, I already got the seat. I ain't
taken,
know,
man. And then nobody shows up.
Somebody better buy that seat.
I already bought my seat, man. Dang, man. My fault, bro.
I was like, yeah, we're friends and everything, but we not going to be talking in the movie theater anyways, at least not if I have my druthers. I would like to watch the film. I would like to be able to know what's happening. So, yeah, I do feel a little bit bad about it, guilty, but I appreciate you guys letting me know that I'm good here.
So, So Leroy is a talker. Do we feel like Leroy is a talker in the movie?
And a laugher.
Yeah, that's the bigger thing.
And a laugher.
Yes. Please don't talk.
That's the other thing. If you're sitting next to Leroy and there's a funny part and he just breaks into that cacklish kind of laugh, don't you kind of go like cover your eyes a little bit? Like
I ain't do it.
I'm not. It would be a great laugh to have at like a real sitcom live audience.
Oh yeah.
You want somebody like that can laugh like that.
But the distinctive
maybe not
laugh,
in a movie though.
Doesn't the distinctive laugh throw you off?
Yes.
Though?
But it make it even funnier though, especially if it's not even funny. If it's a scene in a TV show that's not really funny, and you got somebody like that laugh, it kind of make you laugh.
Yeah,
you laughing at the laughter.
And trust me, I know that my laugh is very distinctive. And,
it is.
And I've
yeah.
And I've been,
Look who the one to talk.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Talk about somebody else.
I'm saying it, but it's not as high pitch or as loud.
I just want to watch the movie, man. That's it.
That's right.
These are my confessions.
So I watched the Taylor Swift the interview on New Heights.
That's Figgy Fig and John Lopez again. I didn't do it.
Yeah, so I watched it. And I was really intrigued to see, because I never watched the Taylor Swift interview or anything like that. But I know in a podcast setting, it tends to get real loose and people open up. And I got to confess, man, I got about 45 minutes in. I dipped out, man.
That's a good long time, though.
I know. I found myself not really paying attention to it. And it was so bad to the point when I did pay attention, I'm like, wait, what are they talking about? So I had to rewind it a little bit just to kind of catch the beginning of the conversation. And I realized I guess I'm not really into the Taylor Swift, the fluff of it, because she was talking about, how they met and just a little together and all. And I was just like, I don't really care about that. I do feel like the good parts, or the good part that I watched, was her talking about getting her masters back. And I'm really big into the music part of it. And I feel so bad, too, because the Kelsey brothers not really into the music industry.
Right.
So they don't know anything about that. So she didn't really elaborate on some of the other stuff pertaining to the music part, because they're not music people. So they just kind of moved on. I'm like, dang, I wish she can do some type of, maybe a Breakfast Club interview or something like that.
More deep into the weeds.
Yeah, where they could kind of, shoot her straight forward.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what happened with I wanted to know more about Scooter Braun, the guy that got her 4 Masters that she had to fight for.
Yeah.
So little stuff like that. I kind of wish I got more of that, but it was cool for the first, I would say, 30 minutes. After that, I was done.
I'm glad y'all enjoyed yourself.
It was fun. It was an event.
Yeah.
It was an event.
Are you satiated? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Excellent. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And somehow, with all the Taylor Swift talk, I think I ended up being the monster in all this somehow. All right. Coming up next, let's get into our Thursday staple, buy or sell. Are you buying what these various people in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Play along. We'll do it next.
Despite the loss, our guy... the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, just in case you're wondering, Mariners-Orioles is a 0-0 tie as of right now into the third. We're keeping an eye on that, obviously.
Damn, we here, man.
I mean, I'm here.
We're watching it. No,
I don't think that everybody
I'm
needs
saying
to be
we here. I mean, this that time of the year, man. We watching now.
I could probably, I think a reasonable person could probably still hold off on this particular level of scrutiny for the next week or two. I'm just already in that place, and I have, you know me, I'm going to have the multiple TVs. I'm going to be watching the game anyway. So I'm mental.
Oh,
100%.
for sure. Yeah.
But
Let
I'm
me see
sick.
what they doing.
I'll be honest. I'm sick. I know this about myself. You know this.
No, but I'm
about
saying
me.
regular people.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm not even
You're
that
irregular.
I'm not even that type of person. If it's not Astros, I'm that person that don't care.
Yeah.
But I am checking them now.
Yeah.
713-572-4610. Where are you when it comes to Astros and like box score watching? Are you there yet, or is it going to be another week, too? Let me know. I'm interested in that. From the 713 Random Thought. Do y'all think Bryce went up to Davis Mills and was like, I got stuck in Carolina because of you? I've heard that Charlotte is a very nice place.
It's your fault.
Maybe you're buying that. Maybe you're selling it. Let's do a little buy or sell here. Are you buying what these various people in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is how you play along. Lopez, what you got?
All right, let's start with the Astros. This one, okay, I don't want to bias your opinions here, so I'll just leave it straight. Dana Brown was on the flagship earlier, and he said this regarding Lance McCullers. You remember Lance McCullers, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
He's been on the 15-day IL for what feels like a month, dealing with a severe blister on his finger.
Yeah. So this is what he said. All blisters are not created equal.
That is true. That is technically correct, which according to Futurama I've learned is the best kind of correct. No, that's I buy that. I think within that, the selling part that you would be making is
like,
I am the further and further along we get, the less and less I believe that he is not with the major league club because of a blister. I think that this is very much phantom IL for getting himself mentally right. Right.
Yeah.
I hear you. He is technically correct. Not all blisters are made the same, especially when you're talking about a pitcher.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Everything Reggie said, I think it's a mental thing. And sure, he probably could have came back from a blister, probably could have avoided the IL, to be honest. But they probably like, you know what, we're going to put you on the IL. Just take a moment for that blister to heal.
I had some thoughts on this. When I heard he said all blisters are not created equal, he also said that he's seen some blisters last 4 months.
I do love when that's where my brain went.
What?
I was like, is this a gamma radiation blister?
What is this?
Did this blister develop other like is it become its own entity? Is it like a Godzilla blister?
Yes. I don't know about any of that. I'm selling first of all because same thing.
Frankenstein's monster blister.
There's a lot. Yeah. Either way, there's a lot going on here.
Who was the person that was talking about the ankle, the certain part of the ankle?
Wasn't that that wasn't Tucker? That was this year.
Yeah. That was Dana Brown, or it might have been his father.
Who said it? Yeah, it was Dana Brown.
Was it Dana Brown talking about? It's not that part of the ankle. Is this part of the ankle? And
but even though we all you're buying, but you gave the explanation that would be maybe the same as in a cell like mine.
That's right.
But even if I believed you that all blisters are not created equal and some blisters lasted 4 months, how the hell did you let it get this bad? How did you let it get that bad? Once you see a blister,
maybe
let's shut it. Whatever.
Yeah, and I do think that they probably, especially with Lance being a vet, with everything that he's fought through to get back, if the start of the blister starts getting, he's like, I want to fight through this.
Yeah, well, maybe.
It's probably one of those things that's really hard to go, nah, Lance, we need you to sit down. Like, I feel like that's one of those, hey, let him see if he can thug it out. Let him see if he has that level of warrior within him, and then clearly becomes an issue. Now, that's, of course, again, if we were taking them at entirely face value, which I don't think anybody in this room is at this point. We'll see what it looks like. But yeah, Lance is pitching for the Space Cowboys on Friday. So hopefully that is back to the blisters right. Whether on the finger or mental or what have you, and then you can get Lance McCullers back to either in the rotation or. Are you interested in maybe seeing him out of the pen?
Yeah, absolutely, especially now. All right, so you referenced
Someone said some blisters are forever.
some blisters are forever. All right, you referenced this earlier, but are you buying or selling? In the wake of the NFL having a stake in ESPN, Roger Goodell said the league, quote, would not get involved in the network's journalism.
Yeah, I'm selling that. I just there are stories, especially with the NFL, and especially as now they have a couple of legal battles that are going to get to a place where you're going to have discovery and those types of things.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that the likes of Don Van Natta, Seth Wickersham, Kalen Kaler, they are going to be sharks in the water that smell blood, trying to get information that honestly likely could, look poorly on the NFL. I refuse to believe we're talking the league offices with Roger Goodell, or let's be honest, team owners don't try and exert their power. I mean, these are all very rich people that are used to utilizing their power to get what they want. You're not going to tell me that they have an avenue to try and exert some power on some journalists and they're not going to utilize it.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. I just don't understand because hell, they were partners at one point. And they were still doing that. So I don't understand just buying a stake into it, and it's just like, we won't cross the line.
Yeah.
Nah, I think it actually might get worse.
I agree with you on and Reggie as well. You got to sell this. Like I said, they were exerting influence when they didn't have an actual ownership stake.
Now, what I will say is, I do hope that influence is kept to an absolute minimum.
Yeah,
because there are degrees to anything, and this could easily get to a place where all of the coverage seems I don't know what the right word is, comical, and I definitely don't want it to get to that place. We can have our reasonable skepticism on the big things, but on like the medium-sized stories, if it starts getting to a point where now it looks like we're just dealing with propaganda all the time, that'll be real problematic for sports in
100%.
general.
I'm going to read you an Alex Bregman quote from his post-game of his first game back in Houston, talking about getting booed. It was great. I loved it. I was hoping they would. Astros fans, by the way.
Well, Sean Pendergast. I think I buy this. Like, that dude's a gamer, man. And like, I feel like the entire of this, or if not, he's bought himself or like kind of gassed himself up to believe that, and I feel like you kind of need to in this space. But yeah, I believe he's a gamer. I'm sure that it's not the happiest thing in the world considering how long he's been in this place. But I imagine he's like, hey, that means that I'm doing a good thing.
Yeah.
And plus, if he wasn't used to booing, like he got a feel of it.
He's definitely used to being booed.
He's gotten a feel of it, so I buy it.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. He played in the city for a long time, and he know the passion when it comes to these fans. So I think he was kind of expecting it anyway. I think it's one of those teams where either you with us or against us.
Yeah.
And no matter how loved you are, I think he knew that was coming. And fine with it.
Nobody likes to get booed. Nobody. I mean, even if they say they do. But there are competitors that feed off of it. And so that I'm buying it too. I think all three of us are going ahead and buying this. I think he enjoyed it, and it, as you said, sort of validation. He's doing it right again.
I mean, good for him that he had the outings that he did, and thanks for making sure that the Astros got a win on the series.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Okay, this one is Jackson Dart, Giants quarterback, and it just struck me as weird. It's not any hard hitting news or anything, but there was a video making the rounds. I don't know if you guys saw it. Sort of one of those behind the scenes videos. I think the Giants put it on themselves or whatever. And he was driving through a toll booth, and his friend,
I saw this.
his friend was there videotaping, and it had the Easy Pass. It had pull a ticket or whatever, and he's like, "Yeah, I just drive by it all the time. I don't know what any of this means." Are you? Jack Dart does not know what an Easy Pass lane means.
I'm trying to remember where Jackson Dart from. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to remember because I think with us. We live in Houston, Texas, one of the biggest metropolitan
Everybody
areas.
knows.
And there's a good amount of of tollways that you have. Jackson Dart is from Kaysville, Utah. And then he went to college at USC.
Okay.
But then Ole Miss. Now, he was only at USC at 21, and I don't know if he was driving around. He might not really have a unique understanding of the particulars of the toll booth.
I don't know what it is. He just drives through any lane.
I will say it's very different in that New York, New Jersey area. it could get real intimidating and confusing. So I'm gonna buy it too.
And plus, I'm buying it. Plus, how long has he lived in New York? Because I'm wondering, when did he get? Has he gotten that that letter in the mail yet, where it's like, you owe us umpteen dollars for all the times you went through the toll booth? Because I think that is the wake up call. Because he also might be like me and some other young folks at times, where they just don't check the mail regularly, right? Like, I think that's also a line of demarcation generationally. Some people are used to, this is an everyday thing. I check the mail and I see what I have. Some people are like, it'll come to me in an email. What am I checking the mail for? He might like 3 months from now be like, oh yeah, I got to go check my mailbox. Wait, I owe how much?
$30,000 or something. $30,000.
And them joints be high too, man.
Especially when you don't have the pass.
They be scamming, man.
I don't know.
Like, it was that'll be $10. What you mean?
I want to find that 35-cent toll these days.
Well, can you tell that I don't frequently take the toll? Can you tell?
I'll be going through it with the Easy Pass here, man.
I take one exit on the Easy Pass.
$5.
It's like $2.75. Like, what? But I still do it. Hey, Deshaun Watson. Y'all remember him too, don't you?
I've heard of him.
Yeah. Deshaun Watson said he's been putting in long hours daily, fully locked in on his rehab.
I say long hours doing what?
Fully locked in on his rehab and intense training as he works his way back. Deshaun Watson is working his way back.
To?
I would say work.
What?
I would say working his way back from injury. I keep it like that.
Yeah, I buy you work your way back from injury. Yeah. You're not playing no football games around here, though.
My favorite part of the video where they were saying all this, he was throwing like one of those blue rubber balls against a wall. Like, just like we used to do when we were 12 years old. Just playing. Just throwing a rubber ball against the wall. Like, see? I'm working my way back.
God bless you, man. I do love that. And look, he has to have this mentality if he wants to.
I don't even know if he does.
Yeah, you think he's?
I don't even know
he's
if he
lied
wants
to himself.
Come back. He's got 230 guaranteed.
Players want to play,
but
man.
do you feel like he? I feel like he still want to. As crazy as it sounds, he still want to play in the league.
I don't.
Moving forward.
I honestly,
I think he know his days with the Browns is over. I think he's trying to audition, try to let you on another team. I don't think he's looking at retirement after this.
I get it, and I get that you would suspect that a guy that won a national championship and competed and all that stuff, he's a competitor and wants to play.
He wanted to get out of here because he felt like he wanted to be on a team where he could actually go and contend.
But people change, and we've all, seen him. I mean, there's a lot of videos out in the Cayman Islands or wherever on that yacht. I'm at that point now, I don't know if he even wants to play. He's just going to go through the motions and cash his checks.
I do love that we're having kind of the back and forth about it. It's the spirited discussion, but ultimately I think we're in the same place where it don't matter what he won't. I don't think that he's going to have the opportunity. Because look, the Browns are simply in a place where they are waiting until they can get off his deal. And I can't imagine the National Football League team that looks at Deshaun Watson and goes, we will take that. We will take the press on that. We will take the chance on that as a player in 2027 or whenever they can get on. I can't imagine anybody like, hey, I appreciate you. Do what you can to try and get yourself in shape. Maybe something happens like what is happening right now with the Browns, where you have 6 quarterbacks and damn near all of them hurt because Shedeur Sanders hurt his oblique in their joint practice with the Eagles yesterday, and then they have to put you on the field. Maybe you end up in that place, but it ain't going to be nothing intentional.
So
sell.
Yeah, sell.
I'm going to sell as well. I got one more for you here. This was pretty big news this week. Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer had some Venmo payment descriptions come to light that said, sports gambling?
Sports gambling. UCLA, USC.
That still makes me laugh because I've gambled a lot. I've paid off, bets and all that on Venmo. Not once have I ever put gambling or sports gambling.
I wonder if he was buying drugs or something. He said for weed.
Yeah, that's right. So anyway, here's his quote. The allegations that I once participated in sports gambling are false. The previous Venmo descriptions did not accurately portray the transactions in question, but were instead inside jokes between me and my friends.
Yeah, bye. I think this is very much an age thing where you a teenager still technically a teenager, late teens, and you think it's funny to put some absurd things in this memo line because why do I need a memo line anyways? That's the question we should be asking. Yeah. Why do I need a memo line? I'm sending them $10. because I am.
Yeah.
But yes,
right.
that is just some idiots that did not think through, hey, I probably should not have this in here because that's going to go poorly for me. But yeah, I do believe that this was probably like, hey, put your pay in for the March Madness tournament. All right, sports gambling. All right, well, there you go. Look at you.
I'm selling that. I don't believe it, man.
Yeah.
I don't believe it one bit. I think it's teenagers and probably young kids being stupid, just putting sports gambling.
Oh, so yeah, you're selling it, and you're selling it.
No, he's buying it.
No, you're buying it.
Well, buying that's his excuse that he wasn't actually
So then
gambling.
you're buying
also
it
buying,
that's his excuse, too, that it was just playing around. Yeah.
Somebody said the dates lined up with actual games, though. Yeah. I mean, they did, like UCLA, USC, sure.
Yeah.
I feel you.
No, I'm saying I don't believe him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
so
don't
you
believe
do sell it.
Yeah.
I'm selling it too, Figgy, because he was a college athlete at the time. And I don't care if you're playing around, you through all these seminars and lectures and advice from counselors and coaches. Don't you ever gamble. Don't you ever show the hint of gambling. He's either really stupid or he actually put sports gambling on there thinking he wouldn't get caught.
It's college football.
Yeah.
There are some really stupids that pop up at times.
right.
I mean, hell, I don't even have to limit that to college football.
Yeah.
We know it. We see it all the way in life. All right. That's a little buy or sell here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we should probably check in with what D'Amico Ryan saw from the joint practice. Let's check in with the head coach of the football team next.
Ready? Texans football is The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
John Lopez is in here legitimately invested in the Baltimore Orioles. He dropped an expletive because there was an out when as they continue to threaten
first
the Mariners.
and third and a pop out. Hell out of it.
He is legitimately.
You are here.
Upset. This is sickness.
It's happening.
We got to get back. All right. We got to have a little bit of a cleanse because that was a level of sickness that even startled me. So let's do this on the day of one of two of the most important days of training camp, the joint practices. Today it was with the Carolina Panthers. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans, a man who, mind you, kind of stayed with the offense today. What did D'Amico Ryans feel about this joint practice? You hear it right now.
Good afternoon. For today, I was really pleased with the way we practiced, the way the Panthers practiced. Thought we got productive work in is what we set out to do on both sides. Everybody's cooperative, working together, and we were able to get out of it what we expected, right? A chance to go against different schemes, different players. And it was really good work for us, offensively and defensively. Special teams were able to get some work as well. So all three phases, we got better today. We improved, and that's what you set out to do, joint practice, to improve and get better, and that's what we did today. So thankful to Dave and his team for coming down, working out here in Houston today.
Coach, how important it is for you guys to have a good, clean practice? Nobody was on the ground too much. Everybody was able to play, still be able to come out with some lessons.
I expect every practice to be that way. Clean, work as professionals. That's what we are. This is our job as professional football players. We got to work in a manner accordingly, staying off the ground, staying up, protecting each other. All right, we know the effort it takes to stay up is pretty hard. And it takes real athletes to do that. And, these guys did a tremendous job of that today. And now we get a chance on Saturday to go cut it loose and play real football. But I thought our guys worked really well today together.
What are you seeing from the receivers, specifically Berrios, Mechie, and Watson?
For the receivers, all three of those guys you mentioned, Berrios, Watson, Mechie, all just competitive at the catch point. Each guy showing up and made plays. Pick a day. One of those guys is showing up, making plays. And it's really a lot of great competition there amongst all those guys. Hutchinson, first year till now, he's just gotten better every year. He's shown what it looks like when you put the work in and you really want to get better at your craft, you can do that. That's what that's what he represents. That's what he's done, and I mean, credit to him for putting the work in, not only here, but putting the work in while he's away, while no one's around. He's working all the time, and it's a credit to him, and it shows up, and now he's in a really good spot to help our team.
Domingo, could you explain the value and the difference that you talked about, the difference of going up against a different scheme, different coaches? What's the value of that for the team?
Yeah, for us, schematically, when you're in training camp, especially for us at week 3, right, we've going against offense, defense guys. They know the snap count. They know the plays they're going to see. They know the formations, and it kind of get monotonous after that third week. So to break it up, right, it helps us because Carolina, they do a lot more under defense, which our defense doesn't run much. So our offensive line get a chance to make calls and checks versus different schemes up front. They get to see different pressures, right? How are we going to pick this pressure up? And they aren't scouted looks. Like, we're not game planning the Panthers, so unscouted looks. Let's see if our rules and the things we teach from OTAs through training camp on a day-to-day basis, can you show up and can you execute just your fundamentals and techniques without having a game plan against someone? And that's the beauty of it, right? You don't know what's coming, you don't know what to expect, but can you just play within your rules, trust your rules, trust you.
Is there a point where y'all kind of intensify the process of picking 53 guys? I know we talk about it a lot, but is there how hard is it this year compared to years past? Seems like there's a little more depth, but is there a point where you and Nick say, okay, this is our first version, second, third? What's the process like?
For me, I honestly am not thinking about the 53, just thinking about guys getting better. And that process, when it comes to for us to select 53 guys, after our third preseason game, we'll tackle that process when it gets there. But right now, what I love about our team we got a ton of competitive dudes all across the board on our team. And I would love to keep all these guys around because, it just means a lot to me because knowing all the work, the sacrifice they put in, all right, to make this team and to make themselves better, and I don't take that lightly. So that process will happen. It's always a tough process to dwindle it down to 53 guys when there's always more than 53 guys who are deserving of making the team.
D'Amico has been getting a lot more reps with the runs. What have you seen from him since really stepping into that role at the right arm spot?
Ed's continued to improve, just his pass rush, just being under control, like playing better base, playing with his hands better, picking up the stunts in games better. Just I like how he's progressed. I think Cole has done a really good job with Ed, and he's done a great job. So I expect him to just continue to improve, and we'll see where we end up.
Coach, with the running back room kind of been in flux over the last couple of weeks, how impressed have you been with guys like Wale and even Chubb, who's a veteran, kind of fluxing in and just fluxing what the position will probably look like anymore?
Well, we have a really deep running back room. Dare is going back to the game last week versus Minnesota. Dare definitely popped, making some nice runs there. We got a lot of young guys there as well. I want to see them get some reps this week and see how they handle the football. But overall, the room is competitive. It's a deep room. Got guys with experience, got young guys, and Coach Bear has done a good job of just molding that group the proper way.
And then lastly, obviously, the last open practice, obviously, of the season. This is the last time you'll be able to see the fans. The fans will see the team before Saturday. How excited are you guys just to be back in front of the fans on Saturday and just be in that environment, knowing it'll be the last time before the Monday night game week?
This will be a really, really cool environment for us to get in front of our fans here at NRG on Saturday, actually to play a game. So it's a big exciting time. We're excited to see our fans come out and support us in the games. They've been out here every open practice we've had. We're thankful for the way our fans show up. And it's not just at 9 o'clock when we kick practice off. I'm coming in at 5 a.m. and I see lines of people out here ready, waiting to come here and watch guys practice. So we are, incredibly grateful to our fans for the sacrifice and the time that they make and the effort they put into being able to come out here early, getting here earlier than some of the coaches. They're out here ready to go. And just shows how excited everyone is about Texans football, right? And we're just as excited as our fans are. We're excited too. So thankful for all the support.
From an evaluation standpoint, when you win, you got a game set. Coach tape from the day. Does the mindset change? The evaluation process way a little bit more because of the practice, the nuances of saying practice as opposed to the game situation, or does it balance the same way?
As we compare, great question. As we compare today's practice, the joint versus Carolina, as opposed to the game, what I'm looking for, we go in today, there'll be mistakes, there'll be corrections that need to be made. And now, can you see a guy make that jump and make the corrections he needs to make on Saturday as he play in the game? So when we evaluate the game, say, man, if this happened 2 times, did the guy progress? Did he get better with the looks that he was given? And for the most part, throughout camp, I've seen guys, do that. And the good ones, you want to be a pro football player, you got to be able to, not make the same mistakes over and over again, but make new mistakes. And that's what we'll like to see from our guys.
Can I follow up? You always talk about when the lights come on.
Yeah.
All right, lights on, say the lights, Saturday is the lights coming on. Does that, how do you look at it from that standpoint? If the guy that had a good practice would say today, and come lights come on and he sort of look like a being headlights?
You'll see that a lot at times when guys get in games. You see guys who can rise up and make the plays that they've been making at practice. And sometimes you see guys who they're able to just show up on practice, right? So there's a difference there. And the good ones will separate themselves. It's not it won't be hard for coaches to deem who separates themselves. Guys will show up. Now you get a chance to see guys truly cut it loose and finish. I know they're tired of me barking, hey, stay up, protect each other. Now you get a chance to cut it loose, and we'll see who can actually cut it loose.
What do you make of the way that you guys covered today? And it's a lot of the first time that a lot of these guys in the secondary have seen the different ones so far.
I did not see the defense. I saw one defensive play today. And you know what I saw? I saw Derek Stingley back to try to throw a back shoulder. I saw Derek Stingley pick it off and go to the house. So if they cover like that all day, it was a great day.
I can tell you, MJ Stewart had a couple of pass breakups too. I was just curious, given the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury, like what is it about MJ that you guys like as the next man up and then kind of filling that role, and what do you kind of expect out of him?
For MJ, man, what I love about MJ is not on the field, but off the field. When we're in the meeting room, MJ is the guy who's asking questions, like keeping the meetings going, like making sure we got a lot of back and forth banter going on in the meetings, like because he asks great questions, like challenging coaches, like why are we doing it this way? Why wouldn't we do it this or try this? So I love that when players speak up in meetings, and that's what MJ does, sets himself apart. And from that, bringing it onto the field, he's a great communicator. When he lines up, he does a great job of making sure everybody's on the same page, and that's so important for me and how we run our defense from the safety position. If you can't talk, you can't communicate to get everybody on the same page, then I really don't want you out there, right? Because everybody's counting on you to make the right check. So MJ does that. Great communicator on special teams. He's our personal protector. Takes a lot of communication there. So as a veteran guy who's showing up consistently year after year, carving out a role for himself just because he's a smart player, plays hard, plays physical, and also does a great job communicating.
All right, thank you.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
There you go. That's the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, after a joint practice during training camp between the Texans and the Panthers there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. I'm gonna be honest. There wasn't a lot there from D'Amico. He kept it really light. Some of that, honestly, defensively, because he mentioned that he only saw one singular defensive play, which was the Stingley interception. That's how much he was involved with the offense. Now, to be fair, I think the way that it's been described is he was running the field where you had Texans offense and Panthers defense, and then Dave Canales was over on the other field where they were running Panthers offense, Texans defense. So, I mean, that makes sense to that degree, but also I do appreciate that, he took that. He took that onus and he kind of focused there. But I did appreciate that answer that he gave about MJ Stewart at the end, because obviously you're trying to surmise with that question, what makes him capable of maybe stepping in for C.J. Gardner-Johnson if he needs to for whatever period of time. And he goes, MJ is a guy who is asking questions and mentions that he asks great questions in the off the field. And at first I was like, off the field, that's not what I care about. But it feels like that was intentional to point to, this is a smart dude who's going to know what we do in and out and know the answers, and he's a great communicator, so when he takes it to the field, that's going to show up. The question ultimately, though, is does he execute at the level that is high enough to, cover over the gap that is left there by C.J. Gardner-Johnson for whatever period of time, if at all, is necessary to cover it?
And can he make up for any shortcomings there? The one thing that I sort of, got out of that as the most important thing is we're getting more and more vibes of it could be a 3-2 math equation.
At wide receiver?
At wide receiver. Braxton Berrios, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson. Though he mentioned them in succession.
Justin Watson. Xavier Hutchinson has been talked about.
Xavier Hutchinson's already there. But you're going to have to fit three of those guys into two spots. It's just feeling more and more like it.
Well, I don't know. That's not what D'Amico said. He's not thinking about the 53-man right now.
Buy or sell, real quick. Buy or sell.
We'll tackle that when we get there. No, there's no way that's not a portion of the conversation, especially because you have so many guys that are so talented. And maybe that's why you could say maybe you're not thinking about it, because you're just like, hey, we've got a great amount of guys, and we'll just let this go. But I can't believe that he's not already starting to tear this out a little bit or start to get a feel for, okay, who might be creating an edge for themselves. But I do believe that he is true when he says that it's not just about what you do in one game, but how you take it from one game to another. So Saturday, noon at NRG Stadium will be big for the number of players that are jockeying for position on the depth chart or just trying to make the depth chart in the 53-man roster for your Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I look at the time and I look over at one Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so we got to take a trip over to Sunnyside. There's some wild stuff going on there, and you might want to be careful a little bit.
Oh, wow.
Plus, imagine somebody saving your life and you flick them off. I got a crazy story about this.
This sounds ungrateful, but I feel like you're setting up a twist. So let's find out what that twist is next.
All right, let's find out what your new car is. All you got to do is call the Easy Lease number with
sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? How many eat a W tonight? Come in, man.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on Thursday.
Correct.
Yeah, Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. I got to give a special salute to a guy by the name of Rich Maserati.
Oh, okay.
Man named Rich Maserati.
That almost sounds like a fake name.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's a.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if that's his real last name, but he also go by Rich Dame _TV2 on Instagram.
Okay.
So what this guy like to do? He like to go around the city of Houston and, lack of a better word, expose some different places that are not that just looks bad.
Yeah.
So it might be some apartment complexes that's not really keeping up with the maintenance and people complaining and stuff like that.
Oh, is he trying to be like modern Marvin Zindler of a
Pretty
case?
much,
Just putting people on blast,
The
so
hood
hopefully you can shame them into doing what they need to do?
He the hood Marvin Zindler.
Shout out to the hood Marvin Zindler.
Yeah,
I love
Marvin Zindler.
Yep. So apparently speaking of Marvin Zindler, this actually got a little attention from ABC 13.
Perfect.
So let's head over to Sunnyside.
Oh, boy.
With a story on residents looking for some accountability at a local apartment complex.
Scurrying around the Cullen Park Apartments in Sunnyside, and he's got plenty of company.
It's about 1 million of them just going around.
Once the sun sets, Rich Maserati says the rats run rampant, commandeering this garbage bin, and sometimes slipping into apartments.
It's like Ratatouille around here, literally. Y'all seen the movie? It's worse than the movie.
Records show the city took 3 complaints about rats at the complex in May, including rats eating through walls. How big are the rats?
They're the size of cats. The size of cats.
After another complaint last night, these code violation warnings popped up. But the rats remain.
Then as we're putting the trash in the thing, the rats come and attack us.
Rats aren't all that's rankling residents here. A look at the city's records reveal 13 complaints in the last 6 months, ranging from overflowing trash to leaking sewage to an elderly man who says he fell through his floor July 4th.
It's a lot going on, man, in Sunnyside.
Rats the size of cats, huh?
Yeah, that might be a slight exaggeration, but maybe not a big one. Maybe not a big one,
man.
yeah.
I don't know, man. What type of cat you talking?
Well, and the rats, they...
Ratatouille over there, man.
They breed pretty abundantly.
I do. He's like, it's like Ratatouille, and I'm like, all right, I feel like there wasn't very much cooking happening at these Sunnyside apartments or the apartments in Sunnyside here. Nah, man, I'm really hoping that the end part of this conversation leads with somebody getting an exterminator out there so these people are living better.
Yeah,
please.
We got to pray for the people in Sunnyside, man, because it's no way in hell I'm living like that, bro.
That much?
I'm first thing smoking out, man. I can't do rats, mice, all that type of stuff, man.
It's funny because
it's an infestation.
100%. I don't never think of Houston as a rat city, though.
Every city is a rat city.
Fair enough.
Yeah, every city is a rat city.
Yeah, certain parts, because I think even around this nice, we at the Greenway Plaza area, it was a lot of. I ran into a lot of rats in this area, so it was kind of rough, but yeah, man, you got to pray for the people over in Sunnyside, man. And I wouldn't be. My wife would be first thing smoking out of there. She see,
you know what my wife would be doing? She was threatening to stay at a hotel just because there was one that
That's
we saw.
True. That's a great point.
John. She gave you that loud John.
That audio is still there somewhere.
I gotta bring that out.
I still can't believe you did that, but yeah, man. I hope that the hood Marvin Zindler is gonna get something to shake because I can't imagine a number of rats. Also of large size. Yeah, I'm sorry. They can't even take their trash out. That's not. The rats are getting into the trash. The rats are defending the trash as if it's their home as well. That's too much.
Rats are ratting.
Yeah.
It's up to you to create the environment where they don't.
At this point, they ain't doing nothing wrong.
Yeah.
It's you.
They said the rats was attacking them for bringing trash. Like, I thought you would enjoy this portion of the program.
The rats even talk about how nasty it is.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I can't do this.
We asked the resident rat about his thoughts on the situation.
Go look in the back. You got any other trash?
All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. So just imagine somebody trying to save your life, and in return, you flick them off.
I cannot. Go ahead.
Well, that happened with a young lady. I want to say this was a air friend who had taken emergency landing in Canada to save a woman's life, and she seemed very ungrateful about it. And according to the pilot, he hopped on the intercom after the plane took off again and revealed the woman gave him the finger on the way out the door.
What was the situation? How was she suffering? How was she in danger?
I'm trying to look.
You know?
So we're not really sure what the health issue was, but I guess the plane went over northern Canada and had to make a sharp right turn back to Newfoundland.
And that's the law.
Newfoundland.
Yeah.
Is it Newfoundland?
I'm sorry. Ain't no Canadians here.
Yeah.
They're not here to tell us any different. But I think technically it's like
that's
Newfoundland.
That's how you pronounce it. That's how you pronounce it.
Well, what? But
this
is so weird.
I wanted to ask y'all, what's something, I guess the most ungrateful thing you ever seen or done to somebody who tried to help you? Because I have a personal answer.
Let's hear yours. I'm thinking of one.
I think it was definitely ungrateful, but when I was younger, my mom, one of her best friends, your mom's best friend is basically your aunt. And she, took care of me plenty of times. But there was one time that apparently I was very hungry, and I got to a point where I was breaking bad. I was like, is food ready? It's like, no. And then I think when the food started getting ready, my mom's friend started getting the plate. And at some point, I don't remember exactly how it came up, but I was like, that's why you're fat. Something like that. Just like deeply ungrateful. This loves me quite a bit. And I was just like lashing out because I was hungry. Not right, but definitely one of those. Yes, that is why you're fat. Like, I don't recall it. It's a story that's told to me, and I still feel bad about it.
Remember when, it's been about 5 years, but you were here 4 or 5 years. I ran into the gas station over here, and there was a couple arguing in the car, and physical arguing, and the door opened, and I hesitated at first because you don't know if these people have guns or whatever.
That's a great point. Yes.
And I kind of hesitated, and then I looked, and I walked over there and I asked the lady if she was all right. She got all mad at me.
You was all up in her face, in her space.
Yeah.
But a lot of times that's typical of these domestic violence things where. They're like, oh no, he's fine. He's not going to hit. Well, he was kind of shoving you around.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, it was a situation similar to that. It was so wild when you think about it now. It was somebody just driving down the street, and apparently they got into it in the car to the point they stopped in front of my house, and they got out the car. They were just arguing back and forth, and my neighbor came out, was like, hey, y'all got to, let's move this on, man.
Mm-hmm.
And so the dude got mad at my neighbor for jumping in.
Yeah.
So they start fighting, and the girl tried to jump in to beat my neighbor up.
After fighting with the dude.
Yeah. So that was so wild. But my personal one is my wife. Salute to my wife. So this was back when I was like 24 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I would blurt out ideas and stuff like that. Like, man, I told her, I'm like, I want to have some type of 80s party. Maybe do it at a club and da-da-da-da. And what does she do? For my 25th birthday, she throws me an 80s birthday party at like a little center and all that stuff. Well, I was like, I ain't want you to throw me a birthday party for this.
God.
I just wanted a actual party. I ain't want it to be about me.
You ungrateful.
Yeah.
And it was like a unofficial surprise birthday party.
Yeah, that's nasty work.
So that's on you, Figgy.
No, I was I really appreciate it a lot, but I just wanted to do a party. I didn't want a birthday party.
Yeah.
I didn't want it for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just like, don't throw me no birthday party. This is a fire party though, but I don't want it to be all about me. I just wanted to throw a generic ass 80s party.
Yeah, that was not going.
Yeah, that was on you, man.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good. There's just people texting in with their ungrateful stories, and now I would like to laugh. But go ahead, you got it, Fig. It's your world. We just living in it.
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So we coming up on that time of fantasy football and all that good stuff.
That's right.
And I want to know, where were y'all at I want to say about 6 years ago when the most surprising retirement in NFL history happened.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, here's Andrew Luck retirement during a preseason game, I want to say.
So the Bears are set to kick this off, and you see Andrew Luck on the sidelines. There is a by Adam Schefter of ESPN that Andrew has informed the team of his desire to retire from the National Football League. Obviously, this will be the topic of discussion tonight, tomorrow, and for a long time after that.
I think we were at a Texans preseason game.
Yep.
If I remember correctly, the Texans were playing simultaneously.
I think I was there too,
Yeah.
and that was around the same time Lamar Miller, I want to say,
That's
tore his ACL or hamstring or
That's
something
right.
like that.
Second biggest news in the division.
And Bill O'Brien had his ass playing.
Yeah, yep.
That is, I'm still amazed that the people of Indy decided that what the right thing to do in that moment was boo Andrew Luck. I wonder, all them people that were in that building on that day, I wish that we could flash them back to that moment from now understanding what the next however years would look like. And honestly, their supposed answer to it being Anthony Richardson out here looking like he looks right now.
Yeah.
And see how if they would respond in the same way or if they wouldn't kiss the ground that Andrew Luck walked on
You know the answer
as
to
he
that.
walked out of that building.
You know the answer to that.
The audacity of them people.
Yeah, hey, you talk about them. How about somebody who actually drafted Andrew Luck just a couple hours before he retired? Here's O.J. Simpson with a message for Andrew Luck.
Lord have mercy.
Andrew Luck, what did I do to you? You could have retired an hour and a half ago before I picked you in my fantasy picks. I mean, what did I do, baby? I've been a fan of yours. Why would you do this to me? I'm just saying.
I ain't gonna. This could be a confession right here. I hit the drop.
These are my confessions.
I kind of miss the OJ videos, the random ass. I'm just saying.
Oh, they're yeah.
Hello, Twitter world.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Hey, Twitter world, it's yours truly.
Yours truly was the best part. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I miss it too. But no one is going to defend OJ on that.
What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
There's one person who could defend OJ, but
We actually had a situation that was pretty much worse than that here at this station. Remember Clint and Kamala?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty much a cup of coffee here. Didn't last too long.
Yeah.
But remember he sent out a tweet pretty much saying that was weak or something like that.
Oh, that's right. He was torching him.
Yeah, that tweet went viral. Talking about viral. He got what you call quote tweeted or
yep.
ratio. No, they call it ratio.
They put him up on the Summer Jam screen.
That was this was 6 years ago.
Did we officially have the this you at that point? Because that's what everybody was like. Is this you?
Is this you? Yeah.
So you making this point, huh?
Yeah. So it was rough. It was.
I forgot about it. He got destroyed.
He got crushed, man.
Andrew Luck.
Speaking of getting crushed, that's why Andrew Luck he was like, I done had too many of these head injuries.
He could barely walk.
This,
he could barely see straight. Finally called it a career. It's like, that's weak. You're letting down your team.
Yeah, it was and to be fair, it was quite a few tweets that was like that going around, but not Clint, but Rick Camlin probably had the one that stuck out the most.
Yeah.
Yikes.
With them tweets. Yeah. All right, that was the mixtape. I do want to do a little tease for tomorrow.
Oh, we got a tease for tomorrow.
Got the 24-hour tease coming up on the mixtape. So tomorrow's Friday. We're going to be doing a little tailgating on Saturday. Salute the HEB. I think we're going to be in the orange lot.
That is correct. Yeah.
So we're going to be in the orange lot, kicking in and all that stuff. But I want people to text in. Hell, I might take some calls. I want you to shout out your tailgate. What's your tailgate looking like? What's the name of your tailgate? I want you to shout it out. Let me know what you eat.
So that's tomorrow in the mixtape.
Yep.
Very good. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we got to get back in the tailgate season.
That's right. That's right. That is Figgy Fig. Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every day right here on Sports Radio 610. Be ready to, shout your tailgate out tomorrow as we head into the first of a number of games in the 2025 season with preseason game number 2 versus the Panthers there at NRG Stadium at noon. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, but I want to talk a little bit more about this team, about practice, but also about the safety position. We'll do that next.
It's just one
Spells in the combo while supplies last.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday's going pretty well. Appreciate all the people that have contributed to the show. Obviously, all the people that have been listening, all y'all. Much appreciation to Seth Payne for joining us at noon to give us his sights and sounds from the joint practice between
when
the
they
Texans
weren't
and the Panthers.
awful, they were actually pretty good.
That's right. That is actually a good amount of explanation as to what was happening
today.
Yeah, that's that did factor in, which honestly, weirdly enough, factored in a little bit more on defense than we would have imagined as well for the practice there because the defense, there was clearly some takeaways. There was a Stingley interception, which of course DeMeco Ryans said was the only defensive play that he saw for his team. But secondary safety is something that we're still looking at. And Matt Burke, as well as Nick Caley and Frank Ross, the coordinators talked yesterday, not today, but Matt Burke was kind of asked about the safety position as well. And you found something interesting within what he said.
Well, I did, and then I found it even more interesting today, and that's one of the reasons that I asked Seth about the safety position. And just a little vague or a lot vague, and sort of not giving away, everything, which no one would expect you to. I honestly felt that Matt Burke talking about the safeties. Well, let's listen to him just sort of in general talk about Jalen Petrie and the safety position.
I could see lots of scenarios. I mean, I think right now we're just trying to get a lot of guys work and in different spots. And, some of those injuries are short term and some are longer term. So, we just sort of try to get them ready to play this week. And as the season gets closer, we'll figure out how to deploy our guys best. Jalen's had history at a lot of spots as well. Again, another guy that's played multiple roles for us. So I think we just, again, part of what we're doing in camp is really trying to cross-train a lot of people. And, injuries happen. And so obviously always looking ahead to, hey, if something happens at one spot, how do we fill that in or who's the next guy up? So playing lots of scenarios, Sarge.
I actually believe every bit of that. He's like, hey, we're looking. We'll see what it looks like. And then lo and behold, today, we were talking with Seth. We were getting the reports from practice. One of the things that bothered him, I don't know if that'd be the right word, but that stood out to him, and not necessarily in a great way, was the safety position, especially defense up the middle, which was an issue last year.
Big plays,
yeah,
big plays. That's one of the things that you could point to as something that you did not appreciate about this Texans defense last year was at times big plays could be gotten against them, and especially with like the Colts, who were big play type teams. Honestly, there was a number of games where it was like, damn, opportunities down the field against a defense of this caliber that was there. You hope that does not continue to be the case, because that does feel like one of the potential points of regression, right? Is that the possibility of that continuing. We were actually talking, funny enough, about points of regression on this defense or on this team in general. And I kind of want to return to that because I was reminded of one of those, which is DeMeco Ryans with seemingly taking more of a holistic approach to the entirety of the team, as evidenced by him kind of running one side of the practice, which makes sense, right? In a joint practice, have one head coach run one side and the other one run the other. I think we're going to see more of a Matt Burke-helmed defense this year. And I don't think that's a bad thing by any means. However, we do have to leave open the possibility that even though I think Matt Burke is a good defensive coordinator, I think he's very clearly very attuned to what's happening on the field. I do wonder, is there any possibility that there's kind of a letdown when it comes to play calling as opposed to DeMeco Ryans having his full grasp on what's happening with the defense, assuming that's the way that they handle it?
I actually don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, DeMeco, I don't think is going to let go of the actual play calling. Now,
okay,
I think Matt Burke is he plays a bigger role and is a bigger factor in those calls than maybe some people want to believe, because DeMeco's on TV and he's got the headset on, he's got the card in his hand, and he's shouting all the instructions and everything. I think he ultimately makes the call and the final call on what they're going to run in a particular situation. I think Matt Burke does a lot already. I really don't. I don't see any scenario in which DeMeco Ryans going to let that go. And as far as today, I think he, for two reasons, he was involved on that field where the Texans offense was playing. As you know, these coaches have long conversations before every joint practice, every practice really, about, hey, what do you want to see? How do you want to play this or whatever? I think it could be as simple as, Dave Canales, he's running a new offense too, and he's the play caller over there.
Not a new offense because they had the offense yesterday or last year rather.
Trying to add things,
sure.
Elements, and certainly Bryce Young his second year and all that stuff. I think he wanted to be, hey, would you mind if I just stay on this field? D'Amico probably said, cool, I've been wanting to pay more attention to the offense, and I've got a defensive coordinator that's more than capable.
Certainly.
I think it could be very straightforward and simple. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. It could be he's starting to give him more of a say. But I don't think he's ever going to give up like game day play calling.
No, fair, and I think it's just a way to kind of probe into that space. It is fair to point out that Matt Burke is is deeply involved and has been in installation, game plan, all of that. Just if assuming that he is more involved in the actual game day play calling, does that change anything? And maybe the answer is actually just no. Like he is so much an extension of what D'Amico wants with the time that they've had together. And with the ways in which he's had a hands-on experience with all of this, it's probably just going to operate similarly. That'd be really cool. Somebody said from the 3-4-6, is it play calling or just the free safety and getting the big plays? That's a good question because I can't imagine that it's simply just the play calling that happens against them. Like, but yeah, I think we probably should dig a little bit further into it. Like, is there something that immediately comes to mind for you? Because as I'm thinking about it, I don't think it's simply just the play calling.
I don't think it's play calling, and I think part of it is what we just talked about. The safety position is not what we thought it was going to be. That's also been a weak spot when some of these same guys were on the field last year. Maybe there's a factor there, but I think it's really like this personnel, this group, as Seth was talking about, they gave up a lot of plays. They were out of position a lot last year. That was the one small weak spot on this team, and they tried to improve it. They brought in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Obviously, that didn't work out, or at least not yet. So I think it's really it wasn't necessarily play calling, it's just personnel.
Yeah, the things that come to mind to me were, obviously, there's people that have their qualms with Eric Murray. I don't think that he was as bad as sometimes we talk about, but he also wasn't great. Like, there were instances where you could get him. And then I think Kalen Bullock having to step in and be a rookie who has the responsibilities of being that last man deep and being a ball-hawking player inherently, there were going to be some missteps. And I think that opposing offenses rather took advantage of that at times when you had some of those. So yeah, I think that's probably where I'd lean to more. I don't think that it's as much like poor play calling from the defense, but also to be fair, you're not gonna be 100%. Like there's gonna be instances where on the play calling battle you might lose that particular matchup of plays that are drawn out there.
I also think Kalen Bullock being better than position in general.
Certainly,
yeah, because not just positioning, but he certainly we found out he can go get the ball, but it's still going to be one that they want to focus on. Like I said, you just heard from I believed everything. Usually, he's like, yeah, we're trying a lot of stuff, trying to figure it out there.
Yeah, for sure. If you were at all still interested, Mariners-Orioles got to a 5-0 lead for the Orioles. Was it a big third inning, if memory serves, or was it the fourth? Either way, Orioles had putting some runs on the board. They were in the fifth, was the bottom of the fifth, and it seemed like the heavens opened up out there.
Rains a lot in Baltimore.
In Baltimore, so that one looks like it's in a rain delay. I think on a getaway day with the home team up by so many runs, and with the amount of water that had already dropped on the field, I personally believe that was going to be called, and the Astros will have a 1.5 lead going into the weekend. So that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I think they're going to call this. I mean, unless the Mariners, go in there and really try to protest and say, hey, we're in a race here, man. We are in a race here. So we need to play this thing. We'll see, but I think they're probably going to call it.
Yeah. I mean, look, go ahead and call it. Either way, it seems like the Orioles did the Astros a solid, handled up business there, and gave the Astros a little bit of breathing room before they head into the weekend. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Fair, I guess this is a fair enough point from Kicks Rocks on the YouTube as well. Defense that'll play aggressive and our turnover focus will always give up a few big plays. Yeah, but I don't think that that's a good acknowledgement of what happened last year. That was more than a few. They gave up. There were more big play lead possible with the defense that's aggressive. Again, we appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity to crosstalk today. I think B. Scott's sitting in. What's happening, man?
Yeah, and I'm sitting in for maybe all of 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But got in a bind today. I'm supposed to be filling in for Ron with Clint. Then realize a little bit later in the day that I don't have childcare.
Oh,
wow.
man.
Don't have the perfect childcare situation here. Now they're in school, so we're hoping that Luke Morrow gets here to fill in
for the fill-in.
For the fill-in before we have at least until 4:30 before this gets awkward. Before this gets awkward, right? Yeah. Like I can stay, okay, but around 4:30 it's gonna be it's gonna be like CPS time. Like, hey, somebody's got to come get their child.
Can we send Luke Morrow to go look at the kid? Like, do you trust Luke?
You know what? That's the thing that I didn't think about. Hey, Luke, can
Put him
you
on
go
the list? Call the school.
See, that's a great point. I didn't think about
You know
that.
what I mean?
It's like when I called Luke, it was like, hey, Luke, I need you to come fill in for the fill-in. I didn't think of, hey, Luke, can you go pick up these kids that you don't know about?
Kids will be like,
that you've never heard. Oh, they would be so confused.
Who would you trust most here at Sports Radio 610 to go and get the babies?
Lopez.
Yeah,
Lopez is the
I got experience.
The statesman. He's got the kids.
Well, Lopez, you off it too, ain't you?
Yeah,
I'm a 2.
But you know, I didn't think of that either. Like, let me go ask some of the radio guys to go handle my primary business.
If I had my car, I would be like, I'll pick them up.
Yeah, Figgy. Yeah,
we go kick it.
Honestly, any of y'all,
Let's go send In the Loop. In the Loop gonna go pick up 3 babies.
Picking up all of them, or
they all at the same
all
place.
at the same spot.
All at the same place, and
Just
only
make
one of
sure
them.
when they see me, they go, "Daddy."
Yeah, that would hurt, but I would have earned that. I would have earned that by not doing the daddying thing. So
that's hilarious.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah,
so I gotta extend this to another father on the program, Clint Stoerner. All right, which one of these jokers at Sports Radio 610? And the answer, none of them is also applicable if you need to. Would you trust to take care of the babies if need be?
Because this is the reason why. Because I asked Luke to come in and fill in for me here and didn't think about, hey, Luke, can you go pick up the kids for me? I didn't even think about that. So that brings on the question. Who would you trust most to go pick up your baby? And yours are little girls we talking about, precious.
Yeah. I would trust all the hosts.
Okay, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would trust everybody that I see more than one time a week.
Well, that's excellent.
Good for you.
I mean, I literally in this building, I would go. Now Tyler would have to do it before the show. He could not do it after the show. I don't know that I want Tyler doing it if it's past 7 o'clock at night, because he may have spent a good little bit of time in that old happy hour. But
me and Ron are your best bets. I'm just going to tell you now.
Honest with you,
me and Ron are your best bets.
I don't have a real good. Which I probably doesn't not take much for y'all to believe this, but like I don't have a BS meter. You know what I mean? Like if I don't think that you would pick that, if I wouldn't let you pick my kids up, I'm not going to have a drink with you.
Yeah,
fair. That's true. That's true.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to go out of my way to keep in touch with you. I mean, you ain't. I'm not out. I don't want to meet your wife. I don't.
Yeah.
Like, and there's certain people.
That's
right,
good. That's
there's
healthy.
certain people in my world that I grew up with that I had no choice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, they're my boys now, but but I'm gonna tell you, like right now at my age with 2 little kids, man, if I hang with you, if I leave here and go have a drink with you, I trust you to pick up the babies.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Now, I ain't gonna leave them with you where you got to feed them and change diapers and all that stuff.
But just go get the babies.
Go get them and drop them off.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought you would be like one of the most protective when it came, but to be fair, you are protective.
I'm overly protective. I'll give you that, but maybe I just think too highly of you. No good, son of a guns. I guess I'd have
might be the case. All right, we now tag in.
I think I dumped that. I went ahead and dumped that just so Tyler wasn't paying attention.
We now tag in Luke Morrow in full Italia shirt, having been called in. All right, so do you know why you've been called in, Luke?
No, but I do see the first text is, "Hi kids, I'm your Uncle Luke."
That's right. That's right. So you're tagging in because B. Scott had to go take care of the babies. However, we were like, did you consider asking Luke Moore to go pick up the babies?
Yeah.
Have you ever had to just be on uncle duty?
Absolutely. I don't know how good I am at it, but they've all stayed alive. So.
Yeah. All right, fellas. Another great day of practice. I'm excited to hear you guys talking about it. I see the shirt. How was the cookout?
It was good. It was good, man. We
Sean didn't cook anything.
Well, we did. None of us did. We just sat there and flipped a couple and put them on there. But I tell you, man, Cal is. Just a good. It's just a good. I appreciate Cal's ability to have a conversation. I cannot stand when you're dealing with owners and when you're dealing with, let's be honest, wealthier people and successful people in business, and even if it was family stuff, whatever. I cannot stand when people talking to people and them looking over your shoulder for the next conversation.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when you deal with owners or successful coaches or even successful players, a lot of times, just successful people, a huge percentage of them do that. Mm-hmm. And Cal has never been that way to me. I mean, I stood next to him for an hour damn near over this hot thing with Toro and people getting behind the ropes and asking for pictures when they weren't supposed to and all that. And, I mean, dude never – I mean, just a good ass dude, man.
And he likes
you know. He does like
really
yeah.
does.
I know everything. I know everything he's put on the grill on Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, they got 2 Sundays off before games start. Obviously, they got this Sunday and next Sunday.
Yep.
Hopefully, happy tummies.
I know everything that's going on the grill. I know the whole menu. I thought I was gonna get an invite. I thought Cal was gonna give me that. Oh, he made my mouth water with what he was gonna do, and then I'm thinking he's gonna say, "Oh, I wait for him to say, oh, you got to bring the wife and the kids by," you know.
No,
he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He went on to the last time he cooked chicken, and the kids just killed it and left nothing but bones in the plate. I said, well, damn, I thought I was getting an invite.
I feel like you're just one more conversation away. I think that's all it is.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty tight with Cal, but I don't think I'm ever going to get to a point where it's like, hey, come on. But now Hannah said she'll babysit the kid.
Oh, okay.
Now
now that's what we should have had B. Scott have Hannah go pick up the baby.
That's a good point. That was when I had one. Now she hadn't seen the set. First got my wife, a little bit more my wife. The second one's a little bit more me. I don't know if she's ready for it.
Talk about a flex at school if that's who's showing up to pick you up from school.
The Texas owners just came through, picked me up.
Hey, Cal said, I said, man, I bet when your kids, you got several kids, I bet when they have people over, I said, I bet you got a damn house full.
Yeah.
He said, oh, they're running everywhere. Their friends love to come over. I said, well, damn, Cal. I bet they.
I wonder why.
I bet they do, right? I mean, you kidding me?
Yeah. All right. I'm excited to hear what you got from joint practice, one of the biggest days in training camp. So we want to get out of your way, let you go ahead and get to cooking. And I'm not talking about flipping burgers. All right. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. We got a little audible here. B. Scott obviously was going to be in for Ron the Show Hughley, who I believe is in Turks and Caicos. I think the flight took off at 9:30 this morning. So I'm assuming they're there by now. Damn, if they're not, that's a long flight. I think the part of Turks and Caicos, the allure or the appeal, if you will, is that it's a decent, it's a pretty simple flight. Luke, you ever been to Turks and Caicos?
Yeah, but on a cruise ship, never flying.
You went via cruise ship.
Yeah,
okay. Well,
that wasn't too bad either.
By the way, that is Luke Morrow. That is who now has B. Scott tagged in. Luke Morrow. It's always good to have Luke Morrow in the building, but Ron is in Turks and Caicos, so that's why we've got Luke in today, and we've got a big show lined up for you. It is a Thirsty Thursday. Those are always big shows for me. Just the thought of having a Thirsty Thursday is a beautiful thing. Having a great backside of their week. It's about 2 o'clock. Some of you guys may already be off. Some of you may be getting off here in a while. For everybody out there that travels on a daily basis, for all the delivery drivers, the truck drivers, the first responders, the police, everybody out there that sits in a car all day, all the sales guys out there, gals out there. We greatly appreciate you tuning in. We greatly appreciate you tuning in every day. Do it on this Thirsty Thursday. Now, this is episode 1,314 of The Drive. Now, Tyler, I don't know why in the hell you put that in the rundown. That is a random number. Is there anything behind? Did you just want to tell people that?
It's the actual number.
Huh?
I track the number every day. I change it after the show.
But why is it just in the deal today? Is there some kind of significance? Is that a significant number?
No. I think I put it in there yesterday, and I think I just kind of stayed in that zone.
Yeah.
But it's always at the very top of the dock. I don't know why I put it in the
Okay, I
didn't know
it was always up there, but I just want to make sure.
Feel horny.
Well, that doesn't take much. I just didn't want to leave that off.
Mm-hmm.
We got a big show lined up for you today. The Astros took Game 3 in that series versus the Red Sox in impressive fashion. A lot to take away, Luke, from that game. Look, I know for all my baseball purists out there, my traditionalists, there's 162 of these games. Let's not overreact to one. Damn it, you listened to the wrong show. You listen. I mean, I know there's 162. What kind of fun would it be if I came in here every day with the ho-hum stuff on these Astros? I'm telling you, I saw some things last night that I am absolutely stoked about. And the Texans, they had a joint practice today, which I absolutely love. D'Amico Ryans will tell you that it's the best work in the preseason. I think he prefers games. We were all out there today. All of Sports Radio 610 was out there, boots on the ground. and it was a good day. It was a good day. We've got Seth Payne, one half of Payne and Pendergast, obviously former Houston Texan. We got him coming on at 3:45, and what I wanted to do there is I've seen I tend to lean towards the offensive side of the football when I'm watching, when I'm observing. And today, the vantage point that I had to get at to be able to see some of what was going down really didn't allow me to see much of the defense. I'll be honest with you. I saw one play, and it was Kalen Bullock with a pass breakup over the middle. Surprise, surprise, right? I immediately thought, look over there, one play, and Kalen Bullock's making a play. Bullock is over there making a play. But he's going to come on, and I want him to specifically talk to him about the defense. He kept a pretty good eye on the defense today, and so obviously being a defensive lineman, there's a level of expertise there that you just can't get anywhere else. And so Seth Payne is going to join us at 3:45. Set a reminder. Make sure you stay plugged in there. Hey, Luke, this doesn't happen very often. My man T. Mill, pants and all.
Yeah,
Sweet-ass sunglasses and all. He went to practice today.
Oh, wow.
Hell yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, before he gets started, because I'm one, I'll take a cheap shot at Tyler in a hurry when he starts talking about the Heat. But today was one of very few days since I've been in this business covering the Texans or anybody for that matter, where – and my own bullheaded sunbuck, as if I need to tell you that. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's hot. Like, usually I'm like, out of sight, I'm good. Mm-hmm. Ain't no problem. Give me a water. Boom, I'm good. Look at the, hey, man. It was hot, bro.
It was warm.
I mean, today is one of them days where them boys that typically play in Carolina, and I know it gets hot in Carolina too, but them boys got to be going, Texans, I don't know how y'all do it every day.
You see that one Panther go down?
I did not.
Yeah, I don't know who it was. One player went down. I thought it was like a knee at first, but then I heard someone saying, no, it's that heat. That heat got him.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, today was the feel out there. Again, very rarely does it happen, but today was one of them days where I was like, I want to shorten up this practice. You might want to cut a couple periods off this practice, man, because this ain't.
Bro, I went and got in the truck for a little bit and cranked the AC.
Tyler came over there and talked to him. Because, I kind of stand out of the way, Luke. I ain't going up there to chit-chat with everybody. And I don't know how you stand in a whole group like that and see anything. So I try to get out there where I can see. Tyler came walking over there where I was at. I was like, damn, bro, you need a what? You need an IV? Tyler looked like he needed an IV.
Was my shirt a bit damp?
Yeah, damn. Hell, boy. Your forehead was beated up. You looked like you just ran a marathon.
You take a shower before coming in here? Or what does that room smell like right now?
No, I like to think I come in with the best game plan possible for me in these Niagara armpits. But, yeah, I came in with the right plan, and then I was treating as the sweat and the heat was increasing. I think I'm okay.
Hey, man.
Not the best, but okay.
Tyler is the king of body spray or strong deodorant. So he'll be as much trash as he talks, and I ain't going to let the cat out of the bag here, but as much trash as he talks, I better not walk in there and that room be funky. I can tell you that right now. I can walk in there and a lot of things happen, but it better not stink because he can't handle that body odor. But, hey, Tyler, I know you saw some folks out there today that you wanted to give a shout-out, man.
Oh,
We love our listeners out there. We appreciate you guys coming up and saying hello, and I know we're grown-ass men, and, a lot of times you're busy, you're working, you don't always say it, but I can't tell you how much we appreciate hearing or how good it feels to hear when, hey, man, there's some folks out there that like what we do. And I know, Tyler, you ran into some folks today.
Yeah, man, I'm glad you said that. I forgot I put it in the doc. But, yeah, I typically out at practice, I like to, at least for a moment, kind of roam around over there in the stands, over in the grandstands with the Texans fans, get the vibe, all that. And all of a sudden I heard today, hey, T-Mill, is that T-Mill? Looked up, two fellas. Ended up talking to him for a solid 10 minutes or so. My guys Nate and Hunter, shout out to you fellas, said they listen damn near every day, love the show, they love laughing with us. They did say that I should be playing the Paige Sparanack drop about how much she loves me more often, but I think Ron might go crazy if I do that.
Well, Ron's not here today, man, so tee that joker up and let that lady sing.
Where you at, Paige? I can't find her.
It's all good. It's all good. Let me tell you what, if you're out there and you're listening and you ever see a guy that you think is Tyler, right? Big head, broad shoulders, no ass, he's your guy.
That's a great description.
That is your guy right there. That is T-Mill, that dark beard, maybe little damp under the shoulders in this, man.
Yeah, Nate and Hunter. Thanks, guys. Y'all were the realest.
That is the way to go right there. All right, hey, we're gonna get to that joint practice. I love it. We're gonna talk about it a ton today. But before we do that, I do want to get to these Astros. Luke, I know this is right in your wheelhouse, man. The Astros win last night 4-1, and it was I watched the majority of that ball game, Luke, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think Boston ever threatened. Like it didn't. I know there was a couple of moments in the game when they did, but as I'm watching it, there was never a moment in that game where I was like, boy, we better be careful here. Better be careful here. This for me, one, Hunter Brown was absolutely nails. 6 2/3 inning pitch, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 3 balls, 4 strikeouts. He threw 93 pitches. And here's the deal. By the way, big picture, Hunter Brown, his ERA is 2.45, which among American League starters only Skubal has a lower one. So he's still, even though he struggled a little bit there on the, I guess, before the All-Star break and maybe one game after the All-Star break, he's still one of the best in the game in terms of ERA. Is that correct? Is that correct over
For
there?
sure.
We're working it? Okay. So Hunter Brown was absolutely nails. And I'll tell you what I saw from Hunter Brown. I don't know what the hell was going on. I got babies. I got Barbies going on. I got the volume turned down. We're reading books. So I'm just watching. I don't know exactly what was going on with the balking stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw that. Did you see that? I don't know what, but I absolutely love the way Hunter Brown handles.
Well, better Fromber.
Well, yeah, but I don't. Maybe he doesn't get as flustered. But I'm talking about just the sense of urgency of like, damn man, what like when
as a man should head on.
Yeah, there's just a sense of urgency with Hunter Brown, and so while he performed great, he pitched really well. I just love the way this dude carries himself, and it looks like. Luke, it looks like we've got the Hunter Brown kind of back on track that we had earlier in the year for the Astros right now.
Yeah, I thought last night was encouraging. He didn't have his best stuff. You know, he threw 93 pitches, only 53 were strikes, and so then 40 were balls, so it's almost a 50-50 split. You mentioned the numbers. I mean, he walked 3, only struck out 4. That was almost a 50-50 ratio. There was a lot of foot traffic, but he was at his best in the big spots. There was twice where the Red Sox got the leadoff man on at second, which would have been the tying run, and they weren't able to score him. In fact, the Red Sox were 1 for 10 last night with runners in scoring position. So he did put some guys on base early in innings, but then pitched really well with those guys on base to get out of the jam, and that's why he only allowed the 1 run. And credit to Hunter because, you know, Kurt Schilling would always say that if you make 30 starts in a season as a starting pitcher, 10 of those starts, you're going to have your best stuff. You're going to be unhittable. 10 of those starts, you're not going to have anything out there. It's going to be a tough night. And then it's the middle 10 that really determines how good of a starting pitcher you are, where you have okay stuff, but you have to figure it out. And I think that was one of those starts last night for Hunter where he didn't have his best stuff. He wasn't his sharpest, but then you look up and, hey, he allowed 1 run to a good lineup in 6 2/3 and gets the victory. He figured it out.
How much, Luke, how much of the action on the base pass kind of deal, how much of that do you attribute to Boston's kind of approach at the plate in a sense of making a guy pitch, right? There's obviously we know Bregman and kind of how he approaches plate appearances. He's a tough out, and I don't know how real it is, but it seems like Boston is one of those teams that they got a bunch of those guys up and down there. They're going to make you work. You're going to have to pitch. They're going to get really, high quality at bats. How much of that outing from Hunter Brown last night, as you mentioned, some of the issues, how much of that do you attribute to, hey, man, it's just a lineup that makes you pitch?
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it. I mean, the night before, Roman Anthony, who's a 21-year-old rookie, drew 4 walks against the Astros. It is a disciplined lineup in Boston, and that was part of it. I looked up after the second inning, and Hunter Brown at that point had thrown, I think it was 10 strikes, and had 6 outs on those 10 strikes. So it was funny that he was nibbling a little bit. The Red Sox weren't chasing, but then when he was in the zone and they were trying to make contact, it wasn't good contact. So, when he was in and around the plate, he didn't give up a lot of hard-hit balls. Even the Trevor Story double was off the end of the bat the other way on a pitch off the plate. That was really, I think, the only extra base hit he gave up. So It was a lot of weak contact. He was nibbling, but when he had to throw strikes, when he had to be in the zone, it wasn't very hittable stuff. So, yeah, to your point, I do think a lot of that is from the Red Sox, and you could see that when he did throw those strikes, when there was contact, it wasn't very good contact, which speaks to what Hunter was throwing up there.
Pena with a leadoff bomb. Hell, before I got home, I'd won $100. Appreciate you, Tyler. Yainer Diaz with a bomb. And Us real quick here, Luke, is I don't know if this did anything for you guys, but it damn sure turned me on. And I don't even know what it means beyond in the moment right now, but until we find out what's really going on with Josh Hader. But Brian Abreu in that closer role last night. Did you see him close the thing out?
Yeah.
Am I crazy, or did it appear to be a Brian Abreu that was absolutely jacked to get the opportunity to close a game?
He was vibing.
And close it the way that he did.
For sure. I think he was overthrowing a little bit. He hit, I think, 101 the gun.
He did.
At one point.
I mean, he hit 100, he hit 101, he hit 99.
Yeah.
He was, I mean, and then the reaction when he closed that thing out, I'm watching it. And I don't, like I said, I don't even, when you got Josh Hader, it's really a non-factor because he's going to be in the 8th. But, boy, to think that you got two guys that could potentially be, I mean, the best damn closer in baseball if indeed they had the opportunity to do it is pretty impressive. I don't know. I got pretty worked up last night when my wife's sitting there like, hey, can we watch a challenge? I said, well, I'm gonna watch Abreu right here. Finish, put this game to bed. And I'm sitting there watching him, and hell, I mean, he doesn't have me. He got to get me good and worked up. Not my old lady, but Abreu. Maybe odd that I'm laying in the bed next to my old lady worked up by Brady, but I did. It was absolutely tremendous. The next up for the Astros, they got today off. They got a 3-game set versus the Orioles. Game 1's Friday night at 7:10. Framber Valdez is on the bump. Game 2 Saturday at 6:10. Jason Alexander keep up. The last 2 outings for him have been awfully impressive. I think it was the Mariners and the Yankees were his last 2 outings, weren't they? When he pitched really, really well.
Sounds right.
And I now know what that means. Game 3 Sunday, 1:10 first pitch. Christian Javier will get his second start of the year. We got to get Luke's thoughts on a ton of this Astros stuff. There's a lot here, and we will do that before the day is out for sure. All right, the Texans were on the field today with a joint practice with the Carolina Panthers. All right, we were there, and we saw some things. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
For life. Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler's on the ones and twos. You're listening to Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Texans had a joint practice today ahead of Saturday's game versus the Carolina Panthers. Today was a long, hot practice. Action on 2 fields. First team O on one field for the Texans. First team D on the other field going against Carolina's respective groups. And a lot of really, really good reps today. And they wrap it up at the end. I believe it was one versus ones and kind of a 2-minute situation is what it looked like. I don't know exactly how deep the depth chart, how deep they went on the depth chart, but it looked like good versus good, and so they got a little bit of slower paced work, and then they got some ones versus ones, some of the best work possible as well today. Extremely valuable day for the Texans. I firmly believe that. So does D'Amico Ryans. Afterwards, it was Cal's cookout day, and I got to flip burgers with the owner of the Texans over there for a while, and chit chat for about an hour, man. And before I left, I said, "Hey, Cal, man, what you want these Texans fans to know?" He said, "It's easy, baby. Show up early, tailgate like you always do, get in the building, and let's have a home field advantage." So there you have it, Texans fans, straight from the owner. They will be who, by the way. by the way, in studio tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Cal and Hannah McNair will be in studio tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So, again, don't only mark your calendars for 3:45 today with Seth Payne, but also 3 o'clock tomorrow for Cal and Hannah. I got a few observations, Luke. I was out at practice today, and I got a few observations. Admittedly, it's hard for me when there's two fields being occupied. It's hard for me to catch and run back and forth and try to catch as much first team here as you can. So I stayed pretty dialed in on the offense. I think that is the pressure point this year for the Texans is what does this offense end up looking like? And I'm going to tell you, this is not necessarily a player or a scheme thing, but one thing that I have been impressed with all year long, and I love the fact that DeMeco Ryans is doing this. I saw it at practice, but I didn't track it and know how much he was on the offensive field. But the fact that DeMeco Ryans, I said this before we ever went to a practice over there, when they fired Bobby Slowick and made all the moving pieces on offense and decided to go with a new terminology, new coach, all that kind of stuff, I said right then and there, DeMeco's got his defense figured out. The next step for DeMeco, the head coach, is to make sure that his offense is physical, to make sure they're working the right way, to make sure they're communicating. All the football 101 things you just simply have to do, regardless of what kind of scheme you're running, regardless, those things have to be the Texans' way of playing offense. And it sure seems like DeMeco feels that way because he spends a lot of time on the offensive field, Luke. Here is DeMeco Ryans talking. I think he was actually asked a question about the defense, and here was his response.
For today, I was really pleased with the way we practiced, the way the Panthers practiced. Thought we got productive work in is what we set out to do on both sides. Everybody's cooperative, working together, and we were able to get out of it what we expected, right? A chance to go against different schemes, different players, and it was really good work for us, offensively and defensively. Special teams were able to get some work as well. So all three phases, we got better today. We improved, and that's what you set out to do, joint practice, to improve and get better, and that's what we did today. So thankful to Dave and his team for coming down, working out here in Houston today.
There's DeMeco with a 30,000-foot view. Where I was going with it, though, is today, Luke, basically in his audio, DeMeco says, man, I was on the offensive field the whole damn time. I saw one defensive play, and that defensive play was Derek Stingley had a pick, maybe even a pick six. He said that's the only defensive play that I saw. I was watching the offense. So now he wasn't saying, I'm putting my foot on their throat. But just the fact that he's saying that and kind of matter-of-factly saying that is music to my ears. One big observation is DeMeco Ryans is watching and knowing and keeping his finger on the pulse of this offense.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, I'm with you that I've been saying as well for months that, when you're the head coach, you're the head coach of the whole team. You're not just coaching one side of the football and ignoring two-thirds. Something similar to I'm sure a lot of people out there could put themselves in a situation where the sales manager gets promoted to the boss and then he only focuses on the sales team. You got a lot of other aspects of the business. That's not how you run a successful business. So I do like that idea. And you hear a lot of times that people tell you they learn the most from the other side of the football.
Sure.
Now, you're a quarterback, so I'm sure you can relate to this more than I could, but, it's almost like Shedeur Sanders would say that, where he learns more from his father, Dion, who is used to playing defense and telling him what the defense is trying to do, as opposed to talking to other quarterbacks and them telling Shedeur, hey, here's what to look for. And so it's similar here, where if DeMeco could give his input from that defensive side of the football, that perspective, I think that can help the offense even more and bring that different perspective than just the offensive coaches. Not to say, of course, they're not qualified or they're not coaching them up either, but to have that perspective is valuable as well from DeMeco. So it's something I've been calling for, and I'm happy to hear.
Yeah, look, I think DeMeco's just at a point where he's like, I'm not going to win 10 games and go to the second round of the playoffs and lose because my offensive coordinator isn't communicating. My quarterback doesn't have enough control of the offense. My O-line's not physical. No, if we lose, it's going to be because the other team's better than us, not because we didn't set the standard or the tone. I love that about DeMeco Ryans. Now, a couple of on-field takeaways today. Number one, Luke, you'll be happy to hear this, man. The pass protection was significantly better today. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that C.J. Stroud didn't get sacked. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it was clean. The tackles, they struggled at times. The tackles absolutely struggled at times. I did your problem from the inside. There was not a ton of like pocket collapse type situations. And here's the significance of that. If there is just room, right? If one guy gets beat, right, and is willing to hang on for dear life, then CJ has room. If the other four guys continue to work, CJ has room to move. If CJ Stroud has room to slide in this pocket, right, doesn't have to be pristine protection, right? But if he has room to slide and move in the pocket comfortably, he is going to be deadly. He is going to have success. And today was one of those days where it wasn't super clean. Like I said, they got beat. He would have got sacked a couple times. But overall, the quarterback had space to work in, and it was really, really impressive. The other thing on today's real quick, the competition at wide receiver 3 through 6 is real, y'all. Xavier Hutchinson has worked his way into the first team unit when they go 11 personnel. Braxton Berrios is just making plays. He has a unique skill set, and the ball seems to find him. Had a touchdown today, I think, in 2 minutes. Mechie, there's no denying it. He's out there making plays. It's quiet. It's kind of under the radar. It's not any like huge splash plays, but Mechie is making plays, and he's hanging in there in this competition. And it's going to be hard to keep Jalen Noel, the rookie out of Iowa State. It's going to be hard to keep him off the field. I think the wide receiver, that wide receiver group is worth discussing. All right, let's jump over before we have Seth Payne at 3:45. Briefly about if there is a weakness with this Texans defense. If there is a weakness, what is it? We'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Despite the loss, our guy Clint saw the Texans practice what they've been preaching in the preseason opener.
They've been very intentional with their install of this offense, and today you saw that clean product, right? Also, we've heard them talk about punching people in the mouth and being physical and getting movement and running the football, and we saw that. Those two things were very, very important.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Woodlands Harley Davidson. East Loop northbound at Turning Basin. It's an accident that has a right lane and a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
It's Woodlands Harley Sign and Ride event. No cash down needed. Rates as low as 1.49% APR on select Harleys. Put no cash down, sign, and ride away on your new Harley from Woodlands Harley. Save thousands on interest at Woodlands Harley Davidson. Under credit on 2024 low rider ST low rider S for road like 3 miles. See dealer for details.
The Sign and Save sales event is going on now at Clayton Homes, LUV Homes, and Oakwood Homes, but only through August 31st. For a limited time, you can save up to $5,000 instantly on your new home. That's $2,500 off a single section or $5,000 off a multi-section home. Experience the quality, luxury, and affordability of Clayton-built homes designed with you in mind, featuring premium energy-efficient upgrades and floor plans that fit your lifestyle. Don't wait. This event ends August 31st. Stop by to tour our fully furnished model or visit manufacturedhomeoffers.com to browse limited-time deals. Terms and conditions for Sign and Save sales event at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Available only at participating retailers through August 31st. Amount savings may be limited. As for details, may not be available with certain financing lender restrictions apply.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Power outages can happen anytime, folks. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. Here's the deal. You better stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get a free free estimate on a Generator's Percenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. Reality is, the power grid, it was built in the 40s and 50s. It's old and it'll never be able to handle the growing population and power consumption. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston. 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100, or check them out online at generatorsupercenter.com.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Well, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, this is actor and LASIK patient Jason Douglas with the most incredible LASIK offer ever. Yeah, ever. From Berkeley Eye Center. Only in August, you can save nearly $2,000 on LASIK by scheduling a free consultation and tell them you heard about it on the radio. Now, this is a radio only offer. Go to berkeleyeye.com. Just tell them you want the August radio LASIK special offer. Call 713-526-EYES now.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler's on them 1s and 2s. Astros get a big dub, win the series versus the Red Sox here at home, and move on against the Orioles tomorrow. And the Texans, a little joint practice with the Carolina Panthers today. And we've got Seth Payne coming on at 3:45. Set you a reminder. I got to get the lowdown on this defense. He's got some defensive takeaways he watched pretty closely today. I was mostly dialed in on the offense and on talk defense. I do, Luke, want to discuss a look. This defense is. I don't have any hesitation in. This is a Super Bowl caliber defense. This defense, assuming they stay healthy, and I'm saying that even with the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury. And I'm saying that with not knowing what the hell Christian Harris is going to be. This is going to be a Super Bowl caliber defense. If they stay healthy, the Will Anderson, the Daniil Hunters, the Azeez Al-Shaair, Jalen Petrie, obviously the two corners, Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr., if they stay healthy, they will absolutely be one of, if not the best defense in football. They're that damn good. You mix D'Amico into the mix in terms of the caliber play caller that he is. Play schemer, designer, the feel he's got for in moment, when to call plays, pressures, play coverage. I mean, he's got the ability to confuse quarterbacks in a big way. This is a Super Bowl caliber defense. If there is one weakness, Luke, it is in the depth of cover defenders. And we've talked about this multiple times on this show with the secondary. You have got as good a 1-2 punch at the cornerback position as there is in football with Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. I mean, that corner combo right there is second to none. Right? The problem is you You have no on those two right now what you have. And when you couple that with your nickel defender is truly a nickel defender. Don't make no mistake about it. You don't have a slot corner. You've got a nickel defender. You've got a guy in Jalen Petrie that is a really, really good pass rusher, that is a really good run stopper, and that plays the game with instincts all the way around. But his weakness, if you will, is the coverage aspect of playing that position. So this is a nickel defender more than a slot corner, right? So you can argue even on the first string, you've got a cover issue if there is an 11 personnel with a slot receiver, in the game. You may have a little bit of a weakness, a little bit of a shortcoming there. The depth players here are I think what's at question for me, or at least a something that we've got to watch. Now I will say this: Saturday, Luke, was, although it was a very small sample size, Saturday was a day where early in that game, Jalen Smith, the rookie corner out of USC, it wasn't even a coverage situation. He comes off the edge and in run support, wraps up and makes a tremendous tackle. I don't remember if it was a screen or a run. I don't know what it was, but makes a tremendous tackle. And so he's off to a good start. Later on, you see Marlette, who that was most recently in Baltimore, got injured up there, but most recently was in Baltimore. Again, late in the game, he comes up, again, a corner, a more cover defender, making a good, solid tackle. So I think they've got guys, but we just don't know what they have at that cover position, at that slot corner position. And that is the one thing, Luke, I think that if anything bites this defense, it could potentially be that.
Yeah, I'm with you. The only other areas still for me, maybe like interior defensive line, the defensive tackles, linebacking core.
Yeah.
If Christian Harris does come back and you get something out of him, and with what speed has shown, has a chance to be a really good linebacking core, I think. So you have some really talented players on all three levels. But to your point, I think I'm with you with the depth. And then also, if C.J. Gardner-Johnson's out and if we get nothing out of Jimmy Ward this year, you lose two veterans at that safety position. There's a reason why they got C.J. Gardner-Johnson for a reason this offseason. So the safety position and that depth in the secondary, for sure, I agree. With that said, though, I also still I almost feel like it's still like a little nitpicking where that is the biggest concern. If you were to ask me, how concerned am I? I'm not overly concerned. It's almost like when Megan Fox was all the rage and people were pointing out, but still is with that new movie, too. She's made a nice comeback there on Netflix, wherever that movie is. But when people are pointing out that she has, club thumbs, and it's if that's the one thing you can criticize on Megan Fox, I think she's doing okay.
So you can't take her bowl. Big deal.
Really?
Yeah, people would say they look like toes. They look like your big toe, her thumbs.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
that would be hard for me to overlook if I was laying
really?
If I was laying next to her every day.
Okay.
I know I could overlook it, but I'm just saying it would be something that I noticed. It'd be on my mind. I'd tell her about it, but it would definitely be on my mind.
Well, and I guess it's similar to the Texans. It's on my mind. It's something I noticed, the secondary, but, I'm still not going to kick them out of bed for eating crackers.
Luke, I think to me, it's more of one of those that the concern level's low until it becomes a concern. You know what I mean? Like the concern level's kind of out of sight, out of mind. Okay, whatever. But if you look at D'Amico's defense, they have had a lot of injuries in the secondary over his 2 years here. And if it becomes a problem, it could be a major problem for this defense, given how much they want to pressure and kind of how they want to play defense. Now, to your point, I trust him. I'm not one of these guys in the media or fan or anybody that's I trust in D'Amico, trust in Nick Caserio, trust in this. And I don't typically play that game. That's silly to me. We've seen enough from D'Amico Ryans of rolling a secondary out there that I may be able to name one guy, and you got a chance to win a game. So I firmly believe that D'Amico Ryans will have those guys, whoever they are. I think he'll have 2 or 3 extra cover defenders coached up. Is it the rookie out of USC that I mentioned, Jalen Smith? Is it the Miles Bryant kid that's a true nickel defender? Is he coached up? Hey, does Jalen Petrie take the next step with his ability and shut us all up. So I got confidence that D'Amico will figure it out, but that is the one spot where you look at this defense, because I disagree with you with the interior defensive line. I've been hard on those guys, and I'm still in hopes that one day they find that Aaron Donald-type player that's just a game wrecker in there. They don't have that, but what they've done this year is they've gone out and gotten deeper as the rotation goes. Like, assuming they can stay healthy, they're going to be 4 or 5, maybe even more deep of really quality defensive interior players, right? And I think they've improved there in general, not with that high end, that guy that just wrecks the game, but I do think they got some pieces in there that are going to be just fine. So that secondary is it for me. Real quick on a tight end update, we lost Brevin Jordan for the season. I guess it was earlier this week. When it's Thursday, was it Monday or Tuesday? We lost Brevin Jordan for the season. So we wonder, what are they going to do at tight end position? Will they go out and pick up Trey McKitty, who, again, is a guy that at best you hope mid-season, or not mid-season, but, a month into the season could help you learn the offense and maybe help you if he has to, but you hope he doesn't. We had also had a report that Irv Smith had been in street clothes and was not practicing. Irv Smith practiced today. Practiced a lot from what I saw. Irv Smith, Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover. Again, the most. But to have Irv Smith in an emergency situation with Brevin Jordan or anybody else going out for that matter is clutch. I think I like Irv Smith in this role. I think he can do. He is a poor man's Brevin in a sense of he can help you in the run game. He can help you in the pass game. Now, obviously, you lose the explosive weapon that Brevin Jordan was, but you do get a savvy vet that knows how to survive, that'll fight his ass off. Notice that last year was played in some big games last year. So you lose Brevin Jordan, which hurts, no doubt about it. There's no sugarcoating that. But to have Irv Smith, a veteran behind him to kind of roll in there, Luke, is clutch. Now that we know he's healthy, at least we see him on the practice field, I feel a little better about the tight end room.
And that's been the big thing for him. I mean, that's where he's also similar to Brevin Jordan. It's just been the injuries. I love Irv Smith as well. I mean, second-round pick out of Alabama. I had high hopes for him in Minnesota. Just really couldn't stay on the field. He had some bad drops over the course of his career as well with those hands. But the biggest thing for him has just been the health. He missed an entire season. He missed another half of a season in Minnesota. They moved on. Now he's on his third or fourth team. And I like the potential, the skill set. He just hasn't been able to put it together because he hasn't been able to stay on the field consistently. If you could get some of that health from him, which, again, these are kind of the questions or the things we were saying about Brevin Jordan as well. If he could be healthy, you bring a unique skill set to this offense. So I'm with you. If you could get a healthy Irv Smith this year, I think he could certainly contribute to this offense because he is a unique weapon. He just hasn't, unfortunately, been able to stay on the field throughout his career.
It's Luke Morrow. He is in for Ron the show. Hughley, you're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And y'all, Dan Orford analyst, if you will, he put out a ranking. I'm not typically a rankings guy, but when it's Dan, I'm in. When it's Dan and quarterbacks, I'm in, baby. Dan Orlovsky graded the top quarterbacks in the NFL in seven different categories, right? They're all quarterback skill sets, arm strength, pocket presence, the list goes on and on. Ball placement, mechanics, second reaction, rush ability, all these different things, right? Where did CJ land? Where did CJ land according to one of the best quarterback offensive minds in the media game, Dan Orlovsky? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter, y'all. Look, we're in the middle of hurricane season. It doesn't take hurricane season. It can be extreme heat. It could be extreme cold. Heck, it could be a construction or an accident or something. But there's going to be power outages, y'all. There's going to be power outages around these parts, and your best bet is that you stay ready. Stay ready so you don't end up in a panic.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And Tyler, I know my boy T. Mills behind the glass. He's with us. Don't worry about that, y'all. Dan Orlovsky, ESPN. Dan Orlovsky came out with a ranking of all the NFL quarterbacks by trait. Trait meaning best arm, accuracy, pocket presence. There's 7 different categories here of quarterbacks. Anybody want to guess? C.J. Stroud. How many of the 7, how many categories C.J. Stroud ranked in? By the way, there's top 10 listed. Top 10 in each category is listed.
Does one of the categories have to do with emotions?
Would you stop? I'm going to give you arm strength,
yeah,
ball placement,
JK, CJ,
mechanics, decision-making, pocket presence, rushing ability, and second reaction. There's the 7. The 7. You want to? Anybody want to take a wild guess on how many?
Team Macho.
I'll say 3. 3 out of 7.
What do you think, Tyler? You don't even know. You're too busy in there.
I'm not having too much fun.
You're doing cracking jokes, huh?
4.
Okay. Well, he made 2.
Damn.
C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is on the list. Top 10 in 2 of the 7 trait categories here. 6. He was 6th. Pocket pressure. Pocket presence. Pocket pressure. He was 2nd behind Caleb. What's his name? Caleb Williams from Chicago. Pocket presence. He was 4. All right. Now I'm not going to get off into the weeds of whether I agree or disagree with Dan Orlovsky's rankings here, because there's a lot there's a lot here, and I don't know that it's radio friendly, to be completely honest with you. But when there are certain categories where Baker Mayfield, Justin Herbert, those kind of guys are ranked above C.J. Stroud, I got a real problem with that. I'm just going to be honest with you. There's no world where that exists. But let's talk about where he did make it. 6th in mechanics in the NFL. Joe Burrow, who I believe is far and away, when you talk about mechanically sound, playing the quarterback position, I don't think there's anybody more committed to and more sound than Joe Burrow. Now you got better. You got some guys that are maybe better, or some guys that are in that same world that do it differently. They're a little bit more freestyle. But to me, there's nobody better than Joe Burrow mechanically. Jaden Daniels. Be honest with you, I'm a little surprised that Jaden Daniels is ranked this high, but he is the sexy pick given the season that he had last year. Matthew Stafford is 3. I got 0 problems with that. I would have Matthew Stafford as 2. But he's 3 here. Lamar Jackson is 4. I think that might surprise a lot of people that don't know how gifted he really, really is. I would not have him at 4, but I think that is I think he should be in the top 10. Lamar Jackson does not get the love that he deserves from an arm talent standpoint. I don't know about overall mechanics. Let's round the top 5 out. Was Josh Allen at 5. C.J. Stroud falls at 6. Geno Smith at 7. Dak Prescott 8. Jared Goff 9. Justin Herbert 10. I think C.J. Stroud has tremendous mechanics. I think C.J. Stroud should be ahead of Josh Allen. I think he should be ahead of Lamar Jackson. I think he should be neck and neck with Jaden Daniels behind Joe Burrow and Matthew Stafford. So I think on this list, I think C.J. Stroud should be 3rd or 4th.
We're working with Clint here.
When you talk about an efficient stroke, and like the quick release along with the power, along with some arm talent, along with good feet, with the right posture in the pocket, the ability to move the pocket, I think C.J. Stroud is as good as anybody already in his career not named Joe Burrow and not named Matthew Stafford. You know, and so I think he's actually a little bit low on this list right here, Luke.
Ty Praise, you know this position far better than I do and the mechanics that go into it. I expected him to be on this list somewhere. I don't know where I would have ranked him. I don't know if I know well enough to know where to rank him, but I expected him that this would have been one of the groups that he would have been on. Some good company here, but I would also ask you, Clint, how important do you think those good mechanics, for example, like Patrick Mahomes isn't in the top 10? Geno Smith, I see, is on there, and I don't know, he's 7 on this list. I don't know if people would have him in the top 7 quarterbacks in the league. So my question just in general, when we look at where Stroud is for these different traits, like where do you rank mechanics in terms of importance for a quarterback to be successful?
Well, I think they're of the utmost importance. Now, unless you're a unicorn, unless you're Lamar Jackson, then it's less important. Unless you're Pat Mahomes, then it's less important. Unless you're Josh Allen and can is 250 and can run through folks and set the tone with your legs and your body build, and as well throw it over the top of any defense out there. And how important are the tempo and your drop and the level of your shoulders and the carriage of the ball and all that kind of stuff. If you are a unicorn like those guys, then it's lesser important. The problem is most quarterbacks don't know they're going to be that good until they are, right? And so the mechanics are here's the key with C.J. Stroud is when you watch C.J. Stroud, and I think Joe Burrow is very similar to this, when you watch these guys play the position, if they did not have clean mechanics, they would not be as accurate as they are. They would not be as overall effective, but not be as accurate as they are. They would not get balls off. They would not fit balls in windows. The ability to manipulate the stroke and the release point, right, is absolutely paramount to play quarterback with anybody. But for those two guys, the ability to cut the stroke down and get the release way up tall, or to quick without much body movement around it. That's how these guys survive, right? The other guys you're talking about, like to me, they choose to be athletic to survive. They choose to have a sixth sense to survive. The being sound mechanic, again, Joe Burrow's the best far and away in my opinion, but boy, CJ's not far behind him. Now let's jump to the next ranking that CJ Stroud did show up here. Pocket presence, and I did not know this was the one he was ranked in. By the way, I just heard Sean Pendergast talking about Dan Orlovsky making these rankings, and I was like, I gotta have it, I gotta see it, I can't get enough of it. But I talked about this in my spiel, I think, in the 220 segment, Luke, about camp today, right? Camp today, the joint practice versus the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, there were plays where the tackles got beat and C.J. Stroud would have got sacked. But the big takeaway for me from today's practice was there was plenty of room for C.J. Stroud to slide up in the pocket, for C.J. Stroud to dip under that end that had beat the tackle kind of deal. There was room for him to sense pressure and slide in the pocket. There was room for him to maybe not have the best sight down the field. He could slide in the pocket a little bit and find a window to see whatever throwing lane he was looking to throw through, or to see whatever defender he needed to read down the field. And so this right here plays what I've known about C.J. Stroud, but what we saw today, pocket presence, C.J. Stroud showed up. He was 4th. Again, Joe Burrow was 1, Lamar Jackson was 2, Patrick Mahomes was 3, C.J. Stroud was 4, and then Brock Purdy 5, Josh Allen 6, Geno Smith 7, Baker Mayfield 8, Bryce Young 9, Jaden Daniels 10.
Saw that Bryce guy today.
Yeah, no surprise Bryce is on this pocket presence. I mean, you can look back to Bryce's college years, and you remember like the like he's back there dancing around in the pocket and feeling guys coming and just dancing around and buying time, and you're like, how does this little sucker not get killed? Well, he's got tremendous pocket presence. So CJ showing up there, I think, is a huge plus. At the end of the day, I'll be honest with y'all. If I could pick two things, two of these categories, as a Texans fan, if I could pick 2 of these categories and say, I can only pick 2, and I want my quarterback to be in just 2 of them, mechanics and pocket presence would be 2 of my top 3.
God bless, brother.
Decision making's got to be in there, but mechanics, pocket presence, and decision making would be my top 3. So if CJ's already got 2 of those licked, 2 of those boxes checked, then we're doing we're doing just fine, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. My other thought was maybe ball placement, and Orlovsky did say on this that Stroud and Goff were the two he left out, so CJ was just outside the top 10 in that category as well. But I agree with you. We know the way the offensive line has gone for Stroud last year. We'll see what this year brings. Pat and Analytics, they crunch a lot of numbers and stats for the NFL, and people always complain, or you'll talk to offensive linemen and they'll say, sacks should be divvied up on if it's the quarterback's fault, if it's our fault. It's not always the offensive line's fault.
Sure.
But Pat and Analytics tried to look into this, and it's not a perfect science, but they tried to judge on every sack last year, was this more in the quarterback or more in the offensive line? And again, not being in the locker room, it's not a perfect science. Anyways, all this is to say they found that Caleb Williams was sacked the most in the league because of his offensive line. C.J. Stroud was second. Where some other guys on the list, it's more because of what they're doing or not doing at the quarterback position. But the numbers also speak to that pocket presence, or at least the idea of Stroud isn't playing himself into more sacks. It was, solely on the offensive line. And so that pocket presence is really important, of course, when we're trying to rework this offensive line. At least to have that skill set from your quarterback makes it a little easier up front for this offense.
One thing I love several things, but one thing I love about Luke Morrow is bringing stats and info like that to the table. Seriously, that's
man's good.
Well, I just, because a lot of that stuff I'm just like, yeah, okay, because to me it matters, like how are they getting to that, like who's sitting there making a decision? Well, that was on the quarterback and that was but to your point, in watching the Texans, I do believe that more sacks, most of the sacks, the majority of the sacks were on the offensive line. It wasn't. Now, my complaint about CJ, CJ's got to alter his game to overcome what he knows is going to happen, which is what that stat line what that stat you just told me was. So that part of it to me is where I think CJ, it's more of an awareness of like, okay, this stat is going to come true through 17 games unless I play a little bit different, right? So that is the dance here with quarterbacks is, boy, when your offensive line is just flat, not very good, and it's going to be an all-year thing, or when you're playing a really good defensive front and your O-line's going to struggle, how do you as a play caller and how did you as a quarterback, how do you adjust and speed up your internal clock, if you will? Real quick, Luke, there are 7 categories. By the way, we're discussing ESPN, Dan Orlovsky ranked quarterbacks in the NFL by trait. Top 10, 7 different traits, the top 10 of every top 10 quarterbacks for every trait. C.J. Stroud was in mechanics, was number 6. Pocket presence, he was number 4. The other 5, because there were seven traits here. Let's look at the other 5, right? Arm strength, C.J. Stroud's never going to be in the mix. And I say that, I don't care. It's not a big deal. It's not even a remotely close concern of mine. C.J. Stroud anticipates as well as anybody in the league. C.J. Stroud's ball placement is, I don't care what anybody says, is as good as anybody's in the league. And I don't care about, he's got plenty of arm. That's never going to be a problem. The second trait, ball placement. I'll be honest with you, given last year, how last year went, I know he didn't have a year like you're talking ball placement. You cannot leave C.J. Stroud off of this list. Now, this is the one you mentioned, right? That he did mention that he left C.J. Stroud off the list.
Yeah, him and Goff are the 2 names he mentioned next on the list.
I don't think there's any world, y'all, where from a ball placement perspective, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith. I don't think there's any world where those guys are in the same level as C.J. Stroud from a ball placement specialist. I can't have a ball placement category and not have C.J. in it if I'm being completely honest. Mechanics, he was in. Decision making. This is the one that he wasn't in that I would like to see him in the most. I think he got rooked in ball placement, so I'm taking that one off. Decision-making is where I agree. It goes back to what I just said of like if your offensive line is going to be bad, which it may be bad again this year, well, you've got to make different decisions. You've got to play a different brand of quarterback. When you're in trouble and there's pressure facing you, you got to make the right decision. You got to figure out ways to get that ball out of your hand and make the right decisions. And so I think if there's one that C.J. Stroud isn't in that I would like to see him in is decision-making. Pocket presence, he's already in. Rushing ability, he's never going to be in that. Second reaction, I hope we never find out. I hope he doesn't have enough. I hope there's for us to find out, to be completely honest with you. But I will say that I think second reaction, he's significantly better than most people would say. But that's Dan Orlovsky's ESPN ranking of quarterbacks by trait. C.J. Stroud, mechanics, he was ranked 6th. Pocket presence, he was ranked 4th. I think ball placement, he should have been in the top 5, and he wasn't even on the list. And I would like to see him in the decision-making ranking next year. Love Dan Orlovsky, loves what he does, love how the quarterback talk, love the film breakdowns, respect his opinion, just respectfully disagree with the ball placement. And hopefully next year C.J. Stroud is in more of those. All right, 2 things that I watched, boys, with the Astros. 2 things that I watched with the Astros. Luke, I know you're nose deep in this thing with the Astros. 2 things I watched last night as the Astros handled the Red Sox that really turned me on. I'm going to tell you exactly what that is. See if Luke got us turned on his idea. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about this big news from my friends over at Cohesion Casino Resort, y'all. Look, I've been waiting a long time for this. They've been waiting a long time for this, and there's no doubt that you will absolutely love it. The Big Sky Steakhouse there at Cohesion Casino Resort is finally open after a complete renovation. Look, I'll be honest with you, I don't think they need to renovate it. I had one hell of a time every single time I went over there, and the Big Sky Steakhouse was always part of it. Food, absolutely tremendous. Whether you're eating steaks, you're eating seafood, or you're eating Cohesion, deep Louis, South Louis, tremendous. The vibe, money.
Sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
It's a panty dropper.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Pena hits it deep to left field towards us, and it's gone into the Crawford boxes. JP3 visits us here in the Crawford boxes for a 1-0.
Say laser into the seats to get things going. I hope that we are home run magnets for the Astros out here in the Crawford boxes.
The guys last night calling the game from out in left field, and when I saw the highlight, because that happened before I got home, Jeremy Pena had already hit a home run, won me $100 before I even got home. But when I saw the highlight, no, it wasn't. It was not the highlight that I saw. It was Yainer Diaz's home run. Hell, I thought Blum was going to try to catch it. I mean, he stood up, and I thought he was going to try to catch the dang home run. But the Astros win last night 4-1. They win Game 3 in the Red Sox series there at Daikin Park. I don't know, boy, I picked the one dud to take my mom to. Luke went and took my mom to the game night before last. And, good. The only good thing was I was home and in bed by 9:30.
Find you a few more excuses.
Once they went up 7, they scored 7 runs. I said, if the Astros don't score in the bottom of this, we're taking our ass home, and they damn sure didn't. So we took it on to the house. But last night they win. They win behind a big time performance from Hunter Brown. He goes 6 2/3. I think the big thing with Hunter Brown there is going 6 2/3. You needed a starter to run deep, given the current situation with this bullpen, with Josh Hader going down. Which, by the way, you hadn't been on the air this week. Josh Hader, look, IL, 15-day IL. The most recent reports, he's going to get a second opinion. A spot, I think it was, said, "Hey, look, it's probably going to be." And so, just your thoughts on the Josh Hader situation here with the Astros.
Yeah, it's big. Obviously, anytime you have an injury with the Astros, I think we probably all default to expecting the worst. And when you hear the shoulder discomfort, a second opinion, you never get a second opinion when you get good news the first time. Or very rarely will someone get second opinions when they already have the good news. So I'm really concerned about Hader and the outlook. And then for the Astros, if he, worst case scenario, is not available for the playoffs or out for the rest of the year, that's a big concern to not have that closer at the back end of your bullpen and to try to have to figure it out. The big thing with that is just, the ninth inning is so different. And so that's why it was good to see Abreu last night. And if you look at the numbers for Abreu in his career, he's filled that role 10 times where he's had to get a save, and he has never allowed a run in any of those 10 outings. So he's been really good as that fill-in closer. But I still would worry about trying to do it consistently, and then if, and this might be a big if, we'll see how things play out the next couple of weeks, but if he were to have to do that in the playoffs, that's a whole nother animal. It's one thing to pitch in the ninth inning in the regular season, let alone in the playoffs. So, long story short, I'm very concerned about Hader, what that injury means for him, but then also the back end of the Astros bullpen if you're trying to win a World Series without your all-star closer.
Is it because this is what I wanted to get to. The part that turned me on here was exactly the guy you mentioned, Brian Abreu. Now I know he did pitch the ninth. He gave up 2 hits. He struck out 2. He threw 23 pitches. But I know obviously those should make you kind of sit up in your seat. But as I said earlier, watching that game, Astros would win that game the whole time. And I'm not that kind of fan. Typically, if the Astros get in a little trouble, I'm like, oh, hell, here we go. I felt like they had control of that game the entire way, although, as you mentioned, they did have some bumps. The concern for the Astros in terms of look, I hope we got good news. I hope you're wrong, and I hope Josh Hader's second opinion is because he doesn't trust the Astros and he doesn't want them.
Fair.
I hope that's the case. I don't know. Like, I'm not behind the scenes with the Astros. I know from the outside it looks like a mess when it comes to diagnosing and communicating injuries and updates and things of that nature. I don't know who that issue is. It seems like it's been several managers down there, several general managers down there that have all had the same issues, communication issues. But nonetheless, the Hader deal is it not having Josh Hader? Because I think Abreu would be just fine. And what I watched last night really got me good and worked up. I love him showing the emotion. It seemed like a little different Abreu last night than the setup guy in the 8th typically shows. Are you worried about the actual closer, the ability to close games? Are you worried about the bullpen, the number of arms, the number of options for the Astros? Let's assume the worst, that Hader is out for an extended period of time, or maybe for the rest of the season. Is it Abreu in the closing spot that worries you, or is it just the number of arms and getting to the ninth?
No, it is the closing spot. That is the other concern, is that when you lose the closer and you back everybody up, now you are a spot shorter, and guys typically work. They pitch a leverage situation, so that is a general concern. But in this case, I'm more concerned about the actual ninth inning, and especially because. Look, I know some Astros fans are worried about the division, and to update you, the Mariners are losing 5-0 right now in a rain delay today.
Well done.
So you might get another half game today. But this Astros team, knock on wood, they should be in the playoffs, barring a huge collapse. You have a pretty nice cushion on the wild card teams at minimum. So I'm looking ahead towards October, and that's my concern. I'm not concerned about the depth of the bullpen, because you can use some of your starters in your bullpen come October. That will help fill those spots, but it's that actual ninth inning. And like I said, look, Abreu's been great when he has filled in as the closer over the course of his career in the ninth inning. He's never allowed a run, but it's still a small sample size. And I think the playoffs are just completely different. That when you close out a game like you did last night, which was, a good win and a big-time save, he put the two guys on, brought the tying run to the plate, but it's still still August against the Red Sox at home. Come October, maybe you're on the road, you haven't been in that situation before. That's just my concern, because Hader, over the course of his career, has been really good in the playoffs, and that's not the case for all closers. So I think that's just a step up, and without having seen Abreu do it, I don't know if he can handle it if it comes to that scenario.
Well, I don't know if he can handle it either, Luke, but I sure enough liked what I saw last night. I'm one that I like to see that emotion. I like to see that passion, man, and boy, his last night was fun to watch, man, and that kind of stepping up in that role and with 2 strikeouts, as you mentioned, hitting 100, hitting 101, hitting 99. That was a fun watch as a fan. Part that really got me good and turned on last night was Jeremy Pena. Obviously, as Tyler played coming out of the break, he hit a bomb early on and put us up, and that obviously helped. But the production crew for the Astros they do a great job. One thing I struggle at home again, because I got babies and it's hard to turn the TV way up and it's hard to really dial completely in, for about an hour there. But I love watching the different stats and graphics and stuff that they throw up there. And one of them that caught me last night, I damn near couldn't believe. Jeremy Pena's number. I knew Jeremy was having a good year. I knew he was hovering at 300 and a little above 300. I knew it was a good year. But, Luke, I had no idea how good he has been in the leadoff spot, particularly. Like how much better he's been and how much better he got when Jose Altuve walked in there and said, I think Pena needs to be the starter. I don't remember exactly what the graphic said. I know you've got some of those numbers. Pena's numbers in the leadoff spot versus before being the leadoff spot.
Yeah, 341 is the leadoff hitter, which, as you said to that graphic, best in the league is the leadoff man. And without hitting leadoff, 252. So he's almost 100 points better when he's at the top of the order.
Man, he Luke, that is, and if I remember correctly, the graphic they threw up there, I don't remember. I want to say it was 20 or 30 points higher than anybody else. The next leadoff below him, I think they were close to the 341 or whatever it is you said. I mean, he is, when it comes to the leadoff hitters in this league, he is by far the best leadoff hitter in the league right now. I mean, we're just talking statistically. I'm not talking. I mean, I know there's other guys out there that have done it longer and have got a bigger sample size. But right now in 2025, I mean, if the numbers tell you he's that much better than folks, boy, you dig into the speed on the base pass and the way that he can manufacture hits and manufacture action on the base pass, and the defense that he plays at shortstop. it's going to be tough to find a better leadoff. Who did you look that up? Who is? I know you're over there typing. I know you.
You know how I feel about Correa.
You're good at that stuff. In the leadoff, I guess his numbers are good in the leadoff spot, but he's not.
Yeah, it's different though. It's just he's having a way better year when he's at that leadoff.
Right. Well, it was just I knew it was good, man, but I didn't know it was that good. I mean, this may be this Jeremy Pena thing in that leadoff spot is.
What am I talking about?
Not just onto something, man. Wow, it's impressive. All right, I didn't see but a couple of the snaps today out at Texans joint practice with the Carolina Panthers, but guess who did? Former Texan Seth Payne. I've asked him to come on with us and talk a little bit about this defense because he's got some good strong takes and he had a good close eye on the defense today. He's going to be joining us next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, y'all. Look, if you're out there and you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, right, and I don't care how it has caused your joint pain, whether it's arthritis or it's, an old injury.
Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tyler Milner just texted me and said, "What's up, cracker?"
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And we've got former Houston Texan, one half of Payne and Pendergast, Seth Payne, joining us in studio. No phone, no static, none of that jive. No horns in the background, alarms going off, none of that jive.
It's as if I'm sitting in your living room with you, or in your car and driving, telling you how to drive.
Hey, I got a feeling, Seth, if you were in somebody's back seat and you brought that bass right there, you'd scare the hell out of them. I promise you that. Man, we today the joint practices are always a tad bit overwhelming for me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm fighting to get a good view of practice because there's so many people out there where we're at. I don't want to sit around and chit chat. I want to get to a point where I can see practice and.
Well, and they've got the starters on offense and the starters on defense going at the exact same time.
Right. So today I'm down. You know, I'm down on the NRG side watching the offense. Well, I can't just flip my chair around and watch defense. You know, so. I got a good view of most of what was going on the offensive side of the football. I thought it was a pretty solid day for the important, I guess, pressure points to watch. Wide receivers, O-line. I heard you talking about some of that on in the loop, but I want to really dig into the defense side of football. One, because I can't bring it to him today. Hell, I didn't see much of it. I saw one play, and it was Bullock, breaking that play up over the middle where he come over the top and had that pass breakup. Other than that, I didn't see much today, brother. So I wanted to get your expertise on what you saw out there, and I want to start here. I've been talking about this, how important this was for a while, and then it's refreshing to see it. D'Amico Ryans. I don't know if you heard it, but D'Amico Ryans
actually the offense the whole time.
I heard you say, I saw him over there. No, he actually in his presser today said he only saw one play, literally one play of defense today. So I haven't heard your just thoughts on how important or not of that is for D'Amico Ryans.
I think that for one. I think it's an indication of, remember when Sheldon Rankins was up at the podium during training camp? He was here in 2023, gone in 2024. He came back, and he was asked what's different now, and he said the culture is set. And I think on defense especially, the culture is totally set, and the veteran players understand what's expected of them, and they lead as players, and they set a certain standard themselves. So I think it's obvious that the offense needs a lot more work than the defense right now, or at least according to last year and training camp so far. So I think D'Amico, who's talked about delegating this training camp, can be that complete and total head coach that, hey, he's going to have his hands in the defense, I'm sure, but when he's needed, and say last year when Bobby Slowick was struggling or whatever might have been going on, that maybe he feels like he could have been a little bit more proactive and involved in that side of it. So I like that just in his evolution as a head coach. And I do agree with what Sheldon Rankins said. I think that it's not like they can go coach themselves, but Matt Burke has been there the whole 2 years too. And Matt Burke is probably going to be more of the genuine, true, and total defensive coordinator for that unit this year. And it's a testament to where they are defensively, but also maybe a testament to where they need to be offensively.
Yeah, I thought I'll use the word standard. I just think defensively the standard's set over there. He can turn his back and know that they're going to communicate. They're going to be physical. They're going to play fast. They're going to quote unquote swarm, right? And maybe being a first time head coach, that may have been the football. And so, last year he as a defensive minded head coach, he had to be so frustrated to look up and go, you mean to tell me I got an offense that's not communicating well?
Right.
You mean to tell me that I got these problems on offense? And it's not that we're not talented enough. It's that we've got some internal issues that we've got to fix. And I think it seems like he's like hell bent on getting that part of it.
Yeah, and and I think too, if you think about D'Amico's ability to kind of spot where the tells are and where the tendencies are as a defensive coach when he's watching and able to explain exactly, hey, to an offensive lineman, this is why I know you're pulling. hey, this is why I know it's slide to the left. Like, all of these things that maybe sometimes honestly, even offensive coaches don't quite understand how much the defensive coaches see. So there's a lot of value in having D'Amico really focus his attention on there. And then the other part of it, when it comes to culture being set on defense, the two teams that really stick out in my mind in terms of having player-led cultures for a long time would be the Steelers defense for a long time, and then the Ravens for like the past 2 decades. A lot of that really came from the defensive side of the ball. Yep. And they create this culture where the older players pass it on down to the younger players, and then those guys just kind of have a certain psychotic bent to them that they expect. And you don't want to go on cruise control as a coach, but you can, and I don't want to say you don't want to worry about it, but you might not have to manage it as much. Yeah. So I hadn't thought about it that deeply until you asked me about it.
That's a great point with thinking Baltimore, and it's become the entire identity, but it started on defense. It's become the identity of the organization, not just the team. It's the whole organization.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to, the Steelers had that stretch there in the 90s where whatever. But, going back to the 70s, it was a lot about their identity on defense.
That's a good look. What about defensively on the field action, player-wise, scheme-wise? What did you see today defensively?
I think the two things that I'm concerned about with the defense in terms of just them being, hey, can you be a top 3 defense, is the big plays allowed, which they, for how good they were down in and down out, I always tell Sean, they were like 97% of the time they were awesome, and then 3% of the time it was a 30-yard touchdown reception or it was a long run burst. And I thought today there were some shot plays to Xavier Leggett, to Tet McMillan, the rookie, and those guys looked really good. A few of those were when they were well covered. I got to credit to like Bryce Young. I watched today and I thought, oh yeah, that's how a kid that's 5'9" and 170 pounds gets drafted number 1 overall. Like, oh yeah, that's right. He can throw the football pretty well. He made some really beautiful throws to guys who were covered. The ones that concern me are some of the ones where guys were just wide open. And I'm watching the defensive line, and then I lift my eyes up, but I see a tight end wide open with nobody around him, or somebody over the middle with nobody around him. That's where I start to worry about, okay, that's the safeties and the linebackers typically. And some of the linebackers in coverage last year weren't so great. Some of the busts in the secondary were obviously because of young defensive backs. So with the and so much up in the air right now, and then still wanting to see more out of the linebackers in coverage. Some of those wide open, uncovered receptions where there were something got blown somewhere. That concerns me a little bit.
Well, with D'Amico, and look, he can do damn near anything he wants with the personnel, at least from theoretically.
Yeah.
But with the pressure, kind of suffocating style that he seems to want to play, if you're not on. If you're not on it across the board, you can get in that kind of trouble.
Yeah, and I was thinking that too. I try real hard not to make excuses for these guys because it's so easy when it's not full contact. There is an element of the Texans defense that their plays made behind the line of scrimmage, that's what drives them. It's not just sacks, it's tackles for a loss. It's all of these really aggressive plays, and then obviously the interceptions. So I think sometimes, yeah, you don't want to read too much into a few plays in any practice, really. But you got to watch a game play out to see, all right, well, Derek Stingley had a couple interceptions. Azeez Elshire had a forced fumble. Those are the kinds of things that flip the tables a lot in a regular season game. So I do think there's no way the Panthers are as bad as they were last year. They helped Bryce Young out a lot. They've got some good offensive linemen there. They brought in 5 free agents as potential starters on defense. That was one of the worst scoring defenses in NFL history last year. So I think the Panthers are a better team, and I think that so today it was back and forth. If we're gonna act like today was just an absolute IndyCar, I would say the Panthers are better than we thought they were going to be. And if I had to play that exercise, I'd say, okay, I think the Texans still have a little work to do, and on offense especially, because I think the offensive line was better than I feared they would be if I were talking about this a couple weeks ago. But in the run game, I didn't see that push that I saw in the first series last week.
Right. What about the secondary with the Texans, the cover defenders?
Yeah.
I've been on the Jalen Smith train, like how important Jalen Smith is with his team. that has been a stick for me for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, since he was drafted, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I heard you talking this morning about the overall depth in that second. If there is again, concern, whatever, worry, weakness, whatever you want to call it, that seems to be one you want to keep your eye on.
Yeah, and I think that, and some of that is just in that, hey, some of these guys have been on the team for a while, and you like Miles Bryant for some of the things he can do in the slot, but that's one of your main backups at this point. Jalen Smith is an unproven rookie. You've got Tremont Smith. You've got there's things that if one of these guys are starting opposite of Derek Stingley or Kamari Lassiter, and that you also still have, Jalen Petrie's got, some concerns when he's playing man in the slot. You're at a disadvantage sometimes, you got to scheme your way around that. And I still wouldn't be surprised if at some point, depending on how Jalen Smith develops or anything else, Nick, like Caserio always loves signing corners and getting corners. There's a reason Damon Arnett is on this team right now, unless I missed something.
I didn't see him today, but I didn't watch the defense.
Yeah.
But he's been out there, yes.
Yeah. I just every time I look up, there's I missed a transaction.
Yeah,
he signed that tight end yesterday.
Yes.
He's got 17 career receptions.
Yeah. It's hard to keep up with those kind. What here's where, staying on that secondary topic real quick, Seth. The Jalen Smith. One reason why I've kind of dialed in on him is because obviously of what we just talked about, the depth at that cover position. But boy, you go from being maybe a weakness or a concern to a huge plus, because with a Jalen Smith, even if he's an outside corner, an everyday outside corner, that's all he is. He's never going to be a guy that can play inside.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Kamari Lassiter be really, really effective inside.
Yeah,
and to give D'Amico Ryans the ability to again, in a situation where you want to play man, take Petrie off the field, slide Lassiter inside with another corner that you can trust. I mean, that is a huge weapon, a big-time adjustment that can be made at any point in time. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a nickel defender or a slot corner. Just anybody in that cover corner group steps up. Boy, D'Amico.
So you don't think Jalen Smith, you don't like him at the slot?
No, well, he can be the slot. Yeah,
okay.
Any way it goes. I just really like Lassiter's. The little bit that we saw. Like when we talked about it last year, I thought Lassiter needed to be an inside corner to more protect him.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, I was wrong, and he is a great outside corner in his own right.
Yeah.
But when they did late in the season last year move Lassiter down there, he's a cover corner that has some very similar instincts to Petrie.
Mm-hmm.
And if kid has that, cool, that's fine too.
Yeah.
But just the ability to have a guy that can rush the passer, a guy that's got great instincts to play the run, a guy that's a more than willing tackler, but by the way, he can also cover, play that slot corner spot would be something that I think D'Amico would really embrace.
Yeah, and I think that's where when I bring up Jalen Petrie that he's got weaknesses in coverage, it's not like I'm criticizing him. I mean, he's a safety. He's not usually those guys. If you got a guy in the slot, that's a cornerback that's down there. So he's going to have some limitations. So as teams are looking at this defense the entire offseason, they know that Jalen Petrie's got certain weaknesses when he's lined up in there in the slot. So the Texans are going to have to get a little bit creative in moving guys around to begin with.
He said, you think about it, man. If you play the first half and they're targeting Jalen Petrie, and they're getting at him a little bit. Well, you go in at halftime, all of a sudden you come out at half, and now you slid Kamari in there, and you've got a corner that you really trust outside. Now you've created some problems. Now you've changed the whole look for the quarterback. Now you've taken this weapon that I had all this success with in the first half, and I'm fixing to come out here and light your ass up. Now all of a sudden you got a physical, corner that can cover the hell out of him.
Yeah.
And by the way, might hit me in the chin if I don't keep my eye on him as a quarterback. So I think it's a weapon.
I think with Jalen Smith or any young defensive back or any young player in the rookie year, the thing that's always interesting too is there are guys that just simply they benefit from just actually game planning. Yeah. Like the kids that are smart and the kids that actually are on it, they look a lot better as they start getting into the groove of an NFL season and can study tendencies. When you're still trying to figure it out and you go into these teams and these games kind of blind, you really don't study them or game plan the way you usually do. And the coaches always say, well, we want to see the physical battle. And you're like, well, yeah, in a realistic situation, like I've worked harder than the dude I'm playing and know his tendencies and everything. So let's make this a little bit more realistic, can we? How about the guys that are playing really well when it's just a physical battle, and then they're idiots when it gets to the regular season?
How about Cade Stover today cracking that defensive lineman on it? It looked like a little trap, and I was just like, what? I mean, I bet big boy, what's his name, that damn D tackle?
That was Derek Brown.
I bet Derek Brown was like, damn, we ain't even seen film on you guys yet, and you're whamming me.
But you know what? That's on Derek Brown because he's not allowed to cut. He's not going to cut in this. You know he's going to go high. You got no excuse for getting whammed that hard.
That was great, man. All right, Seth, we appreciate you, man, and I know you're a busy man, especially when the Texans got to have a game that week. I know you're busy. I appreciate you joining us.
Oh,
man.
It's always my pleasure.
Absolutely. All right, that is Seth Payne. We just hit the defense. We'll talk a little bit more about the offensive side of today's joint practice for the Houston Texans. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Look, they got two things going on right now. The end of summer savings event right now. Swimwear, sandals, flip-flops up to 50% off, pools, patio.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Holy cow.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Ron, the show Hughley is out today. My man Luke Morrow is in. Appreciate him always being on call and bringing it when he's in studio with us, man. It's always, brother. It's a breath of fresh air, man. So appreciate you joining us.
My pleasure.
Absolutely. Sorry I didn't let you get a question in that last break.
Hey, that was great.
I didn't even let Luke get a damn question in.
I loved it. Front row seat to two former NFLers talking football. Hard. It was great.
And just sucked all the oxygen out of the damn air.
I enjoyed it.
Tyler Milner's on the ones and twos. Behind the glass, we've got Astros take game 3 versus the Red Sox, and we will dig into that, damn sure, with Luke Morrow here in the building, as well as Texans joint practice today. I absolutely love joint practice. I love, the work. Usually it's extensive. It's a lot of 11 on 11. It's the intensity's ratcheted up a bit because it's something about playing somebody that doesn't have the same uniform on. It gets a little bit more competitive. And I got some takeaways. We just heard from Seth Payne. We just covered the DeMeco Ryans being on the offensive side of the practice the majority of the time. That is nothing new. He's done it since OTAs, the ones we were at. And look, I just, as I've said before, I think DeMeco Ryans has his defense, the standard set, day in, day out, the identity set of what they're going to be, what Texans defense is going to look like for years to come. I think it's up to DeMeco Ryans to make sure that whatever that looks like, what a DeMeco Ryans offense looks like, it's on him to get that right. And look, if the offensive coordinator gets hired or fired in a year or two, and there's turnover at the top, you still got a standard set on the offense that you're going to communicate. You're going to communicate really well. Physical brand of football. There's not going to be this whatever the hell was going on off the field in the O-line room or off the field between Bobby Slowick and the other guys on staff. Like, we're not going to have any of that. And
Bobby.
So I don't think this is about DeMeco Ryans putting his foot on anybody's throat or putting pressure on anybody. I think this is about DeMeco Ryans saying, I'm the head coach. I've got my identity on one side of the ball set. Everybody understands it. And now I got to make sure that goes on the offensive side of the football. And when I tell you guys that, when I tell my team that, I'm not just telling you that and then going and turning my back to you. I'm telling you that, and I'm going to get over there and watch you every snap that I possibly can. So, I thought Seth had some good insight into that as well. But let's jump over to the offensive side of the football, Luke. I think you'll be happy to hear this, man. The pass protection. We've made a lot about how, and I think fairly, rightfully so, we've made a lot about how offensively it's been messy this camp because of how good our defense is and how suspect the offensive line is. And I think that's fair. And a big part of today was getting a good look at our pass protection to see what it looks like versus, sure, a different style of defense in that 3-4. But something a defense that doesn't have two edge rushers that are top 10 in the damn league coming at you, they're all gas, no break. There's no holdback on those guys, and it's disruptive. What does this offense look like without that being a problem? And I'm going to tell you, Luke, the pass protection today was significantly better. Yes, you've got Blake Fisher in there some. You've got Ariante Ursery, the rookie, in there. Sometimes Cam Robinson's still out today. Titus was out there, by the way. Those guys will get beat on the edge some, and that happened today. And, yeah, there were sacks that occurred, but I did not see an absolute mess on the inside like we got used to seeing last year when CJ was under pressure. And with that said, Luke, if CJ Stroud has space in the pocket, doesn't have to be a perfect pocket. If he has space in the pocket to move, CJ Stroud is going to eat the lunch of the defense. Now, I don't know how much they're going to throw the ball. I don't know how aggressive they're going to be. But if they can protect the way they protected today, I think he's a willing and able runner. When he's getting downhill, I like it. I don't like the fade to the sideline and throw back across your body. He did that today. But the pass protection overall, Luke, I thought was significantly better and was a step in the right direction for the team.
Yeah, well, it's good to hear. I wasn't out there today. Obviously, you were, and so that's positive. But I think it's certainly the key. I mean, when you give any quarterback, let alone a quarterback with Stroud's talents and abilities, when you give them that time in the pocket, they have enough playmakers on this offense. That's the key to the offense, and I think the offense is the key to this team. And so I think ultimately it's what held them back last year. And this year, as good as that defense should be, it's only going to take you so far. So I think, again, that's the whole linchpin, is that the season comes down to how good this offensive line can be. This Panthers team is a pretty good test. We heard from Seth last segment that, they look better already this year than they were last year, and they won only 5 games. And even though the defense was bad last year, they got to, I'm pleased to hear that, and I think it comes with some sort of meaning as opposed to just a random team or random opponent or random practice. That going up against somebody else, such as the Panthers, and holding up pretty well bodes well.
Well, having Derek Brown in there and some of those guys. Look, that Evero. How do you say this defensive coordinator's name? The full name? I almost said Ichiro Evero, but I know he's not an Ichiro, but. He's really good schematically. Derek Brown is a guy that can wreck a pocket easily, and it looked like that they had a pretty good time out there today. They looked like they had some success out there today from a pass protection perspective. And so the problem last year with the Texans pass protection was that C.J. Stroud had zero chance. I mean, he avoided one guy and there'd be another one in his hip pocket. He'd slide up in the pocket and the left guard would get pushed into his lap. He would bail and the opposite side defensive end's running a 4-5 chasing him, and it's over.
We don't like that.
It was just so chaotic and so much traffic in the pocket. You got to tone that traffic down a bit, and C.J. Stroud is more than capable of going out and making plays if you can do that. Today, after what I saw, I would bet that this offensive line is going to be able to do that. Now, it's one practice. I don't want to overdo it. I don't want to overthink it, but the pass protection was better. Now, let's get to this here, because I do think this is the competition to watch for me. This is the competition to watch in a big way, because I think those guys are going to get potentially significant playing time. The competition for wide receiver 3 through 6. Now, I'm talking about 3 through 6 as it pertains to playing time, right? I mean, we know that the 2 rookies are going to be on the team, but how much playing time are they going to get? How are they going to fit in? It looks like they're going to get quite a bit, but we'll see. But when you look at wide receiver 3 through 6, and no particular order, Noel and Higgins are going to be in that mix. Right? So you got 3 other guys right now that I think this competition is as real and as tight as you could imagine. Xavier Hutchinson today, when they went one, what I think was ones versus ones, at the end in a 2-minute situation, Xavier Hutchinson had 2 catches. He was in 11 personnel with the first group. Him, Nico, Christian Kirk, and I think the first play was actually Cade Stover, but then Dalton Schultz got into that. But the Xavier Hutchinson has earned it, and he's running with the ones, right? Or did today in that particular drill. Braxton Berrios, you saw it in the game last week, and it happened again today in a few situations. A 2-minute drive, he had 2 catches, including a really good catch on a touchdown pass. He just makes plays, y'all, and he's got a unique skill set. And the guy that I think is most likely at this point, the one to be the odd man out, maybe not for the roster, but playing time, is John Mechie. And if we're being honest, John Mechie's making plays. John Mechie's going to make it hard for them to damn sure cut him. Make it hard to not be in consideration for that final active spot. I'm not talking about the guy that is inactive, the final active spot. I'm telling you, this is a hell of a competition right here, Luke. This is as tight as it gets.
Good problem to have. It's the position group that I'm most interested in to see how it plays out, and part of that is because, it's the sexier position, if you will, a skill position at wide receiver. But I'm interested to see, and I've felt all along, and I still believe it comes down to either Hutch or Mechie. But to your point, as you just laid out, it's almost like a ping pong match where I hear, Hutchinson made these great plays, and the next day it's Mechie, and they're kind of going back and forth, competing for this spot and making a case for themselves with these good plays. So I'm curious to see how it plays out. I would expect it to be one of those two. Berrios has the previous connection with Caserio, right? And brings some different stuff to the table, is a little more maybe experienced as well. So I think it comes down to Mechie and Hutchinson, and unfortunately, you're probably going to have to let someone good walk out of that room. But I think it's big when you talk about having to rely on two rookies to play big roles this year, to have the depth where you still feel confident about 5-6 receivers. To have the depth of that position, I think, could be big.
Well, look, I think here's the way I've got it playing out right now. You got Nico and Christian Kirk. You got Noel and Higgins, the two draft picks. Those are your top four. And then if I've got to rank the next three, right, I've got Xavier Hutchinson and Berrios on the team. And I think they're just two different dudes. I think Berrios is on. I think his skill set and why they brought him in and why he decided to come here that nobody can. And then I think Hutch is the better one of the remaining two of Hutch and Mechie. Watson also is a guy that they brought in here, rant and raved about his work ethic and all that. I don't see him showing up and showing out as much as the others. But I think Xavier Hutchinson has made as much of an impact on these guys, and they believe and trust in him more than anybody not named Nico and Christian Kirk right now. And so I see him actually getting run where it was like, oh, maybe a depth guy. Hell, I see him getting some run. Him and C.J. Stroud seem to have a really, really solid connection. All right, let's check in on the running backs real quick, Luke. I know that this is probably with Joe Mixon being out and Nick Chubb having missed a few days last week, the running back room is one that you got to keep eyes on and you got to be interested in offensively as well, because with those two guys out and Dameon Pierce having yet to take a rep in training camp, you got your top three, what's believed to be your top three running backs, out and not practicing. Now, Chubb was back today. Chubb has been back, and he's fine. Looked really good today. Woody Marks looked good today. And Jawar Jordan got quite a bit of run today. But I don't know, Luke, where you sit on this running back room, but I'll be honest with you, man. I can't decide if I'm letting the name Nick Chubb get me really excited or if I really like what I'm seeing. I love Nick Chubb's approach to the game. I mean, he is every time it's a football guy, and he hustles and he's physical. I love that. I think I'm a little bit too confident here. I feel like one of the things that I would love to see more than anything this year is Nick Chubb be Nick Chubb, and I just don't know if that's a reality.
Yeah, I think the quote from D'Amico about 2 weeks ago is what stands out to me most for Nick Chubb, where he said, quote, guy's age, he's been through a lot. It's not always going to be the same as his early years in the NFL. But what I want to hang my hat on is this guy loves football. And so to me, I like if you decipher that, it's like, he's old, he's not the same player, but he still loves football. And that's what was concerning to me to hear from the head coach. I like the addition of Chubb. I think he's going to bring something to that offense. He still has something left. But it seems getting a vibe from some Texans fans are expecting almost the Chubb of old of 2 to 3 years ago, and I think that's just a pie in the sky at this point. So I think he brings something to this offense. I think he certainly will contribute and help. I just don't know how much you can expect from him. And it's something I've been saying all offseason is you're relying on two soon-to-be 30-year-old running backs with a little bit of injury history in recent years, and so that leads to a little concern for me in that running back room as well. And that's why I hope Dameon Pierce can get back there and try to bring something to the table this year too.
We'll see what Dameon Pierce can do if he gets back. But I think in the meantime, and it's the right time for this to happen. Is I know that a lot of the talk is about Ariante Ursery, and rightfully so. He seems to be mature beyond his years, and be a guy that's going to make a difference here. Woody Marks is coming. I hear a lot of chatter about Woody Marks from people that are there a lot watching. When I watch, I see him getting touches, and he is another guy that he's an old rookie. So you're looking at a guy that's it's not like he spent 3 years in college and jumped out of there. I believe he's one of the COVID kids. I think he was at least 5 years in college.
Sounds like a summer camp.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, some of them kids spent 6-7 years in college, man.
Damn, that's wild.
It's wild, and you get one of them in the league, and he's 4 years older than most rookies. Hell, he ought to be more mature, and I don't know if that is the case with Marks. I know he was an upperclassman.
Yeah, no, you're correct. He was a COVID guy, five-year guy.
So he played 5 years?
Yeah, 5 years.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in the building.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in that backfield.
For the time being, we damn sure do. But the running backs are another group to keep an eye on over there with the Texans. By the way, that defensive coordinator for the Carolina Panthers, Ejiro Evero, he is not Ichiro, it's Ejiro, right? Ejiro Evero.
Oh, yeah, you nailed it.
Yeah, there we go. Come on now. He is not an Ichiro. To my knowledge, there's only one of those. But great defensive coordinator. Has made his name really at Denver, if I remember correctly, and was on the radar for some of those head coaching gigs there for a while. But anyway, there's your Texans joint practice with the Carolina Panthers. Little offensive observations there for you. All right, there's an opportunity of a last Tex team. I'm talking about career-changing opportunity that is staring him dead in the face. And if today was any indication of how he's going to handle it, it could be a really positive situation. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 16. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Dr. Matoran. Look, if you're out there and you're struggling, you got some sleep issues, allergies, sinuses, maybe you got some snoring issues going on, anything above your neck, I need to get your attention one time, man. Dr. Matoran is the way to go. I've been over to his office. Got a great office, got a great staff. He's got all the bells and whistles to make sure that you can get back to feeling your best and living your best. And Dr. Matoran takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office procedures that'll get you back to sleeping your best nights and ultimately living your best life, y'all. Dr. Matoran is who I'm talking about. 713-665-8887. 713-665-8887. So, again, if you got these sleep issues, allergy, sinus, snoring, any kind of issues, Dr. Matoran is the way to go. drmatoran.com is where you got to go to check him out. That's drmatorin.com.
Despite the loss, our guy Clint saw the Texans practice what they've been preaching in the preseason opener.
They've been very intentional with their install of this offense, and today you saw that clean product, right? Also, we've heard them talk about punching people in the mouth and being physical and getting movement and run that. Those two things were very, very important.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Here in Texas, we look out for each other. At home, around town, and especially on our roads. So, let's slow down. Set the phone aside and drive like a Texan. Kind, courteous, and safe. Because that's what neighbors do. Learn more at drivelikeatexan.com. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Car prices are now averaging $48,000. Long loans are not the answer. D&M Leasing solves the payment problem with the Easy Lease. Visit dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000 today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. With summer heating up, did your AC pan overflow? If you made a claim, did your home insurance company leave you with a wet crack in the ceiling? We can help you with that because it has never been this easy to get Dick. The number at Dick Law Firm is so easy to remember. It's 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. Call us right now at 832-LAWYERS. Home insurance companies are in the business of making money and not paying out claims. That's why you get a home insurance lawyer like me, Eric Dick. That's why you call me right now at 832-LAWYERS, and we'll take them to Pound Town, baby. Today, call me right away at 832 Lawyers, they won't sit straight for a week. Our office is in Houston, Texas, and we want to help you. Our clients always come first. Better get Dick.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey and if appropriately, prove options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text GUYS55 to 32 32 32. GUYS55 to 32 32 32. Office in Houston Metro and St. Louis.
Your forecast calls for lows in the 70s tonight.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ryan Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler Milner's behind magnifying glass on everybody out there to make sure you download the Odyssey app. We appreciate you watching on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you listening on an AM and FM dial. But if you will, do us a solid and download the Odyssey app. Subscribe, listen, all that good stuff. You can use that rewind feature and go back and listen to something that happened earlier with Seth Payne, former Houston Texan. We had him on a little bit earlier at 3:40. You can go back there right now and use the rewind feature and listen to Seth Payne. Had some great takeaways from practice today on the defensive side of the football in particular. But either way it goes, you can listen live. You can take us anywhere you go, workout, mowing the yard, office, job, whatever it may be. You can. The Odyssey app goes with you. We also have all of our podcasts on there. Tyler and Patrick Creighton, they do a Astros, all things Astros podcast, the Big Orange Wagon. You can find it on the Odyssey app, as well as every segment on our shows, on the individual shows, is segmented individually on that app. Make sure you check it out. AUDACY. The Odyssey app is the way to go. All right, there is a boys. There's a we hear a lot from D'Amico Ryans about opportunities. It's all about the opportunity, the next man up. You got to take advantage of the opportunity. You got to make the most of it. You got to be ready for it. You got to put yourself in position. Yada yada yada. Boys, there's one player on this team, and there may be more, but this is the one that's on my mind right now. There's one player on this Texans team right now that the opportunity that's staring him in the face, it be career defining. I mean, it can literally launch a career. With the Brevin Jordan injury earlier this week, there's no doubt about it that they need to get more out of Dalton Schultz, and they need to get more out of Cade Stover. If we're being honest, they expect more out of Dalton Schultz. They're paying him $12 million a year. Dalton Schultz has shown before and really needs to show again that he can be an impact player for this offense on the offensive side of the football. In the pass game and in the run game, damn it. I don't want to give any pass. You can't pay somebody $12 million that isn't willing, a willing blocker, right? He's got to be better there. Pass protection, run game, he's got to be better there. But the tight end that I think this has a chance, this opportunity may have a chance to be career defining. I mean, I'm talking about launch this sucker, Luke. Is Cade Stover. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but Cade Stover today in this joint practice versus the Texans, he lines up, and I can't tell from the video whether he's in like a hip position on the tackle, so 1 yard outside, 1 yard off, or if he's literally hand in the dirt. But it's an inside run. And Derek Brown, who is a really good interior defensive lineman, he is he's nose guard. I can't tell if he's lined up right over the nose or if he right over the center, if he's a shade on the guard. I couldn't tell. But the center and one of the guards gets up to the next level, and it's called a wham block, right? They leave the defensive tackle by himself, and the tight end comes from one side or the other and blocks out on that D tackle. I mean, you're giving up 100 pounds. Maybe not 100. You're giving up 75 pounds, possibly. When it's a nose tackle, you're giving up maybe 100 is right. But I'm going to tell you, Cade Stover today, and we know this about Cade. We know Cade is not going to shy away from the physical part of playing the game. If anything, it's more with Cade about the technical, mechanical intricacies of playing the position, not the physicality. But he wham blocked Derek Brown. And again, there's some videos out there. And it's the kind of block, one, that wins games. It's the kind of block that allows you to run the football really well. But I think most importantly, it's the kind of football that an offensive coordinator and an O-line coach is watching, and they're going, man, we can't take the kid off the field. We've heard from D'Amico Ryans talking about how much better he is at the top of his routes. Again, the intricacies of playing the position. We've seen him catch the ball and run after catch. We know he's quarterback friendly. Luke, I think this is something to really keep our eye on, man. There's no doubt about it, they're going to be on the field more Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz are going to have to eat up a few more snaps and do a little bit more. And I just think this Cade Stover kid's got an extremely high ceiling, and I think this could force the Texans into a place where they're like, you know what? Our best bet is to see if Cade can do all these different things. And I think he's got a real chance to answer the bell, man. And if he does, we're talking about like legitimately jumping on the scene. Instead of being a developmental player that was playing defense 3 or 4 years ago in college to no, this kid's a really good to great all-around tight end. The opportunity is going to be there for him to catapult his career into the next level, and we'll see if he can do it.
Yeah, first you have the opportunity to try to seize the opportunity, use that word twice in the same sentence, because of the Brevin Jordan injury, but then, it also comes down to fit, and he is the best blocking tight end you have, so whether it's because of the offensive line or even now it just seems like the style of the type of offense that they do want to run, of being that more physical offense and have that rushing attack, that's where Stover can fit in more because of what he brings to the table with the blocking, and then you figure out the rest of it. But I think that is a valuable, or could be a valuable part of this Nick Caley offense, and something that he does a lot better than Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. But the interesting thing, Luke, just to make the point, I think this is the same case with Ariante Ursery, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it's hard. To me, I think it'd be very difficult for D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Nick Caley, Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach. I think it would be very hard for these guys to walk around for the last 2 or 3, 4 months, however long they've been there. It'd be hard for them to walk around and go, guys, we have to have a different mentality in the O-line room, in the run game. We have to have a different mentality. It's got to be physical. It's got to be tough. It's got to be, we're going to hit you in the face, and we're going to line up and hit you in the face again, and we're going to get up and get in the huddle, and we're going to hit you in the face. Like that, it's hard to want that, to preach it, to hold everybody to a certain standard, and then all of a sudden you got a couple of guys that go out there, and it's literally who they are, and they show it, and you don't reward it. Like, I think it's that way with Ariante Ursery. Like, I think he's going to struggle at times, pass protecting. But that big offensive, you're looking at a guy right there that will be physical. Even when he's beat, he never quits. He finishes. And it's exactly what you want. Like, that guy has to be rewarded with playing time. And if it works out, you've got your O-line room under that command for 4 years from a player perspective. Right? Same thing with the tight end room. That's just an extension of the O-line. If that guy is as good as you think he is, he's exemplifying everything you want your run game to be. You got to throw him that bone. And now with the Brevin Jordan injury, there ain't no throwing bone. Hell, you're going to have to do it. I just think Cade Stover is the one player on this team. I think Lassiter was the guy last year. I think Cade Stover's the guy this year that comes out of nowhere, and we're talking about at the end of the year like, damn, this kid's good.
Yeah,
he's significantly better than we thought. We'll see Smith, veteran tight end that's been in street clothes since in the Greenbrier, and the last couple of days being back here. He was back at practice today, rocking and rolling, and looked good in the mix. So I feel a lot better about the tight end room overall today. All right, Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud, he went to the podium today after the joint practice. We're going to play that in full for you next right here on Sports Radio 610. Don't go anywhere. C.J. Stroud in full audio after joint practice today. That's going to be right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I tell you what, I'll let you go somewhere. Take that exit, hit that C-store, go to Kroger, to H-E-B. You got about 5 minutes. Get in there. It don't take you long. Hell, you know you're going in there for a cold beer, and you know exactly which cold beer you're going to get. You're going to get a Coors Light or maybe 12. Hell, it's Thursday. Get you a case of them. Make sure you get them good and cold in that fridge, in that ice chest, because the weekend's right around the corner. And, it is known as the world's most refreshing beer. It is known as the beer that is made to chill. It is known as the beer that has the most beautiful packaging in the beer business, and that packaging takes all the thinking out of your drinking. Little mountains inside of every can, bottle, aluminum pint. When those mountains turn bright blue, that beer's at a perfect cold temperature for maximum enjoyment. Right? It is also known as the cold beer that has the utmost respect for all of us beer drinkers down here in the Lone Star State. Sent the first 23,000 cases ever brewed directly to the great state of Texas. Make sure, all you beer drinkers out there, make sure you're making the right decision. The right decision is a silver bullet. The right decision is a wolf killer. The right decision is that cold Coors Light. Made to chill. Coors Light.
Texans football is back at NRG Stadium on Saturday. Hear the Texans' second preseason matchup with the Panthers right here, with pregame coverage starting at 9 a.m. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros, right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Fidium. I-10 the Katy Freeway, eastbound at Taylor. It's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
It's about time they
fixed that pothole.
Invented better windshield wipers.
Made an internet that just works. Fidium Fiber Internet, starting at only $20 a month. It feels like Fidium. Offer available to residential customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See Fidium.com for details.
Don't miss our epic end of summer specials at Sterling McCall Chevrolet. Like the 2025 Chevy Equinox EV-LT. Now just $499 a month for 39 months with $499 due at signing. Or get that 2025 Chevy Blazer EV-RS for $569 a month for 39 months with $569 due at signing. Right before September 30th to get the $7,500 federal EV tax credit. Turn up the heat with these summer specials and more at Sterling McCall Chevrolet.
Tax, title, and license fee excluded and due at signing. Available to qualified customers on approved credit. See dealer for full details. Offers end 9/2/25.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn treatments faster. Through the world's largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients when they need it most. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you, identify people with the right experience, and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for.
The nation's #1 Generac dealer, GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We're on the show. Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. Tyler's on the 1s and 2s. And guess what, y'all? Houston Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud spoke to the media today after joint practice with the Carolina Panthers today. This is one of my favorite times of the year when these NFL teams start joint practicing and the juices get turned up a little bit. You see new schemes. For CJ, I'm sure that he's tired of going against his defense. He's tired of really going against, let's be honest, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter every day. And so it was probably nice to get a few snaps across across the ball, something that's not Texans uniform. Here is C.J. Stroud, your Houston Texans quarterback, as he spoke to the media today.
It was good. I thought it was good to see another scheme, another team, and thought we did well. Moved the ball up and down the field, scored in the red zone. Made some mistakes, but cleaned it up and had a good 2-minute drive to finish. So I thought it was good.
I think last year, right, we talked about y'all played A's basketball together. You were like Michael Porter Jr. He was like Garland. What were those 80 days like?
Yeah, it was competitive, man. Like we used to always play. Like he played for the City Stars, I think. I played for Illinois Force. He played for a couple teams. He's a team hopper. Yeah, he was always like the quick point guard. I was kind of like a shooter. So yeah, it was always fun. It's still competitive now. So we've always been competitive even when we hooping all season.
How would you assess how the guys up front played today?
So they did really good. I thought Nick did a good job of moving the pocket and switching up quick game to intermediate to deep to good play action. We ran the ball well. So it's not just about just dropping back 4 or 5 straight times. You got to help those guys out. And every D line is really good and our O line is really good. They can hold up, and we just got to help them out some. And I think we did that good. But I thought they did great today.
Nico and Nick have talked about deciding whether Kaylee's going to call plays up top or on the sidelines. Do you have a preference on that?
No, I don't mind. It's not really a big deal to me. Whatever he's comfortable with.
So today, took a hit, caught the ball like he always does. What do you see from him this game?
Yeah, he looks finding his own, his own swag in the league. I think he looks great, man. He's not falling on the ground every play. He's staying up. He's running great routes, catching the ball, getting yak, reliable, knows all the plays, blocks well. He's coming into a really, really great vet, and I think he's been great. I think Kels is using him a lot, and, he's like a Swiss Army knife. You got him, F, Z, and X, he moves around, and he's getting confidence. I think that's one thing that I can see him playing with from, that last game we played last year to, this camp was that confidence is stuck.
Knowing the historical connection that you and Bryce are going to have for so many years because of you going 1 and 2 together, how cool is it just to be able to share the practice with him again, and then with the chance of you playing on Saturday, how cool is it for both of you guys to get the opportunity to just exchange words and be able to compete against each other again?
It's normal. I see him all the time. That's my brother. Like, they don't really make it a big deal. I think that's for y'all, but for us, it's just seeing a friend, seeing a brother, hoping they do well, hoping, I know he hopes I do well. I hope he does well. It's pretty normal. We see each other all the time in the off season, and his parents are friends with my mom, and it's been great. So we just really built a brotherhood. So it's just normal to me. I'm pretty sure it's the same for him, but it's all love.
We saw Christian Kirk catch that contested ball in the end zone. Describe that moment and then just what it's like having a guy that's as reliable as Kirby's been throughout.
Yeah, I'll try to look at those moments as real life games, and minute 20 to win the game, it needed a touchdown or to tie it, and I thought, and scrambled on that last play, knew how to get it out of my hand fast because we were less on time, couldn't take a sack, so just seeing him in the back of the end zone, he made a heck of a catch, contested catch. You celebrate, you have fun after that, and I think those type of scenarios help. So when the moments come, kind of used to them. Yeah, I think he's been great, man. He's approached the game like a real vet, run great routes, very reliable, very smart, very fast, quick, and I think he's done great in his offense. He's teaching the young guys a lot. I think he's great for Jaden Hig, even guys like Hutch, he teaches basically our whole room, and I think he's been great, so I'm excited to work with him this year.
CJ, the preseason game, they're a good chance to get ready for the games they do. What do you hope to accomplish as an offense?
Just build rhythm, just build that rhythm to where, we're clicking as an offense, clicking as a defense, clicking as special teams, playing as the Texans. I feel like it's a lot of back and forth right now in camp. We're kind of like enemies through the day, through practice, and then cool right after. It'd be nice just to be teammates like, it was against the Vikings, and, just like it'll be in the season. So I'm excited for that, and I think, just building that rhythm will be good on Saturday.
When asked about you, Bryce said what he respected the most about you is that you all ups and downs are the same person. What do you respect the most about Bryce?
I would say very similar. He's very even keel, very to himself. And I think for him, I've seen a dog all come out of him. People have seen, you know, but, you know, I know he dealt with some frustrations. And I think, you know, the God we serve, you know, I think it's good that we go through these ups and downs to, like, refocus you back on what's important. I think he had that, and I had that last year as well. And I think he bounced back like, you know, he should, and we all know he can. He's a heck of a player, one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen in my life. And I just think, you know, he needs some help around him too, you know. So, but I'm just really proud of that guy. And just the same way he said about me, through every ups and down, every valley and peak, like he stayed the same guy, stayed loyal, and stayed a friend and a brother. So I'm very appreciative of him.
You know, being drafted where you are, Bryce too, altered the course of where you all went, you know, for good. When you think about what you've done over your career and Bryce too, what are you most proud of?
That's a good question. I would say just proud of, you know, like just being the one God has called to these moments, because he could have picked anybody, you know. And even though, like, for me, I feel like I'm unqualified, but, you know, God doesn't call qualified. He qualifies the unqualified to, you know, give testimonies and to bring people to him. So I think me and Bryce are, like, perfect to that. Like, you know, him being a small stature guy who guys didn't like because he was small. Me, you know, dealing with my childhood and some things that I had to go through. And, you know, and we're not perfect people. You know, we serve a perfect God. But the ups and downs, you know, I don't think our faith has wavered. And I think it's made our faith stronger. And I think that's most important. So I would say that's probably the most proud thing that I can say about me and him is, like, our faith has become strong. Even though it doesn't mean everything, it means something to a lot of people, and you know, it means something to us too. But it's a vessel now that we're using to, you know, glorify God, hopefully, and that's most important. Yeah, I talked to him. You know, it's never easy. You know, it's something that you never want to see. I think the guys kind of handled it the best we could. You know, it's just it's unfortunate, man. I love that guy. I seen him work his tail off to come back, and was having a heck of a camp. And it's just unfortunate, man. I'm praying for him every day, and you know, I hope that he just leans on us right now. I know he needs it, so y'all just keep him in your prayers, and you know, keep his spirits up, and you know, I think he'll bounce back from this, man. He's a tough guy. When he was, you know, in the locker room after, he was like, man, I'm attacking this head on, and this is like an hour right after he's attacking it, and he's just kept reminding himself how he's going to attack it. So I just like to have that type of heart, you know, in that moment. I thought it was dope. So I'm just really, you know, like and sad about it, but you know, got to deal with it and move on. And you know, I can't wait to play with him again in the future.
Two more, y'all, Christy and Diaz.
CJ, when you and Bryce were little kids, did y'all talk about being in this position? I'm sure you dreamed about it, but did you ever talk about it? And if so, how is it surreal to kind of come full circle and be in this moment?
Not really. We were just kids, man. You know, I think that's the cool part. Like, I think we were just two kids trying to just play good for our selective teams and our selective areas in California. So I think that's the cool part. I think, like, when you focus on, like, NBA, or like, it's hard to do because there's so many people trying that. But like me and him, I felt like our process was just getting better. So I think that was our mindset. So it's cool, like, to be in these moments. You know, it's not what it seems. It's hard, but it's also a blessing. You know, so you got to just accept the good and the bad. And I think, you know, as time has gone on, we've been able to be better at that. So.
Two-part question. Obviously, a decade ago, you and Bryce kind of played against each other in that Little League game, still in the moment versus the IU Ducks. What do you remember about that game, and how cool is it to see where you guys have gone since that game?
We got our tails kicked. I remember that. We got whooped. Bryce threw for like 400 yards. I had to play corner because our corners kept getting hurt. Yeah, it was a bad day. There were a lot of raining. They whooped our tail. So not a good day for your boy, but a great day for Bryce. And when I'm a competitor, man, like, he know I don't like that. You know, he beat me my rookie year. Still don't like that. So, you know, I'm always trying to win. I think that's him too. So there's nothing wrong with that. You can always be cool off the field, but, you know, we cross those lines. You know, we're competitive. We want to, you know, do well and see our teams win. So, you know, hopefully we get to match up next year or something, or maybe in the Super Bowl or something. I don't know. Don't put that on ESPN. I know how y'all do. But however it works, man, I wish my brother well, though.
How many of those 400 yards were on you when you were playing corner?
I'm sorry?
So how many of those yards were on you?
Oh, you got jokes. All right. 0. Yeah, I'm in the run fit.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you, CJ.
All right, that's CJ, boy, you had a good day, can't you, boy? He's
giggly.
That's the life of a quarterback right there, man. I'm telling you, this training camp has been tough on him emotionally, and he's a guy that wears his emotions obviously on his face and in his voice, and boy, you could tell. We've talked to him several times. It's just almost like, boy, he's the frustration, the disappointment and not being able to go out there and just shred every single day is getting at him. And as it should, by the way. Hell, as it should. Any competitor, I've said it before, any competitor, man, I want to hear it. I want you to wear it, man. I want to know that you ain't happy with what the hell's going on. Today, you could hear that joy in his voice and tell that C.J. Stroud went out there and had a little success today and feels a lot better today about his team than he has in the previous few weeks. So good to hear the quarterback in good spirits, man. Good to hear the stories about he and Bryce's upbringing. I've heard the stories before. I know they're close. That is got to be super, super cool. He did say a few things that caught my eye, and I am so stoked. One of them, Tyler, guess what? Football horny. No question about it.
So that's kind of horny to be.
I don't know about that, but
that was wrong.
Yeah,
Disregard.
Disregard. You don't mark that right there. And we'll hit that again. I'll bring that to you at the 5:20 segment. I'm gonna circle back to a piece of that audio right there that I think is big time. But next up, we got the 5 o'clock. What's going on in and around the city that you just can't go one more minute not hearing about? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Advanced Hair. Look, fellas, if you are having a hair
2X91.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Nygaard.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Ron Hughley is out. Luke Morrow is in. T. Meal is on the ones and twos behind the glass, and it is the 5 o'clock fire, baby. And here's the deal. Let's start it off this way. Luke, we're watching the game right here in the studio. They're off today, by the way. Woo, I got a case of sneezes. Astros are off today, by the way, but
oh, another one. Bless you.
Good gosh.
God bless you,
man. What's going on in here, man?
Needed some blessing.
Astros are off today. In case you didn't know.
No baseball, folks.
They somehow picked up a half a game, though. The Orioles just beat the Mariners. Of course, the Orioles had to make it interesting there late, but they beat the Mariners. What was that final right there, Luke? Was that 5-3 that I saw right there?
Yeah, 5-3. Yep.
Yeah, man. So the Astros pick up half a game here on an off day. That's always, and of late, those have been hard to come by with how hot the Mariners have been. So we'll take it. The Astros. Speaking of the Astros, yesterday or last night, they win. They win Game 3 of the Red Sox series here at Dyken Park. They win the series. I think it's the third straight series that they've won, on a little bit of a roll here themselves. If the Mariners hadn't have been just absolutely fish grease hot, then maybe we'd still have a little bit of a lead here in the division. But anyway, the Astros do win that series. They take 2 of 3. Hunter Brown gets the win, 6 2/3 innings pitched, gave up 6 hits, 1 earned run. He walked 3, struck out 4, threw 93 total pitches, and it looks like Hunter Brown is back on track half of the season, or let's say previous to the All-Star break. Right now, Hunter Brown's ERA is 2.45, and among all AL starters, only Tariq Skubal, who is I think viewed right now as at least statistically, but the best in the American League. Isn't that fair, Luke?
Yep, for sure.
He's the only starting pitcher with a lower ERA than Hunter Brown. So, despite the struggles over a couple games before the All-Star break and then coming out of the All-Star break, Hunter Brown looks like he has returned to form. Pena led off with the bomb. Diaz, he leaned into one as well and hit a home run. I think Abreu ended up closing this thing out for Hader. I thought he did it in impressive fashion. But, Luke, just your thoughts overall on the Astros, where they stand right now, yesterday's game, and Hunter Brown and all involved.
Yeah. That was one of those games last night for the Astros where I didn't think they played all that great, and yet they still got out of there with a victory, which is great for them and certainly a credit for them. But to score 4 runs on only 4 hits, I mean, the Red Sox had twice as many hits and a lot more base runners, but Boston went 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and that was the big difference. The Red Sox could not get that clutch hit. They had plenty of opportunities, and then Diaz broke it open with that homer in the 6th, where at that point it just felt like 3 runs would be too much for the Red Sox to overcome last night. So it's a credit to the Astros to find a way to win that game against a player at their best, and then for Hunter Brown to find a way to pitch as well as he did when I don't think he was at his best either. He was almost at a 50-50 split for his strikes-to-ball ratio, and part of that, as we discussed earlier, has to do with the approach of the opponent and that Red Sox lineup, which will make you work, especially at the top of the order. But still, nonetheless, he just didn't seem as sharp as he normally was, and yet, at the end of the day, only allowed 1 run in nearly 7 innings and got the victory. And that's what they say about starting pitchers, is a third of the time you're going to be at your best, third of the time you're not going to have much out there, and then it's that other third where you're kind of in between, and you have to figure things out. that determines how good of a season and how good of a starting pitcher you are. And so it's a credit to Hunter Brown where that was one of those middle third starts last night where he did not have his best stuff. He had to kind of figure some things out as he went, certainly with the approach of the Red Sox, and yet still found a way to pitch well, get the win, and especially pitch well when guys were on base. Like I said, Red Sox 1 for 10 with men in scoring position. So Hunter Brown was at his best in the biggest at-bats last night, and he deserves credit for that. So, hey, look, they won a series against a good team and a team that swept them not too long ago. So a nice bow on top yesterday for the Astros with that W.
That is my favorite Hunter Brown to watch, by the way. Obviously, I like him to have some of his stuff and enough to win, but when he's got to fight through it and the fight that he shows, the peacocking around, the sense of urgency, the heated approach. I love it, man. I love everything about Hunter Brown with shape right there. The Astros, they will move on. They got the Orioles coming to town tomorrow. They got a 3-game set Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And Framber Valdez, Jason Alexander, and Christian Javier, it's going to go are going to be the starting pitchers for the Astros in this series. Big series, stretch of games here for the Astros coming up where, you got the Orioles, I think 7 of the next 10 games, the Yankees sandwiched in there in between. I think you got the Colorado Rockies for 3 after that. So you've got a run of about 14 to 17 games here where, man, you ought to win a good chunk of them.
Yeah, the Orioles just went from helping you to now you got to make sure you beat them this weekend. They just won that series with the Mariners. And, the Mariners, it's funny. They're kind of like, look, I was in the concert choir growing up and in high school and everything, and it's like the kid always would ask for the solo, and then you'd give them the solo, and in front of the audience they would always freeze up, and they weren't ready for the big moment. And it's kind of like the Mariners where they just got tied in first place with the Astros, and then they lose the last 2 days to the Orioles, and now suddenly they're already a game and a half behind the Astros after just tying them up for first. And not only that, Mariners scored 6 runs in this series. So as soon as they get to first place, Seattle, they start to, they peed down their legs a little bit the last 2 days against Baltimore. And now the Astros have that nice 1.5 game lead and a last place Orioles team coming into town this weekend. So hopefully Houston can continue to pile up some wins and grow that lead this weekend.
I'm glad you correct me. I don't know if I said it out loud. I said they only had I refreshed my app here and it went to 1.5, baby. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Glad it's moving in the right direction for the Astros. 1.5 game lead in the division, and the Orioles coming to town for the next 3.
Really, really happy.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Texans, they had a joint practice today with the Carolina Panthers. Much improved, as Seth said, and as Lucas said a couple of times today, what we expect to be a much improved Carolina Panther football team. That is who the preseason game is against Saturday. Today was a joint practice leading up to that game on Saturday, and this is where I think some real work gets done. And here's D'Amico Ryans with his thoughts on, in general, the first joint practice day versus the Panthers.
For today, I was really pleased with the way we practiced, the way the Panthers practiced. Thought we got productive work in. Is what we set out to do on both sides. Everybody's cooperative, working together, and we were able to get out of it what we expected, right? A chance to go against different schemes, different players, and it was really good work for us, offensively and defensively. Special teams were able to get some work as well. So all 3 phases, we got better today. We improved, and that's what you set out to do, joint practice, to improve and get better, and that's what we did today. So thankful to Dave and his team for coming down, working out here in Houston today.
A couple of things that stuck out to me offensively for this particular joint practice. Street close again, so you did get Ariante Ursery and Blake Fisher and Titus Howard at the tackle position. No Damian Pierce. No Damian Pierce today at practice. He was in slides. He was in street clothes as well. So you had a heavy dose of Nick Chubb, Daria Gumbawale, Jawar Jordan, Woody Marks. Those guys at the running back position got a lot of run. And I think at the tight end position, Irv Smith, veteran reserve tight end, ended up having to play quite a bit last year. when Brevin Jordan went down. Played even more when Dalton Schultz didn't appear to be the best version of himself. So Irv Smith, we're familiar with who he is, but he was in street clothes in the Greenbrier. And I think the first couple of days back here, he was in street clothes as well. Irv Smith was at practice today, Luke. So getting one guy back at a time when you desperately need it, but a couple of key cogs there in Dameon Pierce and Cam Robinson not practicing yet. You know that those injuries are of the serious nature, or else they'd have been practicing today. We know how important these practices are. We know how DeMeco Ryans views joint practices. If somebody didn't practice today, you know there's some problems with them.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well. And I'm not the biggest Cam Robinson guy, but I also didn't think this injury would be. I thought it'd be actually a quick thing, and now this is lingering on. Dameon Pierce is the other one. I've always been a Dameon Pierce fan. It seems like they want to do on offense now with Nick Caley, and I think he can bring something to the table. Just obviously have to get him out there. I've been trying to sing the praise and make sure they hold on to him here these last couple of years, and now here's an opportunity, but he just can't seize it. Unlike what we were talking about earlier with Cade Stover, where Brevin Jordan goes down, here's a chance to really solidify yourself, or even Irv Smith now, here's a chance to step up. For Dameon Pierce, like, this is your opportunity with Joe Mixon out, and he just hasn't been able to get out there, which is a shame. So I hope he's able to. He did get out there for a couple days last week, right? But I hope he's able to consistently be able to practice and run with the team, because I do have still tempered but some high hopes for him moving forward. And then Irv Smith, I mentioned earlier, I'm a big Irv Smith fan. He got drafted in the second round for a reason. Was really good at Alabama. It's just been health for him. I mean, his last 3 seasons, he's been able to play 20 games total because of injuries. He signed with the Bengals after Minnesota moved on, was going to be their starting tight end, and immediately got injured, and then wound up here last year when the league was kind of done with him. So I think he has a lot of ability and potential and can help out that tight end room. He just has to stay on the field, something he's never been able to do throughout his career. But if he can stay healthy, he could be a good weapon for them in that tight end room.
Absolutely. A couple of takeaways real quick on today's joint practice for me offensively. I thought the pass protection was, be honest with you, quite a bit better than I expected. CJ had room in the pocket, even when one guy did lose here or there and maybe would have given up a sack. He still had room to move up in the pocket, slide up in the pocket, slide left, slide right, make a throw. The touchdown pass to Cohesion was that right there. So the O-line was significantly better, I thought, in pass protection today than I expected. The wide receiver room is, I think it's set the top 4 in terms of making the roster. But when you look at playing time, I think it's set the top 2. The rest of the way, I think there's still some decisions to be made. Braxton Berrios had a good day. Once again, I think Xavier Hutchinson has already moved up the depth chart. I think he is a guy that is not just going to make the team, but I think he's going to get some run, probably some pretty significant run, depending on what Higgins can do, the rookie. And then you got John Mechie. We can't have this conversation about the wide receiver group without giving Mechie his flowers. Mechie has had a really good camp. He is without a doubt out there making plays. Defensively, we had Seth Payne on the show. And I don't want to put words in Seth's mouth, but it sounded like I didn't get a chance to watch a ton of the defense, but it sounded like maybe they gave up some big plays, Luke, that over the top, and maybe some busted coverages that Seth wasn't real impressed with. So we'll see exactly how Saturday plays out in front of us all. First home game. Talked to Cal McNair. Did a little Cal's cookout today, and he wants all the fans out there to know, man, we need you. Show up early, tailgate big time like we always do, and get in that game, and let's show a little home field advantage here in the preseason. Texans joint practice today. There's you a quick rundown.
Hopefully happy tummies.
5 o'clock fire.
Good job. Billy the Kid, Hall of Famer Billy Wagner's number retirement ceremony is set for this Saturday. I've told you this Saturday the Astros and Orioles square off in Dyken Park. Apparently Billy Wagner and several Astros Hall of Fame members will be available to credentialed media on Saturday in a press conference room at Dyken Park for all the media out there. So if you're a fan, get ready. There's probably going to be a lot of content out there with Billy Wagner and some of the other Hall of Famers. Luke, I don't know where you stand on this. I'm sure you greatly appreciate it, but Billy Wagner was one of them that I enjoyed the hell out of watching. Again, you want to talk about one of the more intense guys on the bump and
triple digits.
Great story coming. I can't remember who it was. I was golfing with somebody not too long ago. They were telling stories about his upbringing and
how his dad made him start throwing with that left arm.
Yeah. There's something about a baseball field too. They didn't have a baseball field, so his dad built one or granddad built one or something. So. Great story, well deserved. It'll be a big time celebration for him on Saturday.
Yeah, for sure. It is well deserved. Best closer, the Astros have ever had. That left-handed thing, my father tried that with my brothers and I. He kept putting the spoon and fork in our left hands as babies to try to make us left-handed pitchers.
You gotta go pro.
Yeah, we all would just put it right over to our right hand immediately. And
damn it, Lou.
Yeah, none of us had great pitching careers, but. Yeah, for Billy Wagner, best closer, well deserved, and it's that type of player where you reserve the retired numbers for instead of some teams that just willy nilly retire all these numbers. Wagner certainly deserves it, and you think about even his 30-year-old All-Star, his final season in the league when he was with the Braves and had almost 40 saves. Like he was good to the very end. One of the better closers of the last, 25 years. So congrats to him, and that should be a fun ceremony this weekend.
That's right. That is Luke Morrow. He is in for Ron Hughley. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And we played C.J. Stroud's audio in full in that, I think it was a 440 segment. You can go back and listen to that. Use that Odyssey app, AUDACY, the rewind feature. You can go back and listen to that and do that after we get off air, by the way, at 6 when we finish our little rundown here. But CJ had something to say. Again, I'm telling you, I love this time of year when the offensive coordinators, the quarterbacks, when they get with the media, man, and maybe I look too deep into it. I take it too serious. But there's one thing that CJ said that really gets me good and worked up. This is a football horny clip, and I don't know if we had a football horny clip. We've been talking about getting good and worked up for a while, but I don't know if we had a legit football horny clip in a while. This is courtesy of C.J. Stroud, Houston Texans quarterback. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks. Look, there's 5 lodges around the city. And the reality of it is, y'all, and this is real talk, it is Twin Peaks is the best place to watch live sports. Whether you're talking about the view from every seat in the house, all the views from every seat in the house, if you know what I mean. Heck, you go at the right time, you might catch a party, bikini party. You never know. You might catch one of those. But I know what you're always going to get at Twin Peaks, y'all. You're always going to get a made-from-scratch menu that is second to none. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I get the salmon, trying to eat a little healthy. I get that pot roast when I'm feeling weak. When I go with Tyler, he gets them old tenders, right? I get the wings. I'm telling you, man, you cannot miss on that made-from-scratch menu at Twin Peaks. Now, the happy hour, the selection at the bar, second to none. Top shelf tequilas, top shelf bourbons, all the way down to that man-size, 29-degree man-size draft and everything in between. They got whatever you want at Twin Peaks. I almost said at Academy. But, hey, Twin Peaks, Academy, hell, they're right next door to each other. Why not down here on Kirby? So why not, man? Twin Peaks, each drinks, scenic views.
I'm a brass man.
Ready? Texans football is back at NRG Stadium on Saturday. Hear the Texans' second preseason matchup with the Panthers right here, with pregame coverage starting at 9 a.m. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros, right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
Worked for me.
Experience. Individual results vary.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob.
Ugh. Kitchen ants? Runaway roaches? A spider? A spider? A spider! Relax. Just use Zevo. Zevo insect killer sprays use a powerful blend of mint and rosemary to eliminate those pests and up to 20 other bug types. Plus, Zevo is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Just spray the bugs and wipe them away. Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
Confused by talk about auto tariffs? Market shifts create a unique opportunity right now, and that could mean potential big savings for you. Call 713-290-1000 or visit online at dmautololeasing.com. D&M, the name you trust in any market.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market losses and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery.
Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's one of them beats right there. I'll tell you. I don't care where you're from, who you are.
Back when Wayne made good music.
Hey, I ain't gonna jump. I ain't gonna get on Wayne's bad side. I'm just gonna tell you like it is. Now, if you've never heard it, Like if you're not aware of it, if it's just not on your radar, that's fine. Then you're not included. But if you know this song and you've heard it and that thing comes on and you don't bob your head a bit, I don't know if I can drink a beer with you. I don't know if I can hang with you. I mean, that's just one of them old beats, man. When that old head just naturally got to bob a bit. I mean, you got, now me, I feel my blood gets to pumping a little bit. It gets, you know what I mean? I don't know, is that chills? No, it's not chills. That's, I mean, there's just certain
Makes
songs.
my head move.
Well, that would be a head bob there. By the way, you got a weird head bob. I saw that.
I got a weird head.
I mean, yeah, maybe you're scared to tip that thing all the way over. You may hurt your neck.
Fall over, man.
Did you see that head bob he did right there? I mean, it was a swivel. It was like his head never bobbed. It was literally a
little quagmire going on.
Wow,
that's good.
Giggity.
Yeah. That's, I don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
I haven't seen the Paperboy in a while. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris.
That joint practice today, and CJ spoke afterwards. We played it in full at what time was that, Tyler? We played it in full?
4:40 Central.
I think I said 3:40 earlier. I meant 4:40. So we played it earlier, and to be honest with you, it's the first time I'd heard it. I had not heard it yet. Had some technical difficulties getting it here today, but we got it here nonetheless. And I'm going to tell you guys, we've talked a million different ways. We have talked about what the Texans need to do the most on the offensive side of football, which is obviously protect the quarterback, right? Fix these protection issues. And so often, and rightfully so, but so often we go directly to the five guys that are up front. So often we go to the play caller, right? But the reality of it is, with this particular team, with the Houston Texans, those are, I think, ways to attack the issue at hand. And I think the Texans have done that, right? Now, you can argue they didn't go get the talent you wanted up front, but they whatever. But they've addressed those issues. New coach, new play caller, new O-line. I've said it from jump, and it's a hill I'll die on. The quickest way and most effective way to fix the offensive line problems is through number 7. They're giving him more control at the line of scrimmage. That's step number 1. It should have never been a problem. C.J. Stroud is as sharp a quarterback as you're going to find in the league. Hell, we watched that play out in real time his rookie year. We watched him play the position at an unbelievably high level and overcome injuries at wide receiver and O-line the whole damn year, right? He is a high-level processor. He should be a guy that's allowed free reign to communicate, get in and out of plays, however he sees fit, right? It looks like they're giving him the ability to do that. So that part of it is fixed. The other part is the part that it scares me about all quarterbacks, right? It's crazy how, and I was guilty of this, by the way, when I was playing. I didn't have the ability to be guilty of it, but in my mind I was guilty of it. You've got to pick and choose when you take the risk. You've got to realize that I don't care how good the system is or how good the O-line is, if you go out there and you don't help those guys as a quarterback, if you don't play with them in mind, it's going to be hard as hell to protect you. Period, point blank. Now, you may win in spite. You may have huge numbers, but they're going to struggle up front. So I think the biggest part of this is the quarterback understanding that he's got to help make the protection really a non-factor, right? We saw Davis Mills last week, and we've seen C.J. Stroud do this plenty of times, but Davis Mills last week, Blake Fisher got whooped immediately, and it would have been a big-time sack. But Davis Mills get the ball out of his hand on time, and so nobody talked about it. Now, we all saw it, Blake, like a hawk because he's somehow, regressing here, but it wasn't a major issue. The sooner C.J. understands that, the better chance they're going to have at fixing this offense. And what I heard today from C.J. Stroud was absolutely that. It was absolutely music to my ears. Here's C.J. Stroud talking to the media after today's joint practice with Carolina. And this is big time, folks.
So they did really good. I thought Nick did a good job of moving the pocket and switching up quick game to, intermediate to deep to good play action. We ran the ball well. So, it's not just about just dropping back 4 or 5 straight times. You got to help those guys out. And, every D-line is really good and our O-line is really good. They can hold up, and we just got to help them out some. And I think we did that good, but I thought they did great today.
It's not about just dropping back 5 times in a row and throwing the football. Got to help them guys out. Got to help them guys out sometimes. That right there tells me C.J. Stroud is exactly where we need C.J. Stroud to be as a fan base, as a fan of the Houston Texans. He's in the right frame of mind. Now, I think D'Amico, I think Nick Caley, I think Gerard for damn sure having played the position at a high level. I think all these guys, I think the messaging going into C.J. Stroud's head has changed. Last year, I would argue that this time of year last year, it was about dropping back and throwing it 5 times. You know what I mean? That was the messaging. 5-headed monster, stretch the field, yada, yada, yada. This year it is move the pocket, mix it to deep stuff, little play action, ran it well. Hey, man, we got to help these guys out. We got to help these guys out. That right there, Luke, is now, again, it's just words, right? I mean, we got to see it play itself out. But for a quarterback, it's so difficult that when a certain play's called, it's like, hey, man, we're calling 4 verticals. You ain't got to throw it vertical. You know what I mean? If the linebackers bail 20 yards deep, man, check that thing down to Woody Marks and let it go get you 15. Right? If you've got like today, and I'm just using this as an example, he's got a slot formation away from Dalton Schultz, and Dalton Schultz runs a little 5-yard whip route, and the DB's 10, 12 yards off of it. Well, CJ chose pre-snap to work the other direction. It didn't work out. Pocket kind of collapsed a little bit. I think he might have scrambled right there. I can't remember. No, he threw it away. That's one of those things where he's got to take that easy throw in the ocean type stuff. You know what I mean? That's a good example of just like what he just said right there is what taking Dalton Schultz would have been in that scenario. Now, look, I don't know what he's being coached, and maybe they told him to go the other direction. I don't know. But that is a perfect example of just not passing up that profit, man. I love hearing this from number 7, man.
That's kind of the whole Tom Brady thing, right? People always make fun of Brady for always doing the checkdowns.
No question.
Obviously, it worked for him becoming, the most successful quarterback of all time. And it's similar in baseball. It's part of the Moneyball aspect. In fact, it was the quote in the movie Moneyball. But they said, when teams try to sacrifice bunt, they're giving you an out. Just take the out at first. Don't try to do anything crazy by trying to get the lead runner at third. Take the out they're giving you. And so cross-sport reference, but some of that check, like take what's there and not try to force the issue and get a little too risky. But, yeah, it worked pretty well for Tom Brady. We know the Nick Caley connection with New England and that whole offense, so we'll see if that plays more of a role in this offense and C.J. Stroud here in 2025.
Just love the messaging, Luke. I can't tell you enough, man, because so much is made about what happened in this team drill or that team. And in reality, man, it is about what is being preached into his head. And because there's no doubt, I mean, he's ridiculously talented. Obviously, we've all seen that, and it's just a matter of what brand of quarterback is he going to commit to, right? He has the ability to commit to whatever the hell he wants to. You know what? He can go out there and go, no, I'm gonna throw this thing down the field, and you know what they'll do? They'll get Kaylee's ass up out of here, and they'll bring somebody in that'll run a vertical attack. That's what they'll do, right? But the reality of it is, man, if you want to win Super Bowls, if you want to live in the playoffs, if you want to give yourself a chance to stay healthy and play at a high level, that mentality right there is going to allow it to happen. Now, we'll see if the pieces around him allow it to happen, but that mentality right there is going to allow it to happen. Speaking of pieces around the quarterback, I think the most fascinating competition in training camp with the Texans is the wide receiver position. We know Nico. We know Christian Kirk. Beyond that, what do the weapons for the quarterback you just heard from, what do those weapons look like, and are they enough? We'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard. Look, if you're looking to arms with the right people, it's Orchard. There's no doubt about it, right? What Orchard is going to do for you is second to none. Right? The worst thing you can do when you're selling your home is settling for less money. And the good news is I'm here to tell you, lock arms with Orchard, it will not happen. Right? Orchard's reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home will sell and helping you sell that home on the market for top dollar. What Orchard's going to do, they're going to give you that cash up front so you can buy and move into your dream home, your new home, baby. You're going to do that on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. And then once you're all settled into your new home, Orchard, right, that expert Orchard agent is going to come back around, and they're going to help you sell your old home on market for top dollar. Right? With Orchard, you never have to settle for less, y'all. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home. Do it all with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com right now to get a free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, and y'all can thank me later.
Does Texans OC Nick Caley think they're any closer to nailing down the starting offensive line?
Yeah, I think we're working towards that every day. I think it's a good problem to have in the sense that it's a highly competitive group, and they've shown progress across the board. So we're going to continue to see who the 5 most consistent guys are, and when we see a clear separation, we'll make a decision on that at the appropriate time.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. On the West Sam Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
It's hot. It's for a long, hot summer. Nolan Ryan for American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Beat back the hot Texas sun once and for all with the cool, clean home comfort of American Standard. Consumer testing says American Standard is one of the best, but your family comfort means the most. It's that important, and it's what we do in Texas. Stay cool this summer. Peace of mind is everything in this business. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
Don't miss our epic end of summer specials at Sterling McCall Chevrolet. Like the 2025 Chevy Equinox EV-LT. Now just $499 a month for 39 months with $499 due at signing. Or get the 2025 Chevy Blazer EV-RS for $569 a month for 39 months with $569 due at signing. Right before September 30th to get the $7,500 federal EV tax credit. Turn up the heat with these summer specials and more at Sterling McCall Chevrolet.
Tax, title, and license fee excluded and due at signing. Available to qualified customers on approved credit. See dealer for full details. Offers end 9/2/25.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. So, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1.
Dog in the Drive.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There's another one, boy. Tyler's got them bangers going today. Ain't no doubt about it.
I'm on these steel wheels, as Luke would say.
That's right.
Let's go.
I mean, that is beautiful. That is well done, T. The biggest competition, I think, in Texas training camp, which was on front and center today with the Texans joint practice versus the Carolina Panthers. I think it was front and center. The wide receiver competition. Look, we know who, and there's not a major concern here because you know you've got Nico Collins. I've said it all along. When you've got Nico Collins, when you got that dude, when you got a top 10 in the league, then the other pieces typically kind of fall into place. But you got to have 3 or 4. You got to have somebody ready. Nico has had a tendency to get injured and miss a month or 5 weeks, and you got to have somebody ready in case. And look, the reality of it is you've got 3, sometimes 4 receivers on the field at one time. You got to have those guys ready. And so I think, the most anticipated competition or problem is the O-line room. How you going to fix that? And everybody's kind of trying to figure that out. But when it comes down to the wide receiver room, guys, this competition is heating up. Look, and I know the competition has to be viewed from a roster perspective because obviously there's only so many spots. You got Nico Collins and Christian Kirk that are locks, right? You got Higgins and Noel, the 2 rookies out of Iowa State that were drafted this year. They're locks, right? Those 4 guys are eating up 4 active roster spots this season. Depending on what special teams looks like, you're going to get 3 more wide receivers. I'm talking about active. Maybe 2 active, depending on what you wanted the teams like. And I think there are 4 guys in the conversation. I think 1 has made the team. I think 1 is out. And I think there's 2 guys in the middle that are fighting for a spot. I think Braxton Berrios has made this football team. I've made my mind up watching him. He went out there again today, had a catch over the middle and a 2-minute drive, then caught a touchdown. I think that was in the 2-minute drive as well, maybe with Davis Mills. I can't remember who it was, but he is just a guy. The ball finds him. He's a great gadget guy. He's got a skill set that nobody else in the room has, right? And I think he's made the team. I think Watson, the kid that they signed and been in Kansas City for a while, I don't think he's making his football team. Now he may be released and brought back and put on the practice squad or whatever, made in that, however they do that. But I think he's the odd man out. Now you've got 2 guys left in Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie, and this is a tighter race than I expected for great reason. John Mechie is making plays, y'all. John Mechie is out there. You can't watch a Texans practice and not see John Mechie making plays. We watched the preseason game last week. That doesn't bode well for him. But he had 5 catches, I believe, in the game. Doing some really good things. And then you've got Xavier Hutchinson, who I believe has climbed the depth chart. To hell with the roster. I believe he's climbed the depth chart, and he's actually, like today in the 2-minute, when the starters were out there, when the ones were out there in the 2-minute, they started out in 11 personnel, meaning 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. Xavier Hutchinson was out there with that group.
The arrow's pointed up.
I think you've got – now right now I think Hutch is winning, but I think you got an absolute dogfight between – absolute dogfight might be strong because I think Xavier Hutchinson is leading the way. I think Hutch is pulling away with it, but Mechie's keeping it interesting. So I think that's how I want to couch it. I think that the deal here is Mechie is doing his damnness to keep this thing alive, and he's doing a pretty damn good job of it. The wide receiver room, the depth in the wide receiver room is going to be interesting, man. Because then you look at it, Luke, the Noel kid out of Iowa State, they're going to have a hard time keeping him off the field. You know what I mean? The quietest one of all of them, of everybody I've mentioned, not Watson. I think Watson is. I've only seen him catch a couple balls all camp, but I think Higgins is the quietest one out of all of them. Hell, I think he's going to start.
Yeah.
Right. These other guys are making noise, man. It is fun to watch, and I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do with Braxton Berrios, Xavier Hutchinson, and John Mechie. Those 3 guys, I think, are going to be the other 3, and then it comes down to playing time. And John Mechie's keeping this thing interesting.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that thought process. I think the depth is important because Nico is the one high-end talent piece, and then there's a lot of question marks, in that wide receiver room. So the more pieces you have to throw at this thing, obviously the better chances for success. I think Braxton Berrios is certainly on the team. I'm surprised about Watson and how things have gone because heading into training camp, I actually thought he was lock is too strong. Very few players are a lock, but I thought he stood a good chance. They brought him in this offseason, gave him a 2-year contract, veteran wide receiver, possession wide receiver. The majority of his receptions last year converted first downs. So he was just reliable, but it has been a very quiet summer for him.
Well, Luke, I'll be transparent. Like I'm not tuned into the special teams enough to know that is where it could get real interesting with Mechie because I don't know how good Mechie is on all the special teams. And if Watson is just an absolute special teams kind of that's how he's going to make the team and who he's going to be, then I could see that being legitimately the competition that we really need to be watching is those two. But Mechie's outplaying him at the wide receiver position. There's no question about it. But at the special teams position, the bull is Watson on every special team, and is he a impact special teamer?
Right.
I don't know. But that may be the better one to be watching. Hell, the competition may be deeper than we thought.
It could be. I've always thought it'd come down to Mechie and Hutchinson, and you've been out at practice a lot more than me, but it just seems like the reports are always ping-ponging back and forth of what this guy, like you laid out. They're both doing their part to try to make this team, and so it's tough to get a read where 1 week or for a few days it seems like, oh yeah, Hutchinson, he's that last guy, and then oh no, wait, here comes Mechie, and Mechie has said previously that the offense I guess is similar to what he had ran at Alabama, and so he felt really comfortable. Does that give him an edge in terms of being more comfortable with the new offense they're trying to put in? But I have always felt, even coming into this summer, that it's going to come down to one of those two guys, Hutchinson and Mechie, whoever shows themselves more this summer. And it could be a tough decision to make and have to let one guy go if you can't try to stash him on the practice squad. But certainly you can never have too many assets, right? You can never have enough money, and you can never have enough skill players in your offense. So it's a good problem to have for the Texans to try to figure out who are the 6 or maybe 7 that we are going to keep out of this group.
Well, the interesting thing for me, I'll be completely transparent with you. I was under until this training camp for I would say the last 2 weeks maybe. John Mechie has really, really jumped on the scene for me. I think before I was a little bit critical of John Mechie, but I think a lot of people that are you want John Mechie to work. The story, great dude. You want him to work, but if we're being completely honest, up until about 2 weeks ago, he just wasn't making enough plays, right? Last preseason, it was kind of doesn't look good, and then all of a sudden he exploded in that preseason game. It was a home preseason game. He made a bunch of plays, right? I just never saw it until recently. Now, these last couple of weeks, it's been like he is building a case for himself. Whether it's here or somewhere else, he's building a real case for himself because there's no denying John Mechie is out there making plays. So we'll see what ends up happening. Keep an eye on that wide receiver room, man. That is I appreciate you muddying the waters more, Luke. You bring Watson back into it with his special teams prowess, and all of a sudden you could it may be a little deeper than I thought. But that's Luke Morrow. I'm Clint Stoerner. Tyler Milner's behind the glass on the 1s and 2s. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And it's that time, y'all. It's that time. We got to get to T-Mill's best bets. Another red night last night. We got to get this thing turned, T. Got to get it turned, baby. What do you got?
Good hell, man. Monday through Friday last week. All green. All cash in pockets. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week. Ish show. Son of a bitch. But it's time to rebound. We're going to have a green Thursday night. I can tell you that. 5 more best bets for you. Here they are. We do this quickly. If you miss any, you want to tail or maybe you want to fade, check out the Twitter at @TMillRealDeal where I got these 5 bets posted. First up, and there's only clock, some of which starting right after 6. So if you want action.
You ain't got to bet them all.
Yeah. First up, AJ Hinch's Detroit Tigers, they're traveling to Minnesota to take on the Twins, who are now Correaless. Over 3.5 in the first 5 innings of this game. I'm on over 3.5 runs in the first 5 innings between the Tigers and Twins. Next up, another over. Ball game, Braves at Mets, over 8.5 runs in 9 innings tonight. And then these last 3 are all the same game. It is the Diamondbacks. They are traveling